Chapter 1. The Seizure. In a land of fire within the Hidden Leaf Village. Why? Why? The torrential rain poured down, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The young Sasuke knelt on the ground, clutching his head and weeping bitterly. He desperately wished to deceive himself into believing that what he had witnessed in the Tsukuyomi was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, the stinging pain from his lip, which he had bitten without realizing, served as a constant reminder not to forget that moment which would haunt him for life. Brother, why? Why did you? Sasuke, you did not missee, it was indeed I who annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. This was my method of testing character. I believe you will follow the same path in the future, so there is no need for your astonishment. Is it so hard to accept, my foolish little brother? In truth, for our Uchiha clan to grow stronger, we must eliminate the person most dear to us. That is the only way. I do not deceive you, remember. It is the only path. Your father, as clan leader, followed it, as did the other Uchihas you witnessed, and I did as well. In time, you too shall. Thus, it is destined that only one of us can exist in this world. I see the fury and hatred in your eyes, but you are too weak, Sasuke. Even as your brother, I will give you one final promise. When you possess strength equal to mine, you may seek me out, but by then, I will show you no mercy. Itachi's words lingered vividly in his mind, frame by frame, like a film replaying endlessly in Sasuke's thoughts. I am such a worthless being. With a furious shout, Sasuke slammed his fist into the rain-soaked ground. In the next instant, crimson streams predictably surged forth from beneath his fist. His knuckles turned pale from the grip, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, trembling and sobbing, like a helpless child. His heart felt as if it were being stirred, an indescribable aching anguish. Yet, despite this overwhelming torment, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit the Sharingan remained dormant. The sky was dim, mirroring Sasuke's own despondent heart. But at that moment, a voice filled with curiosity suddenly reached Sasuke's ears. This script seems off, doesn't it? After such a tremendous shock, you still haven't awakened your eyes? You, the second male lead, are truly lacking in presence, aren't you? Sasuke could not comprehend the meaning behind these words. However, the mocking tone instantly ignited his rebellious spirit. Shut up, Sasuke bellowed as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback by the figure that suddenly appeared before him. The person bore an uncanny resemblance to him, as if crafted from the same mold. The same attire, the same expression. Even recalling the tone of the figure's speech, Sasuke was struck by the realization that their voices were entirely identical. It was as if he were staring at a perfect replica. Are you my mother's secret brother? For reasons unknown, upon seeing the figure, young Sasuke instinctively uttered this seemingly absurd question. At that moment, his tone softened slightly. My mother gave birth to you. But no, why does that sound so strange? And you are the younger brother, the figure muttered, then suddenly wore an expression of anger, leaving young Sasuke bewildered. He could not fathom what he had said to provoke such ire from this boy who looked so much like him. It was akin to not understanding why his own brother had transformed overnight, slaughtering their clan and murdering their parents. But as Sasuke stood there in a daze, the figure spoke again. Sasuke, let me ask you, do you wish for vengeance? Do you want to bring your parents back to life in the future? The voice was alluring, each word resonating deeply. Though Sasuke was but a child, his mind was quick. He immediately realized that this person was attempting to deceive him. Yet, he could not help but nod in agreement, saying, I do. These two simple words were laden with an overwhelming sense of hatred. The figure seemed pleased with Sasuke's response, nodding and smiling. Excellent, I can assist you. But it comes at a significant cost. I wonder if you would be willing to agree. What cost? In his desperation, Sasuke asked without a second thought. Transfer your body to me, and perhaps, when I grow powerful, I will resurrect you. What do you think? This notion sounded utterly ludicrous to Sasuke. Yet, the figure spoke with such nonchalance, his expression devoid of emotion. Was he a madman or a true master? Observing the raindrops cascading off the figure's shoulders, it felt as though a barrier separated them. Sasuke hesitated. Could this be a chakra cloak? Was it possible that this boy, who appear to be of similar age, was an absolute jonin? With that thought, Sasuke gritted his teeth. I believe in your abilities, but how can I trust your promise? Ha! I believe you already know how to awaken your bloodline limit. Yet look at you despite such a tremendous shock. You remain completely still. With your talent, revenge feels far too distant. Let me ask you, do you have any other choices? At this, Sasuke fell silent. I see the fury and hatred in your eyes, but you are too weak, Sasuke. For some reason, Itachi's words resurfaced in Sasuke's mind. His expression shifted repeatedly, his fists clenched tightly, and at a certain moment, he suddenly looked up at the figure and declared, I will make a deal with you. I only wish for your help in seeking vengeance. Kill Itachi Uchiha, and I shall die without regret. In contrast to Sasuke's face filled with rage, the figure calmly nodded. Rest assured, I shall perform better than anyone else in the future. The name Sasuke will resound throughout the ninja world. If you regain consciousness, you will see your deceased parents once more, and also your esteemed brother. Do not mention him to me. Remember, my demand is that you must kill him. Kill him. Before the figure could finish, Sasuke interrupted with a furious shout. All right, close your eyes, relax your body, and let me take over from here. Seemingly resigned, Sasuke complied, slowly closing his eyes. In the next moment, in the dim, rainy night, a golden light suddenly surged into Sasuke's forehead as he knelt in the rain. It flashed briefly before vanishing within him. Moments later, Sasuke, who had appeared dazed, suddenly curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a cunning smile that seemed beyond his years. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes wide, a fierce crimson gleam flashing within, as he commanded in a low, authoritative voice. Sharingan, awaken for me. System. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement of seizing power on the night of clan annihilation. You have successfully awakened the visual point system. Would you like to activate and bind it immediately? A system notification echoed in his mind, and Sasuke smiled. Disregarding whether anyone was listening nearby, he spoke directly into the void before him. Activate and bind it immediately. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You can now check your cultivation progress at any time through your thoughts. Ah, splendid. This is exactly what I needed. Sasuke nodded, slowly rising to his feet. He did not rush to inspect his new system in the rain, but instead returned home to change into a clean set of clothes. He also gathered a few essential items before finally settling down. The scent of blood wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma unique to rainy days, creating a jarring contrast. After simply taking a few items, he could no longer muster the courage to enter the house filled with corpses. Suppressing his discomfort, he calmly sheltered beneath an eave. Simultaneously, with a thought, the system interface intelligently materialized before Sasuke. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Affiliation, Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Level 2, 12,400. Attribute points, 2 note. Used for directly enhancing the attributes of the binder. Skill points, 2 note. Used for directly enhancing the skill levels of the binder. Attribute bar, skill bar. Upon seeing this, Sasuke clearly noticed that the attribute and skill bars were likely folded. Thus, with another thought, the two bars unfolded, revealing an entirely new world before him. Attribute bar, Constitution, 5, Agility, 4, Intelligence, 1, Charisma, 9. Sasuke was momentarily stunned upon reading this. Constitution should relate to chakra volume. It was well known that the Uchihas lacked blue chakra, so he accepted that. Agility should pertain to physical techniques. Being a child, he had not fully developed, so he let that slide as well. However, what is this intelligence? 1. What exactly is the situation? Could it be that the original Sasuke, before taking over this body, was a complete fool? At this thought, Sasuke's lips twitched noticeably, and he murmured to himself, truly worthy of being the second pillar, this intelligence level is quite authentic. Yet, upon further reflection, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. At such a young age, possessing a charm rating of 9, it seems I, Sasuke, am indeed quite handsome. As for the aspect of being dim-witted, with the system now at my disposal, I can certainly compensate for that in due course. After perusing the attribute panel, Sasuke's gaze shifted to the skill section. Substitution technique, level 1. Transformation technique, level 1. Shadow clone technique, level 1. Chakra control, level 1. Taijutsu, level 1. Jinjutsu, level 2. Ninja tool, throwing, level 2. All 3 body techniques are at level 1, while my Jinjutsu stands at level 2. It seems this is closely linked to my recent awakening of Sharingan. As for the ninja tool throwing, it is likely related to my previous hunting escapades with Itachi. At this point, Sasuke suddenly noticed a line of small text appearing in the lower right corner of the system. Out of curiosity, he focused his mind, and indeed, that line of text underwent a slight transformation. Note: level 12 is approximately equivalent to Genin, level 34 to Chunin, level 56 to Jonin, level 78 to Kage level, and level 910 is comparable to the Sage of 6 Paths. Wow, I almost overlooked the most crucial detail. Such an important reference standard, and this system had the audacity to hide it in a corner, as if it feared I would be disheartened upon seeing it. Sasuke gritted his teeth, but the system remained indifferent to his ire. In the blink of an eye, he cast aside the momentary displeasure, and as he gazed at the annotations before him, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Levels 9-10 correspond to the Sage of 6 Paths. With this visual system and the vast information gap from my previous life, could the day of my domination over the ninja world be far away? Haha! With this thought, Sasuke rose to his full height, throwing his head back in a wild, unrestrained shout. Although the scene appeared rather abrupt, at this moment, he could no longer contain his excitement. He had traversed from Earth. Prior to this, he had never imagined he would be watching Naruto at home, only to find himself inexplicably transported here with a system. Even more bizarre was that his first system task was to seize the body of the little Sasuke in this ninja realm, and it was on the very night of the clan's massacre. The most outrageous part was that his true name on Earth was also Sasuke. In fact, regarding his name, he had discussed it with his family. He recalled that his father initially intended to name him Sarutobi, symbolizing the zenith of the sun. However, on that day, when his grandmother consulted a feng shui master, she was told that he lacked virtue in his destiny and should perform many good deeds in this life. Thus, his name transformed from Sarutobi to the present Sasuke. During school, due to this name, Sasuke had been ridiculed by his classmates and earned the nickname the Second Pillar. Ironically, now that he had crossed over into the world of Naruto, he had truly become the genuine Second Pillar. Is all of this merely coincidence? Sasuke remained unaware. Yet, gazing at the system panel projected in the void, a smile of excitement curved his lips. He understood that nothing else mattered now. What was important was that he would leave his mark in this ninja world. The entire ninja realm would become infinitely more thrilling with the emergence of this new Sasuke. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Sasuke suppressed his excitement and turned his attention to the achievement section at the bottom. Achievement, possession. 1. Achievement reward. 1 unlocked. Could it be that achievements can be unlocked infinitely, and unlocking them yields system rewards? Staring at the symbol representing infinity behind the achievement, Sasuke felt as though he might melt from the intensity of his gaze. Without hesitation, he called out into the void. System, unlock the achievement reward. Ding. Achievement reward successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Fire Release. Great fireball technique. Exactly what I wanted. Sasuke was not surprised at having drawn the Great Fireball, as it was a signature technique of the Uchiha clan. However, the fact that it rarely resulted in a fatality was somewhat vexing. It seems it is time to depart. I trust that by tomorrow morning, Konoha will send someone to investigate this matter. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke had already endured an entire sleepless night. As he gazed at the dawn breaking on the horizon, he no longer hesitated, turning to begin his stealthy escape from the Uchiha clan's residence. Sasuke's mind was remarkably clear. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan signified that he had, from this moment onward, become a child without any support. Thus, at this juncture, he could rely solely on himself. And the Sasuke who had descended from Earth was not the typical second pillar. He was acutely aware of a harsh yet realistic truth. One cannot exist without money. Ninjas are no different. Surely this amount of money should suffice for me to leave the Konoha novice village. After scavenging, a satisfied smile graced Sasuke's youthful face. With his body slightly bent, carrying a sack taller than himself on his back, he took careful steps, vanishing into the morning mist as the day broke. In the Valley of the End, within the Hidden Leaf Village, a powerful voice echoed, proclaiming the fire release, great fireball technique. A young boy stood by the water's edge, forming hand seals, his chest swelling with energy. The resonance of his shout lingered in the air. Suddenly, a massive fireball, radiant and scorching like the sun, materialized out of thin air. The intense heat warped the surrounding space as the colossal fireball sizzled against the water, causing it to hiss and bubble. The surface of the pond seemed to boil, producing a steady stream of bubbles. As the technique concluded, Sasuke withdrew his hand seals and gazed at the bubbling water, nodding in approval. The power was commendable. Even if it did not claim lives, it could serve as a formidable tool for escape and survival in the future. With that said, Sasuke once again opened his system attributes panel. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Faction, Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Level, 4, 47, 800. Attribute points, 4, note, used for direct consumption to enhance the attributes of the binder. Skill points, 4, note, used for direct consumption to elevate the skill levels of the binder. Attribute section, Constitution, 9. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 5. Charisma, 24. Skill section, Substitution Technique, Level 2. Transformation Technique, Level 2. Clone Technique, Level 2. Chakra Control, Level 2. Taijutsu, Level 2. Jinjutsu, Level 2. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 2. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Level 3, 45. It has been half a year since Sasuke departed from the Uchiha clan. During this period, he has not returned to the Uchiha even once, instead immersing himself in seclusion at the Valley of the End, a place of remarkable significance. With ample financial resources at his disposal, Sasuke's strength has seen an extraordinary and discernible advancement over these 6 months. Not only has his rank ascended to level 4, but his attributes and skills have also undergone a qualitative transformation. However, his intelligence remains a cause for concern. With a mere thought, Sasuke dismissed the system panel that was visible only to him and murmured to himself, counting the days. It should be the graduation from the Ninja Academy in my memories. Becoming a genin is an inevitable path. Perhaps the literature from the Ninja Academy could enhance my intellectual attributes somewhat. With such thoughts in mind, Sasuke leaped into the tranquil waters of the pool. After freshening up and taking some money with him, he departed from the Valley of the End. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he wishes to excel in his craft. At this moment, Sasuke had emerged from the Valley of the End and found himself in the bustling marketplace of Konoha. The lively atmosphere was indeed captivating. Observing the throngs of people in the array of shops, Sasuke, holding a skewer of dumplings, couldn't help but reflect. However, he did not forget his purpose. He swiftly located a shop selling ninja tools within the market. The establishment appeared quite impressive, showcasing a diverse selection of ninja equipment. Upon entering, Sasuke was warmly greeted by the shopkeeper. Yet, before he could inquire about the prices of kunai and shuriken, a prompt sound resonated in his mind. Ding. A high-grade ninja sword has been detected. Please check it. Host. A high-grade ninja sword? Sasuke paused, furrowing his brows. To be honest, if it were not for the system's announcement, he would find it utterly implausible that such good fortune could simply fall from the sky. After a brief scan of the surroundings, a glimmer of realization ignited in his eyes. There it was, an unremarkable long sword. But Sasuke was certain that this was indeed the high-grade ninja sword the system referred to. Scratching his nose, Sasuke regained his composure and casually inquired, while inspecting the ninja tools on the counter, "How much do you sell these shuriken for?" "Well, that depends on how many you wish to purchase, handsome," the shopkeeper replied with a grin. "They are 50 ryo each if you buy just one. But I can offer you a discount if you buy more." The shopkeeper was a plump middle-aged man, his round face obscured by a wide smile, making his eyes appear as mere slits, exuding an air of cunning. However, despite the shopkeeper's flattering words, Sasuke was no novice. He did not lose himself amidst the compliments. He understood that if he were to step outside, the man might very well turn around and mock him as a fool. Clearing his throat, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I only have 2,000 ryo. Let's be straightforward. How much can you discount for me?" 2,000? The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled at the prospect of a substantial sale. Leaning closer, he whispered with a sly grin, "How about 40 ryo each? If you take 10 shuriken, you'll have plenty, and I won't see you lose out either." His expression suggested he was afraid someone might overhear, making Sasuke feel an urge to kick him. "Wait a moment. Just because I am young, don't think you can deceive me. I noticed stalls outside selling them for 31 ryo each. How does 40 ryo seem like a bargain?" Sasuke replied, his demeanor shifting to one of suspicion as he frowned and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the shopkeeper quickly blocked his path, speaking in a faint tone of grievance. "Oh dear. You don't understand, handsome. Although their prices are lower, The quality doesn't compare to ours, not even half. You get what you pay for. Otherwise, how could I sustain such a large shop without going bankrupt? With his clothing firmly grasped, Sasuke halted, pondering the shopkeeper's words. After a moment, he nodded. You do have a point. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper sighed in relief. Such a significant client, he certainly does not wish to let slip away. After all, wealthy ninjas like him are rare. The last time he encountered a young ninja, as affluent as Sasuke, was several years ago. That girl seemed like a little heiress, casually spending thousands on ninja tools. Rumor has it she is a member of the 3rd class of the Ninja Academy. Sasuke interrupted the boss's train of thought and continued earnestly. In truth, money is of little consequence. There are hardly any in Konoha wealthier than I. Upon hearing this, the boss smirked, thinking to himself, so you're rich? Big deal. The conversation took a turn when Sasuke added, but what I despise the most is when others regard me as a fool. No, handsome. I conduct my business with integrity. How could I possibly swindle you? The boss exclaimed, waving his hands. Sasuke, however, ignored him and continued to mumble to himself. I have a habit of wanting to seize a little advantage. It brings me comfort. Seize an advantage? The boss, momentarily perplexed, quickly regained his composure. He smiled and replied, indeed. We have gifts. For a distinguished client like you, how could there be no gifts at all? Come. Choose any ninja tool from this counter. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Upon hearing this, a sly grin crept across Sasuke's face. As if he had just concocted a clever scheme. He sauntered to the counter, nonchalantly tossed a stack of money, and seemingly without care, grasped a rather unremarkable ninja sword. Turning to the grinning boss, he remarked, this one will do. I have some free time these days, and this can serve as a firewood stick. The boss nearly stumbled to the ground, thinking to himself, wealthy people are indeed capricious. Using a ninja tool as firewood? That is truly impressive. Just then, the previously tranquil shop was interrupted by an incredibly alluring female voice from outside. Boss, I want that ninja sword in the hands of that boy, regardless of his offer. I'll pay double. Sasuke, who is that? She is incredibly beautiful. Uzuki Yuin. Double? The boss muttered, then glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke merely shot him a sidelong glance before feigning interest in the scenery. The seasoned boss quickly calculated the pros and cons. Compared to a potentially lucrative client like Sasuke, double the price was insignificant. He wouldn't squander a watermelon for a sesame seed. He turned to the suddenly intruding beautiful ninja and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, but that ninja sword has already been offered as a gift to this young gentleman, perhaps. The female ninja, named Uzuki Yuin, donned a seemingly ordinary ninja vest, yet her true identity was that of an elite jonin from Konoha's Umbu. Seeing this, she waved her hand, interrupting the boss. 5 times. 5 times? The boss hesitated. 5 times meant 10,000. A sum that even a potential major client would take years to earn back, while here was immediate profit. Realizing this, the boss turned to Sasuke with a conciliatory smile. Young man, would you consider exchanging for another gift? After all, what is the difference in using something for firewood? He believed he could sway Sasuke, thinking him young and extravagant, a classic case of someone with more money than sense. Such individuals were common, often losing themselves in their pride, willing to bear some loss for the sake of face. However, the boss miscalculated this time. Sasuke turned to glare at the boss, coldly snorting, I mentioned I'm not short on money, but what I cannot tolerate is being underestimated, just as you are doing now, which greatly displeases me. His expression remained calm, yet his tone betrayed his discontent. The boss was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's sudden assertiveness. After a few seconds of contemplation, he finally gritted his teeth and turned to Uzuki Yuin. I'm sorry, but 10 times. 10 times? The boss felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. He couldn't suppress a gulp. 10 times, if you can't make the decision. I will proceed with the boy. Although Uzuki Yuin maintained a calm demeanor, her urgency was unmistakable, which Sasuke perceived clearly. 10 times? Not to mention 20,000. Even with the presence of this beautiful woman, Sasuke would not relinquish that ninja sword easily. Reflecting deeply, he recognized that a sword highlighted by the system could not be an ordinary item. Wealth does not come without risk, and when Uzuki Yuin proposed 5 times, the boss could hardly contain himself. However, at that moment, he suppressed his greed due to Sasuke's presence, a young man with apparent wealth. Now, with the prospect of 10 times, the boss cast Sasuke aside. What a shame. What of clients? After sealing this lucrative deal, he could easily start anew. This was an opportunity too rare to let slip. If successful, he could lounge for half a year. With this thought in mind, he turned once again to the composed Sasuke and solemnly stated, our transaction has yet to be finalized. Put down the ninja sword in your grasp, and I will not proceed with this deal. His tone was icy, and the term young man vanished from his speech. Indeed, Sasuke did not explode in anger. Instead, he glanced at the anxious Uzuki Yuin and then at the cold-faced boss, saying, you took my money and now wish to back out? Is this how you conduct your business? In response, the boss, without a second thought, pulled out the 2,000 he had just received and tossed it onto the counter in front of Sasuke. Here is your money. You may relinquish the ninja sword and leave. At this moment, Sujian distinctly perceived the impatience in his boss's tone. You could have easily taken it, couldn't you? I'm devastated. With a sardonic chuckle, Sasuke rose, his gaze turning icy. You think you can just sell something and reclaim it whenever you please? I've never witnessed such a thing in my life. If I refuse to give it to you, what can you do about it? Slamming his palm on the table, Sasuke's temper flared. Since reasoning had failed, he would resort to physical means. The boss sneered coldly and clapped his hands. Immediately, several burly men surged forth, cracking their knuckles with malicious grins. Take this troublemaker and throw him out of my territory. I won't allow a brat to exert his influence here. Wait. Just as the robust men prepared to advance, Wazuki Saigen frowned and interjected. What you're doing may not be the best course of action. At her words, the boss paused momentarily, then waved his hand with a smile. My dear, you've witnessed our dispute. I haven't even provided him with the goods, so the transaction hasn't been completed. Returning his money is perfectly reasonable. But Wazuki Saigen fell silent, sensing something amiss. Yet, having spent most of her time training at home, she couldn't quite articulate what felt wrong at that moment. Leave this to me. Don't worry, I won't be too harsh. After all, he's just a child. Once this matter is resolved, we will proceed with the transaction. With that, the boss grew impatient and gestured behind him. The burly men charged toward Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke smirked inwardly. He thought to himself, in just 6 months, I've reached the level of a high-ranking Chunin in physical combat. I wonder how I measure up against ordinary people now? With an opportunity presented to him, he would not let it slip away. With a swift motion, Sasuke darted toward the encroaching men, entering their midst like a flash of lightning. Be careful. Don't hurt him. Wazuki Saigen shouted, sensing the danger, yet she refrained from intervening. Despite their imposing size, these men were nothing more than ordinary people. Moreover, since the boss had given the order, she assumed this young lad would merely be subdued and tossed out. Though it was somewhat cruel to beat up a child, she felt compelled to turn a blind eye for the sake of her own ambitions. The boss chuckled, while Wazuki Saigen lowered her head in silence. But the next moment, they were both taken aback. With a flurry of movement, Sasuke, though small in stature, danced between the burly men like a butterfly among flowers. In mere moments, he had knocked several of them down, leaving them groaning on the ground, unable to rise. What? How is this possible? This chakra fluctuation. Could this boy already be a Chunin? Wazuki Saigen and the boss exchanged astonished glances. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already burst out of the shop, turning back to shout angrily, Remember, you were the one who initiated this. This shop no longer deserves to exist. With that declaration, Sasuke didn't afford the people inside a moment to react. His hands formed a sequence of signs, rapidly changing. Soon, his chest swelled, and a blazing inferno erupted forth. It was the fire release, great fireball technique, which he had perfected to level 3 in just 6 months. The space warped as the flames roared. Wazuki Saigen, the only one in the shop skilled in ninjutsu, turned pale at the sight. In the next instant, her delicate fingers danced in a complex pattern. Half crouching, she struck the ground with one hand, shouting Earth Release. Earth Wall. With a thunderous boom, a massive earthen wall rose, formidable as a fortress. Just as the earth wall ascended, the great fireball surged toward it without hesitation. With a tremendous roar, the two collided, the steam rising from the scorched earth hissing in protest. Moments later, the unmistakable odor of charred vegetation wafted through the air. However, Sasuke was still merely a genin. After several seconds, as the great fireball extinguished, the once mighty earth wall was left with just a large crater. Phew. Thankfully, this female ninja intervened. Sasuke had calculated that Wazuki Saigen would act to stop him, for even the most malicious of bosses wouldn't deserve death. His use of the great fireball was a test of its practical strength and a lesson for the boss. After all, Sasuke was not one to be trifled with. Those who bullied him would pay a price. You are a genuine ninja, the boss exclaimed in shock, standing at the doorway, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. He, a mere vendor of blades, had provoked a true ninja, and one so formidable at that. With this realization, the boss felt his legs weaken. Simultaneously, he inwardly cursed Sasuke. If you are indeed a ninja, why don't you wear a forehead protector? Is it amusing to play the fool and bait others into a trap? Wazuki Saigen changed her hand signs, lowering the earth wall that had protected her. Her expression grave as she gazed at Sasuke. At such a young age, he has already achieved the strength of a genin. Where does this prodigy hail from? Why have I never heard of him in Konoha? Could he be that genius from the Hyuga clan? No, the Byakugan of the Hyuga family has wide eyes, but he. Both the boss and Wazuki Saigen stood at the doorway, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, a growing crowd of onlookers gathered, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Hearing the boss's earlier exclamation, Sasuke felt a question arise within him. What do you mean, a genuine ninja? Did this cunning old fox truly not realize I was a ninja all along? With such thoughts in mind, Sasuke cast his gaze towards Uzuki Yukaina, and upon further reflection, he found himself at ease. It turned out to be a mere ninja headband. He had not anticipated the significance of the upcoming graduation exam just a few days away. In truth, aside from the headband, Sasuke refrained from donning clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan symbol to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the proprietor of the weapon shop, with his extensive experience, would not likely engage in conflict with a member of the Uchiha clan. Despite the Uchiha clan's tragic downfall 6 months prior, A once great ninja was not someone a mere merchant could easily dismiss. Even in their diminished state, ninjas commanded respect that ordinary individuals could not simply overlook. At such a tender age, possessing considerable strength, it was commendable, yet there was no need to pursue such extreme measures against ordinary folk. Uzuki Yakina stepped closer. And though she remained several meters away from Sasuke, an enchanting fragrance wafted towards him, leaving him momentarily entranced. Clearing his throat to regain clarity, Su Jin chuckled. I do not intend to eradicate anyone, especially since you are not inside the house, are you? Very well, let us drop this matter to avoid alarming the village's guard. Upon hearing this, Uzuki Yukina's tone softened as she proposed another course of action. However, Sasuke merely scoffed in response. No, it shall not be so. After a brief pause, he pointed towards the flabbergasted shopkeeper. Does he think he can simply dismiss his attempt to bully me? You are unscathed, are you not? Besides, he is but an ordinary person, incapable of harming a ninja like you who possesses chakra, Uzuki Yakina countered. Surprising the onlookers who were taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly youthful child was indeed a ninja and had been bullied by the shopkeeper. Faced with the whispers of the crowd, Sasuke frowned and retorted, I possess chakra, but did it fall from the sky? I owe no debt to your foolish companion. So why must I endure his bullying without reprisal? Just because I am a ninja, must I accept being a victim? Uzuki was rendered speechless. While the crowd came to a startling realization, the true victim was, in fact, the ninja, not the relatively weaker commoner. Observing Sasuke's youthful visage, they quickly pieced together the scenario. It appeared that the greedy shopkeeper had sought to exploit the youth's age, unaware that he was dealing with a ninja who could exact retribution. The public sentiment shifted dramatically, and the crowd began to point fingers at the shopkeeper. Witnessing this, Su Jin smirked before coldly declaring, You may save him for a moment, but you cannot save him for a lifetime. I shall make my stance clear today. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation, I will return repeatedly to unleash my ninjutsu in this establishment. After all, my talent is exceptional, and I learned swiftly. I could use a sparring partner. Upon hearing this, Uzuki Yukina's expression changed. She had no doubt about Sasuke's words. After their hasty encounter, she had sensed his prowess, which could easily place him among the elite of the lower ranks. It seemed this matter would require the intervention of the guard. Uzuki sighed inwardly. However, the shopkeeper, seasoned in the ways of the world, realized the predicament. If he summoned the guard, both the guard and Sasuke were ninjas. Naturally, they would favor their own. In other words, one does not strike at their own hand. In a panic, he hastily produced several stacks of bills and a sealing scroll, approaching Sasuke with a forced smile. Young sir, I acknowledge my wrongdoing and shall not make excuses. Here is 10,000 ryo, along with the kunai and shuriken you requested earlier. Offered to you free of charge as compensation for my error. After a brief moment, he lowered his head, only to find that Sasuke had not accepted his gesture of goodwill. After a moment's hesitation, he bit the bullet and added, I truly possess no more than this. If you refuse, then strike me if you wish. I shall not resist. Resist? Sasuke chuckled. If he were to strike, the rotund man would surely be left lifeless, with no opportunity for resistance. Recognizing the right moment, Sasuke accepted the money and sealing scroll, snorting in response, Humph. Consider yourself fortunate. You better conduct your business properly from now on. Otherwise, should I hear any unfavorable remarks about you in Konoha, do not blame me for turning your shop into a training ground for my ninjutsu. Yes. Rest assured, I had no choice before. But now I only wish to be a good person, the plump shopkeeper replied, nodding eagerly like a chit pecking at grains. Yet, when he looked up, he was astonished to find that Sasuke had vanished. Meanwhile, a mysterious log had inexplicably appeared on the ground. In the moonlit night, at a corner of Konoha, Sasuke strolled casually, pausing at one moment to declare, Come forth, there is no need to skulk in the shadows. We are all ninjas here. Let us speak openly. Suddenly, a familiar and graceful figure materialized behind him. So you had already detected my presence. You truly are remarkable. Sasuke remarked with a smile as he turned to face her. Your praise is excessive. My current abilities are but a fraction when compared to yours, she replied, removing her ambi mask, revealing a warm smile. While Sasuke understood that he was a prodigy in this world of ninjas, he had not yet succumbed to arrogance. After all, there was a vast chasm between a Chunin and a Chunin. He was uncertain of the ninja's rank before him. But her effortless display of power in shattering the great fireball technique indicated that she was indeed superior to him. Noticing Sasuke's courteous demeanor, devoid of his previous sharp tongue, Uzuki Yakina spoke gently, You are aware of my purpose for seeking you. I require that ninja sword in your possession for tenfold compensation. With her mask removed, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. He had not observed her closely in the shop, but now, scrutinizing her features, he noted her starry eyes, sun-kissed lips, and delicate nose, all complemented by her long, slender legs. Notably, the long sword strapped to her back accentuated her ethereal grace, imbuing her with an air of elegance. Swallowing hard, Sasuke stammered. Sister, 15 times. This is all I can offer at present. Please grant me this favor. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in Konoha, do not hesitate to seek me out. Before Sasuke could refuse, Uzuki Yakina immediately upped her offer. At this moment, Sasuke regained his composure and sighed, "In truth, I am not in need of money. To put it differently, this matter has nothing to do with wealth. My dear lady, do you understand?" As he repeatedly addressed her as sister, the cheeks of Yuzuki Yukino flushed slightly, and she awkwardly inquired then, "What is it that you desire?" The very utterance made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Sasuke smiled gently. "I noticed that you carry a ninja sword, which suggests you are a master swordswoman. Therefore, if you could impart to me some reliable sword techniques, I would gladly present to you this ninja sword in return." Although Sasuke was aware that the ninja sword was a highly valued treasure designated by the system, he understood that, at this moment, she was a seasoned jonin, while he was merely a genin. Moreover, her extraordinary beauty made him feel a pang of reluctance. Thus, adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary conflict, he resolved to seek a mutually beneficial arrangement, even if it meant accepting a minor loss on his part. Sword techniques? Upon hearing this, hesitation flickered across Yuzuki Yukino's face. After a long moment, she seemed to have made a firm decision and turned to Sasuke, saying, "My sword techniques are quite unique, and I cannot unilaterally decide to share them with you. If you genuinely wish to learn, you must meet someone first." "Meet someone? Your father, perhaps?" Before we go, you must allow me a moment. As this will be our first meeting, I must ensure I leave a good impression on the elder. By the way, does he enjoy sake?" For reasons unknown, Sasuke felt a surge of excitement, suddenly sensing the peculiar thrill of meeting a significant other's parents. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Yukino quickly waved her hands. No. My father has long since passed away. The person you need to meet is my senior brother." "Senior brother?" In an instant, Sasuke felt deflated, as if the air had been let out of a balloon. It appeared that this enchanting flower was already taken. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the thought that such a beautiful lady would surely have a partner. After all, he was still young, handsome, and charming. He had no reason to fear remaining single. As for Sakura, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to his previous life spent watching anime, he felt neither animosity nor any particular sentiment toward her. "Very well, I shall accompany you," he conceded, realizing there was no turning back now. He could not go back on his word after agreeing. Reluctantly, he followed Yuzuki Yukino to meet her enigmatic senior brother. He had prepared himself for the worst, thinking that if all else failed, he could simply walk away with the money. After all, there were only 3 days left until the graduation exam from the Ninja Academy, and every moment was precious. He could not afford any more delays, as both were ninjas and were situated within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. They swiftly arrived at the location Yuzuki Yukino had mentioned. This quaint little residence exudes an air of antiquity. In front of the house lies a spacious courtyard, flanked by 2 cherry blossom trees, their blossoms vibrant and their fallen petals scattered, creating a most enchanting scene. At the heart of the courtyard, a long bench is situated, upon which a man clad in a ninja vest leisurely reclines, basking in the sunlight. "Ah, you have returned. Ahem, who might this child be?" Upon hearing the footsteps of Yuzuki Yukino and Sasuke, the man rises to inquire, "Is this her lover?" He appears rather frail. Noticing the man's scrutinizing gaze, Sasuke boldly returns the inspection. The man possesses long, brown hair, adorned with a ninja cap, dressed in a form-fitting outfit, and wearing a couple's vest akin to that of Yuzuki Yukino. At first glance, he might be considered a handsome fellow. However, a closer examination reveals his pallor, accentuated by severe dark circles under his eyes. He occasionally coughs, resembling a sickly individual, exuding an overall air of lethargy. It seems to be true love. Despite the man's decent appearance, Sasuke cannot help but feel that this gentleman is somewhat unworthy of the fair lady before him. Observing the scene, Yuzuki Yukino promptly approaches to assist the man, expressing her concern. "Jifeng, are you all right?" "Haha, I am fine. You need not worry." The man waves his hand, straightening his posture slightly as he speaks. Relieved, Yuzuki Yukino turns to the man to explain. "I do not know his name, but he has acquired the lost ninja sword of our master." So, before she can finish her sentence, the man's pupils dilate in shock as he exclaims, "What? The master's ninja sword?" In the next moment, he realizes his indiscretion. Suppressing his inner joy, he turns to the silent Sasuke, excitedly stating, "Young brother, the ninja sword you possess is of great importance to us. Could you possibly part with it? We are willing to offer any price." Previously referring to Sasuke as a child, he now addresses him as a brother. Sasuke keenly senses the shift but does not respond directly. Instead, he smiles and respectfully inquires, "Are you not called Moonlight Jifeng?" The leaf-flowing sword technique. "Do you know me?" Moonlight Jifeng momentarily freezes, then, filled with immense joy, excitedly asks. Sasuke nods, then shakes his head in response. "I merely speculated. Upon hearing the title Jifeng and seeing the ninja sword, I dared to guess. To my surprise, I was correct, heh." He gestures towards a ninja sword leaning against the bench nearby. Sasuke begins to exhibit a more agreeable demeanor. Moonlight Jifeng, regardless of his somewhat lackluster achievements among the elite ninjas, his title as a special jonin of the leaf is certainly not unfounded. At the very least, he surpasses the current Sasuke by a considerable margin. It's good to recognize each other. Seeing Sasuke's endearing and approachable demeanor, Moonlight Jifeng breathes a sigh of relief. With a gentle smile, he inquires once more, young brother, could you possibly sell that ninja sword to us? It is truly of great significance to us. This time, without waiting for Sasuke to speak, Yuzuki Yuin took the initiative to say, Kaze, this is the reason I brought him to you. What? At her words, Tsukiakari Kaze turned to look at Yuzuki Yuin, his face marked by confusion. What is your name? Rather than directly answering Tsukiakari Kaze, Yuzuki Yuin turned to Sasuke and inquired. You can call me Sasuke. Sasuke replied succinctly, unwilling to divulge his full name. After all, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was no secret. He had no desire to find himself under the spotlight. Hearing this, Yuzuki Yuin once again directed her gaze at Tsukiakari Kaze and said, Sasuke wishes to exchange for the Konoha flow swordsmanship, which is why I brought him here. Exchange for swordsmanship? Yuzuki Yuin's brief words instantly plunged Tsukiakari Kaze into deep contemplation, his brow furrowing in silence. In that moment, the three of them fell into an unexpected hush. Konoha flow swordsmanship? It sounds quite impressive. Sasuke mused inwardly. To be named after Konoha. This swordsmanship must surely be extraordinary. However, considering that Tsukiakari Kaze couldn't even surpass Maki, one wondered if this swordsmanship was merely superficial. Sasuke touched the tip of his nose, acutely aware of his next course of action. Although he was eager to learn this seemingly magnificent Konoha flow swordsmanship, he still had to maintain the dignity of the special jounin. After all, the odds were stacked against him. If he clung too tightly to someone else's weaknesses, they might retaliate, leading to an undesirable conclusion. Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, Tsukiakari Kaze, who had remained silent for a long while, suddenly sighed and spoke slowly. Very well, perhaps this is all part of a divine plan. Sasuke has found his master's ninja sword, and we shall exchange it for the Konoha flow swordsmanship. One must not defy fate. Observing Tsukiakari Kaze's deep sigh, Yuzuki Yuin urged, Kaze, if it doesn't work, we can try again. Perhaps there is still hope. She was unwilling to see her beloved display such a conflicted expression, as if he were on the verge of losing a long-lost ninja sword. No need. Tsukiakari Kaze waved his hand dismissively, then retrieved a scroll from his robe and handed it to Sasuke, stating, this is the transcription of the Konoha flow swordsmanship. It contains 2 unparalleled sword techniques. If you cannot comprehend it upon returning, then there's no need to return it. Just burn it. Upon hearing Tsukiakari Kaze's words and observing his indifferent demeanor, Sasuke furrowed his brow. What does he mean by that? If I cannot understand it, just burn it? Is it possible that the techniques recorded in this scroll are mere replicas? After some contemplation, Sasuke looked up at Tsukiakari Kaze and asked, Senior, may I inquire? If you suggest I destroy the transcription if I find it incomprehensible, have you already mastered both techniques within? Sasuke posed this question with a hint of his own ulterior motives. After all, such an impressive name. Konoha flow swordsmanship. No matter how formidable Tsukiakari Kaze appeared, he seemed to be in his early 20s, making it unlikely that he could fully grasp an entire lineage of swordsmanship at such a young age. If he were to answer affirmatively, Sasuke would forego the scroll, for that would surely indicate it was a counterfeit. Alternatively, Tsukiakari Kaze might be telling the truth, albeit exaggerating the prowess of the swordsmanship. To Sasuke's relief, Tsukiakari Kaze shook his head without hesitation. Then, as if mocking himself, he chuckled bitterly, murmuring, how intricate and enigmatic is the Konoha flow swordsmanship. Though it comprises merely 2 techniques, they are as elusive and fierce as the stars and moon above. Despite my lifelong practice of this swordsmanship, my lack of talent has led me to only scratch the surface. Scratch the surface. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. Although Tsukiakari Kaze's combat prowess was not particularly remarkable in his memory, he was still a special jounin. Therefore, there was no need to elaborate on his potential. Yet, even someone of his caliber had only begun to grasp the Konoha flow swordsmanship after many years. If Tsukiakari Kaze was not lying, then just how formidable was this swordsmanship? Hiss, what a treasure I have stumbled upon. With this thought, Sasuke inhaled sharply. The martial art of close combat was something he had only heard of in relation to the 8 gates of Uchiha and the prowess of Kakashi's father, the White Fang of Konoha. Beyond that, he was unaware that Konoha harbored such a terrifying legacy of swordsmanship, suppressing the restlessness within. Sasuke unfastened the ninja sword hanging from his waist and handed it over without hesitation. Simultaneously, he seized the scroll from Tsukage's hands and, without even a glance, stowed it away in his ninja pouch. Sasuke, heed my words. If you cannot comprehend it, destroy it immediately to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. Tsukage reminded him with a serious expression after accepting the sword. Having received the merchandise, Sasuke was reluctant to linger for even a second longer. He replied with a smile, rest assured, senior, whether I understand it or not, I will memorize its contents and then destroy it. So, you need not worry about it posing a threat to the enemy village. Upon hearing this, Tsukage's eyes brightened, and for the first time, he revealed a relaxed smile, saying, that's good. Sasuke, it seems we are fated. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in Konoha, feel free to seek me and Uyami. As long as it does not contravene my principles, I will lend my assistance. Sasuke understood Tsukage's implication, though he did not state it outright. His expression made it abundantly clear to Sasuke that he harbored doubts about Sasuke's ability to master the Konoha style of swordsmanship. What he did not realize was that Sasuke's true trump card was not his innate talent, but rather the binding system he possessed. Do I need to practice even with a system? Who does he think he is? After a brief farewell to Tsukikage and Yayami, Sasuke returned to the Valley of the End. However, just as he set foot and prepared to unroll the scroll of Konoha's swordsmanship for examination, a sudden alert from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Konoha swordsmanship, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Konoha swordsmanship, Night of the Waning Moon. The Dance of the Crescent Moon? The system has detected it? Upon hearing the two sword techniques announced by the system, Sasuke's heart surged with joy, just as the ninja sword had been recognized by the system. Receiving such esteem from Tsukikage, how could these two sword techniques be anything less than extraordinary? With that thought, Sasuke could no longer contain his inner excitement. He brushed his waist, and a scroll materialized in his palm. During the era of the White Fang, one could gain fame in the ninja world solely with sword techniques. If I were to master this lineage of swordsmanship, I would surely soar to new heights. With glee, he unfurled the scroll. Yet, before he could focus on it, the scroll unexpectedly ignited spontaneously from his grasp. Startled, he instinctively tossed the scroll away. In the next moment, before he could rush over to extinguish the flames, the scroll had already disintegrated into a flurry of ashes, swept away by a sinister wind. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke felt as though he had been struck dumb. All his efforts had been in vain. Then, as if recalling something, his expression soured. Could it be that Tsukikage, despite appearing honest, was actually playing me with a fake scroll? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. However, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths. Confronting Tsukikage now would only lead to his own demise. Tsukikage, I will remember this debt. Just you wait. I will settle it with you, sooner or later. With a face full of resentment, Sasuke sat down on a nearby boulder. Just then, a sharp, piercing pain struck his mind, overwhelming him. Enduring this torment, Sasuke, having lived 2 lives, had never experienced such excruciating agony. Clutching his head, he collapsed to the ground. Rolling and banging his head, time seemed to stand still, and after an indeterminate duration, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. The sound of chattering birds filled Sasuke's ears. At that moment, he lay peacefully on a massive rock by the pond, expression serene and motionless. At some point, his eyelids fluttered, and gradually, he opened his eyes. Fortunately, I am still alive. Sasuke, feeling weak, murmured with a dazed gaze. He believed that the root of all this turmoil lay in the scroll given to him by Tsukikage, possibly sealing some forbidden technique. Although invisible, it could place him in grave danger. That guy is determined to kill me. If he finds out I am still alive. Pausing, he sighed. It seems Konoha is no longer a safe haven. As these thoughts raced through his mind, just as Sasuke was about to rise, a sudden flash caught his attention. Instantly, scenes akin to a 3D projection materialized in the air before him. These scenes were composed of tiny figures wielding ninja swords, darting and weaving with astonishing agility. This is the Dance of the Crescent Moon. While Sasuke was captivated by the sword techniques exhibited by the little figures, a line of inconspicuous text appeared in the lower right corner of the void. Konoha swordsmanship, Dance of the Crescent Moon. The characters danced with elegance, imbued with a profound essence that was unfathomable. Determined to grasp the significance of what lay before him, Sasuke was unwilling to waste a single moment. Slowly closing his eyes, he suddenly immersed himself in the tempestuous sword techniques unfolding before him. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the Valley of the End, Sasuke finally opened his eyes once more. Despite a sleepless night, he now exuded vigor. Within his eyes shone a golden light, as if 2 ninja swords were poised to emerge. The first form of the Dance of the Crescent Moon, wind slash, complete. With a thunderous roar, his presence surged with an overwhelming force. Sasuke resembled a ninja sword eager to be drawn, radiating brilliance and concealed menace. It seems I misjudged Tsukikage. The previous bout of pain was likely orchestrated by the system in secret. Damn it, the sword techniques level is so high it nearly burned out my CPU. With clarity dawned upon him, Sasuke summoned the system panel once more. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Faction, Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. Traits, Dark Long-Standing Rebellion. Potential for defection. Level 5, 501,000. Attribute points, 5. Note, used for direct consumption to enhance the bound attributes. Skill points, 5. Note, used for direct consumption to elevate the bound skill levels. Attributes, physique, 12. Agility, 12. Intelligence, 8. Charisma, 35. Skills, body replacement technique, level 2. Transformation technique, level 2. Shadow clone technique, level 2. Chakra control, level 2. Taijutsu, level 3. Genjutsu, level 2. Ninjutsu throwing, level 2. Fire release, great fireball technique, level 3, 45. Konoha style swordsmanship, crescent moon dance, level 2, 75. Konoha style swordsmanship, hazy moonlit night, level 0, not yet cultivated. Gazing at the glaring words behind the camp, Sasuke couldn't help but twitch his lips. What does it mean to have a hidden rebellious nature and potential for treachery? Is this system's mouth smeared with honey? Although somewhat displeased upon witnessing the growth of his attributes, Sasuke couldn't suppress a hint of pride. This charm value is skyrocketing, and my mind is barely keeping pace. Speaking of which, should I consider lying flat and relying on my looks to make a living? With his imagination running wild, his gaze drifted downward, and Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Crescent Moon Dance is only at level 2? Should I attempt to forcibly upgrade it with skill points? After a night of practice, Sasuke increasingly felt the profundity of the Crescent Moon Dance. At this moment, despite having easily practiced it to the threshold of understanding in just one night, advancing further was not something achievable in a short time. Remembering that it took Moonlight Gale over a decade of training to comprehend all sword techniques, Sasuke eventually gritted his teeth and allocated a skill point to the Crescent Moon Dance. Ding. Congratulations, host. Crescent Moon Dance has successfully upgraded. You have consumed 1 skill point. And your current skill points are 4. Observing the notification, Sasuke felt a twinge of regret. However, he had no choice but to proceed. It is well known that in the world of ninjas, fire release is not lethal, especially the Uchiha clan's fire release. Although the Great Fireball is already at the level of a Chunin, its casting time is excessively long, making it incapable of causing fatal harm, at best. It serves as a means of intimidation. The Crescent Moon Dance, on the other hand, is different. Not only is its execution swift, but its killing moves are concealed, making it an absolute weapon in combat. Opening the system panel once more, Sasuke directed his gaze towards the skill bar. Konoha-style swordsmanship, Crescent Moon Dance, level 3, 98. Just a fraction away. Seeing this, Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration. Level 2 had mastered the first form, Gale Chase, reaching the threshold of understanding. Level 3 could be considered a modest achievement, if he were to accidentally reach level 4. Damn charm. Sasuke knew that if Moonlight Gale had not deceived him, then in a direct confrontation, the first form of Crescent Moon Dance would undoubtedly grant him an advantage. However, that would only apply to the first form, Gale Slash. His cultivation through the system seemed distinctly different from Moonlight Gale's approach. The latter undergoes a holistic enhancement, while Sasuke's method involves improving each individual technique. It seemed that only by mastering one move could he unlock the next. Sasuke found this rather vexing. After all, relying on the system's benevolence. In the face of the future, he could only submit to fate. Time is relentless, and the years change quietly. After a full day had passed, when the morning sun had already cast its rays upon Sasuke, he reluctantly rose. The exhaustion from last night's training made it nearly impossible for him to get up on time. Today was the day of the graduation exam for the Ninja Academy, and he had no choice but to head to the academy. Thus, after washing his face in a pool of water and tidying himself up, Sasuke emerged revitalized and handsome from the Valley of the End. Ninja Academy. According to the original owner's memories, Sasuke smoothly arrived at his designated class. However, to his surprise, the classroom was in utter chaos, filled with the raucous laughter and playful shouts of young children chasing one another in the aisles, corners, and even on the podium. It seemed that teacher Iruka had not yet arrived. With a wry smile, Su Jian shook his head. Though his body had yet to fully mature, his heart had long outgrown the innocent age. Finding a secluded corner, Sasuke walked over and quietly seated himself. Lowering his gaze and summoning the system panel, preparing to seize the moment to practice the Crescent Moon Dance. Yet, just as Sasuke summoned the system panel, he overheard 2 whispers that abruptly captured his attention. Is that Sasuke? I'm going to fall in love with him. Ino, why do you always have to compete with me for things? I can overlook other matters, but Sasuke is off limits. Sakura, your words are rather unkind. Reflect honestly, throughout our lives, has there been anything good that Haven T shared with you? The fact that you would say such a thing today truly, sigh. This is different. Sasuke is a person, he isn't an object. The tone grew increasingly heated, and the argument intensified. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why do I feel like Sakura is insulting someone? He mused, realizing that Ino and Sakura were merely children. He dismissed it and prepared to focus his mind on entering a state of training. However, at that moment, Sakura shouted at the top of her lungs, moreover, I will never share Sasuke with you. He is mine, and no one can take him away. Humph. Sakura, your words are precisely what I wanted to say. If that's the case, let us sever our friendship from now on. Then, we'll see who Sasuke truly favors. Humph. Fine, if that is how it is, I want you back down for him. Humph. Upon hearing this, the bickering suddenly fell silent. This plastic-like sisterhood, Sakura has truly not changed at all. Sasuke felt somewhat displeased with Sakura's attitude towards Ino. Although all of this stemmed from his own charm, he believed that regardless of the irreconcilable conflicts, Ino had always thought of Sakura as a friend throughout their lives. Thus, no matter what insurmountable differences they had, Sasuke felt it inappropriate to publicly belittle a friend who had always been sincere with him. This is no longer a matter of principles, it is a question of character, excessively self-centered and overly domineering. In that moment, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, your charm has increased by 2, bringing your current charm value to 37. Gazing at the information that only he could perceive, Sasuke could not help but let out a bitter smile, shaking his head in resignation, silently pondering. Alas, this wretched charm of mine. How did these 2 points of charm come about? Upon reflection, Sasuke quickly understood. This must have originated from the rivalry between Ino and Sakura, both vying for his attention. Suddenly, he came to a startling realization. With the current pace at which his charm was burgeoning, would there come a day when all the beautiful women of Konoha would be in a frenzy, unable to resist his allure? If it were to reach such an extreme. A tall tree attracts the wind. If he did not find a way to manage this situation swiftly, Konoha would inevitably take notice of him. At that point, even if he wished to remain inconspicuous in the novice village of Konoha, it would be impossible. With this thought, Sasuke felt a pang of anxiety. He never anticipated that one day he would fret over being too handsome. Perhaps, after school, he could take a page from Kakashi's book and don a mask. He found himself in quite the predicament. This was the only relatively safe method he could conceive. After all, emulating Kakashi by donning a ninja mask was far more aesthetically pleasing than wrapping his face in bandages like Zabuza. Although he could hear the ongoing dispute between Sakura and Ino, Sasuke remained with his eyes tightly shut, resembling a statue, arms crossed, and utterly motionless. Yet, in a corner unseen by him, a golden-haired boy with azure eyes glared at Sasuke with palpable fury, grinding his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Sakura cares for you so much, and you feign indifference. His fists clenched tightly, the marks on his cheeks resembling cat whiskers twisted in anger. In truth, the boy had not misjudged the situation. The classroom was indeed chaotic, but the quarrel between Sakura and Ino was loud enough for those nearby to hear, including Sasuke, who was even closer to the 2 girls. As his thoughts spiraled, the blue-eyed, golden-haired boy could no longer contain himself. He approached Sasuke's desk, bent his knees slightly, and, as if propelled by springs, leapt onto the surface of the desk in front of Sasuke with a jolt. The desk shook violently as he steadied himself. Crouching down and locking eyes with Sasuke, he spoke slowly. You insufferable brat. Stop pretending to be asleep. If you don't apologize to Sakura today, I won't let you off the hook. Lost in contemplation, Sasuke was pondering what kind of mask to purchase after school to conceal his striking features when he suddenly felt the desk quaking before him. He chose to ignore it, as it was merely a group of children. Being overly concerned would only diminish his status. However, just then, he was met with several shouts. What was going on? Sasuke felt no anger, only a sense of bewilderment. With a furrowed brow, he slowly opened his eyes, only to have his pupils dilate in shock as he gazed upon the golden-haired boy before him, exclaiming, Naruto? Sasuke was fully aware of who was squatting in front of him. It was indeed Naruto. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He had never imagined that he would meet the protagonist of the Hokage in such a manner. But that was all in the past. Now, having transmigrated into Sasuke's body, the main character was naturally him. I say, even the sage of 6 paths cannot protect you. With that thought, Sasuke maintained a stoic expression and spoke with calm detachment. What did you say? His bland words and cold demeanor transformed into a blatant provocation in Naruto's eyes, which were already frenzied. His goddess, Sakura, was watching nearby. Why was he acting like a fool, charging into battle for love? It was certainly not to assist the smug Sasuke before him. Seeing this, Naruto bared his teeth and glared, reiterating, I said, you despicable jerk, apologize to Sakura, or I, Naruto, will not let you off the hook. What? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, finding Naruto utterly nonsensical. It was one thing to have feelings for Sakura, but with such a melodramatic display, any girl would keep her distance. How infuriating. Don't play the fool with me. Let me tell you, I, Naruto, am destined to be Hokage. I'm not someone you can easily deceive. Upon hearing this, Sasuke shook his head in disbelief. This guy was truly amusing. Was he trying to intimidate him with an elaborate background? With that thought, Sasuke touched his nose, suppressing a smile. Just as he prepared to engage further with this melodramatic Naruto, Sakura, seemingly having just recovered from the scene, shouted from a distance. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Come back here. This is so embarrassing. Her voice dwindled as she spoke, eventually trailing off with a line of sweat forming on her forehead. Clenching her fists, her body stiffened, and her head hung low as if she wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. Hearing his goddess's words, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then murmured in confusion, Sakura, why, when I'm doing this for you? He froze at the desk, crouching there with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why Sakura had suddenly lost her temper with him. He thought he was standing up for her, yet Sasuke said nothing. Such melodramatic events. He truly wished to remain uninvolved. He mused, a devoted admirer, in the end, left with nothing. This saying is indeed not without merit. Naruto. Even though forcing a sweet potato may quench thirst, it truly lacks sweetness. What is the need for this? The atmosphere was profoundly theatrical, with Sakura's 2 utterances. The classmates in the room swiftly grasped the nature of the situation involving the 3. Yet, silence enveloped them, as if the scene had momentarily frozen. and the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Shikamaru had been feeling somewhat despondent these days. As the most outstanding genius of the Nara clan, he found no joy. His father, Nara Shikaku, was excessively stringent, demonstrating too much affection and concern. Consequently, amidst the relentless grind of daily life, he gradually lost interest in everything, not just in female classmates, but also in all manner of gossip. Of course, with the exception of sleep. On that day, he arose early and told his father a harmless fib. With great enthusiasm, he rushed into the classroom of the ninja school. Was it a fondness for learning that propelled him? No. It was merely a means to escape the early morning readings at the Nara household, allowing him to steal a few extra moments of slumber. Although it was a trivial matter, it filled Shikamaru with excitement for over 2 days. Yet, fate proved unkind, for soon the tranquil classroom was disrupted by the influx of students and the ensuing cacophony. This should have been Shikamaru's nightmare. However, his adaptability is remarkably strong. Within a mere 10 minutes, he overcame this challenge, transforming the cacophony of noise into the Nara family's special lullaby. It had already been an indeterminate duration since he had succumbed to slumber. At a certain moment, his legs beneath the desk kicked out, causing his entire body to tremble. Suddenly, he awoke with a start. Such silence? Could it be that teacher Iruka had already arrived? Or had I slept through the conclusion of the graduation examination, leaving the ninja academy closed? Startled from a near-death slumber, with this thought in mind, in the next moment, Shikamaru sat up abruptly, his posture remarkably upright. However, in the following instant, he became bewildered once more. He realized that, at this moment, all his classmates were staring intently in his direction. Some of them even had their mouths agape, as if their jaws might drop, remaining utterly motionless. This is evidently a classic case of bewilderment, not merely surprise. Upon witnessing this, Shikamaru grew even more perplexed. He mused to himself, am I not simply indulging in a brief slumber? Why do they react as though they have encountered the Hokage, each displaying such fervent expressions? No, it appeared they were not gazing at him, but rather at something behind him. Shikamaru paused for a mere few seconds, and then suddenly, a thought struck him. However, curiosity soon took hold. What could possibly be behind him that would render this group of frenzied individuals so remarkably subdued? With a curious mind, Shikamaru prepared to turn around and join the commotion, eager to savor the juicy gossip. Yet, the distance between the desks was so confined that he resembled a sandwich, wedged into his seat. Turning around was a challenge, and even leaving this position seemed nearly impossible. Thus, with no other choice, Shikamaru propped up his arms and, as if his behind had sprouted bearings, he pivoted backward with determination. Naruto squatted atop the desk, motionless, as if his very soul had been extracted. His azure eyes appeared dull and devoid of life. He could not fathom why his goddess, Sakura, was suddenly angry with him. Had he done anything wrong? Wasn't he merely standing up for her? His heart felt as if it were being twisted by a knife, and he felt as heavy as lead, utterly immobilized. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force strike his backside. It was as if someone had delivered a vigorous kick to him from behind. Balancing precariously, Naruto was caught off guard by this unexpected assault, and before he knew it, he stumbled forward, colliding directly with the impassive Sasuke. It was as if fate had conspired. For their lips met seamlessly, a perfect union, as if crafted by the heavens, a moment of exquisite romance. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino. All four wore expressions of utter disbelief. The classroom fell into a state of bewilderment, as if time itself had been suspended by some mysterious force. After what felt like an eternity, Sakura's shocked exclamation shattered the silence, allowing the bizarre atmosphere to gradually dissolve, akin to melting glaciers. No, this cannot be real. My idol's first kiss. It belongs to me. No. Ino regained her composure, gritting her teeth, her golden hair practically radiating steam from her fury. Sakura, fueled by an unknown strength, turned and smashed the desk beside her with a single punch. The nearby boys paled in fear, hastily retreating to a safe distance. Naruto remained motionless. Although he appeared to relish the kiss, deep within, his heart was extinguished the moment their lips touched. It was supposed to be a cherished moment with his beloved Sakura, yet it had been stolen by the very person he despised. Tears of frustration began to cascade down his cheeks. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than to vanish. Shikamaru, who had just managed to twist around, caught sight of this passionate display. His brow furrowed in confusion, and instinctively, he shuddered. Watching the two locked in their kiss, he muttered, I thought I was just waking up from a nap, but why does my back feel so cold? It turns out. He hesitated, but in the next instant, he seemed to snap into action. Ignoring the risk of revealing his prowess, he activated his family's secret technique, the shadow imitation jutsu, and hurled the obstructive desk aside, making a hasty escape. Though he appeared disheveled, his eyes sparkled with the joy of having survived a close call. This is too explosive. Oh, I see now. Naruto has feelings for guys. No wonder he suddenly acted so erratically, claiming it was to defend Sakura, when his true aim was to get closer to his crush, Sasuke. Sasuke, you say? It's no surprise Naruto is drawn to him. Not only does he have a striking appearance, but he nearly rivals me. Please, spare me the commentary. With that face of yours. If I gave you an explosive tag, it would count as plastic surgery. And you still have the audacity to covet Sasuke? Despite recognizing the taboo nature of this romance, I can't help but wish for them to become a couple. Sob. Hasn't anyone considered what Sasuke must be feeling right now? With Sakura's outburst, the chaotic scene abruptly returned to its previous raucous state. Students began to whisper among themselves, the boys' imaginations running wild while the girls involuntarily conjured up absurd scenarios of male affection. Amidst the tumult of emotions, shock, excitement, and despair, a confident voice cut through the noise, declaring, "My first kiss is not something to be easily taken away. Naruto, you are not worthy, no one is. Save for a beautiful girl." Though the voice was soft, it possessed a captivating power that silenced the classroom once more. The students froze. Turning to the source of the sound, a young man clad in black shorts leaned casually against the wall, his gaze lowered and arms crossed. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, lifting a lock of hair from his forehead, dancing gracefully. Though it appeared as if he had mastered the legendary art of disguise, he exuded an undeniable charm. It seemed as if this was the epitome of artistry in disguise. How could there be two Sasukes? Could this be his brother, Yusuke? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even as one Sasuke kissed Naruto, another identical figure leaned against the wall. As if to clarify for the spectators, a loud bang erupted in the classroom. Suddenly, the Sasuke kissing Naruto abruptly transformed into a perfectly cut piece of wood. A prop that had clearly been prepared in advance rather than something hastily unearthed from the Ninja Academy. This is a substitution technique. Shikamaru, coming from a prestigious family, instantly recognized the move, exclaiming in surprise. Meanwhile, the other students were left utterly bewildered, unable to grasp what had just transpired. No. Sasuke's first kiss is still intact. It remains. In a moment of despair, Ino found herself rejuvenated, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Sakura, blushing timidly, cautiously shifted her position, as if fearful that her desk, which had just been struck by Ino's punch, might tarnish her image as a lady in Sasuke's eyes. Simultaneously, both Ino and Sakura reflected on the implications of Sasuke's recent words, their fingers intertwining, their faces blooming a vivid crimson, resembling two ripe apples standing gracefully, inviting admiration. Amidst the myriad of thoughts swirling within the classroom, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere once more. Unbeknownst to everyone, Iruka had quietly opened the classroom door, staring blankly at Sasuke in the distance, lost in a daze. It was indeed remarkable for someone of Sasuke's age, who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy and had not yet ascended to the rank of Chunin, to successfully execute the body replacement technique, a legitimate ninjutsu. What astonished Iruka further was the sheer intensity of the moment. Not even an average Chunin, let alone someone of his Chunin status, could react swiftly enough to perform the body replacement technique under such pressure. How had Sasuke managed to accomplish this? In other words, just how extraordinary was Sasuke? Was he truly the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan? Iruka quickly noted the emblem of the Uchiha clan emblazoned on Sasuke's back. Having taught countless students at the Ninja Academy, he could barely recall the names of all but a few, such as Shikamaru and Ino from the prominent families. Of course, Naruto was a special case, given the third Hokage's discreet instructions to look after him. However, from this day forth, Iruka was certain he would never forget one individual, Sasuke. A young man adorned with the Uchiha crest, destined to rise as a new star in Konoha. This is undoubtedly the most remarkable class I have ever led. The Uchiha clan truly is a lineage of prodigious talent. Previously, there was Itachi, and now this remarkable youth has emerged. Alas, Iruka leaned against the doorframe, gazing absent-mindedly at Sasuke in the distance. At that moment, a student in the classroom finally noticed him at the entrance and exclaimed, "Iruka-sensei has arrived." As the shout resonated through the air, the classroom erupted into chaos, scattering like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, the once orderly environment returned to its previous state. Observing this, Iruka couldn't help but smile gently, regaining his composure as he strolled to the center of the podium. Clearing his throat, he addressed the students. "I trust you are all aware of the significance of today. After years of companionship, we must bid farewell. I shall refrain from lengthy remarks and simply wish each of you a smooth graduation, achieving results that satisfy you." He continued, "Now, let the graduation exam commence. The subject of this exam will be the shadow clone technique. I will call your names, and those mentioned should come forth to demonstrate in order. As for the final results, they will be sent to your assigned temporary accommodations in 3 days. There is no need for anxiety. Perform to the best of your abilities. If you do not succeed, there is always next year to try again." Iruka spoke at length to the bewildered students below. Initially, the atmosphere was manageable. Yet as time progressed, a majority of the faces in the classroom grew increasingly grim. Even before the examination commenced, the mention of next year's opportunities cast a shadow over their spirits, indicating the formidable nature of the graduation exam. Mikawa Shigo, 2. Yamanaka S. Ken, 2. Inuzuka, Kiba. One by one, characters whose names Sasuke had never heard of took the stage. The results, however, were starkly evident. With each resounding thud, bizarre forms of shadow clones dissipated into white smoke before they could fully materialize, vanishing without a trace. Soon after, dejected faces returned to their seats, their thoughts shrouded in silence and uncertainty. Sasuke had quietly returned to his seat in the last row. Beside him sat Naruto, head bowed in silence, lost in his own contemplations. Sakura, positioned behind Naruto, bore a slight blush, stealing glances at Sasuke, whose eyes were closed in serene contemplation, her gaze filled with unspoken affection. Ino had mysteriously positioned herself directly behind Sasuke, her lips pursed and throat subtly moving, occasionally breaking into a mischievous grin. Her mind evidently preoccupied with thoughts of a more tantalizing nature. Sasuke was well aware of this, yet he remained indifferent, with no thoughts of women clouding his mind. He drew his sword with a sense of purpose. He centered his thoughts while summoning the system panel, contemplating the dance of the crescent moon. At the same time, he reserved a fragment of his focus, anticipating Iruka's roll call. Haruno Sakura, 1 shadow clone. Ino, 1 shadow clone. Nara Shikamaru, 1 shadow clone. Naruto. I am testing your shadow clone technique, not your transformation technique. What on earth have you transformed into? As Sakura, Ino, and Shikamaru each successfully executed a shadow clone, Iruka expressed his satisfaction, even the furrow in his brow easing slightly. However, when it came to Naruto, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving Iruka speechless. If one were to argue that Naruto lacked sufficient chakra to perform the shadow clone technique, he still possessed enough chakra for the transformation technique. And to suggest that he had misremembered the lessons, confusing the two techniques? Yet, the shadow clone technique was fundamentally simpler than the transformation technique. It was illogical for him to master the latter while failing at the former. Naruto, you? Iruka inquired with concern, noticing Naruto lost in a daze, standing motionless. Upon hearing Iruka's voice, Naruto snapped back to reality, responding in a disjointed manner before returning silently to his seat. This boy, could it be that he is struggling with some psychological issue? Iruka pondered, feeling compelled to report this matter to the third Hokage. If necessary, he might consult a Biki. Perhaps some psychological counseling for Naruto could yield improvements. Though he remained silent, Iruka had already begun devising a plan in his mind. Time passed unmeasured until Iruka's voice finally broke the stillness of the classroom. Uchiha Sasuke? His tone was calm, yet the excitement on his face betrayed the tumult within. Sasuke, the rising star destined to blaze forth. This is the first prodigy he has personally trained. He is eager to witness the limits of this exceptional talent. Sasuke responded with a sound of acknowledgement, and without hesitation, he gracefully strode towards the podium. Before Iruka could utter a word, Sasuke began to weave hand signs with remarkable speed, creating a series of afterimages. With a sharp gaze, he shouted, "Done." As his words reverberated, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the podium. White smoke billowed forth, resembling clusters of mushroom-shaped clouds, standing in formation. Observing this, the onlookers in the classroom were left utterly astonished, their jaws agape in disbelief. Yet, before they could voice their astonishment, dozens of solid shadow clones materialized, filling the entire podium. In fact, 2 of the shadow clones, finding no space, amusingly stacked themselves like a tower, playfully perched on the shoulders of both Sasuke and Iruka. Grinning widely, Iruka, taken aback by this spectacle, was left speechless, mirroring the astonishment of the audience below, his expression a portrait of sheer amazement. What remarkable prowess is this? Could it be that Sasuke has stealthily advanced to the rank of Chunin? Yet, that seems implausible. I recall that during my time, the most extraordinary prodigy, Kakashi, at this age could barely be considered a genin. But this Sasuke before me. Iruka's expression grew rigid, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and ultimately arrived at a rather unadorned conclusion. This is undoubtedly the most exceptional class I have ever taught, unmatched by any before or after. Observing the expressions of those around him, Sujian chose not to speak. Instead, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed wildly in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your charm value has increased by 2, now standing at 39. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your charm value has risen by 5, now at 44. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Your current level is 6. Please pay attention to the system panel and address any deficiencies promptly. The vulnerabilities of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, it is a child of the Uchiha family. Gazing at this Sasuke, Iruka couldn't help but reminisce about a genius named Itachi from a few years prior. He too belonged to the Uchiha clan. It was said that he was the eldest son of the clan leader, Fugaku, before the massacre, and his talent was nothing short of extraordinary. In this moment, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the figures of the two began to overlap in his mind. Strangely, Iruka felt no sense of incongruity in this subconscious association. This family is truly extraordinary, thankfully. Otherwise, just as Iruka was stuttering and murmuring to himself, Sasuke, having recovered from his excitement, turned to Iruka with a smile and asked, "Iruka-sensei, am I qualified?" Upon hearing this, Iruka was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he managed a wry smile and nodded. "Qualified, although the results won't be available for a few days. You can wait for the notification in the dorm assigned by the school." Despite his words, he couldn't help but mentally berate Sasuke, finding his confidence simply outrageous. A mere boy who was not even a Chunin. Using such a powerful shadow clone technique and still had the audacity to inquire if he was qualified? If it weren't for the fact that the graduation exam does not rank students, Iruka, would unilaterally declare, in terms of talent, at your age, I would gladly call you the strongest. Then I can rest easy, Sasuke nodded and smiled. With a swift motion, the numerous shadow clones on the podium dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. The more Iruka observed Sasuke's confidence, the more he found himself enamored. Such talent appearing in Konoha is simply a windfall. Upon reflection, he felt that as a teacher, he ought to say something. Especially since Sasuke was a product of his many years of guidance. Thus, as he observed Sasuke disperse his shadow clones, he promptly approached and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, encouraging him. Sasuke, you are the most gifted child I have ever encountered. After graduation, follow your assigned mentor diligently in your training and in the future. You will undoubtedly shine brightly in Konoha. Competing for the title of Hokage may not be beyond your reach. Although Iruka-sensei's words were impassioned, Sasuke merely smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, Thank you for your praise, but I truly am not as exceptional as you say. As for becoming Hokage, I have no such aspirations. The road ahead is long, and I do not wish to burden myself with promises that could become a weight. Competing for the position of Hokage? Perhaps you can convince the others in this room, who may be young enough to take your words to heart. But attempting to paint such lofty dreams for Sasuke? That is futile. Not even if you, Iruka, were the legendary Hiruzen Sarutobi, would it make a difference? Upon hearing Sasuke's mature response, Iruka shook his head, feeling a pang of disappointment. In his eyes, Sasuke was indeed remarkable for his age. Yet, what did that matter? A youth without ambition, no matter their innate talent, would ultimately fade into obscurity. Ignoring Iruka, Sasuke prepared to return to his seat, awaiting the conclusion of the examination. However, at that moment, Naruto, seated not far away, suddenly leapt to his feet, pointing a finger at Sasuke and shouting, Hey, you annoying guy. With such talent, why don't you want to compete for the title of 5th Hokage? This outburst startled Sasuke. Yet, upon hearing Naruto's challenge, he found himself at a loss for words, thinking, I am merely paving the way for your future. To his surprise, it was Naruto who first questioned him. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Sasuke shook his head and replied, Everyone has their own ambitions, actually I. Before he could finish his thought, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. His legs weakened, and he toppled backward. Sasuke! Iruka exclaimed in alarm. He was bewildered by Sasuke's sudden collapse. Without hesitation, he activated the body flicker technique and appeared behind Sasuke in an instant. Within mere seconds, Sasuke's consciousness began to stir from the haze, slowly opening his eyes. He blinked in confusion as the surroundings came back into focus. What just happened to me? Did I skip breakfast and suffer from low blood sugar? The first part of his statement was instinctual, while the latter was mere speculation. Before Sasuke could fully comprehend the cause of his sudden fainting spell, Iruka, supporting him from behind, spoke. Sasuke, you are still too young. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately discerned the underlying meaning in Iruka's words. He rose excitedly and asked, Iruka-sensei, do you know why I fainted just now? In response, Iruka nodded, furrowing his brow with concern. Sasuke, I recognize your exceptional talent. However, your age is a considerable factor. If I am not mistaken, based on the solidity of the shadow clones you previously manifested, what you employed was not merely the shadow clone technique, but rather the more advanced and tangible multi-shadow clone technique, correct? At this point, Sasuke saw no reason to conceal the truth. He confidently nodded in affirmation. The multi-shadow clone technique was classified as a forbidden technique by the 2nd Hokage. Do you know why? Why? Sasuke asked almost instinctively, thinking to himself that while it was indeed forbidden, Naruto had used it continuously without issue. Because if the user lacks sufficient chakra, the technique could swiftly deplete all of their chakra. The result could be as mild as collapsing as you just did, or, in severe cases, even death. Exhaustion leading to demise? Sasuke's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the root cause of his recent fainting spell was the multi-shadow clone technique. Sighing inwardly, he couldn't help but lament the vulnerability exposed by the activation of his Sharingan. This has become a critical weakness for him. If he does not devise a solution to the Uchiha clan's issue of lacking chakra, even if he manages to learn all the formidable techniques in this ninja world in the future, he will find himself powerless without chakra. Contemplating this, Sasuke furrowed his brow once more. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the graduation examination concluded. After extricating himself from the affections of Ino and Sakura, 2 infatuated girls, he returned to the dormitory temporarily assigned to him at the Ninja Academy. Sitting on his bed, he focused his mind, and in the next instant, the system panel materialized before him in the void. Insight name, Uchiha Sasuke Faction, Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village Traits, Dark and Rebellious. Potential for Rogue Ninja Level, 6, 502,000, Attribute Points, 6, Note, used for direct consumption to enhance the attributes of the binder. Skill Points, 5, Note, used for direct consumption to elevate the skill levels of the binder. Attributes, Physique, 14 Agility, 15 intelligence, 10 charisma, 44 skills, substitution technique, level 3 transformation technique, level 3 shadow clone technique, level 3 multiple shadow clone technique, level 3 chakra control, level 3 taijutsu, level 3 jinjutsu, level 3 ninja tool throwing, level 3 fire release, great fireball technique, level 3, 75, Konoha style swordsmanship, crescent moon dance, level 3, 99, Konoha style swordsmanship, hazy moonlit night, level 0, not yet practiced. Gazing at the system prompt board in the void before him, Sasuke felt a mixture of joy and concern. Although his overall strength had significantly increased due to this charm upgrade, it was noteworthy that the crescent moon dance was on the verge of advancing further. However, upon noticing his physique was merely 14, he frowned, realizing, no wonder using the shadow clone almost led to his demise. This amount of chakra is rather pitiful, isn't it? Suddenly, a sense of suffocation gripped him, as if his throat were constricted. If deploying a multiple shadow clone almost cost him his life, then his current chakra level was only sufficient for a great fireball. This won't do. System, allocate all attribute points to physique. Ding. Congratulations, host. Physique successfully increased to 20, consuming 6 attribute points, current attribute points, 0. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, the system chimed with a successful transaction notification. A grimace crossed his face as he observed the hard-earned 6 attribute points reduced to nothing. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed this way. The foundation of a ninja lies in chakra. Without a corresponding amount of chakra, even possessing techniques of the Sage of Six Paths would be futile. Just as he pondered this, another system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Current level, 7. This could be considered an unexpected delight. Upon examining the panel, I noticed a slight increase in all the values. At this moment, the Constitution had already reached 24 points. Observing this, Sasuke unhesitatingly allocated the single attribute point he had just gained from leveling up to his Constitution. Consequently, his Constitution instantly surged to 25 points. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, another month has gone by. Throughout this entire day, Sasuke did not step out of his dormitory even once. He seemed almost deranged, locked away in his room, fervently utilizing the system to grasp the nuances of the dance of the crescent moon. However, to his dismay, despite the substantial progress he made under the system's guidance, the final 1% of the progress bar for the dance of the crescent moon remained obstinately unmoving. As sunlight poured into the room, a sudden knock at the door shattered the silence. Is anyone there? Have the results finally come out? Exhaling a breath of frustration, Sasuke stood up and opened the door, inquiring, is it the graduation results? The visitor, a young man clad in a ninja vest, appeared to be in his 20s. Upon seeing Sasuke's excited expression, he smiled and replied, haha, congratulations. You have successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy. Here's your graduation certificate, which also serves as an admission notice. It contains information about your assigned class. I must take my leave now. Remember to report to the designated location mentioned in the notice. Before the messenger could finish his words, he dashed away. The fading sound of his footsteps echoed until they vanished around the corner. Gathering on the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, Class 7, Kakashi is waiting. Sasuke, not bothering to examine the graduation results in detail, tucked the notice away. With a flick of his mind, he dismissed the system panel before turning and departing with a sense of grace. Upon arriving at the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, Sasuke initially believed himself to be among the early arrivals. However, he soon discovered that Sakura and Naruto had beaten him there by a hair's breadth. Sakura's eyes lit up upon seeing Sasuke, while Naruto, filled with indignation, bared his teeth in annoyance at the slowly approaching Sasuke. In response, Sasuke merely offered a subtle smile, his expression betraying no emotional fluctuation. Regardless of their reactions, he nodded towards them and leaned against the railing, taking in the scenery of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. The 4 statues on Hokage Rock came into view, starkly contrasting with the densely packed shops below. Though tightly clustered, the scene offered Sasuke an unexpected sense of tranquility. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, and inhaling the distinct fragrance of summer foliage, he felt an awakening within himself as he slowly lowered his gaze. The wind, formless and intangible, was omnipresent. It nourished the earth silently, never boasting of its presence. The wind, the softest force in the world, could slice through with a blade, yet it remained unfazed. With a punch thrown in its direction, it still brought forth feelings of melancholy. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him like lightning, as if something extraordinary was on the verge of being grasped amidst the caress of the gentle breeze. He was on the cusp of enlightenment. No one could tell whether he was comprehending the rules of wind-type chakra or the first form of the dance of the crescent moon, or perhaps even a more profound natural power. Unbeknownst to those around him, the breeze swirled around him, lifting fallen leaves, as if draping him in a gossamer cloak of leaves, emanating an air of superiority and profound mystery. With a sudden whoosh, just as Sasuke was about to seize that glimmer of dawn within his mind, a sharp sound of wind cutting through the air rang out. Instantly, a figure materialized before him, catching him off guard. Kakashi-sensei, you have finally arrived. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, as if they were old friends. Sakura, who was experiencing her first encounter with Kakashi, followed suit after a brief moment of surprise, shouting a few words in embarrassment. In contrast to Naruto and Sakura's excitement, Sasuke sighed and slowly opened his eyes. If Kakashi's arrival had ignited a spark of inspiration within him, then Naruto's boisterous outburst shattered any chance of continuing his moment of enlightenment. Perhaps this was the retribution of a male protagonist? With a heavy heart, Sasuke turned to the side, observing Naruto's foolish grin. Had he not known this guy well enough, he would have already hurled a few shurikens at him by now. Heh. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly, acknowledging his first tardiness, yet still greeted with the student's enthusiastic welcome. I'm Kakashi, your future instructor for Class 7. Suppressing his disappointment, Sasuke turned his gaze toward the tall, slender figure of the silver-haired man, who had mysteriously appeared among them. Although most of his face was obscured by a mask, Sasuke could discern from the small portion visible that Kakashi was quite a handsome individual, likely on par with himself. After a brief pause, sensing the atmosphere had grown a bit chilly, Kakashi smiled once more and continued, since you are all about to become my permanent students, why don't we take a moment to introduce ourselves? This will allow me to get to know you better. With that, the only visible eye of Kakashi squinted, giving him a remarkably amiable appearance. I'll go first. Naruto volunteered eagerly, thrilled that his goddess Sakura had fortuitously been assigned to the same class as him. This is a splendid opportunity for him to showcase his talents. How could he possibly let it slip away? I'm Naruto. My aspiration is to become the Hokage of Konohagakure. My favorite dish is Ichiraku ramen. Oh, and Sakura too. Ahaha. His voice was fervent, and his expression radiated confidence. Yet, before he could finish his words, he clasped his waist and burst into laughter, appearing rather foolish. Upon hearing this, Sakura instinctively clenched her hands, lowering her head in silence, instantly succumbing to social embarrassment. Sasuke's lips curled into a smirk, barely containing himself, thinking, comparing Sakura to ramen. Now that's quite the compliment, Prince. Meanwhile, Kakashi, in his usual manner, was neither overly affectionate nor simply idle. A swift glance allowed him to discern the intricate relationship between Naruto and Sakura. Observing the situation, it seemed that Naruto's chances were rather slim. He pondered for a moment, momentarily lost in thought. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Kakashi suddenly broke into laughter once more and remarked, Yes, indeed. Young people should boldly express their aspirations. Your journey is long. Even if obstacles arise, who can say what the future holds? Although this sentiment may sound like mere platitudes to Sasuke, it ignites a spark of exhilaration in Naruto and Sakura. Their faces flush with excitement, as if they have been invigorated by a potent elixir. Observing the effectiveness of his words, Kakashi smiles and turns to the visibly elated Sakura, inquiring, Sakura, what about you? Pausing for a moment, Sakura gathers her thoughts and replies, I am Haruno Sakura, but everyone affectionately calls me Sakura. My aspiration is to become an exceptional medical ninja, so that one day I can be with the person I cherish. As she speaks, her cheeks deepen in color, resembling ripe cherries, utterly enchanting. Even Naruto, typically caught up in his own world, finds himself momentarily captivated. After a brief hesitation, she continues, My greatest admiration, my deepest affection, is for. Sakura struggles to articulate her feelings, leaving Naruto anxiously restless beside her. It's Sasuke, she finally confesses, lowering her head. Her face flushed, casting a shy glance at Sasuke, exuding an irresistible charm. With a sudden clap, as Sakura utters this revelation, both Sasuke and Kakashi seem to hear the sound of a heart shattering. No, Sakura, how could you? Naruto's world crumbles around him. He had anticipated that Sakura would express a preference in type, allowing him to strive toward that ideal, believing that with time, she would inevitably come to love him. Little did he know, Sakura's affection was singularly directed towards Sasuke himself. Sasuke remains impassive, betraying no hint of emotional upheaval. However, Kakashi's brow furrows in contemplation, pondering the tangled dynamics among his three students. Perhaps he should discuss the matter with the third Hokage to consider separating them, as early romantic entanglements could potentially hinder their training in ninjutsu. After a moment's reflection, Kakashi resumes his jovial demeanor, addressing Sasuke. Sasuke, haha. I've been eager to meet you for days. Iruka-sensei mentioned you, praising you as one of the most talented ninjas he has encountered. Sasuke responds with a modest smile. Stepping forward with humility, you flatter me, Kakashi-sensei. I am not as remarkable as Iruka-sensei suggests. I am merely an ordinary graduate. Kakashi pauses momentarily before bursting into laughter. Young yet so grounded, you truly possess great potential. Please introduce yourself. I am certain that both Sakura and Naruto would be keen to know more about you. Without acknowledging Naruto and Sakura's expressions at that moment, Sasuke replies respectfully, I'm Sasuke. I have no dreams. I admire beauty. That is all. His succinct words leave Kakashi momentarily speechless. Kakashi tentatively probes, is that it? No aspirations? Sasuke nods affirmatively, indeed. Kakashi continues, with your evident talent, how can you not aspire to something grander like Naruto? Perhaps to become Hokage? At this, Naruto's chest swells with pride, feeling a sense of vindication. Sasuke, however, finds this notion amusing. Only the son of a Hokage is destined to become one. Konoha has only seen 4 Hokages to date. The pattern is not particularly difficult to discern, is it? Could it be that Kakashi is secretly testing my resolve at the behest of the 3rd Hokage? As this thought crossed his mind, Sasuke's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. He then waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, Hokage? That is not something for someone like me to ponder. Although I am still young and have a long future ahead, life itself is fleeting. I have always believed that some things, if possessed at birth, may remain with you for a lifetime. Conversely, if one is born without certain attributes, no matter how deeply one may yearn for them, they are unlikely to ever attain them. As for me, Sasuke, I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to be an ordinary genin of Konoha, to be with the one I care for, and that is sufficient for me. Kakashi-sensei, do you think I lack ambition? In an instant, the Sharingan activated, and Sasuke donned a facade of a professional smile. Simultaneously, he fixed his gaze intently on Kakashi, whose expression remained unwavering after hearing those words. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly. The moment Sasuke unveiled his Sharingan, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. Although Sasuke was but a mere genin at that moment, the scrutiny of those crimson eyes instilled a profound discomfort within him. Was it merely my imagination? Why do I sense a hint of malice within the depths of this boy's Sharingan? Kakashi contemplated silently. Despite his inner confusion, his outward demeanor quickly returned to calm as he remarked, splendid. A passionate spirit. No wonder you were quite handsome. Haha. Kakashi's seasoned wit deftly thawed the previously frigid atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Naruto clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking, Kakashi-sensei, can't you just praise me in front of my goddess? Not only that, but he keeps showering compliments on that guy Sasuke. Sigh. My goddess seems to drift further away from me. What am I to do now? Being with the one I cherish? Could Sasuke's words in this context be a hint towards something? Sakura's fingers intertwined nervously, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade, and her head lowered further. Coupled with her pink hair, she appeared quite enchanting. Through the insight gained from his Sharingan regarding Kakashi's fleeting expression, Sasuke concluded that he had overthought the matter. As he released a slow breath of relief, he suddenly pressed a hand to his forehead and took a couple of steps back, feigning ignorance as he addressed Kakashi. I apologize, Kakashi-sensei. My Sharingan just activated, and I am still getting used to it. Moreover, my chakra reserves are rather limited, so the old problem has resurfaced. Seeing this, Sakura hurriedly stepped forward to support Sasuke, her face filled with concern. For the first time, Sasuke accepted Sakura's kindness without refusal, deliberately portraying himself as fatigued. Old problem? Kakashi paused for a moment before realizing. It must be the incident Iruka mentioned about using the shadow clone technique and fainting. This boy. He sighed inwardly but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he finally shifted to the main topic, stating in a serious tone. The purpose of gathering everyone today is twofold. Firstly, to introduce ourselves, and secondly, to inform you about a small test that will take place tomorrow for your promotion to Chunin. A small test? Upon hearing this, Naruto's attention swiftly shifted from his animosity towards Sasuke to the matter at hand. In truth, he was well aware of his unstable chakra control. He had not held high hopes for the graduation exam, yet unexpectedly muddled through and found himself in the same class as his goddess, Sakura. Thus, the announcement of another test left him feeling uncertain. Indeed, Kakashi nodded at Naruto and continued to elaborate. This is a standard procedure that every graduating genin must undergo, the bell test. A few minutes later, Kakashi succinctly explained the rules of the bell test. It was quite simple. The 3 members of Team 7 needed to work together to touch the bells attached to Kakashi's waist. Once the bells rang, the test would conclude, and the 3 would officially become genin of Konoha. However, while this sounded simple, the execution was akin to scaling a mountain. Kakashi was a renowned elite genin of Konoha, a figure of great repute in the entire shinobi world. Meanwhile, the 3 members of Team 7 were not even genin yet. Although the task appeared to be merely ringing the bells, if Kakashi did not hold back, they might not even catch a glimpse of them. Naruto understood the gravity of the situation, although he seemed rather foolish at times. He was not naive when it mattered. With a playful grin, he inquired, So, Kakashi-sensei, will you make it easy for us? After all, anticipating Naruto's question, Kakashi interrupted him with a hand gesture. No, every ninja has gone through this process, and I believe you all can do it too. Upon hearing this, Naruto's lips curled into a grin, then shifted his gaze as he persisted. But, Kakashi-sensei, was your teacher also an elite genin like you? This question cannot be dismissed as trivial. After all, elite jonin are not as ubiquitous as ramen. If Kakashi were to concede that his former teacher was merely an ordinary jonin, he would fall directly into Naruto's trap. Clinging to his assertion of not going easy, he would find himself at a loss for words. Suddenly hearing Naruto's remark, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts seemingly drifting to distant memories, and he murmured, No. Haha. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was overjoyed, jumping with excitement, as if his cunning plan had succeeded, exclaiming, Ha! If even your teacher is not an elite jonin, Kakashi-sensei, does that mean you wouldn't consider lowering the difficulty of our test tomorrow? On this occasion, even Sakura, who stood by, unexpectedly gave Naruto a thumbs up for the first time. In contrast, Sasuke maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unaffected, calm and unruffled. Just when he thought his little cleverness had succeeded, Kakashi murmured after half a minute, "My teacher may not be an elite Jonin, but he possesses strength on par with that of a Hokage. I believe he is not inferior to the third Hokage." "What?" Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison. Moments later, Naruto despondently sank to the ground behind him. At that moment, he regretted having spoken at all. He had merely wished to seize a chance to pass the test. This is quite the predicament. I had not anticipated Kakashi's actions to simplify the test, only to be outmaneuvered by him instead. The crucial point is that Kakashi-sensei now asserts that his own teacher possesses strength at the level of a Kage. This is indeed a rank above that of an elite Jonin. Therefore, not only is the prospect of lowering the difficulty out of the question, but whether Naruto's reminder will inadvertently raise the difficulty has now transformed into an unsolved mystery. After a considerable pause, Kakashi appeared to have received some sort of directive. In the next instant, without so much as a word to the three, he vanished from sight. Sasuke, what should we do now? Previously, taking advantage of Sasuke's feigned fainting spell, Sakura had stepped forward to assist him. Having established some familiarity, she now rushed forward again, grasping Sasuke's arm and shaking it playfully, reminiscent of a couple's affectionate banter. Watching this from the side, Naruto's face turned a shade of green with envy. What to do? With a swift motion, Sasuke shrugged off Sakura's delicate hands. "No need to worry," he replied nonchalantly. "Tomorrow, I will take action." Sakura. Huh? Naruto, damn it. This guy is pulling off his act again. I need a sword. The sharp sound echoed through the weapon shop as Sasuke sighed and helplessly shook his head. Boss, you wouldn't still be holding a grudge over our last unfortunate encounter, would you? How many swords has it been now? Could you possibly provide me with that one that never breaks? Hearing this, the boss's expression soured, and he replied with a hint of fear in his voice. Oh, Sasuke, how could I dare? The blade you currently possess is our finest quality ninja sword. I swear I am not deceiving you. Noticing the boss bending and nodding repeatedly, Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing that the boss was not lying. A troubling thought emerged. What should I do now? Without a suitable ninja sword, my crescent moon dance cannot be executed. Would that mean I would seal half of my power before even facing Kakashi? Gazing at the broken sword in his hand, he spiraled into contemplation. His chakra reserves were not promising, and his taijutsu was rather mediocre. At this moment, the most potent weapon he had was likely the crescent moon dance. However, if he were unable to perform it due to the lack of a compatible sword, it would be utterly frustrating. With this thought in mind, Sasuke took a deep breath and stubbornly turned back to the shop owner, asking, "Boss, after all these years in this business, can't you think of a way to assist me? As long as you can help me resolve this issue, money is no object." While merchants are typically motivated by profit, the efficiency of their service is commendable as long as the payment is adequate. Thus, Sasuke decided to take a risk and employed his ultimate strategy. Let's make a deal. Upon hearing this, the boss hesitated, then slowly replied, Sasuke, even if I were to find someone to custom make a new sword for you, given your elusive swordsmanship, it is unlikely the new blade would withstand your demands. Furthermore, you did mention needing it by tomorrow, didn't you? His words, though tactful, struck at the heart of the matter. After patiently listening, Sasuke felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After a long silence, he sighed and replied, then I suppose I will find a way on my own. Having held little hope, just as Sasuke reached the door, the boss suddenly called out to him, wait a moment. Sasuke halted. Is there something else? The boss pursed his lips, as if he had something to say but was hesitant. Observing this, Sasuke frowned, his tone growing irritable. Did I not compensate you for those defective swords earlier? Why are you acting like this? Do you have a problem with me? Already in a foul mood from the lack of a suitable ninja sword, Sasuke's irritation flared as the boss stammered in fear, his face paling. He quickly waved his hands in explanation. No, Sasuke. Please don't misunderstand. I just suddenly thought of a way to meet your needs. But what? Upon hearing this, Sasuke could no longer remain composed. Finding a suitable ninja sword was not merely essential for tomorrow's test. It was vital for his ability to perform the crescent moon dance in the future. The boss leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. You might try seeking out that beautiful female ninja who wanted to buy your sword the other day. She is a ninja and primarily uses a ninja sword. We ordinary people cannot help, but surely she, as a ninja, will have a solution. Goodness. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, brilliant. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have completely overlooked that possibility. Thank you. With a swift motion, a stack of bills was tossed onto the nearby counter. Before the boss could react, a cloud of white smoke erupted where Sasuke had stood, leaving only a log behind, along with a bewildered shop owner. After a moment, the boss slowly recovered from his daze. Yet, instead of addressing the stack of money on the counter, he dashed to the door, shouting into the void, young master, please do not mention that it was my idea to you. Sasuke, of course, did not hear the boss's desperate plea. At that moment, he had already sped to the entrance of the Moonlight Gale's home. Approaching, he was met with the familiar scene, the cherry blossom tree, the bench. However, unlike last time, beneath the cherry blossom tree, a couple was tightly embracing. Caught off guard by this display of affection, Sasuke smirked, thinking to himself, no wonder this elite jonin has such poor physical condition and perpetually dark circles under his eyes. With the way you two are acting, it won't be long before calamity befalls you both. As these thoughts wandered through his mind, he unconsciously stepped closer, finally drawing the attention of the two who were still entangled in their own world. The moonlight released the delicate hand of Moonlight Gale, who turned to find Sasuke before him. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. Sasuke? You've come? Hiki. Is there something in Konoha that you can't handle on your own and need my assistance with? Upon seeing Sasuke, he immediately understood. He had previously promised Sasuke that if he were unable to master the Konoha-style swordsmanship, he would promptly burn the scroll as a form of compensation, agreeing to lend his aid once. In his eyes, it was entirely normal for Sasuke to struggle with the Konoha-style swordsmanship. However, he did not anticipate that the day he would need to offer assistance would arrive so swiftly. Upon hearing Moonlight Gale's words, Sasuke instantly grasped his meaning. He smiled, took a step forward, and respectfully replied, Senior Moonlight Gale, you've indeed guessed correctly. I find myself in a bit of a predicament that requires your intervention. In response, Moonlight Gale laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. No worries, just speak your mind. I have no intention of going back on my word. At these words, a sly grin crept onto Sasuke's lips as he fixed his gaze on Moonlight Gale and said, This is your promise. If I disclose my request, you must not renege on it. Furrowing his brow, Moonlight Gale suddenly felt that something was amiss. After a few seconds, he seemed to realize what was happening. He scrutinized Sasuke cautiously and replied, Sasuke, let me be clear. While I have promised to assist you, I will not engage in any activities that violate Konoha's regulations. This is the code I adhere to as a shinobi of Konoha. Do you understand? Hiki. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke chuckled and shook his head. Rest assured. Senior, this will not breach Konoha's regulations, not even on the fringes. Well then, please, go ahead. Moonlight Gale breathed a sigh of relief. I need to borrow a sword. What? At Sasuke's declaration, both Moonlight Gale and Yu Uchiha were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. You are the most prodigious swordsman I have ever encountered. Borrow a sword? To the young couple, Moonlight and Swiftwind. These two words were even more jarring than the notion of borrowing money. Their immediate thought was of the ninja sword they had previously exchanged for using the leaf flow sword technique. They mused to themselves. This fellow seems unable to master the Leaf Village's swordsmanship and is preparing to resort to trickery to reclaim that ninja sword. Upon contemplating this, the expression on Moonlight Gale's face grew increasingly grim. At that moment, Yuzuki Yagana stepped forward and addressed Sasuke, stating, We shall not return that ninja sword to you. After all, this was an agreement we reached previously, to which you also consented. Therefore, we cannot possibly retract our deal simply because you have been unable to master the leaf-style swordsmanship. Her tone was resolute and her demeanor unwavering. However, upon hearing this, Sasuke appeared momentarily taken aback. A few seconds later, he regained his composure, waved his hand dismissively, and replied with a smile, Sister Yagana. You seem to have misunderstood my intentions, haven't you? Misunderstand? Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Yagana was momentarily stunned. She then asked, incredulous, Are you not here today to reclaim that ninja sword? Sasuke sighed. That sword is of such significance to you too. How could I possibly covet it? Upon hearing this, the previously silent Tsukigakure Shippu also looked bewildered. He turned to Sasuke with a puzzled expression and inquired, Did you not just say you were here to borrow a sword? Indeed, but my purpose is not to borrow that particular sword. Rather, I seek to borrow a more durable ninja sword from Senior Shippu. Durable? Both Tsukigakure Shippu and Yuzuki Yagana exclaimed in unison, exchanging knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. It was uncertain whether this was due to their long-standing camaraderie or the astonishing nature of Sasuke's words. Why not simply acquire a durable ninja sword from the ninja tool shop? Sasuke understood Shippu's insinuation. Recognizing that Shippu grasped his intent, he decided to be forthright, stating, It is not that I refuse to visit the ninja tool shop. Rather, the quality of their swords is far too inferior. They cannot withstand the power of my Tsuki no Mai. What? Sasuke was taken aback by the strong reaction his honest words elicited from the two. Could this revelation be more shocking than merely borrowing a ninja sword? Wait, what is with your expressions, seniors? I merely wish to borrow a sword, I assure you. I intend to return it. The primary reason for my request is that I am to participate in Kakashi-sensei's test tomorrow. So, Sasuke tentatively posed his inquiry. But before he could finish, Tsukigakure Shippu stepped forward, gripping Sasuke's arms tightly with excitement and exclaiming, Are you saying that the ordinary ninja swords at the tool shop cannot withstand the force of your Tsuki no Mai? Sasuke felt somewhat intimidated by the fervor of Shippu's expression at that moment, pondering to himself. This fellow wouldn't he intend to capture me and subject me to dissection for research merely because my proficiency in the dance of the crescent moon surpasses his, would he? Lost in thought, Sasuke couldn't help but shudder, forcing a smile as he inquired, Senior, what are you doing? Could it be that he is lying? Yuzuki Yuen furrowed her brow and leaned closer to Tsukikage Shippu, asking. In response, Tsukikage Shippu shook his head, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and replied cautiously. That is not the case. Yuen, do not forget. The fact that the dance of the crescent moon requires mastery of advanced ninja swords was something our long-lost master revealed to us in the past. Not only others, but even we have yet to reach that realm. If it were not for Sasuke attaining that level, would he have been informed by our master, who has been missing for years? With sound reasoning, Yuzuki Yuin suddenly grasped the truth. Indeed, in this world, only the two of them, the senior disciples, along with a master who has been missing for many years, are privy to this secret. If it were the master who had confided in Sasuke, it would be illogical for him to return to Konoha without meeting them. With this thought in mind, Atsuki Yuin and Tsukikage Shippu simultaneously turned their gaze towards Sasuke, their eyes gleaming as if they had encountered a long-extinct precious creature of Konoha, unwilling to divert their attention for even a moment. Esteemed seniors. I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. Furthermore, rest assured, I swear I have not divulged even a fraction of the secrets of the Konoha flowing blade technique. Sasuke intended to add, thus, there is truly no need for you to silence me. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted once more by Tsukikage Shippu. Sasuke, there is no need for fear. We will not harm you. Could you perhaps demonstrate your crescent moon dance for us? This way, we can ascertain whether you are indeed deceiving us. This is of utmost importance to us. Observing the eager expressions of Tsukikage Shippu and Atsuki Yuin, Sasuke, though devoid of his Sharingan, sensed an absence of malice from them. What he perceived was merely a pure yearning. With this realization, Sujin nodded. Very well. Tsukikage Shippu released his grip on Sasuke. Not wasting a moment, Sasuke stepped back 2 paces, brushed his waist with his right hand, and in the next instant, a kunai materialized in his palm, glinting coldly and exuding sharpness. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke firmly grasped the kunai and executed a gentle slash forward. The seemingly casual cut resonated with a crisp sound of metal colliding, echoing throughout the courtyard. With a thud, half of the kunai fell to the ground. Gazing at this spectacle, Tsukikage Shippu and Atsuki Yuin's pupils constricted, and in unison, they gasped, minor wind slash. Minor wind slash. Sasuke pondered to himself, the data for Crescent Moon Dance. Wind slash on the system panel reads level 3, 99. According to the system's metrics, this is approximately the level of a Chunin swordsmanship. Could this be what Tsukikage Shippu referred to as a minor accomplishment? Contemplating this, Sasuke gazed at Tsukikage Shippu and respectfully inquired, Senior, when you refer to a minor achievement, do you imply that I can now shatter ordinary ninja tools with the mere activation of the dance of the Crescent Moon? After a prolonged silence, Tsukikage Shippu finally sighed and replied softly, this marks the entry into the minor achievement of the first stance of the dance of the Crescent Moon. I truly did not anticipate that within such a brief span, you would reach this level of mastery. Sasuke, you are the most prodigious swordsman I have ever encountered in my life, though it may be somewhat abrupt. Would you be willing to join me and Yuin in the Umbu of Konoha? The words were exceedingly direct, and Sasuke could discern the fervor in the eyes of Moonlight Shippu and Yuzuki. However, scratching his head, he responded somewhat bashfully, I apologize, Shippu-senpai. It is not that I am unwilling, rather, I have already joined Kakashi-sensei's Team 7. Moreover, I am to participate in Kakashi-sensei's Chunin test tomorrow. Hence, I shamelessly came to borrow your sword. Upon hearing Sasuke's remark, a palpable disappointment washed over the faces of Moonlight Shippu and Yuzuki, akin to missing out on a fortune, rendering their expressions rather unappealing. Yet, Sasuke had no intention of elaborating further. After all, when it came to strength, while Moonlight Shippu was an elite jonin, he paled in comparison to Kakashi. A lengthy silence ensued. Just as Sasuke began to resign himself to the idea that they were unwilling to lend him the sword, Moonlight Shippu, seemingly recovering from his shock, suddenly turned towards Sasuke and asked excitedly, by the way, have you comprehended the art of intangibility? Intangibility? Sasuke replied, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. He scratched his head and feigned ignorance. I truly do not know. How could that be? To Sasuke's astonishment, Moonlight Shippu remained undeterred, furrowing his brow as he muttered, if you have already mastered the first form of wind slash to a minor degree, how could you not have grasped intangibility yet? After a prolonged moment, it seemed he realized something. He turned to Sasuke, who stood rooted in place with a peculiar expression, and said, I see now. You must have comprehended the technique too swiftly, which prevented you from fully integrating the dance of the Crescent Moon. Allow me to demonstrate intangibility for you. Pay close attention. This might provide you with crucial insight. Demonstrate intangibility? Sasuke silently pondered. He then glanced at the ethereal beauty of Yuzuki, seemingly struck by an idea, and quickly raised his hand to stop him. There is no need, Shippu-senpai. The daylight may have adverse effects, truly. Perhaps Sasuke's intervention was too tardy. Or Moonlight Shippu simply chose to disregard his counsel. With a mere change of hand seals, in the next instant, to Sasuke's astonishment, Shippu's figure appeared to be erased from existence, gradually vanishing before his very eyes. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. It is not merely that he is overreacting or lacks worldly experience. Rather, it is the current state of affairs. Instead of saying that Moonlight Gale has suddenly vanished, it would be more accurate to assert that he has seamlessly integrated with his surroundings. In less than 3 seconds, the figure of Moonlight Gale re-emerged before Sasuke. Observing Sasuke's astonished countenance, he chuckled and began to elucidate. In truth, I am simply curious about how long a prodigy like you can maintain the use of the shifting technique. How long, indeed? Sasuke understood, pondering to himself. No wonder Moonlight Gale has ascended to the rank of elite Jounin. Regardless of his strength, the mere ability to conceal oneself so adeptly would make intelligence gathering effortless. I had previously misconstrued the situation. It turns out that the term transparent refers to clarity, not penetration. With such thoughts, Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. He was uncertain whether his current emotions leaned more towards disappointment or gratitude. He then smiled and shook his head, saying, Elder Jiefeng, to be honest, I have not truly comprehended the art of escape. Pausing for a moment, he continued, at this point, aside from grasping the wind-severing technique, I have yet to understand even a fraction of anything else. What? At Sasuke's words, both Moonlight Jiefeng and Uzuki Shien gasped in astonishment. Was it truly necessary to comprehend the dance of the crescent moon technique step by step? Meanwhile, Moonlight Jiefeng fell into a state of introspection. At that moment, upon hearing Sasuke's words, he began to doubt the correctness of his own training regimen. Sasuke had never anticipated that merely speaking the truth could lead to the collapse of an elite Jounin's resolve in the path of ninjutsu. Suddenly, with a hint of hesitation, he inquired, esteemed elders, since it is getting late, I shall take my leave. With that, Sasuke turned without a second thought and walked away. The ninja sword appears to be no longer desirable. Without even asking for assistance, I have inadvertently caused distress. It would be fortunate if they do not seek retribution. What more is there to say? I should leave at once. Just as Sasuke reached the threshold, however, Tsukikage Shippu seemed to awaken from a nightmare, calling out, Sasuke, wait. Alas, I was a step too slow. With a sigh, I turned at Tsukikage Shippu and inquired, is there something else you wish to discuss? At this moment, Sasuke had already begun to channel all of his chakra, poised to activate his ninjutsu and escape should Tsukikage Shippu pose a threat. Yet, Tsukikage Shippu remained still and replied, by the way, weren't you seeking a ninja sword that employs the dance of the crescent moon? Oh, have you decided to lend me your sword, senior? As I spoke these words, Sasuke was already prepared to strike first. This was his first direct encounter with a Jounin, and he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Borrowing a sword? Preposterous. Perhaps it was merely a ploy to lower his guard, fearing that he might flee. Yet at that moment, Tsukikage Kaze did not draw the ninja sword from his back. Instead, he made a gesture towards his companion, Uzuki Sirin. At that moment, a look of astonishment appeared on the face of Aizuki Yuin as she exclaimed, Shippu, are we truly going to give Master S sword to him? Master once said it was meant for you, but her words were abruptly interrupted by Tsukikage Shippu, who waved his hand dismissively. With my talent, I'll likely never be able to wield that sword. You know, the only tool capable of withstanding the minor success of the wind-slicing technique is the sword left by Master. Yet, there is no room for doubt. The ninja sword should be bestowed upon a fated individual. It does not belong to me. Forcing it to remain with us would only allow its brilliance to gather dust. It is far better to let it shine alongside Sasuke. I firmly believe that one day, with Sasuke as talent, he will elevate the Leaf Village's sword techniques to unprecedented heights. Let the entire ninja world be aware that, beyond taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu, there exists a swordsmanship unparalleled in the world. Coughing, as if overwhelmed by his own fervor, Tsukikage Shippu was interrupted again. In the blink of an eye, Aizuki Yuin acquiesced at Tsukikage Shippu's wishes and retrieved the ninja sword from within the house. Holding the sword, Tsukikage Shippu gazed at it for a considerable time. At a certain moment, he let out a howl towards the heavens. Then, directing his voice towards the figure standing in the doorway, he declared, Sasuke, this ninja sword is destined to be yours. You must not allow it to suffer injustice. Coughing again, he continued. As the long sword transformed into a beam of light that shot towards Sasuke, Sasuke's eyes brightened. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the air and grasped the sword in his hand. As the sword was unsheathed, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. Without a second thought, Sasuke executed the first form of the crescent moon dance, wind slicing. With a fierce shout and sword in hand, Sasuke soared into the air. His body moved like a shooting star, and the sword glided like a gentle breeze. With a single thought, in the next instant, as he swung the sword casually, a nearby cherry blossom tree, large enough for several people to embrace, was silently severed in two. What a splendid sword! As he descended, Sasuke gazed at the ninja sword in his grasp. At that moment, he noticed a layer of what resembled wall plaster clinging to the blade. With a slight shake, the debris dispersed into the wind, followed by a piercing sound of the sword ringing through the air. What is this? Sasuke stared blankly at the sword. A look of bewilderment etched on his face. He then turned at Tsukikage Shippu and Aizuki Yuin, who had approached him, and asked, this ninja sword, is it perhaps called the Sword of Trials? Chapter 20, The Sword of Indra. A trial name? It's merely a trial name. To Sasuke's surprise, upon hearing his inquiry, both Tsukikage Shippu and Aizuki Yuin appeared even more exhilarated than he was about acquiring the sword. No, seniors, what does a trial name mean? Not fully understanding, he continued to question. A trial name means this ninja sword has already acknowledged you and is willing for you to bestow upon it a new name. What? Upon hearing Tsukikage explanation, Sasuke was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the sword he held would actually recognize its master. Could it possibly be an item of a higher caliber? Seniors, how should I name the ninja sword? It's quite simple. You merely need to channel your chakra into the sword and inscribe the name you wish to give it. As Tsukikage spoke with increasing excitement, he even began to gesture animatedly. Is it really that simple? Sasuke murmured to himself. At that moment, the Moonlight Gale, with a serious expression, stated, No, Sasuke. You're mistaken. The ninja sword possesses a spirit. It requires your essence to manifest its true name. Others should not even contemplate it. Is it truly that extraordinary? Sasuke questioned, harboring a hint of skepticism. After all, if Konoha possessed a tool akin to a magical artifact, how could he remain oblivious to it in his previous life within the anime? Seemingly perceiving the hesitation in Sasuke's eyes, the Moonlight Gale acted without delay. He concentrated his chakra between his fingers, and in the next instant, he inscribed his name upon the ninja sword, just as the name was etched. Before Sasuke could discern the strokes, it vanished as if by a miracle. Unbelievable, it is indeed real. Sasuke's heart soared with exhilaration. He never anticipated that he would stumble upon such a treasure on his very first day in Konoha, one of the same caliber as a legendary artifact. However, a moment of doubt soon clouded his mind. What name should he bestow upon this extraordinary sword? An idea flickered in his mind, reminiscent of Naruto's father's sword of love. Love is impossible for me. My life is defined by clear distinctions of enmity and affection. I would never harm others, nor would I arbitrarily engage in noble deeds. Perhaps I should give it a more formidable name, like the Sword of Greatness? Before he could finish his thought, the sword in his hand trembled violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. All right. I want to name you the Sword of Greatness. Calm down. A smile crept upon his lips. Yet he was again engulfed in uncertainty. He understood that if he chose an unreliable name, this sword might very well turn against him. Such a precious item. How could he allow it to slip away right before his eyes? What name could he bestow that would ensure the sword remained loyal to him? After pondering for a considerable time, a sudden spark ignited in Sasuke's gaze. Without further hesitation, he brought his fingers together, channeled his chakra, and inscribed upon the blade the words, Indra. Indra's sword? The Moonlight Gale and Uzuki Yukari exchanged puzzled glances, their faces reflecting their confusion. This appears to lack any particular significance. It does not sound particularly striking. Rather, it resembles a name, unremarkable in nature. In turn, Moonlight, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Sasuke, is Indra your nickname? Upon hearing this, Sasuke chuckled heartily and replied with an air of profundity, One could say that. One could say. The response was ambiguous, further deepening the confusion of Moonlight and Gale. If it is true, then it is true. If it is not, then it is not. How could there be any rationale for considering a nickname? Just as Moonlight and Gale were lost in thought, the sky above Konoha suddenly darkened. In the next moment, ominous clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. Strikes of lightning tore through the overcast sky like jagged fissures. Why is it suddenly about to rain? Yayashiin gazed upwards, pondering. But at that very moment, Sasuke's Indra's sword began to tremble as if it had come to life. Are you excited? With a resonant clang. It was as if in response to Sasuke's inquiry. The next instant, the Indra's sword slipped from his grasp, soaring towards the heavens. With a crack, the leaden clouds were rent asunder, and a 1,000-foot arc of lightning struck fiercely against the sword's blade. The dark clouds loomed ominously over the village. While the sword's radiance illuminated the firmament, lightning entwined, yet the sword's cry resounded even louder, as if refusing to concede. It emitted a piercing shriek and shot once more into the vast sky. What is happening? Gale, do you understand what this is about? Yayashiin tentatively inquired, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Moonlight Gale, without turning to face her, replied in a low voice, perhaps only Master knows the true nature of this matter. Konoha, the root. This familiar aura? Could it be the power of the Sage of Six Paths? How could this be possible? Danzo gazed out at the distant flickering lightning, revealing only one scarred eye, which now shone with disbelief. He glanced at his left forearm, meticulously wrapped, murmuring softly. It seemed as though he spoke to another, or perhaps to himself. After a long while, regaining his composure, he shouted towards the entrance, Kazekage. Quickly send someone to capture everyone in that area surrounded by lightning. Remember, do not let anyone discover it, especially the Umbu, understood? Yes, Lord Danzo. Outside the door, a response echoed, followed by the hurried sound of retreating footsteps. Clang. After an indeterminate amount of time, at a certain moment, the Indra's sword fell, resting across the ground before Sasuke. Lightning crackled around it, its cold gleam unrestrained. It resembled a fierce beast poised to pounce, awaiting Sasuke's command. A magnificent sword. Sasuke drew the Indra's sword, and as it emerged from the earth, a gust of wind and thunder followed in its wake. Sasuke, I can already sense that a large contingent of Konoha's Umbu and Root ninjas are rapidly approaching. You must seal this sword to avert any unforeseen complications. Moonlight Gale, adept at reconnaissance, had sensed their approach even before the other ninjas drew near. Realizing the urgency, Sasuke dared not delay. With a swift motion, a scroll, the thickness of his forearm, materialized in his hand. The next moment, with a flourish of his brush, he inscribed a simple sealing charm, effectively concealing the aura of the Indra's sword. Chapter 21. Ascension. The moonlight shimmered, and the night was silent. Sasuke sat cross-legged in the back courtyard of the Ninja Academy, slowly opening his eyes. Rising to his feet, he brushed his waist. The next instant, a scroll, as thick as his forearm, appeared in his hand. Unseal. With a simple change of hand seals, a puff of white smoke erupted, and a ninja sword emerged in response. Its form was as graceful as a gentle breeze, returning to simplicity. Indeed, it was no ordinary blade. Touching the blade of the Indra's sword, Sasuke sighed. At this moment, the once resplendent Indra's sword had transformed into an exceedingly inconspicuous ninja sword. Its brilliance dimmed, concealing its sharpness. Upon closer inspection, it appeared no more remarkable than a piece of scrap iron, utterly unremarkable. Yet, this very aspect brought Sasuke great satisfaction. After all, he now bore a precious treasure. His status was unique. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, it was prudent to remain cautious and leave the novice village first. In a moment of contemplation, Sasuke was suddenly confronted by the appearance of a system panel interface. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an announcement echoed. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Subjugation of the 6 Paths Ninja Tools. Your level has now been upgraded to level 8. Note, the Sword of Indra is indestructible and possesses immense potential and growth as a ninja sword. As the system notification concluded, Sasuke wore a perplexed expression, tinged with disappointment. He discerned that, unlike the golem, the Sword of Indra lacked any special ability to absorb chakra, despite the grandiose claims of being indomitable and unbreakable. He understood that it merely offered a slight enhancement in durability. It was akin to a wife cake devoid of a wife or a bowl of braised beef noodles lacking substantial pieces of beef, mere false advertising. Nevertheless, he soon found solace in this realization. Without hesitation, he allocated the attribute points acquired from leveling up into his physical constitution. Concurrently, the system's notification shined once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully leveled up to level 9. Achievement gift pack. Phoenix Fire Technique unlocked. Would you like to unlock it immediately? Unlock. Sasuke declared without a moment's hesitation. This self-tracking ninjutsu is something Sasuke would certainly not let slip away easily. Meanwhile, he allocated the points he gained from the upgrade to enhance his physical constitution. However, this time, he did not experience another upgrade. He understood that this was a normal situation. Otherwise, he could simply linger here, exploiting the bug, and when the time came, emerge to confront the 6 Paths directly. With this thought, a flicker of intention brought forth the system attribute panel, materializing once more in the void before Sasuke. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Faction, Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Dark and rebellious, possessing the potential of a rogue ninja. Level, 9, 502,000. Attribute points, 0, note, can be directly consumed to enhance the attributes of the binder. Skill points, 8, note, can be directly consumed to elevate the skill levels of the binder. Achievements, possession acquired 6 path level ninja tools. Attributes, Constitution, 37, Agility, 26, Intelligence, 18. Charm, 74. Skills, Body Replacement Technique. Level 4, Transformation Technique. Level 4, Clone Technique. Level 4, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Level 4, Chakra Control. Level 4, Taijutsu. Level 3, Jinjutsu. Level 3, Ninja Tool Throwing. Level 3, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Level 4, 10, Leaf Village Sword Technique. Crescent Moon Dance. Level 3, 99. 999. Note, on the verge of promotion. However, a bottleneck in comprehension has arisen. The host may choose to consume a skill point to bypass. Leaf Village Sword Technique. Hazy Moonlit Night. Level 0, not yet cultivated. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Level 2, 89, soon to be promoted. Still so handsome, he mused, noting the burgeoning charm value. Is this wretched system implying that I should just lay back and enjoy life? Glancing at the significantly higher charm value compared to others, Sasuke curled his lip. The expression, he couldn't quite discern if it was frustration or pride. In Naruto's words, it was simply, damn it, he is showing off again. He cast another look at his skill panel. He understood that upgrading his constitution would gradually enhance his ninjutsu as well. However, other areas like taijutsu, jinjutsu, and swordsmanship seemed unresponsive. This led him to deduce that even with a system, he could not afford to become complacent. Taijutsu, jinjutsu, and swordsmanship would still require his personal diligence. Yet, what thrilled him was that the Crescent Moon Dance was on the verge of a promotion. Level 4. That represented a pinnacle level of Nin grade swordsmanship. If he could elevate the Crescent Moon Dance to level 4 by tonight, his chances of success in tomorrow's battle against Kakashi would undeniably increase. As for Naruto and Sakura, it wasn't a matter of distrust. Sasuke simply believed in self-reliance. Relying on others was ultimately unreliable, and with the system at his disposal, if he had to depend on his teammates for such trivial matters, he would truly have wasted his potential. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Fire Technique, which was also nearing upgrade, was entirely disregarded by Sasuke. Although his chakra was improving rapidly, it was just barely sufficient. If he summoned several shadow clones, he could find himself in a dire situation. Thus, he had no intention of upgrading this technique. After all, a level 2 Chunin skill was adequate for his needs. With this thought, Sasuke exhaled slowly. Suppressing the stirring within, sealing away the sword of Indra, he sat cross-legged. Diving once more into the final comprehension of the crescent moon dance through the system, a night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, the first crow of the morning echoed through the tranquil village of Konoha. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes once more. Sigh. It seems attaining sudden enlightenment on the crescent moon dance again is impossible, despite his diligent efforts with the system throughout the night. The panel remained stagnant at a minuscule 0.00001, as if it were an unyielding wall. Forget it, it seems this hurdle cannot be bypassed in the short term. After much contemplation, Sasuke ultimately resolved to expend one precious skill point to forcibly elevate the level of the crescent moon dance. It wasn't he that he wished to give up or cease his efforts, but that insurmountable 0.00001 reminded him of the system's note regarding the crescent moon dance. Note, on the verge of promotion. However, a bottleneck in comprehension has arisen. The host may choose to consume a skill point to bypass. What bottleneck in comprehension? This is clearly forced consumption. Sasuke inwardly condemned the system's audacious behavior. Yet, despite his grievances being futile, he clenched his teeth and spent one of his scarce skill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The crescent moon dance has successfully leveled up to level 412. Was that it? With a flicker of thought, one skill point vanished. But to Sasuke's surprise, this time, he paid a considerable price, yet astonishingly, he did not achieve any advancement in his rank for the first time. It seems he must strive harder henceforth. Otherwise, with cheating, escaping from the village will not be an easy feat. Chapter 22. The subtle thoughts of Yuzuki Yuka. Time flows swiftly, fleeting in an instant. Once Sasuke had solidified his recently enhanced swordsmanship, the sun had already risen high in the sky, casting warm rays that bathed every corner of the training ground. Hey, Sakura, are you feeling hot? Why not walk behind me? You wouldn't want to get sunburned. No need for that. How about we grab some ramen together after your test today? I heard that Uncle Ichiraku has recently introduced a new dish. No, I'm on a diet. The voices of Naruto and Sakura drifted into Sasuke's ears from a distance. Perhaps due to his training in the dance of the crescent moon, Sasuke's senses had been significantly heightened. Thus, even though they were some distance away, he could hear them clearly. Ah, a sycophant, in the end, left with nothing. Prince, with such a splendid background, how is it that you have achieved so little? Exhaling a deep breath, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes and stood tall. Hey, Sasuke, I didn't realize you arrived so early. Just as Sasuke rose, Sakura called out to him from afar. Oh, I merely couldn't sleep from excitement last night. You and Naruto are not late either. He refrained from explaining to Sakura that he had been waiting here since the night before. As Sakura approached, Sasuke calmly responded. With her warm face pressed against his cold demeanor, Sakura, undeterred by awkwardness, shyly inquired, SAS. Sasuke, shall we celebrate our completion of the test with some ramen? Stammering, her face flushed with embarrassment. Naruto, overhearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. Aren't you on a diet? Why is it that you can indulge with this annoying guy? How vexing. Sasuke did not respond directly. Instead, he regarded the bashful Sakura, then glanced at the dejected Naruto. With a peculiar expression, he asked Sakura, whose face was now crimson, is it a gathering? No, it's just the two of us. I'll treat. It was as though she had expended all her energy to utter that brief statement. Sakura dared not lift her head, her gaze fixed on the ground, her heart racing even faster after speaking. Suppressing a smile, Sasuke replied with an impassive expression. Then I shall not go. I had a restless night. I need to return to sleep. Sleep? Then I can. I can what? Sasuke pretended not to hear, teasingly inquiring. Why? Why'd I know he is deliberately teasing me? Yet, rather than feeling anger, I find that Sasuke appears increasingly handsome. Sakura thought to herself, even though her courage was waning. At this age, it is difficult to articulate, yet the notion of companionship during slumber evokes a certain shyness. With a renewed sense of bashfulness, one lowers their head further. Ding. A message of affection from Sakura resonates, increasing the charm by one. Sigh. Upon hearing the sudden notification in his mind, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a slight burden. It seems that being exceptionally handsome carries its own weight. Just then, with a whoosh, two familiar figures materialized before Sasuke. Startled, Sujin quickly stepped forward, respectfully inquiring, what brings you here, esteemed seniors? Are you passing through on a mission? The two individuals in question are Moonlight Gale and April Evening Blossom. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Gale chuckled and replied, we have come, of course, to witness the extraordinary talent that I believe you possess. Sasuke, you cannot fathom that despite my assertions, your sister Evening Blossom remains skeptical? Allow me to bring her here so that she may see for herself. My judgment is undeniably sound. Please, do not disappoint me. It was as if he had transformed into a different person, or perhaps had unraveled some inner turmoil. Today, Moonlight Gale exuded exuberance, engaging in conversation with Sasuke. His lips perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. One must not harbor arrogance. Yet it is essential to possess a steadfast spirit. As the esteemed Jonin has proclaimed, if Sasuke continues to exhibit excessive humility, would it not be akin to slapping their face? With this thought in mind, Sasuke, without hesitation, bowed respectfully and responded, "Rest assured. Senior, I shall not let the two of you down in today's assessment." Haha, that is splendid. Truly, you are someone I have high hopes for. Press on. The future of Konoha shall unfold before you. Moonlight Gale continued to speak with fervor. However, there was an unspoken sentiment lingering in the air. It was as if an indescribable aura of sword intent enveloped Sasuke today, refusing to dissipate. This sword intent is imperceptible to others. Only those who have trained in the Leaf Village's swordsmanship, such as Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Uyas, might sense it to a slight degree. However, they chose to remain silent. Unlike the sudden shift in temperament exhibited by Moonlight Gale, Yuzuki Uyas's point of observation diverged significantly. Although she was quite taken aback by the sword intent radiating from Sasuke today, her attention swiftly shifted to Naruto. How could Naruto possibly be placed in the same class as Sasuke? As for Naruto's background, it may elude others, but Yuzuki Uyas was well acquainted with it, having once been a substitute member after Uchiha Obito's demise. It is worth noting that prior to Kakashi's departure from the Anbu, the three of them were colleagues. Perhaps it was due to Sasuke's extraordinary talent. This thought illuminated Yuzuki Uyas's understanding. Proximity to brilliance often influences one's path. Having a genius like Sasuke quietly positioned beside Naruto could greatly benefit his growth. With these thoughts in mind, Yuzuki Yuin redirected her gaze to the bashful Sakura nearby. A frown crossed her brow as she mused to herself. How is it that this girl, with such a lackluster chakra fluctuation, ended up in the same class as Naruto? Given Naruto's unique standing, it's unlikely that the Inuzuka, Nara, or Akimichi clans would have chosen her. The intrigue of young women. Oh no. Their thoughts are always astute. Soon, her eyes brightened as she observed Sakura at that moment and glanced at Naruto, who was stealing glances at Sakura. She concluded confidently, "Oh, now it makes sense. Naruto must have covertly sought out the third Hokage. This boy, despite his youth, he has already found his future wife." At this realization, Yuzuki Yuin couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head. She recalled her own tumultuous romance with the Anbu's Moonlight Gale, which had been fraught with challenges. The sweetness of their present relationship was the result of years of adjustment. It was surprising that Naruto, at such a tender age, had already found true love with the third's discreet matchmaking. Although Yuin did not voice it, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her heart. The second Hokage had it far too easy. Chapter 23. The confrontation with elite Jonin Kakashi. So, about yesterday's incident, those people didn't trouble you, did they? Naruto and Sakura were present at the scene. Although Sasuke did not explicitly mention the calamity that befell them due to Indra's sword, upon hearing those words, Moonlight Gale instantly reacted, smiling. "Of course not. Let us not forget that I am a special Jonin of the Anbu." Hearing this, Sasuke immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. Better safe than sorry. His wings were yet to fully spread. It was wiser to remain cautious. Just as Sujian was lost in contemplation, a whoosh resounded. A tall figure materialized out of thin air at the scene. "Ah, Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yuin? What brings you two here?" Kakashi, upon his arrival, immediately noticed the pair and discreetly cast a glance at Sasuke, pondering whether their sudden appearance was related to the thunderstorm that had loomed over the village yesterday. Contemplating this, Kakashi felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. To be candid, he found Sasuke far more to his liking than Naruto. Not only did Sasuke possess the same striking handsomeness he had in his youth, but his innate talent also mirrored Kakashi's own. With this thought firmly established, Kakashi resolved that if these two intended to make things difficult for Sasuke, he, as a mentor, must find a way to lend Sasuke a hand. "Ah, haha, Kakashi, it's been a while, hasn't he? You might not be aware. What? In truth, Sasuke has long been secretly taken under my Master's wing. Thus, despite my Master's recent disappearance, Sasuke is, strictly speaking, my peer." Peers? Kakashi observed the expressions on the faces of Tsukikage and Yuzuki, which bore no trace of jest. He also noted Sasuke calmly nodding in his direction. With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, he inquired, "Could it be that you two have come today to gauge the abilities of your junior disciple through me?" "Huh." Kakashi, Tsukikage laughed heartily. "Though you were the top genius of our generation, I mustn't dampen your spirits. Had my junior disciple been born a few years earlier, your position as Konoha's foremost talent would surely have been in jeopardy." After exchanging pleasantries, Kakashi finally stood before the trio of Team 7, ready to delve into the matter at hand. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "Before we commence the test, let me reiterate the rules one final time. You three must unite and cooperate with one another. The rules are straightforward. Simply ring the bells I hold in my hand to pass the test." As he spoke, Kakashi hung the pair of small bells from his waist. "And Naruto, remember, youngsters should refrain from underhanded tricks. On the true battlefield, no one will show you mercy. And therefore, I shall not go easy on you during this test." "What? This?" Upon hearing this, Naruto's previously calm expression turned grim. He was oblivious even to how he had graduated, let alone facing Kakashi, who would be fully committed from the outset. After a brief pause, he swallowed hard and inched closer to Sasuke and Sakura, frowning as he whispered, I think we should devise a more prudent strategy and stealthily ambush Kakashi-sensei. Let us do this, and then that, hehehe, finally. While Naruto rambled unenthusiastically, Sasuke merely let the words drift in one ear and out the other. Unbeknownst to him, he slowly closed his eyes and turned his body toward Kakashi, standing resolutely. An aura of determination enveloped him, akin to a blade poised to unsheath, radiating a fierce brilliance. A gentle breeze caressed the hair by Sasuke's temples, sending leaves of Konoha dancing in the wind. A palpable air of tension began to brew around him, steadily intensifying. At a certain moment, a single leaf brushed past him. The next instant, like a signal igniting a spark, Sasuke's eyes flew open. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Sakura, what do you think of my plan? Ha. I think it's rather lacking. After all, among the three of us, only Sasuke is both striking and formidable. Perhaps we should heed Sasuke's advice instead. SAS. Sasuke, come back. Don't act on your own. While Naruto and Sakura were still clandestinely plotting their ambush against Kakashi, they suddenly noticed that Sasuke had already transformed into a whirlwind, charging ahead alone. He longed to call out to Sasuke, but alas, it was too late. Fire release, great fireball technique. In a flash, Sasuke closed the distance, forming intricate hand seals as if blooming flowers. With a deep breath, he unleashed a massive fireball, blazing like the sun. Judging by the solidity of his chakra, he has already reached the Chunin level. Truly, he is someone I have my eye on. As the searing heat approached, Kakashi remained unperturbed. He merely formed a few hand seals with ease. The next moment, with a resounding crash, a 3-meter-high earthen wall rose from the ground, serving as a steadfast barrier that intercepted Sasuke's fiery assault. This is precisely one of Kakashi's signature defensive ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart. The damp soil clashed fiercely with the searing fireball. In no time, the moisture and weeds in the earth were scorched, sending up thick smoke, while water vapor billowed into the air. A unique scent of burnt vegetation filled the atmosphere, overwhelmingly pungent. Yet, amidst the swirling smoke, several shurikens suddenly shot forth, glinting ominously and razor-sharp. Oh, a feint to the east while striking from the west, so this was the hidden tactic? Quite intriguing. With a soft chuckle, Kakashi deftly produced a kunai from his waist. Whizzing through the air, a flurry of shurikens shot towards him like meteors, racing with blinding speed. However, despite their number, their accuracy was lacking. Only a few managed to hit their target, which Kakashi effortlessly deflected, while the majority scattered chaotically, embedding themselves in the grass, rocks, and tree trunks alike. Sigh. While it was commendable for someone his age to possess such battle awareness, it paled in comparison to the prowess of elite Chunin like Kakashi. Seeing this, Yuzuki Wing sighed. Although Sasuke was merely a child, she found herself unconsciously treating him as a peer since the moment he claimed the ninja sword yesterday, viewing him as a beacon of hope for the future of Konoha. Beside her, Sasuke's ship seemed to sense the frustration in her voice and, with a calm smile, remarked, things are not as straightforward as they appear. Perhaps, Wang, you have underestimated Sasuke this time. Chapter 24. The Bell, Sasuke accepts. What? Yuang did not grasp the full meaning behind Ship's words. At that moment, as the thick smoke began to dissipate, a figure suddenly emerged into view. It was Sasuke. Undeterred by his initial failure, Sasuke swiftly drew a scroll from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, the scroll unfurled like a flag, fluttering in the wind. Biting his thumb, he pressed it against the seal on the scroll. And with a loud bang, a sword's cry echoed through the air, soaring to the heavens. Before anyone could discern what emerged from the billowing smoke, the sword of Indra materialized in Sasuke's grasp. With a resounding clang, the sword sang a fierce melody, seemingly imbued with life, its brilliance radiating. In the next instant, wielding the sword, Sasuke leaped into the air, embodying the spirit of a storm as he charged toward the entranced Kakashi, poised to strike. First form of the crescent moon dance, /release. Gazing up at the approaching figure, Kakashi was taken aback. Did this kid intend to kill me? The air thickened with an oppressive atmosphere, as if the very river of time were reversing, the incoming sword's momentum growing ever more formidable. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi could no longer afford to hold back. Even as an elite Chunin, he could not withstand such immense killing intent. Should he confront this head-on, he would surely meet his demise. Moreover, this was merely an official exam for Konoha. What was a few hundred ryo compared to his life? With this thought, Kakashi's chakra surged with a lightning affinity. In the next moment, he swiftly coated his kunai with crackling lightning, wrapping it like a veil of silk around his weapon. The sharp clash of metal rang out, echoing across the training grounds of Konoha. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward from the center where Sasuke and Kakashi stood. From a distance, it resembled a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that spread endlessly. This Chakra's might. In terms of swordsmanship, Sasuke's ship, would declare you the strongest. Shielding Yuang with his arms, Ship shouted recklessly, as if possessed by fervor. Is this the true extent of his strength? No wonder Sakura is infatuated with him. Were I in her position, I might feel the same. Stop. Naruto, what on earth are you thinking? You're aspiring to be Hokage. How can you be defeated by the challenges before you? Sasuke is merely a temporary hurdle. I will surpass you one day. Sasuke was undeniably handsome, a fact Naruto was reluctant to admit, yet his eyes could not deceive him. Coupled with Sasuke's remarkable display of power, Naruto even entertained the ludicrous notion of transforming into a beauty that Sasuke would adore through the art of harem. Would they not live happily ever after? Sasuke, 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 this is you, the truest version of you. I vow to marry you for a lifetime. I love you dearly. Sakura turned away, her body quaking from the shockwaves that enveloped her, yet even so, she trembled with fervor, her cheeks aflame. It felt as though she had spontaneously married this whirlwind of a man, an indescribable happiness enveloping her. She desired nothing more than to merge her essence with Sasuke's, to feel his warmth, to mold herself into his form, vowing to never part. With a thunderous boom. Although Sasuke's astonishing swordsmanship at such a young age was remarkable, it could not conceal the vast chasm between him and the elite Chunin. Perhaps with his current talent, he would one day surpass the renowned Kakashi, but that day was not today. With a resounding crash, ultimately, in the clash of powers, Sasuke was flung away by Kakashi's overwhelming chakra. Though Kakashi's kunai, imbued with lightning, shattered under the force of Sasuke's sword of Indra, it inflicted no damage on Kakashi whatsoever. With a clang, the sword of Indra flew through the air, embedding itself in a nearby sturdy tree trunk, vibrating with a low hum, leaving behind an afterimage as if it were a tangible entity. Ah, the disparity in strength remains insurmountable. Yuzuki Yuin sighed, her beautiful eyes brimming with a sense of unwillingness. The moonlight and swift winds also clenched their fists tightly. Sasuke has been defeated. At this moment, he was filled with an overwhelming desire to rush forward and engage Kakashi in a duel using the dance of the crescent moon. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Firstly, his own version of the dance of the crescent moon paled in comparison to Sasuke's mastery. At the very least, he could not emulate the fierce aura embodied in Sasuke's just executed first move, the wind cutter. Secondly, despite being a Jonin himself, he stood no chance against Kakashi. To act on impulse would only lead to his own humiliation. Sasuke, is he going to be alright? Sakura and Naruto gasped in shock. At that moment, even Naruto, who had always been at odds with Sasuke, displayed an undeniable sense of anxiety in his azure eyes. His forlorn gaze resembled that of a sulking spouse, filled with pride. Just as Sakura and Naruto were about to rush forward to catch Sasuke, who was still soaring through the air, suddenly bang. The Sasuke that should have been uncontrollably flying backwards transformed into a cloud of white smoke, dissipating in an instant. What? The five onlookers were left in utter astonishment. The astonishing sword strike had merely been a shadow clone. Before they could recover from their shock, another bang echoed. Then, the four spectators beheld a puff of white smoke erupt behind Kakashi, revealing a shuriken that had been lying on the ground, now vanished in the blink of an eye. Instantly, Sasuke's figure materialized before them. He leaped into the air, his fingers poised like a hawk preparing to catch its prey, exuding an unstoppable momentum as he lunged toward the bells at Kakashi's waist that swayed in the breeze. With a sly grin, he declared, "Kakashi-sensei, I shall graciously accept your bells." Chapter 25. One's power against a Jonin. What? The spectators shouted in unison once more. They had not anticipated Sasuke's combat instincts to be so remarkably refined, as if honed over decades of meticulous training. An intricate web of strategies intertwined. An endless cycle of offense and defense. At this moment, they found themselves repeating previous sentiments, resembling a broken record, utterly dazed. Is this truly your hidden ace? Tilting his head slightly, Kakashi observed Sasuke with newfound clarity. If it were a test of individual strength, he would unhesitatingly award Sasuke a perfect score at this moment. However, this test had always been a measure of teamwork. His own mentor, the fourth Hokage, had employed similar methods to evaluate them. Thus, I'm sorry, Sasuke, but I cannot allow you to pass just yet. With that thought, a cunning smile crept across Kakashi's concealed face. A mere change of hand seals later, another bang resonated. White smoke erupted, leaving behind a neatly severed log that crashed to the ground. What? The four spectators gasped again, as if their vocabulary was limited to those two words. They had lost count of how many times they had uttered such expressions, yet their astonishment remained palpable. Sasuke, seemingly oblivious to the log at his feet, stood still, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he placed his hands on his hips, watching the unfolding spectacle. Has it ended? No. Is Kakashi really this serious? It's merely a test. Could it be that he is intimidated by Sasuke's extraordinary talent? Moonlight Gale, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in frustration. But at that moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared before a bewildered Naruto, reaching for his collar with intent to ambush him, aiming to take them down one by one. Not good. Kakashi is going to surprise attack Naruto, exclaimed Yuzuki, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm. Yet, even with her urgent warning, it was too late. Naruto's face reflected sheer terror, while Sakura stood frozen, utterly devoid of a means to resist. The only one capable of fighting back was Sasuke, who remained motionless on the distant grass, arms crossed, as if he had chosen to forfeit. But just as Kakashi triumphantly prepared to seize the terrified Naruto, at the critical moment, bang, white smoke exploded. This time, Naruto did not transform into a log, to everyone's astonishment. He morphed into Sasuke himself. Sakura's emerald eyes brimmed with confusion. Although she was the closest to Sasuke at that moment, she could not distinguish whether the Sasuke was a clone or the real deal. As Kakashi reached out to grasp the airborne figure, a sly smile curved Sasuke's lips. In the next instant, his eyes blazed with red illumination, and he shouted, "Sharingan, awaken!" like the sounding of a battle horn. Kakashi found himself unexpectedly ensnared in a realm bathed in crimson. Though limited in scope, he felt an overwhelming inability to escape. The Sharingan, he had actually awakened it. In the fleeting moment before succumbing to the illusion, Kakashi realized. All along, he had believed that, given Sasuke's age, even a prodigy like him would need at least another couple of years to awaken his eyes, much like Obito, whom he felt indebted to. Yet, he had not anticipated that Sasuke had not only awakened his eyes, but had also refrained from using them until now. Is this a display of strength? My goodness. When did such a prodigy emerge in the ninja world? At this thought, Kakashi's heart trembled violently, his pupils constricting in astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, ensnared by the illusion, his consciousness plunged into a realm suffused with crimson. His body felt increasingly heavy, as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Now is the moment. As Kakashi's outstretched hand fell limply, Sasuke recognized that an opportunity had arisen, but it lasted merely for an instant. Should he falter, all would be lost. With this thought, Sasuke summoned every last bit of chakra within him. With a mere flicker of his form, he seized the bells from Kakashi's waist. However, the stark disparity in their strengths could not be bridged by a mere illusion of the Sharingan. Just a moment of days passed. In the next instant, Kakashi emerged from his stupor, clarity returning. As always, if this were merely a test of individual prowess, he would have certainly allowed Sasuke to prevail. Yet, the true essence of this test lay in teamwork. Thus, even if Sasuke performed exceptionally at his age during this assessment, Kakashi would not grant him any leniency. Sasuke truly is the man I sought. Utterly magnificent. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly as she bowed her head, lost in thoughts of a rather embarrassing nature. She occasionally swallowed nervously, giggling foolishly, completely oblivious to the fact that Kakashi had already awakened from the illusion, mere feet away. At this moment, under the moonlight and the swift wind, he was the most skilled among them. Being a sensory ninja by nature, he quickly detected Kakashi's awakening and urgently called out, "Sasuke, be careful. Kakashi is awake." At this critical juncture, he could no longer adhere to the rules. Regulations were of no consequence. Sasuke had already surpassed expectations with his remarkable performance. How could you, Kakashi, a prominent elite jonin, shamelessly engage in earnest competition with a junior? Have you no shame? Since you, Kakashi, show no mercy, do not blame me, the Gale of Moonlight, for disregarding the rules. Though the call of the Gale of Moonlight was timely, Sasuke appeared utterly oblivious, still clutching the bells in his hand, motionless, with a foolish grin. This is disastrous. In her heart, Ayazuki Saigen sighed. After all, Sasuke was her little junior brother. Despite the vast chasm in their abilities, how could she accept his defeat? Yet, what good was this reluctance? As the Gale of Moonlight and Ayazuki Saigen had resigned themselves to this outcome, and Kakashi smiled. Believing the victory was assured, Sasuke's figure suddenly dissipated like smoke, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, Kakashi stumbled, reaching out only to grasp at emptiness. How? Could he still execute the body flicker technique at this moment? Could it be that the long-held rumor of the Uchiha clan's general lack of chakra is false? Staring blankly at his empty right hand, Kakashi plunged into contemplation. Just then, from the treetops not far away, Sasuke's calm voice resonated. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Chapter 26. Promotion to Jin and the sound of jingling bells finally echoed through the scene. This announcement signifies that the test has concluded within these fleeting moments. Yet, this was not the outcome previously agreed upon by Kakashi, as the sound resonated from his waist. Instead, it emanated from Sasuke's hands, producing a series of ringing chimes. Did Sasuke emerge victorious? Yuzuki Yugugo, with her delicate fingers slightly curled, gazed with misty eyes filled with unshed tears. She could not comprehend why. But in this instant, an overwhelming urge to weep surged within her. It was clear that Sasuke had merely seized a pair of bells from Kakashi. Yet, at this moment, it is akin to Sasuke triumphing over Kakashi with the leaf-style swordsmanship, filled with pride and exhilaration. Well, truly, I am the foremost genius of the leaf-style swordsmanship, he exclaimed, excitement causing him to dance in delight. He recognized that the leaf-style swordsmanship was about to rise anew, with this moment marking the ascent of the brilliant star that is Sasuke. SAS. Sasuke. Can a mere ordinary girl like me ever be worthy of him? She pondered. Meanwhile, Ino, not lacking in beauty herself, contemplated whether a more proactive approach might sway Sasuke's affections. A gentle breeze tousled the hair of that handsome man, who appeared as though he were a masterpiece sculpted by the heavens, perfectly balanced, neither frivolous nor lacking in masculinity. Sakura felt her entire being aflame with discomfort as she gazed upon him. Concurrently, an inexplicable sense of crisis arose within Ino. She silently vowed to train diligently. determined to keep pace with Sasuke. This man has undoubtedly captured her heart, and even the sage of the six paths cannot intervene. If one were to ponder who is the most humble in this contest, it would undoubtedly be Naruto. This predicament must be traced back to the moment Kakashi attempted to apprehend Sasuke, who had transformed into a clone of himself. When he beheld Kakashi seizing another Naruto, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, his mind was engulfed in chaos and bewilderment. How could there be yet another Naruto? Who am I? Where am I? Why has teacher Kakashi not come to capture me, but instead pursued a mere clone? As time progressed, these questions soon began to surface. Yet, a new dilemma emerged. For at that moment, Naruto astoundingly realized that not a single soul in the vicinity acknowledged his presence. Not even Sakura, nor the trio of Kiba, Hinata, and Kakashi glanced his way. It was as if he were nothing more than a wisp of air. The scene was enveloped in a profound silence. As if everyone present was lost in their own contemplations. Naruto, perceiving the atmosphere, dared not utter a word, suppressing the questions swirling within his mind, standing frozen in place. However, at that moment, Sakura was the first to emerge from her reverie. Turning her attention, as if she had uncovered something significant, she suddenly voiced her confusion. Wait. Where has Naruto gone? Her exclamation jolted the others into realization. They had only just noticed that Naruto had vanished without a trace. Just then, a soft chuckle resonated from a distance as Sasuke playfully shook a bell in his hand. Simultaneously, his hand signs transformed, and with a resounding pop, a cloud of smoke erupted from a nearby thicket. An inconspicuous rock there swiftly morphed into the likeness of Naruto, who now appeared utterly bewildered, resembling a dazed genius. Transformation jutsu, Kakashi exclaimed, nearly leaping in astonishment. What precisely constitutes this battle intelligence? And what manner of chakra reserves does he possess? Is he still merely a genin? At that moment, Kakashi inexplicably recalled the words Iruka had spoken to him about Sasuke. Kakashi, I swear, that kid named Sasuke is undoubtedly the most remarkable graduate I have ever mentored. A talent without precedent and one that will not be repeated. You must believe me. If you miss this opportunity, Konoha may never witness such an outstanding genius again. You will regret it for a lifetime. Was it truly as extraordinary as you claimed? Surely. You would not deceive me. Hey, whether you believe it or not. If it weren't for the fact that we both serve under the third Hokage, I would never share such good fortune with you for free. Memories flashed by like slides, ephemeral yet vivid in Kakashi's mind. It seemed that Iruka's words had indeed been conservative. Furrowing his brow, Kakashi pondered. Had it truly concluded? Was this test to end so abruptly? It was not until he reverted to his true form that Naruto realized. Yet he also felt a disorienting sense of unreality. It was supposed to be a team effort. How could the test conclude before he and Sakura had even made a move? He glanced at his goddess, Sakura, only to find her cheeks flushed. Her emerald eyes fixed unwaveringly on Sasuke, brimming with unspoken affection. A surge of jealousy welled up within him. Without a second thought, Naruto rushed to Kakashi and exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura and I haven't even made our move yet. All the glory has gone to that guy. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent, and retorted, the rules are clear. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. Do you have other thoughts, Naruto? Gritting his teeth, Naruto defiantly replied, yes. I demand a rematch. There is no way I will let Sasuke take all the limelight. Kakashi feigned seriousness, inquiring, oh, are you certain? Then, as if casually, he glanced over at Sakura in the distance. Absolutely. This is not something to take lightly. After all, Naruto's sentence was cut short by Sakura's voice calling from behind. Naruto, stop fooling around. Is it so hard to admit that others are better than you? If you really want a rematch, you can challenge Kakashi-sensei like Sasuke did. As for me and Sasuke, we are going to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate. We had intended to bring you, but who knows? Upon hearing that there was an opportunity to dine with Sakura, Naruto instantly forgot his previous demand for a rematch. He quickly beamed at Sakura, saying, I'm in. I'm coming. How could I possibly say no? Sasuke interjected, Kakashi-sensei. Why don't we all go to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate? Today marks the wonderful occasion of our promotion to genin. Sounds great. We are quite hungry as well. Sakura's sweet disposition, combined with the entwined connections of Kakashi and Iruka with Sasuke, led to a swift consensus among the six present. They decided to head directly to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate and simultaneously partake in the ceremony of receiving their Konoha headbands. Chapter 27. What is this cross-dressing nonsense? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement of successfully becoming a genin. You have unlocked the achievement gift, Konoha Flowing Sword Technique, second form, Moonlit Dance. Shall I unlock it immediately? That night, after finishing the gathering at Ichiraku Ramen, Sasuke returned to his dormitory, only to hear the sudden prompt of the system ringing in his mind. Unlock. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and without hesitation, he initiated the unlocking process. Instantly, a torrent of unfamiliar images surged into Sasuke's mind like a tidal wave. Sharp pangs of pain coursed through him, as if needles pricked his body. Realizing that this was the precursor to a significant advancement in his swordsmanship, he clenched his teeth, summoning his willpower to move his heavy body, and, while still somewhat coherent, he threw himself onto his bed with force. As his nearly collapsing body felt the softness of the mattress behind him, his consciousness was suddenly yanked into chaos. And he lost all awareness. Sasuke fell into a deep slumber without even removing his clothes. When Sasuke next awoke, it was already the following morning. The resounding crow of a rooster echoed through Konoha, rousing him from his stupor. So, this is the second form of the moonlit dance? Indeed, it is extraordinary. This time, through the system, Sasuke effortlessly mastered the second technique, star treading, merely by taking a nap, and astonishingly, he began at level 3. However, there was a slight disappointment. He still did not achieve any upgrades. Nevertheless, a series of affections had, unbeknownst to him, significantly inflated his charm value. At this moment, his charm value astonishingly reached 114 points. With a mere thought, he accessed the system panel and began to scrutinize the historical records of his charm value. Shock from Kakashi Hitaki 10. Admiration from Kurenai Yuhi 25. Emotion from Yuki Sayaka 20. A vow of devotion from Sakura Haruno 50. Stubbornness from Naruto Uzumaki 10. And cross-dressing whimsy 55. Upon reaching the last entry, Sasuke abruptly rubbed his eyes, as if he had encountered a ghost. The stubbornness 10 was one thing. But what on earth was this cross-dressing whimsy? His face turned a shade of green. This bizarre notion contributed an astonishing 55 points, surpassing even Sakura by 5 points. What on earth was Naruto thinking? Suddenly, a bolt of realization flashed through Sasuke's mind. And he muttered to himself with a smirk. Could it be? Has this guy been swayed by me? No, Naruto. While I do possess striking features, you must not stray down this path. What would Hinata do otherwise? Wait a moment, don't you fancy Sakura? With this thought, Sasuke's inner turmoil erupted, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. While it was one thing for all ages to be captivated, if he found himself appealing to both genders, he truly could not bear it. Time flew by swiftly at the Ninja Academy. And in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. It was already noon when Sasuke received a message relayed by Kakashi's envoy. It conveyed that a D-rank mission had arrived, requiring the 3 members of Team 7 to prepare promptly and make their way to the Hokage's office. If a deal could be struck with the employer, Kakashi would lead the trio on their first external mission following their promotion to Chunin the very next day. Sasuke recognized the significance of a first mission. It was a matter of utmost seriousness in every aspect. Consequently, without delay, he hastened to the Ninja Academy to rendezvous with Naruto and Sakura. Ah ha ha ha. Sasuke, you've arrived. This is truly splendid. Upon his arrival at the academy, Sasuke was unexpectedly greeted with enthusiasm as Naruto rushed towards him, throwing an arm around his shoulder and laughing heartily, as though they shared a deep camaraderie. Such abnormal behavior surely indicates mischief. This fellow must be scheming something. Contemplating this, Sasuke instinctively recalled the previous incident regarding the allure of cross-dressing. A chill ran down his spine, and he shuddered involuntarily, thinking, surely, this guy wouldn't be. With these thoughts in mind, Sasuke cast another glance at Naruto, who was making faces at him, heightening his sense of vigilance. It seemed the old adage held true. Boys indeed needed to take care of themselves when venturing out. A few minutes later, in the restroom. Aha. Sasuke, just stay put here for a while. With Naruto's words echoing, several shadow clones erupted in clouds of white smoke. Sasuke found himself ensnared in a binding technique, resembling a rice dumpling. Naruto beamed with satisfaction, swiftly disappearing through the restroom door. Moments later, from within a stall, emerged a figure identical to Sasuke. With a swift hand sign, the bound Sasuke burst into a cloud of white smoke, leaving only a severed rope behind. What on earth was this guy up to? Sasuke frowned, pondering briefly before cautiously following the trail left by Naruto. I just want to experience this. It's not too much to ask, right? At this moment, Naruto had already transformed into Sasuke's appearance. Nearby, Sakura sat on a bench, lost in thought, occasionally smiling, her face akin to blooming cherry blossoms, utterly enchanting. Perhaps it was best to reconsider. Naruto initially intended to use the transformation technique to take on Sasuke's guise and engage in a meaningful conversation with his beloved Sakura. He sought nothing more than to understand her better. Perhaps, through his earnest efforts, one day she might come to like him just as she did that infuriating Sasuke. However, undertaking such a clandestine endeavor, especially with his goddess, proved daunting. What seemed straightforward in contemplation became a formidable hurdle when it came to action. Oh. SAS. Sasuke. You can sit here. Just as Naruto hesitated, Sakura suddenly noticed him, her face flushed with shyness. And although her words stumbled, her tone was unusually gentle. Swallowing hard, Naruto felt a surge of courage, blushing as he awkwardly approached her. Sakura, would you like to have dinner together tonight? He scratched his head, feeling somewhat flustered, unsure of how he mustered the resolve to utter such a line. Upon hearing this, Sakura turned her head in astonishment towards the Sasuke beside her. His playful demeanor struck her as odd. Today, Sasuke seemed to emit a peculiar vibe. Truthfully, if not for the handsome face she had long admired, she would have readily believed he was Naruto rather than the aloof boy who had always ignored her. Yet, just as her momentary doubt flickered, it was swiftly swept away by the flood of hormones within her. Biting her rosy lips, her cheeks blushing, she thought, Could it be? Has my beloved finally been moved by my sincerity? A small flurry of petals danced across Sakura's flushed face, brushing her cherry-pink hair, stirring her heartstrings. It felt as though a gentle cat had brushed against her. In an instant, her throat tightened, breath quickened, and she spoke with increasing allure, "SAS. Sasuke. Actually, She stammered for what felt like an eternity, her cheeks burning, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. Naruto sensed the heat radiating from Sakura, and even in his usual cluelessness, he recognized something was amiss. Swallowing hard, he awkwardly asked, Sakura, you. For some reason. The words he had meticulously formulated in his mind refused to escape his lips. It was as if a cotton ball had lodged in his throat, a whirlwind of emotion swirling within him. Their gazes locked, an invisible thread of pure affection bound their hearts together, refusing to sever. The air was thick with an unspoken sentiment, slowly fermenting into an inescapable connection. Breaths grew heavier, and her glistening eyes brimmed with innocent longing. In the next moment, Sakura gently closed her verdant eyes, her graceful form relaxing, unconsciously leaning towards Naruto beside her. The atmosphere was saturated with youthful allure, and the unique fragrance of a girl enveloped Naruto, leaving him momentarily entranced. Suddenly, as if fate intervened, a cool breeze swept through, restoring clarity to Naruto's dazed gaze. No, I am Naruto, not Sasuke. While the allure was tempting, I desire Sakura's heart, not to capture her through deceitful means. With that realization, Naruto resolved to act. Leaning back and standing upright, Sakura, with her eyes still shut, felt as though this was the happiest moment of her life, the closest she had ever been to Sasuke. For this moment, she had rehearsed countless times in her dreams. Yet, when she sensed the warmth that should have enveloped her was absent, she slowly opened her emerald eyes. SAS. Sasuke, I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. Her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. She forced a smile, though disappointment was palpable in her gaze. Seeing this, Naruto felt the awkwardness envelop him, scratching his head as he clumsily attempted to console her. Sakura, actually. Naruto sensed he might have gone too far this time. He yearned to reveal the truth of the situation. Just then, he overheard whispers from behind him. Being a genius is great, especially with beautiful girls chasing after you. Truly enviable. Did you know? I heard from my dad that the Sasuke's family was wiped out recently, and he is the only one left because he was at school. Really? ISNT that just like Naruto from our class? Indeed. Thinking about it, both seem to be harbingers of doom. One caused his parents' demise, the other his entire clan's. Oh, if we hadn't known, it would have been fine. But now that we do, we should steer clear of these two. Hey, I heard he has already become a Chunin. In the future, if you wish to see him, it might not be possible. Who would want to see those two harbingers of doom? Wouldn't he that be courting trouble? But Sasuke is a genius, and he is handsome. You can't deny that many beautiful girls in our class are interested. What use is being handsome if he is just another orphan like Naruto? Bringing misfortune? Chill. Keep it down. Naruto stood frozen, the latter part of the conversation barely registering in his mind, save for the most jarring taunt. He remained still, head bowed, murmuring to himself, is that infuriating guy also a pitiable soul like me? For reasons unknown, a pang struck my heart as I recalled the myriad moments concerning Sasuke, suddenly engulfing me in an indescribable sense of guilt. A wave of empathy surged forth. Let us depart. We must not be late, or we shall incur the wrath of Iruka-sensei once more. Behind me. The conversation between the two boys resumed. Naruto, jolted from his reverie, abruptly turned and shouted furiously at the departing figures. Hey, you two scoundrels. Are you not going to apologize to Sasuke? Do you intend to simply walk away like this? His jaw clenched tightly, fists balled in anger. His eyes brimming with profound animosity directed at the two in the distance. Could it be that this fellow, who bites ears, can hear clearly as well? Upon hearing these words, the two exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. They thought to themselves, aren't you Sasuke? Why then this insistence that one cannot leave without first offering an apology to Sasuke? This individual must have been consumed by anger. However, upon further reflection, the person before him is none other than Sasuke, the one who conjured dozens of shadow clones during the graduation exam, an existence that is both admirable and unattainable. What if he does not apologize? Even enduring a beating would require a modicum of mercy from him, especially considering the fury radiating from Sasuke at this moment. With this thought, the originally arrogant tall boy faltered, swallowing hard, and stammered, I apologize, is that sufficient? Meanwhile, another boy had already cowered behind the tall one, terrified into silence, trembling uncontrollably. It was not an apology directed at me, but at Sasuke. Sasuke, can't you two comprehend this? Naruto, in his current state of confusion, had entirely forgotten that he now stood here as Sasuke. He shouted vehemently, repeatedly emphasizing the name Sasuke. Once again this phrase, but aren't you Sasuke, and isn't Sasuke you? The two in front exchanged glances, having grown up together. And in that instant, they understood the implication of this moment. This Sasuke is not merely seeking an apology, he is clearly looking for an excuse to take them down. Run. Quick, run. If they do not flee immediately, Judging by Sasuke's furious expression, they might not escape unscathed. With this thought in mind, the two began to retreat slowly. And then, in an instant, turned to dash towards the classroom. Despite Naruto's shortcomings, he was still a promoted Chunin. How could he allow these two troublemakers, who struggled to graduate, to slip away right under his nose? Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively channeled his chakra, his form shifting as he positioned himself before the two. Gritting his teeth and growling, "You two think you can leave without an apology? Isn't that rather excessive?" Upon witnessing this scene, the two felt their hearts race with fear. However, they understood that given the current situation, it was likely they could not escape a beating. Thankfully, they were 2 against 1, and if they fought together, perhaps one might manage to evade Sasuke's grasp. Thus, their only course of action was to unite and make a desperate attempt. If one could escape, it would be better than nothing. The one who fled could summon Iruka-sensei, and maybe the other could receive a lighter punishment. Exchanging glances, they charged recklessly towards Sasuke, one on each side. Naruto remained oblivious to his own predicament, thinking to himself that he merely wanted those two rascals to apologize, yet they dared to confront him, even though he might be the weakest member of Team 7 due to his often unstable chakra. That did not mean he could be bullied by 2 students who struggled to graduate. With that thought, he clenched his fists and surged forward to meet the oncoming duo. He intended to subdue them swiftly and force them to apologize to Sasuke. However, to his dismay, within moments of engagement, Naruto found himself pinned to the ground. Damn it! His chakra had inexplicably dwindled to nothing. With his face pressed against the ground, he gritted his teeth, filled with defiance. Chapter 29. An eye for an eye from Naruto's impersonation of Sasuke to his swift defeat. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Sakura stood frozen in disbelief. While others may have been oblivious to Sasuke's prowess, Team 7 functioned as a cohesive unit. It was inconceivable that these 2 fledgling graduates could match him, even if they combined forces with Naruto. The 4 of them would likely prove insufficient to contend with Sasuke alone. But now, this defies logic. One of them gaped at his companion in astonishment. Humph. It appears there is indeed nothing illogical about it. Perhaps Sasuke employed some form of technology during the graduation exam. This is hardly surprising, considering he is of the same age as us. Even if he is a genius, how could there be such a disparity? Scoffed another, with a dismissive snort. As he spoke, he stomped on Naruto's foot with added force. I see now, we have all been deceived by Sasuke. He is nothing more than a paper tiger. Humph. Does he expect us to apologize? Ha. Sasuke, if you do not apologize today, we shall not let this matter rest. With their fear dissipated, the two became brazenly reckless. It is often said that malevolence is a product of one's environment. Yet, in truth, it is an inherent trait. Naruto clenched his teeth, filled with resentment. He longed to rise but was hindered by the exhaustion of his chakra, rendering him incapable of any resistance. Cursed fate. Just then, a seductive voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Young one, you seek power, do you not? Empty your mind and surrender your body to me, and I shall grant you boundless strength to liberate you from this humiliation. The tone was beguiling, each word a precious gem. This is not the first time he has heard this mysterious voice. Previously, Naruto almost always chose to reject it immediately, after which the eerie voice would mysteriously vanish. However, this time, Naruto hesitated. Being bullied in a secluded corner might have been tolerable, for he was a man who had vowed to become Hokage and could endure hardships. Yet now, he stood before his goddess, Sakura. Moreover, he bore Sasuke's visage. As a prominent member of Team 7, how could he bring shame upon them? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, gradually transforming the azure depths of his eyes into streaks of crimson, a surge of ferocity emanating and enveloping the surroundings. Meanwhile, the two who mocked him remained oblivious to the qualitative change occurring within the Naruto they trod upon. Just as Naruto was on the brink of eruption, and the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a chilling voice suddenly resonated through the air. Hey, you two down there. I will grant you 2.5 seconds. If by the end of that time you have not removed your feet from Naruto, do not blame me for being ruthless. The tone was frigid, yet the timbre unmistakably belonged to a youth. The 4 individuals present were momentarily taken aback. The two standing over Naruto thought to themselves, what kind of world is this? Do they not see that we have the #1 student from the Ninja Academy beneath our feet? Who dares to meddle in our affairs? As they pondered, the 4 of them turned their gazes in unison towards the source of the sound. A remarkably handsome youth stood there, arms crossed, with his gaze lowered. A gentle breeze stirred, causing 2 strands of hair to flutter delicately across his forehead. A confidence deeply rooted within him radiated freely around his being. Is that Sasuke? No, it can't be. How could there be 2 Sasukes? If he is Sasuke, then who lies beneath my feet? The two were momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, Sakura immediately recognized that the figure perched atop the tree was the man she had long yearned for. Although both Sasukes bore identical appearances, the unique aura surrounding the man above was something the one on the ground could never replicate. Just as they were debating whether to release the Sasuke beneath them, a loud bang resounded. The crimson hue faded from Naruto's eyes, his chakra completely depleted, and with a puff of white smoke, he reverted to his original form. What? Naruto. So it was Naruto. No wonder he was so weak. If this is Naruto, then who is that on the treetop? As this realization dawned upon them, both felt a weight of dread settle in their hearts, for they had inadvertently provoked the true protagonist. Hastily, they removed their feet from Naruto's back and retreated a few steps, trembling as they stammered. Sasuke, we acknowledge your prowess. But you must understand that we are at the Ninja Academy. We are here to learn, and class has already commenced. Upon hearing his companion's words, the other quickly caught on and chimed in. Yes, yes. Iruka-sensei will surely come looking for us if he doesn't see us after calling roll. It seemed as though their words acted as an incantation, for as they spoke in unison, their expression shifted from fear to a newfound boldness, initially intending to have these two apologize to Naruto and let the matter rest. Sasuke's anger flared upon hearing that they not only felt no remorse but also dared to leverage Iruka against him. From the moment Naruto had transformed into himself to entice Sakura, to the ensuing quarrel between these two ill-mannered brats and Naruto, Sasuke had been observing from the treetop, fully aware of every detail. Naturally, with his abilities, he had caught every derogatory remark they made behind his back. Yet that was not the source of his ire. What truly infuriated him was the disrespect directed at Naruto. It was one thing to insult him, as he could dismiss it as childish ignorance. After all, he could simply seek a secluded spot later, don his mask, and teach these insolent children a lesson. But to involve Naruto in their ridicule? That crossed the line. Naruto's parents had sacrificed themselves for the village, ensuring the tranquility they now enjoyed. It was one thing to fail to appreciate Naruto's family. It was entirely another to conspire to isolate him. Were decent individuals truly so easy to bully? Moreover, the very reason Naruto had been targeted was to defend him. If your parents refuse to discipline you, then allow me to take it upon myself. With this thought, Sasuke's gaze turned icy. Do you intend to threaten me with Iruka-sensei? His tone was frigid, and his expression darkened, causing the two to shudder involuntarily. And no, even if Iruka-sensei does not arrive, the Ninja Academy forbids bullying fellow students. One of them responded, attempting to mask his fear. Sasuke merely chuckled coldly, offering no reply. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Naruto, speaking in a deep voice. Naruto, go ahead, each of you step on one foot. Return to them what they have done to you, and remember, do not hold back. What? At those words, Naruto froze. Momentarily stunned. Was it truly necessary for a low-ranking ninja to bully two children who had yet to graduate? At that moment, he felt bewildered, even forgetting that they, too, belonged to Team 7, merely a trio of children themselves. Seeing Naruto's bewildered expression, Sasuke realized his words had fallen on deaf ears. This was a disaster. With a sigh inwardly, Sasuke redirected his attention to the two unruly brats. The moment they caught his gaze, they understood that Naruto was too bound by rules to retaliate. While this lunatic, Sasuke, was prepared to disregard the guidelines and confront them personally. Panicking, the taller of the two pointed at Sasuke and exclaimed, Sasuke, there are rules in Konoha. You cannot harm your companions. Sasuke merely chuckled at their audacity. You two are not worthy to be called my companions. Before he could finish speaking, Sasuke flicked his wrist, and in an instant, several shurikens shot forth like comets, aimed directly at the two brats. The madman intended to kill us. At this moment, the two mischievous children yearned to retreat from the scene as safely as they had previously removed their feet from Naruto's chest. Yet time seemed to stand still, rendering them immobile, as they watched the ominous dark streaks, accompanied by the sound of whistling winds, grow larger in their vision. It was over. Their fate was sealed. They lamented inwardly. Just then, a sudden flash of white streaked through the void. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding spectacle, the sharp clashing of metal echoed through the air. A man, clad in a mask and with silver hair, emerged abruptly at the scene, standing protectively in front of the two petrified children. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison upon seeing the newcomer. Sensei? The two children, hiding behind Kakashi, brightened at the realization that they were now safe. They understood that today, they would not face any consequences. Although Sasuke might disregard the rules of Konoha due to his age, the teachers at the Ninja Academy would certainly intervene. Ignoring Naruto and Sakura's exclamations, Kakashi's tone turned stern as he addressed Sasuke, perched in the treetops. Sasuke, your actions this time have gone too far. Speaking down to his teacher was, after all, an impolite behavior. In response, Sasuke leaped down, his expression devoid of any disturbance, and replied, Sensei, you know that if I had truly aimed to strike them with my full force, the target would not have been the ground, but the individuals themselves. Initially, Kakashi had expected Sasuke to acknowledge his wrongdoing, thinking the matter could be resolved amicably. After all, attacking a comrade could be a serious issue. While there were no substantial repercussions in Konoha, a severe incident could leave a mark on Sasuke's record with the third Hokage, potentially affecting his future as a ninja. However, Kakashi was taken aback by Sasuke's stubbornness, who seemed entirely unyielding. Frowning slightly, Kakashi's tone shifted, tinged with displeasure as he remarked, what I mean is, your actions were rash. If there are conflicts, you should bring them to your teacher. We will mediate on your behalf, rather than skirting the edges of Konoha's regulations as you have. Rash? Sasuke scoffed, pointing at Naruto. What about those two little brats who took advantage of Naruto's depleted chakra to trample on his face? Isn't that rash? What? At this revelation, Kakashi's eye widened in surprise. A glance at Naruto and Sakura's expressions tightened his chest. Clearly, this was not solely Sasuke's fault. His two companions had been far more egregious in their behavior. Though incensed, Kakashi managed to suppress his anger within mere seconds. Regulations. Regulations. How had his father perished? Why had he taken his own life in shame? Was it not due to the failure to adhere to Konoha's established rules? Clenching his fists, eyes shifting with intensity. He inhaled deeply and turned to the two children behind him, coldly stating, "You two may leave. I assure you that Sasuke will not trouble you. And I ask that you refrain from seeking vengeance against him afterwards." The two children, astute as they were, quickly grasped Kakashi's intent and nodded repeatedly. They understood that Kakashi feared they might report the incident, as escalating this matter could jeopardize Sasuke's future. Before departing, one of them, with an air of bravado, raised his chin and, wielding a feather like a commander's baton, taunted Sasuke. "Sasuke, I know you'll be dissatisfied, but while we won't pursue this matter today, we will certainly inform our parents. So, don't even think about plotting revenge against us, or else my dad will definitely not let you off easily." With such arrogance, Sasuke was not one to tolerate such insolence. "Is that so?" He smirked, a cold huff escaping his lips. In an instant, he raised his right hand, and with a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted. The next moment, the sword of Indra appeared in his grasp, clenching his fingers around the hilt. Sasuke swung it fiercely. With a loud crash, a nearby pair of trash cans was cleaved in two. The longsword pointed menacingly towards the ground as Sasuke, with an icy stare, swept his gaze towards them and chillingly remarked, "Look at those trash cans. They resemble you two brothers quite well. You think you won't let me go? I would love to see how you plan to not let me go." At these words, the palpable aura of murder emanating from Sasuke sent shivers down the spines of the two children. The shorter one immediately recoiled, stammering, "Sasuke, although we may have spoken ill of you before, we also apologized. What more do you want?" Their voices trembled, desperately attempting to feign composure. Seeing that they dared not mention the earlier humiliation of Naruto, Sasuke scoffed again, coldly stating, "Some things are done and cannot be undone. An apology? Huh. How about I kill you now and then apologize at your graves next year? Okay, kill us?" The two could hardly comprehend anything else. The notion of their impending doom was all-consuming. They fled in a panic, leaving behind two trails of urine, an unmistakable testament to their fright. The employer has already reached an agreement with the third Hokage. "We shall gather here tomorrow for your first mission," Kakashi remarked with a sigh, casting a meaningful glance at Sasuke before vanishing in a blur, leaving the three members of Team 7 behind. "Mission to the Land of Waves? Zabuza? Is that man finally coming?" Sasuke mused, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 31. Your arrogance betrayed you. Kakashi has departed. And Sasuke shifted his gaze towards Naruto and Sakura. In this moment, Naruto bowed his head, resembling a child who had committed a transgression, silent and withdrawn. Sakura, on the other hand, was visibly irate, her fists clenched tightly, and her beautiful eyes seemed ablaze with fury as she glared at Naruto. Observing this, Sasuke slowly approached the two. Naruto slightly turned his head, unable to meet Sakura's gaze, and meekly addressed Sasuke. "I'm sorry, Sasuke." His voice was low, and his head was hung in shame. Noticing Naruto's expression, Sasuke understood that this apology was not solely for the earlier incident of binding his shadow clone, but also stemmed from a shared sense of empathy after hearing about the Uchiha clan's tragic fate. Nodding slightly without uttering more, Sasuke turned and said in a calm tone, "Sakura, could you come over here for a moment? I have something to discuss with you privately." His voice was unembellished, devoid of any emotional undertones. "Alone? Could it be that my idol has developed feelings for me over time? This is truly Sasuke standing before me. The aura he exudes is unmistakable." In light of this thought, Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly as she intertwined her fingers, lowering her head, and bashfully followed Sasuke. Sasuke did not walk far. He merely chose to halt a short distance away from Naruto. "Sakura, what do you think of Naruto?" he inquired, tilting his head slightly. Upon hearing this, Sakura was momentarily taken aback. What did Naruto have to do with their private meeting? In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Sakura suddenly grasped the situation. Could it be that Sasuke was feeling envious because Naruto had just borrowed his appearance to engage with her? A peculiar joy swelled within her at this thought, though it was soon overshadowed by a realization of her own indiscretion. Flustered, she replied, "Naruto, he is an uncouth child, much like those two classmates mentioned. Always playing pranks, which is truly bothersome." As she spoke, she noticed Sasuke's expression grow increasingly frigid, and a sense of dread washed over her, prompting her to cover her mouth in alarm. While it was true that Naruto was an orphan, so was Sasuke. How could she have been so foolish? At that moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, and beads of sweat trickled down her face. She regretted having spoken without thinking. Despite his icy demeanor, Sasuke refrained from erupting in anger. Instead, he coldly inquired, "Let me ask you again, why did you choose to stand by when Naruto was being trampled?" His gaze bore into her, devoid of emotion. Trembling, Sakura stammered, I didn't react in time, so..." "Enough." He interrupted sharply, "Your excuse is far too contrived. Allow me to enlighten you. Naruto's parents are deceased, and he has been ostracized by nearly everyone at the Ninja Academy. So, you instinctively chose to turn a blind eye? No, no. That's not it. Sakura hastily attempted to clarify, but Sasuke merely smiled coldly. Your eyes betray you, and your arrogance leads you to lie to me openly. We are a team, yet I find myself deeply disappointed in you. And it's not just Naruto. I am also an orphan, bereft of support. Without uttering another word, Sasuke turned away, his form flickering and vanishing from Sakura's tear-filled emerald eyes. Have I truly erred? She pondered. If Naruto had not been isolated by everyone at the academy, would I have held such a haughty prejudice against him? If that were the case, would I have truly stood idly by? These three soul-searching questions echoed relentlessly in Sakura's heart. For reasons unknown, Sasuke's words had stripped away her last vestige of modesty, exposing her sullied soul for all to see. In reflecting on Naruto's previous kindness towards her, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Though he could be mischievous and irritating, he had never mocked her. As Sasuke had articulated, must a team always maintain an air of superiority? The wind howled fiercely, and suddenly, thunder rumbled as torrential rain poured down. Sakura stumbled forward, her eyes filled with desolation as she made her way back to the dormitory, disappearing around a corner, leaving Naruto, who had been observing from a distance, in disarray. As he watched her retreating figure, he murmured, could it be that Sakura's confession was unsuccessful? Why else would she appear so heartbroken? Time flew by, and before long, it was already the next day. At this moment, Team 7, under Kakashi's guidance, had embarked on a mission to escort their employer, Tazuna, to the Land of Waves. The weather was bright and sunny, yet the trio seemed to carry unspoken burdens, remaining silent. Tazuna, an elderly man with glasses, dressed simply, exuded a friendly demeanor that made him appear quite approachable. As the foremost architect of the Land of Waves, he was perceptive enough to notice the unusual atmosphere within the group shortly after leaving the village. He took the initiative to engage with the three young ninjas, gradually melting the tension like snow under the sun. After some time, the group halted by the riverbanks to rest. Ah, Mr. Tazuna, you are truly a hero of the Land of Waves, Naruto exclaimed, admiration evident in his voice. Oh, you flatter me, Tazuna replied with a humble smile. The rise and fall of a nation is a shared responsibility. It is simply what I must do. Much like how you ninjas from Konoha are duty-bound to protect your village. As Naruto and Tazuna conversed animatedly by the river, Kakashi perched himself atop a tree, engrossed in his book. Sakura sat at a distance, head bowed, her delicate legs splashing in the flowing stream. Although the scene was picturesque, her expression betrayed an undeniable sorrow. In stark contrast, Sasuke remained silent, meditating in solitude, seizing every moment to practice the second form of his technique, Crescent Moon Dance. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. Sasuke was still deep in meditation when Naruto's enthusiastic call suddenly roused him. Oh no, there are always unforeseen circumstances when outside. With a resigned sigh, he opened his eyes to see Naruto excitedly approaching, brandishing a few fish he had caught. Naruto and Tazuna had been enjoying their conversation and, by chance, caught a few fish from the nearby river. After grilling them and sharing with Kakashi and Tazuna, Naruto's gaze drifted to Sakura, who seemed lost in thought. Should he approach her? After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against it, recalling how angry she had appeared the previous day. Thus, he handed the grilled fish to Tazuna for him to pass on to Sakura, turning his attention back to the meditative Sasuke. I never anticipated we were so alike, he mused, taking a deep breath before walking toward Sasuke. Sasuke, here I say grilled fish for you, he said simply, though a warm smile graced his face, as if he had never felt jealousy towards Sasuke at all. Grilled fish? Sasuke glanced at the nearby river and then cast a fleeting look at Sakura, who was still washing her feet upstream not far away. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he pondered, Naruto, are you perhaps a food enthusiast? Are you really not hungry? After merely staring into space for a few seconds, Sasuke regained his clarity of thought. He cleared his throat twice, offering an awkward smile as he replied, I'm not hungry, I have no appetite. You can have it. No appetite? Naruto inhaled the tantalizing aroma of the grilled fish in his hand, furrowing his brow as he sought confirmation. It smells so good. Are you certain you don't want any? Sasuke chuckled softly and nodded. I really don't want any. But thank you, Naruto. His expression was rather peculiar. Receiving such unequivocal affirmation from Sasuke for the first time filled Naruto with elation. He burst into laughter and began boasting animatedly. In this scene, Sasuke furrowed his brows, increasingly convinced that Naruto's actions were deliberate rather than accidental. Just as Naruto walked away, his stomach audibly protested, reluctant to partake in the unsavory food odor grilled fish. He discreetly turned away from Naruto's direction and stealthily popped a few military rations into his mouth. These rations were akin to compressed biscuits from a previous life. Although they lacked in taste, their small size was satisfying, and they provided a certain degree of chakra replenishment, which was precisely what Sasuke needed at this moment. Having just swallowed the military rations, Sasuke instantly felt much better. However, just as he was about to find a comfortable spot to sit down and meditate, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air. Instantly alert, Sasuke turned his head in the direction of the sound, only to find Kakashi surrounded by several masked ninjas. As a few figures came to a halt, Sasuke could clearly discern that there were 4 ninjas, positioned strategically to encircle Kakashi from all sides. This is evidently a squad of highly trained assassin ninjas. Without granting Sasuke a moment to continue observing, several iron chains shot forth from the sleeves of the four ninjas in a flash. In an instant, they ensnared Kakashi as if he were trapped in a cage. Witnessing Kakashi being subdued, the four ninjas flicked their wrists, and suddenly, the chains binding Kakashi displayed numerous barbs, glimmering coldly and exuding lethal sharpness. In a heartbeat, the four unleashed their power, and with a sickening sound, blood spurted forth, enveloping the surroundings in a crimson haze. As Kakashi was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood mist, Tazuna was rendered speechless. He was all too aware of the significance of the fallen figure from Konoha. Kakashi was an elite jounin, arguably the foremost among the ranks just below the Hokage. Yet now, Naruto and Sakura stood aghast, frozen in place, as if ensnared by some genjutsu. Unlike the other three, Sasuke was the first to react to this scene. This is bad. Someone has hired assassins. Not far away, upon witnessing Kakashi, the most powerful among them, being eliminated first, the four ninjas exchanged sinister smiles. Turning to face the others, one of them muttered, "Is the Moonlight Gale truly this weak? They say Konoha's jounins are renowned, yet it appears otherwise." With that, they exchanged glances and turned their attention toward Team 7 and Tazuna. Just then, a fireball suddenly materialized, hurtling towards the four ninjas with formidable might. Akin to the blazing sun. This chakra, could it be that there is a high-ranking Chunin hidden among them? The four, being part of the same squad, without needing further communication, swiftly aligned themselves in a row, performing hand seals simultaneously, and shouted in unison, "Water style, water dragon jutsu." Their chests swelled, and in an instant, 4 columns of water converged, transforming into a colossal water dragon, striking fiercely toward the fireball. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, sending splashes of water everywhere, followed by billowing steam that hissed ominously as the fireball diminished until it was consumed by the dragon, vanishing into nothingness. Yet, this was not the end. The water dragon, undeterred, surged forth like a wild beast, barreling toward Sasuke. With a deafening roar, Sasuke, caught completely off guard, had not anticipated that these four would not only coordinate seamlessly but also wield a combined ninjutsu. In a sudden onslaught, he was swept away by the water dragon. Flung like a ragdoll, tumbling uncontrollably into the distant underbrush, his fate uncertain. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura gasped in alarm at the sight. They had considered the possibility that Sasuke might not be a match for the four opponents, but they never expected him to be defeated so swiftly. Their faces contorted with anger, they resolved to fight to the death against the approaching four ninjas. Don't be rash. At that moment, Tazuna grabbed Naruto and Sakura, who were about to charge forward. Then, adopting a suddenly cordial demeanor, he stepped forward and addressed the ninjas. "Gentlemen, as ninjas, you undertake these tasks for monetary gain. Therefore, I am willing to offer 3 times the amount that your employer has paid. All I ask is that you spare the 3 of us today. What do you say?" His tone was amicable, his attitude humble, yet it was evidently a typical merchant's mindset. How could such reasoning hold in the chaotic ninja world? Chapter 33. Konoha, Sasuke. Haha. Upon hearing Tazuna's words and witnessing his obsequious demeanor, one of the four stepped forward, a long scar stretching from the corner of his eye to his ear, rendering him a fearsome sight. He sneered, "Brothers, look at our fortune this time." Weavy stumbled upon a hefty catch while merely performing a task. Pausing for effect, he noted Tazuna's bewildered expression and continued smugly, "Old man, you're quite amusing. True, you have money, but why should we let you go? Killing you, along with your 2 little companions, would simply mean that your wealth becomes ours." Haraha. As though they had heard the grandest of jokes, the four erupted into laughter. Tazuna's countenance darkened upon hearing this. At this juncture, he truly grasped the wisdom of concealing one's riches. In this tumultuous ninja world, beyond the 5 major villages, no place adhered to reason. Outside of these 5 villages, regardless of wealth, if one lacked strength, one's possessions could vanish in an instant. The scarred man pointed toward Sakura and Naruto, declaring, "This girl is quite attractive. I believe she could fetch a handsome price as a spy in the Mist Village. And this blonde-haired fool looks rather dim-witted. Judging by his recent encounter with us, he seems utterly outmatched. Let us just eliminate both him and the useless old man to avoid further trouble." Indeed, the scarred man clearly led this group, summarily deciding the fates of the 3. How infuriating. I, Naruto, am not as worthless as you claim. Shadow clone jutsu. With crossed arms, he formed hand seals. And in an instant, numerous solidified shadow clones appeared on the scene. The next moment, the clones charged recklessly at the 4 ninjas, with Naruto following closely behind, launching shuriken. Yet, despite their resolute spirits, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The 4 merely waved their hands casually, dispersing the clones, while Naruto himself was sent flying by a swift kick, sustaining significant injuries and collapsing to the ground. "Huh, so self-deluded," scoffed the scarred man. But just then, Sakura clenched her fists, a formidable power coalescing around her, unnoticed by anyone. At a certain moment, with a fierce cry, she could no longer contain herself, charging toward a ninja approaching them. "You, return Sasuke to me." The ninja, taken aback by Sakura's audacity, smirked coldly, reaching out to catch her incoming fist. However, the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, and before he could react, an overwhelming force surged forth, sending him hurtling away. This. How could Sakura possess such incredible strength? Naruto nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. At that moment, he vowed never to provoke Sakura again. Otherwise, with this sudden display of her might, he might one day find himself at the receiving end of her fists. This. How is this even possible? The scarred man was equally taken aback, yet soon, he was consumed by wild elation, mumbling excitedly, "Good. Excellent. This mission has indeed proven to be a treasure. This girl must possess some extraordinary bloodline limit. She must be captured. She could fetch a handsome price." With eyes wild and voice brimming with excitement, the remaining three sprang into action, determined to seize Sakura at the earliest opportunity. It seemed that Sakura had only just begun to awaken this power at that moment. Her steps faltered, her gaze became unfocused, and she stumbled back several paces, on the verge of fainting. The situation appeared to be reaching its conclusion, as if the outcome had already been sealed. But at that instant, whoosh, several shurikens flew through the air, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, aimed at the three ninjas who sought to capture Sakura. With a slight turn of his head, the scarred man smirked coldly, thinking, "Is that kid still alive? Good. Two birds with one stone. I can conveniently sell you alongside this potentially valuable girl, and I needn't work for half a year." With that thought, he drew a kunai and casually waved it a few times, effortlessly deflecting the shurikens that should have struck vital points. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted. In the next moment, what was once a shuriken embedded in the ground transformed into Sasuke's figure. "Heh, is this your trump card?" Quite intriguing indeed. The scarred man smirked coldly, remaining unfazed, gripping his kunai tightly, and turned to thrust it back. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he found himself frozen in shock. A flash of crimson light flickered. The very motion he had just executed suddenly came to an inexplicable halt. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he realized that the world around him had inexplicably morphed into a sea of blood-red hue, devoid of any other color. This isn't right. It's an illusion. Ultimately, he was an elite Chunin, the strongest among this four-man team. The moment he recognized he had fallen victim to an illusion, he bit his tongue, instantly regaining clarity. The surrounding crimson faded in an instant, only to be met by a swift stroke of swordlight. The sword's momentum surged with immense power, akin to a river rolling back, carrying with it a terrifying, dominating presence. At that moment, the scarred man yearned to retaliate. Yet, it felt as if he had just broken free from the shackles of an illusion, only to immediately find himself ensnared in the mire of an overwhelming sword intent. Bound by the force of the blade, he found himself unable to move, helplessly watching as the tip of the sword loomed larger and larger in his vision. The dance of the crescent moon, first form, slash of the wind. A furious shout pierced the air, and in an instant, the long sword glided across his neck, blood streaming forth like a gentle brook, gradually erupting in a relentless spray. With a swift strike to the throat, both he and his companion collapsed, leaving only the scarred man clutching his gushing neck. His eyes wide in disbelief as he hoarsely inquired, Who are you?" A cold smile graced Sasuke's lips as he did not turn around but merely tilted his head, leaving behind a silhouette as he slowly replied, "Konoha, Sasuke. A ninja you wish to kill but cannot. SAS. Sasuke," he murmured, his eyes rolling back, and in an instant, he lost all vitality, much like his fallen comrades. Meanwhile, in the distance, a rogue ninja, bloodied from Sakura's overwhelming strength, was taken aback by the scene. He realized he had provoked a formidable opponent. Without hesitation, he scrambled to his feet and fled. Thinking of escaping? Sasuke chuckled coldly, his hands weaving through seals like blooming lotuses, as he bellowed, "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." Fiery projectiles, akin to meteorites, surged forth from his shurikens, hurtling towards the fleeing hired ninja. Despite his Nin rank, the rogue could not evade his fate. For although the Phoenix fire technique lacked the raw power of the great fireball, it bore an innate tracking ability that was relentless. A thunderous explosion erupted behind the ninja. With Sakura's brutal assault having left him gravely wounded, the subsequent onslaught of flames was the final blow. In an instant, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, doubled over, convulsed a few times, and fell silent. Sasuke had dispatched four foes in the blink of an eye. As he turned his gaze towards Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna, the trio, still in shock, gradually regained their composure. While they were acutely aware of the reality of the preceding events, they still felt as though they had awakened from a dream. A lingering sense of unreality haunting them. "Is this truly your strength?" Naruto swallowed hard, gazing at Sasuke, deep in thought. "Sasuke, although I know you look down on me, I shall wait for you a lifetime and strive for you until you are willing to accept me, unwavering and devoted." Sakura's enchanting eyes glazed over, her fists clenched tightly as she resolved within her heart. Could it be? This youth surpasses Kakashi? But how could that be? Kakashi was an elite jonin, while this boy named Sasuke was still so young. Could he be on par with the Kage? It was unfathomable. I must be losing my mind. Tazuna pondered, his jaw dropping in disbelief until he finally gasped, awakening to the notion that perhaps the times had indeed changed. A whistling sound pierced the air. Still reeling from shock, Naruto, Sakura, and and Tazuna felt a chill run down their spines. Initially thinking yet another ninja was upon them, they turned to see Kakashi, seemingly resurrected, appearing with a playful grin, as if he were a warm-hearted companion. The three stared blankly for a few seconds before realization dawned upon them. Kakashi was unharmed, merely feigning death as part of a tactic. With this understanding, neither Sakura nor Tazuna uttered a word. After all, one was simply relieved to be alive, while the other was utterly absorbed in Sasuke's striking visage, leaving little room for distraction. However, Naruto, the rebellious spirit, would not let it slide. Upon seeing Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor, he felt a surge of indignation. Stepping forward, he pointed an accusatory finger at Kakashi, exclaiming, "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, do you find pretending to be dead amusing? Do you have any idea that if it weren't for Sasuke, we would have just been slaughtered? And you still have the audacity to smile? Humph." With that, Naruto huffed, displaying a rather proud demeanor. Kakashi, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and stowed away the intimate paradise, season 2 into his pouch, finally responding with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, of course I know. My intention was to gauge the level of teamwork within Team 7. However, I did not anticipate that it would turn into Sasuke's solo performance. Heh. You." Naruto was left speechless. Kakashi's words were quite clear. It implied that had Sasuke faltered, he would have intervened at the critical moment. Yet, to his surprise, Sasuke had single-handedly taken down 4ch Nin before he could even make a move. At this point, Naruto could hardly blame anyone else. After all, when given the opportunity, Sasuke truly proved his worth. As the conversation shifted back to Sasuke, both Naruto and Kakashi's expressions changed upon glancing at him again. With a series of swift movements, Sasuke wielded the sword of Indra, traversing among the 4 fallen bodies. Each time he passed one, he delivered a merciless thrust to their hearts, ensuring they would not rise again. Once the dust settled, he confiscated their pouches, securing them within his own. Witnessing this, Kakashi raised an eyebrow, thinking, "This boy possesses a ruthless heart. Not even the dead are spared." However, as this thought crossed his mind, a second interpretation arose. Perhaps this is not a bad thing. The world of ninjas is inherently brutal. Only those like Sasuke, who are decisive and unyielding, are truly fit to be ninjas. Naruto's lips curled into a smirk. Although he had previously adjusted his perception of Sasuke due to his background, this scene compelled him, ever the spotlight seeker, to approach Sasuke. Feeling a bit awkward as he said, "SAS. Sasuke, isn't this a tad too ruthless? Greedy?" Sasuke waved a hand at Naruto, signaling him to step back. Then, with a rapid succession of hand seals, he conjured a massive fireball that soared towards the 4 lifeless bodies. After a moment, as the 4 ninjas were reduced to ashes, he turned to the astonished Naruto and slowly proclaimed, "After this mission, shall we head to Ichiraka Ramen? My treat. What do you say?" As he spoke, Sasuke shook the heavy pouch he had just confiscated from the 4 ninjas. Judging by its weight, it was evident that he had amassed a considerable sum. However, Naruto, embodying his usual contrarian nature, hesitated and remarked, "Isn't this a bit?" Sasuke, unfazed by Naruto's interjection, interrupted with an air of impatience, "Feel free to eat. But this money is rightfully theirs. As for notions of cruelty, who was to blame when they attempted to assassinate me and ended up dead? Consider this a legitimate acquisition of interest. Now, Ichiraka Ramen is at your disposal, so tell me, will you partake?" Naruto paused before responding weakly. "I will." "Then the rest no problem," Sasuke concluded. At this, Kakashi, Sakura, and Tazuna were nearly struck dumb by Naruto's audacity. Time swiftly passed. The 7th team, in collaboration with Tazuna, unknowingly traversed into the land of waves. The river, shrouded in mist, resembled a scene from a fairy tale. In a small boat, the 6 of them sat, accompanied by a ferryman. As they approached the port, Kakashi, sitting across from Tazuna, suddenly inquired in a grave tone, "Mr. Tazuna, given all that has transpired, do you not intend to explain this to us?" Upon hearing this, not only did Tazuna, seated opposite, appear perplexed, but the 3 members of Team 7 also cast bewildered glances at Kakashi, whose demeanor had shifted dramatically. However, to their astonishment, Tazuna sighed and slowly began, "I apologize. I have deceived you." "Deceived? Tazuna-sensei, please don't say that. Our mission is simply to ensure your safe passage to the land of waves. So it truly is of no consequence." Naruto, who had formed the closest bond with Tazuna during their journey, was unwilling to witness such a sorrowful expression on his face. "No, I am sorry, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei is correct. I have misled you." Lowering his head, Tazuna could not meet their eyes. After a moment, he continued, "I am a bridge engineer from the land of waves. Many years ago, a group of ambitious individuals emerged in our country. They stealthily monopolized all the pillar industries, leading to widespread suffering among the populace, who, for the sake of survival, were compelled to endure their exploitation and oppression. Gradually, some enlightened individuals within the country began to awaken to their plight. They decided to pool resources to construct a mother bridge capable of sustaining our people, intending to revitalize the development of the land of waves and forge a path for the future of our citizens." At this juncture, not just Team 7, but even Kakashi nodded in agreement. They all saw this as a noble endeavor, self-sufficiency in the pursuit of betterment for the future. Yet, at this moment, Tazuna's tone shifted dramatically, filled with indignation as he clenched his teeth and continued. However, those monopolistic merchants cannot stand to see us prosper. They have relentlessly spent exorbitant sums to bribe high-ranking ninjas to assassinate me and threaten our investors. The recent assassination attempt was surely orchestrated by them. They know that if I can return safely, the Mother Bridge will inevitably be completed, thwarting their insidious plans. As he spoke, they continued walking. Time sped by, and by the time he finished, the three had already disembarked from the boat. At this moment, Naruto inquired with a hint of confusion. But why must those individuals go to such lengths to cause destruction when you can simply construct your own bridge? This time, without waiting for Tazuna to speak, Kakashi crossed his arms and explained in a solemn tone. They seek to control all the citizens of the Land of Waves to serve their purposes. Imagine, if everyone could live a life of abundance, who would still be willing to toil for those individuals? It is utterly outrageous. These people deserve their fate. Although Naruto may be somewhat naive, he is not foolish. His teeth clenched, sparks ignited in his blue eyes. Sakura, too, clenched her fists, realizing that the situation had escalated to such an extent that it was no wonder the entire populace of the Land of Waves had risen in rebellion. In stark contrast to everyone present, Sasuke furrowed his brow in contemplation. Were those four truly sent by the Land of Waves? Yet, they seemed to have prior knowledge of Team 7's mission. How could that be explained? Sasuke suddenly recalled the words uttered by the four ninjas earlier. So weak, a mere Chunin, Moonlight Gale, is this all you've got? Though it was a minor detail, and amidst the looming crisis, no one else had taken notice. However, Sasuke had heard it distinctly. What does this signify? It can be both grand and subtle. Although Kakashi is leading the team, the individual refers to himself as Moonlight Gale. Furthermore, Sasuke's training in the Leaf Village's swordsmanship is intricately linked with the Moonlight Gale. This only deepened his confusion. After all, how could a mere team of Chunin-hired ninjas possibly know the identities of the members of Konoha's Umbu? Chapter 35, Kakashi vs. Zabuza. The five of them were enveloped in complex emotions, the encounters in the Land of Waves evoking tears from listeners and sorrow from those who heard. Yet at that moment, a sudden rush of wind surged from behind them in the jungle. Be careful. Kakashi, the most skilled among them, was the first to sense it. Without hesitation, he leapt onto a nearby treetop, taking Tazuna with him. Sasuke lagged only a moment behind, swiftly grasping Sakura and Naruto's hands, following closely. The wind howled past them as a blade, reminiscent of a whirling fan, sliced through the air, striking a nearby tree trunk with a resonant thud. Kakashi's expression turned grave as he gazed at the towering blade embedded in the trunk, his brow furrowed in silence. At that moment, a swift whoosh echoed through the air. And a tall man, his face wrapped in bandages, addressed the group with an icy tone. Kakashi, one of the elite Jonin of Konoha, truly lives up to his reputation. Kakashi, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression. Recognizing the figure's appearance and the sword at his feet, he quickly deduced, if I recall correctly, that blade is the infamous decapitating sword. Could it be that you are the master of silent assassination, Zabuza? A sinister chuckle escaped Zabuza's lips. Evidently pleased that Kakashi recognized him, he turned around and spoke slowly. Indeed. It seems my years in this circle have not been in vain if I have caught the attention of the renowned copy ninja Kakashi. Once, before betraying the Land of Water and the Hidden Mist Village, I was among their few elite Jonin. Given our mutual status, why not hand over that old man behind you? Let us consider it a gesture of friendship. His tone shifted from cold to amiable. However, standing atop the treetops while Kakashi and his companions were grounded imparted an undeniable sense of dominance. Though we are both elite Jonin, we serve different masters. Thus, I am curious, should you refuse to comply, will your courtesy remain? As he spoke, Zabuza revealed his Sharingan, previously concealed beneath his forehead protector. If gentle persuasion fails, then force may be necessary. Observing this, Zabuza chuckled, abandoning subtleties and speaking as if to an old friend. I have heard many tales of Kakashi from Konoha, the strongest under the third Hokage. Today, I have the honor of meeting you. How could I not test my skills? With that, he leaped into action, his foot barely touching the ground before he launched himself into the air, summoning the decapitating sword as if it were alive. In an instant, he and the blade became one, raising it high above his head, aiming to strike Kakashi from above. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he conjured a kunai out of thin air, mirroring his previous battle against Sasuke. In mere moments, the kunai crackled with lightning, radiating a fearsome aura. The clash resounded with a metallic ring as their weapons collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Lightning danced and mist enveloped the battlefield as Kakashi and Zabuza moved with blinding speed, their forms intertwining, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Is this the battle of elite Jonin? How powerful? Naruto stared, awestruck by the intensity of the duel, his throat dry with astonishment. Sakura clenched her fists tightly, mirroring the concern etched on Tazuna's face. In contrast to the other three, Sasuke remained calm, his mind racing. If he were in Zabuza's place, how many techniques could he withstand using the Crescent Moon Dance? As the battle raged on, both combatants exhibited extraordinary agility, their skills evenly matched. But then, Kakashi suddenly executed a body flicker technique, catching Zabuza off guard. The latter's expression shifted as his pupils dilated, and he hastily turned to block with his sword. To his surprise, he did not encounter a kunai, but rather a flash of crimson light, which swiftly plunged him into a state of confusion. This is an illusion. Zabuza, a battle-hardened warrior, remained calm, refraining from panicking or adopting a defensive stance. Instead, he subtly altered his hand seals, turning the situation to his advantage. As Kakashi unleashed his Sharingan's Genjutsu, he recognized that Zabuza had indeed fallen under its spell. Elated, he thrust his kunai downward with all the chakra he had left, aiming for Zabuza's vital points. Truly, the tactics of an elite Jonin are layered and intricate, making them nearly impossible to counter. The outcome seemed inevitable, as Sasuke observed from a distance, reflecting on the unfolding events. But just as victory seemed assured, a loud bang erupted. A cloud of white smoke burst forth, and Zabuza's form transformed into a puddle, dissipating into nothingness. This was the water clone technique. Kakashi gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Zabuza could execute a water clone while ensnared in an illusion. Losing sight of Zabuza, Kakashi felt a surge of panic. Yet, being an elite Jonin, his instincts kicked in. Just as his kunai struck the water clone, he heard Zabuza's cold voice from behind. Kakashi, you have lost. What? Kakashi was taken aback. Before he could react, he felt an overwhelming force encircle him, and reality began to warp. As if he had plunged into the depths of the ocean. How infuriating. I have fallen victim to his water prison technique. Kakashi yearned to fight back. But having expended a significant amount of chakra using his Sharingan, he found himself utterly depleted. What? Kakashi-sensei has been defeated, and so swiftly too. Naruto's mouth hung agape, his blue eyes wide with shock. Sakura furrowed her brows, her emotions complex. She was not overly concerned for Kakashi's safety, for she sensed that if Zabuza intended to kill, he would not merely confine him. Instead, she worried for Team 7 and Tazuna. After all, could they withstand even a clone of such a formidable elite Jonin? With one hand trapped in the water prison, Zabuza formed new hand seals with his free hand, summoning a water clone that slowly moved toward Team 7 and Tazuna. Tazuna sighed, shaking his head in resignation, realizing he could not escape his fate, accepting his impending demise. He stepped forward, hoping to protect the three young ninjas. Just as he was about to speak, Naruto intervened, blocking Tazuna's path, determination etched on his face. Uncle Tazuna, don't worry, we will ensure nothing happens to you. Kakashi-sensei may be trapped, but we will handle this bandaged clone. Chapter 36. It seems I have deduced something extraordinary. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura was suddenly reminded of Sasuke's remarks a few days prior. We are a team, yet you harbor arrogance and prejudice towards Naruto. I am truly disappointed in you. With this thought lingering, Sakura clenched her fists, stepped out of the group, and stood beside Naruto. Seeing this, Tazuna sighed and advised, enough. Naruto, I appreciate the goodwill from your Team 7. However, even an elite Jonin like Kakashi is no match for this individual before us. Are you planning to walk into certain death? Tazuna, rest assured that even so, we will never. Naruto's words were abruptly interrupted by Sasuke's gesture to silence him. Sasuke then stepped forward, addressing Zabuza's water clone with calm composure. Zabuza-senpai, since you believe victory is assured, how about a wager with your junior? The clone and its original shared thoughts, and Zabuza, noticing Sasuke's confidence, became intrigued. He jested, oh? I currently hold the upper hand, although only my clone can act. It is more than sufficient to eliminate all of you. What makes you think you can negotiate with me? This dismissal caused Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna to exchange worried glances. Yet, Sasuke merely laughed heartily, revealing an unexpected maturity for his age as he calmly stated, you, who navigate the ninja world, must know that Konoha is presently the most formidable of the 5 great hidden villages. So, I am certain that if you wish to continue your endeavors here, you will not kill us today. You are aware that such an act would bring disgrace upon Konoha and subject you to relentless pursuit from its umbu. It hardly seems profitable to risk your life for a mere few thousand ryo, does it? Zabuza paused, taken aback by Sasuke's words, then suddenly enlightened. He laughed heartily. All right, you young one, with your depth of thought and impressive chakra fluctuations, demonstrate your prowess among your peers. Konoha has produced a prodigy like you. So I will grant you this favor today to avoid any future claims that I lack the demeanor of a senior. With that, he inquired, what terms do you propose for our wager? Overjoyed, Sasuke thought to himself, at last, the plan is working. He raised his right hand, and with a loud bang, smoke erupted as the sword of Indra appeared in his grasp. Pointing the blade towards the ground, he smiled at Zabuza's clone. I noticed your execution with the decapitating sword is truly remarkable, so I humbly request to spar with you and seek your critique on my Konoha-style swordsmanship. Konoha-style swordsmanship? Zabuza murmured. Though unfamiliar with the term, he recognized that any swordsmanship associated with Konoha is not to be underestimated, potentially even a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage. As this thought crossed his mind, Zabuza grew cautious and raised his decapitating sword. Let us begin. Since it is your request for guidance, I shall grant you 3 strikes. 3 strikes? Sasuke's heart soared, yet he maintained a facade of calm. Just as he stepped forward, Naruto interjected, signaling him with a meaningful glance. Sasuke chuckled lightly, declaring, "No need for any underhanded tactics. Both of you should refrain from any sneak attacks. This is a fair duel between Zabuza-senpai and me." Naruto's expression darkened as his intentions were revealed, forcing him to abandon the idea of a sneak attack. Sakura, gathering her courage, grasped Sasuke's sleeve and gazed at him with concern. "Be careful." Seeing her anxious demeanor, Sasuke felt a mix of emotions and gently patted her delicate hand in reassurance. Turning his attention back to Zabuza, he gripped his sword tightly, channeling Chakra with confidence. "Senpai, be cautious. I am about to strike. You may proceed without worry." With a swift whoosh, Sasuke vanished from sight. In an instant, he found himself engaged in a fierce battle with Zabuza's clone. The clash of metal rang out, echoing the brilliance of their techniques, rivaling the earlier encounter between his original self and Kakashi. As they danced through the air, swords and blades moved with a grace that was both mesmerizing and fearsome. His swordsmanship seems to have improved since just a few days ago. How is that possible? It has barely been a week. Zabuza pondered, wondering if he had been personally trained by the likes of Kaido or Uzuki. Yet, it seemed that Sasuke's skill was beginning to eclipse even Kaido's. Perhaps it was merely an illusion brought on by excessive observation. Meanwhile, trapped within the water prison, Kakashi watched in astonishment as Sasuke skillfully parried and countered against Zabuza's clone. As a former member of the Umbu, he was well aware of the intricacies of Kaido and Uzuki's Konoha-style swordsmanship. Though formidable, their techniques appeared to lack the finesse that Sasuke now exhibited. If this mastery was entirely Sasuke's own realization, it was not impossible, but rather hard to believe, given that he too had once been a prodigy in their ranks. This scene momentarily caused Kakashi to forget that he was still trapped in the water prison. Overwhelmed by emotions, he found himself questioning the very essence of life. Naruto, his mouth agape and nearly dislocating his jaw, gazed at Sasuke's ferocity in stunned silence, muttering, so strong." His tone was filled with admiration and fervor. Sakura's starry eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath growing heavier as she transformed into an embodiment of Sasuke. "He is still so powerful. Do I truly deserve such an extraordinary man?" Her tone echoed that of a former lover. At that moment, Tazuna was rendered motionless, his thoughts racing like a stampede of wild horses, overwhelmed with astonishment. This guy. My earlier suspicions were correct. Among this team, the most formidable must be the one called Sasuke. He realized that Sasuke surpassed even Kakashi, having not faced defeat for so long, subtly exhibiting a trend of dominance. Truly, Konoha's strategies run deep. Who could have guessed that the strongest in their midst would be but a child? At this juncture, Tazuna had completely overlooked that Kakashi had previously battled Zabuza's true form, while Sasuke was merely contending with a shadow clone. As an engineer, a series of equations suddenly flashed through his mind. Given that elite Jonin are weaker than the Hokage, it follows that Kakashi, third Hokage, Zabuza, had triumphed over Kakashi. Hence Zabuza Kakashi. Rearranging the elements, Zabuza, third Hokage. Now that Sasuke had subdued Zabuza, it implies Sasuke Zabuza, third Hokage. My goodness. It seems I have deduced something extraordinary. Could this boy Sasuke be the one secretly nurtured by the third Hokage, the fifth Hokage of Konoha? With this thought, Tazuna awakened from his stupor, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Chapter 37, Sasuke vs. Zabuza's water clone. With a crisp clang, the aftermath of countless clashes with Indra's sword was palpable. In an instant, Zabuza's beheading blade was cleaved in two by Indra's sword, the severed pieces falling neatly to the ground. How is this possible? Upon seeing this, Zabuza's face was instantly marked with shock. He was uncertain of the rank of his beheading blade, but he certainly believed it was not a mere piece of scrap metal. Yet this sword, without allowing Zabuza further contemplation, Sasuke leapt into the air, his wrist flicking as several shuriken, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, shot forth like meteors towards Zabuza. Reacting swiftly, Zabuza discarded his previous nonchalance, brandishing the remaining half of his beheading blade. He deflected the barrage of shuriken aside, then brought his left hand to his mouth, biting his thumb until blood flowed freely. In the next moment, he smeared the blood from his fingertip onto the blade of his weapon. Instantly, the previously severed beheading blade began to restore itself, akin to withered bones rejuvenating in spring, visibly mending before their eyes. This is precisely the exclusive passive ability of the decapitating blade, bloodthirsty rebirth. In other words, it is a ninja sword that will never become obsolete. A fine weapon indeed. With the ninja sword held at an angle towards the ground, Sasuke did not seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Instead, he gripped the sword firmly, standing still and waiting patiently. As the decapitating blade returned to its original state, Zabuza, seeing Sasuke's readiness to strike, nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Young man, you are the most prodigious swordsmanship talent I have encountered in my years traversing the ninja world. What is your name?" "Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke," he replied with a smile. He could sense that on numerous occasions, Zabuza had held back out of concern for injuring him. Heroes appreciate one another, and this instantly filled Sasuke with admiration for Zabuza. Although they stood on opposite sides, each loyal to their own cause, this man was still honorable and reliable. "Haha, Uchiha. No wonder such a genius has emerged from Konoha. Now that we are evenly matched, shall we continue?" Sujin replied with a smile. "No, I still have a few techniques left untested and would like to seek your guidance. Haraha. Very well, unleash your techniques. This time, I shall not hold back. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sasuke ceased his chatter. With a swift motion, he activated the body flicker technique, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared right in front of Zabuza. Upon witnessing Sasuke leap high into the air, Zabuza felt a surge of joy. He thought to himself, although this move looks impressive, if he soars into the air, I shall become a living target. However, before Zabuza could revel in his thoughts, his expression suddenly changed. The surrounding murderous intent coalesced, and the air crackled with sword energy as Chakra surged. Although invisible to the naked eye, the keen battle instincts of an elite Chunin allowed him to sense a formidable force descending upon him, akin to a turbulent river cascading downwards. Such terrifying prowess at such a young age. Was this truly human? Had the world gone mad? Or was it he, Zabuza, who had lost his sanity? Why had he never heard of Konoha's swordsmanship being so formidable? Was it possible? No good. Zabuza was not granted the luxury of further astonishment. To remain still would be tantamount to conceding defeat. Realizing this, he swiftly shifted from a one-handed grip to a two-handed stance, raising his blade in a fiery gesture and slashing upward, aiming to counter Indra's sword. With a resounding clang, Chakra erupted, the sound nearly piercing the eardrums. The tumultuous aftermath, centered around the two combatants, rippled outward like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending waves in all directions. The spectacle was grand, rivaling that of a high-ranking Chunin. Caught off guard, Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna were hurled backward by the violent shockwave until they collided with a sturdy tree trunk, finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, Kakashi, ensnared within the water prison technique, remained unscathed by Zabuza's assault, the water prison still as resilient as ever. Just a little more, if only I could break free. Sasuke, you must persevere. I am relying on you, my student. Kakashi, lost in the moment, became oblivious to his own predicament. Hearing this, Zabuza, controlling the water prison, cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, suddenly struck by a peculiar sense of urgency. It seems I should conclude this lesson for my junior as swiftly as possible. With a thunderous crash, just as he had once clashed with Kakashi, Sasuke's recent strike, the first form of the crescent moon dance, wind slash, while formidable, fell short against the full power of an elite Chunin due to his limited experience. Instantly, like the onlookers, he was sent flying as if struck by a burlap sack upon impact. Was this the end due to insufficient skill? Zabuza, who had intended to continue his assault, halted, murmuring to himself as he lowered the decapitating blade. However, in this moment of relaxation, a loud bang echoed as white smoke erupted, revealing Sasuke's figure appearing behind Zabuza. This transformation technique? How could this be? What had he concealed behind him? Was it possible? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Zabuza's pupils constricted. Could it be that this young man had been mimicking him all along, employing shadow clones to battle his water clones? Cold sweat dripped from Zabuza's forehead as the realization dawned upon him, filling him with dread. Whose genius is this, truly? At such a tender age, possessing such extraordinary combat awareness. Could this individual be the reincarnation of the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju? As the battle commenced, Sasuke's incessant array of techniques left Zabuza in a perpetual state of astonishment. Yet, this time, Sasuke showed no intention of relenting. With a graceful leap into the air, he brandished his long sword, delivering a formidable downward slash. Simultaneously, he bellowed, Dance of the Crescent Moon, first form, wind slash. The same sword technique, the same wielder. However, this time, it seemed as though the very essence of his being fueled the strike. The intensity surpassed that of the previous swordplay executed with shadow clones. Witnessing this, Zabuza dared not tarry any longer. Gripping his blade tightly, he prepared to counter with his tried-and-true method. Yet, in this critical moment, Sasuke suspended in midair, his eyes gleaming with crimson light. Instantly, Zabuza felt a heavy weight enveloping him. His vision turned crimson, thoughts ceased, and in that moment, the world spun chaotically. Chakra felt as though it had been sealed away, rendering him powerless. This is bad. I have fallen victim to a Genjutsu. In Chapter 38, the lower ninja strikes, sweeping away the village. Confronted with Sasuke's Sharingan Genjutsu, Zabuza attempted to employ his previous strategy, reminiscent of his encounter with Kakashi. Biting his tongue, he instantaneously regained clarity. Yet, with the overwhelming force of the sword now bearing down upon him, he had no time to execute the substitution technique, and in haste, he raised his blade to meet the impending strike. A resounding boom echoed between the two combatants. The wild shockwave rippled outward. However, this time, it was not Sasuke who suffered the repercussions, but rather Zabuza, who, ensnared in Genjutsu, was too late to prepare a counterattack. After barely enduring for a moment, Zabuza could no longer maintain his stance. He staggered back several steps, and simultaneously, his executioner's blade suddenly fell back for support. In an instant, he carved a terrifying chasm into the ground, finally managing to steady himself. This is impossible. This boy is far too powerful. As he regained his footing, his arms trembled uncontrollably, akin to a leaf in the wind. At this juncture, Zabuza comprehended the reality of his predicament. He had been outmaneuvered by Sasuke's cunning ploy. Sasuke was playing the role of the underestimated underdog. From the strength exhibited in his previous strike, it was highly likely that his true prowess was already nearing that of an elite J-nin. He was but a hair's breadth away from matching a standard J-nin. But how could he possess such strength at this age? Realizing this, Zabuza cast aside the previous agreement of their duel. At this moment, to ensure the mission's success, he resolved to abandon any sense of martial integrity. With his executioner's blade poised behind him, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. In the next instant, his chest swelled. And he shouted, "Water style, water dragon bullet technique." A tremendous wave of chakra surged forth, and with the completion of the hand seals, it coalesced into a colossal dragon. Erupting from Zabuza's mouth, hurtling towards Sasuke. "Sasuke, be careful. That old man is not playing fair." Sakura and Naruto gasped in horror. If they had the capacity, they would have charged forward without hesitation. Yet, constrained by their current abilities, they could only stand by, powerless to intervene. Sasuke. Gurgle, 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 sound of bubbling water. Witnessing the fearsome water dragon bullet technique, Kakashi, trapped within the water prison technique, was so anxious that he forgot he was still submerged. In his excitement, he almost choked on the water when he shouted out. In stark contrast to the anxious hearts of Team 7, Tazuna, upon witnessing the scene, simply reclined back, executing a tactical retreat. What does it mean to be the 5th Hokage? Does a mere elite J-nin think he can extinguish the successor of the 3rd Hokage? Am I mad? Or has Zabuza lost his mind? Just wait. Soon, you shall reap what you have sown. As the water dragon bullet barreled forward, menacingly, Sasuke was undeterred. His hands formed seals as radiant as blooming lotuses, and in the next moment, his chest swelled similarly to Zabuza's before. Then, with a thunderous roar, a colossal fireball, equally as powerful as the water dragon bullet, burst forth. Fire style, great fireball technique. Though the exclamation carried a touch of youthful bravado, the intensity of his spirit soared infinitely with that battle cry. In the blink of an eye, the searing fireball collided violently with the water dragon's head. Fire and water intertwined, creating a spectacle of boiling vapor that enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility with each escalating clash. This is merely a water clone of Zabuza, releasing a water dragon projectile. If it were the combined techniques of the previous 4 Ch-nin, at this moment, Sasuke, who is somewhat depleted of chakra, might indeed be incapable of withstanding such a formidable high-level water jutsu. The mist thickened, reminiscent of a curtain, dividing the battlefield, plunging the scene into a profound silence once more. Though the water mist enveloped the area, rendering visibility hazy, Zabuza's clone breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the boy's extraordinary abilities, he was still merely a genin. While I may not surpass him in swordsmanship, I cannot believe he can withstand a full-force strike comparable to that of a high-level Ch-nin. The battle seemed to have concluded, and Zabuza reflected on the genius of the Uchiha clan. Although victorious in this encounter, he recognized that the moment he resorted to using ninjutsu, he had already conceded defeat. Yet, even in defeat, a flicker of smug satisfaction arose within him, for he understood that with Sasuke's extraordinary potential, this might be the last opportunity he had to vanquish him. On the day they meet again, with such prodigious talent, it would not be impossible for Sasuke to surpass even the late 4th Hokage. At that time, might I not boast of having once defeated the 5th Hokage with a single water jutsu from 800 miles away? In this moment, his thoughts drifted to a colleague named Kakuzu. That man, in pursuit of profit, spun tales of grandeur, claiming to have wounded the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, with a single shuriken from an incredible distance. Regardless of the truth of those claims, they certainly enhanced his business prospects. It was rumored he had joined an organization called Akatsuki, where he seemed to manage finances. Now, considering Sasuke's inevitable rise, Zabuza mused that he might emulate Kakuzu, riding on Sasuke's coattails to seize an opportunity for profit. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zabuza, typically expressionless, began to chuckle foolishly, creating an oddly comical spectacle. While Zabuza reveled in his thoughts, reality played him a cruel jest. As the swirling water mist gradually dissipated, a familiar figure unexpectedly remained standing not far from him. How could this be possible? The smile on his face froze, replaced by a look of sheer astonishment. This is impossible. You're just a genin, aren't you? After a long moment, Zabuza finally found his voice to inquire. Sasuke chuckled softly and replied calmly, "Senpai, there is a saying in Konoha that you may not have heard." "What saying?" Zabuza's clone instinctively probed. "In a battle between jonin, it's like a clash of pots and pans, but when a genin strikes, they can raise a village." Raise a village? Zabuza fell into contemplation. Though he felt Sasuke was spouting nonsense, he found himself momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Meanwhile, Kakashi, trapped in a water prison, nearly choked as he smirked, thinking, this guy should at least keep his stories plausible. When did I ever? He halted his thoughts, recalling that during his sparring sessions with Might Guy, it indeed felt like a clash of kitchenware. Oh well, that settles it. Chapter 39, Crescent Moon Dance. Second form, Treading the Stars. After a prolonged silence, Zabuza gazed at Sasuke and slowly spoke. Sasuke, you are the most extraordinary ninja I have ever encountered. Perhaps in the future, you may effortlessly defeat me, but you have yet to grow into your full potential, and thus, you are not my match. Stand down, Sasuke. I do not wish to harm you. Though this is merely a water clone, should this battle continue, I will not hold back to ensure my mission's success. Think carefully. With his earlier mirth replaced by seriousness, Zabuza's water clone spoke with a grave demeanor. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Sasuke. It was evident to everyone that Zabuza held a measure of respect for Sasuke, and he was indeed being generous. Should Sasuke push further, Zabuza might resort to lethal force for the sake of his mission. Even a simple clone of an elite Jonin is not something a mere genin can contend with. Sighing, Sasuke shook his head in resignation. Senpai, I know that if you were serious, I truly would not be able to defeat you. However, I have one final strike I wish to have your guidance on. If this last strike bears no outcome, I will concede defeat. How does that sound? One final strike? Could it be that leaf-style sword technique? Zabuza instinctively recalled the previous strike that had cleaved the wind. The skin beneath his bandages twitched, and he replied solemnly, very well. I shall accept your final strike. Excellent. I appreciate your willingness, senpai, Sasuke declared, and once again, the scene fell into silence. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting fallen leaves and carrying the scent of grass and wood. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber as the onlookers instinctively held their breath, their eyes glued to the standoff between Sasuke and Zabuza. Images of the techniques from that fateful night flooded Sasuke's mind. It was the leaf-style sword technique, crescent moon dance. Second form, treading the stars. Slowly closing his eyes, he envisioned a row of stars formed by his sword techniques. The figure projected by the system stepped upon the stars, wielding a ninja sword, and in an instant, he thrust forward with unyielding resolve. As the stars shifted and his form transformed, Sasuke inhaled deeply, awakening with newfound clarity. Suddenly, he propelled himself into the air with a deft leap, his Indra's sword soaring through the air like a falling star, aimed directly at Zabuza's clone. Again with this move? Zabuza narrowed his eyes. Having previously endured 2 strikes of the wind cleave, he could no longer afford to be careless. He braced himself, anticipating that Sasuke might feign an attack only to unleash a surprise from behind. As he swung his great sword to deflect the incoming Indra's sword, he conserved his strength for an unpredictable turn of events. He sensed that should he withstand this final strike, it would solidify his victory, while the opposite would hold true as well. With a resounding clang, Indra's sword approached. Although it moved like a meteor, its speed was unmatched. It lacked precision and narrowly grazed past Zabuza, akin to a fleeting wisp that left no trace. Is that it? Has this kid faltered due to depleted chakra? As he defended with his sword across his chest, a whisper of doubt echoed in Sasuke's heart. His final strike, lacking finesse, was somewhat disappointing to Zabuza. However, at that moment, the sound of a piercing wind accompanied the swift motion of the ninja sword. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke's figure materialized silently behind Zabuza, as if conjured from thin air, trailing a comet-like streak behind him. With unwavering determination in his eyes, he wielded his sword with both hands. A drop of crimson blood gradually transformed into a droplet of clear water, sliding slowly from the blade and falling to the ground, nourishing the earth without a sound. Zabuza's water clone stared wide-eyed in disbelief, turning to face Sasuke with a hand clutching its neck, murmuring, How is this possible? You were just there. How could you? Before Zabuza's clone could finish its utterance, a resounding crash echoed as the mist shattered, dissipating into a pool of clear water, vanishing without a trace. Could it be that Sasuke had annihilated Zabuza's water clone in an instant? But how could this be? A mere genin defeating a clone of an elite Nin? Was Sasuke truly this formidable? Even witnessing it firsthand, Naruto's mouth hung open in disbelief, struggling to accept the surreal nature of the moment, feeling as though he were caught in a dream, lost in the intangible and ephemeral. Sakura lowered her head, her emerald eyes dimming as she sensed the widening chasm between herself and Sasuke, akin to an insurmountable abyss. He is so exceptional. Perhaps only someone like Ino could ever be worthy of him, she mused. Haha, are you dumbfounded? A mere elite Jonin dares to confront the future 5th Hokage? Look at your abilities. Just wait, having offended the future Hokage, you won't find any good fortune ahead. In contrast to the shock experienced by Sakura and Naruto, Tazuna remained composed, a slight smile gracing his lips, confident in his tactical approach. In his eyes, Sasuke had already become the irreplaceable future 5th Hokage. This is the space-time ninjutsu of the 2nd Hokage, the Flying Thunder God Slash. Kakashi, trapped within the water prison technique, was astonished, yet his surprise caused him to overlook the matter entirely. No, wait, this resembles the Flying Thunder God Slash. But it seems somewhat different. After all, Sasuke's recent sword strike must have been faster than the Flying Thunder God Slash. Lost in thought, Kakashi pondered for some time, until clarity struck him. No, it's the sword, the ninja sword. Could this be a higher realm of the dance of the crescent moon? Yet, how could Sasuke, surpassing even the understanding of the seasoned Jonin, attain such prowess overnight? As his emotions surged, he found himself in turmoil. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from Sasuke. Zabuza-senpai, you've crossed the line. Unbeknownst to anyone, Sasuke had reappeared, sword in hand, charging toward Zabuza's true form beside the water prison. Once more, that fateful sword. Upon witnessing Sasuke employ the flying sword technique again, Zabuza's eyes widened in alarm. Does this guy possess an infinite chakra reserve? He was filled with frustration, wanting to scream, but after the back-and-forth struggle, his chakra was nearly depleted. To make matters worse, Kakashi in the water prison was likely nearing full recovery. Under such circumstances, Zabuza dared not hesitate. Withdrawing his hand from the water prison, he swiftly executed the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, a distant voice echoed his reluctant declaration, Kakashi. Today I lost to that kid Sasuke. Remember, it wasn't a loss to you. And keep this in mind, I will return. Chapter 40. Victory. Have we triumphed? The scene fell into a profound silence, and Naruto felt as though he had awakened from a nightmare, struggling to grasp the reality before him. Suddenly, Dazna's exuberant shout shattered the stillness as he rushed toward Sasuke with overwhelming enthusiasm, grasping his hand and exclaiming, Sasuke, I owe you this. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. In the future, never forget your Uncle Dazna. Ahaha. Following his words was an awkward laughter. Sasuke, taken aback, pondered, did he discern something? Why is he suddenly so enthusiastic? And what does he mean by in the future? We should hasten to escort Uncle Dazna back. Though we are within the land of waves, we are not safe until we reach our destination. At this moment, Kakashi, standing nearby, spoke cautiously. Noticing Kakashi's fatigued expression, Dazna quickly waved his hand and generously offered. Very well. Let us all go to my home, where I shall treat everyone splendidly. Before he could finish, Kakashi placed a hand on his forehead, swayed unsteadily, and collapsed to the ground. Kakashi-sensei. The members of Team 7 and Dazna gasped in shock, rushing to Kakashi's side. A few days later, in the land of waves. At Dazna's residence. Have we finally arrived at our destination? Slowly opening his eyes, Kakashi found Team 7 and Dazna standing beside him. He was unaware of when he had lain down on the bed. Sensing the restored chakra within him, Kakashi propped himself up on his arms and turned to the others, saying, I apologize for causing everyone trouble. Upon hearing this, Sakura glanced at Sasuke and then said, Sensei, it was Sasuke who insisted on carrying you back. The mountain path was treacherous and quite arduous. Yes, indeed. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke truly had a tough time. After all, it was Sasuke who had saved the entire Team 7 this time. Moreover, since Sasuke had previously promised that upon returning, he would treat them to an unlimited supply of ramen, Naruto enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Mentioning Sasuke caused Kakashi's previously dazed eyes to brighten. He then turned to Sasuke and inquired, Sasuke, was the technique you used earlier the Flying Thunder God Slash? Flying Thunder God Slash? Kakashi's question surprised Sasuke, who had not made the connection. His Crescent Moon Dance, second form, Star Tread, did indeed bear some resemblance to space-time ninjutsu. After a moment's pause, Sasuke shook his head, opting for full honesty among comrades. No, it is Crescent Moon Dance, second form, Star Tread. Heh. Kakashi-sensei, would you like to learn it? Although the Moonlight Gale had previously advised Sasuke not to disclose the Crescent Moon Dance, the current version had evolved under the system's enhancement. Moreover, Sasuke's understanding of swordsmanship had diverged significantly from the original. Since Kakashi was not a foreign ninja but a Leaf Village comrade, sharing this technique with him would not violate his oath. However, quality items require an exchange. If Kakashi wished to learn, he would need to trade for it, perhaps offering his Raikiri in return. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he recalled the earlier ambush by Zabuza. Suspecting Sasuke might be up to something. Clearing his throat, he replied cautiously, never mind. I currently lack sufficient chakra. You should keep this sword technique for your own study. Although the Crescent Moon Dance primarily did not rely on chakra, akin to the 8 gates, Sasuke did not press the matter further. Instead, he shifted the conversation and asked, Kakashi-sensei, speaking of insufficient chakra, did your sudden fainting spell stem from overusing the Sharingan and exhausting your chakra? Upon hearing this, Kakashi regarded Sasuke thoughtfully before nodding. Indeed, it was due to the Sharingan. Sasuke, you too possess the Sharingan. You must be mindful of this in the future to avoid succumbing to exhaustion during battle. Thank you, Sensei, Sasuke replied cautiously. His brow furrowed. At that moment, the door behind them was suddenly flung open, and a young boy rushed in, wearing a straw hat and dressed like Luffy. He dashed into Dazna's embrace. Grandpa, you're back. Oh, Inari, my dear granddaughter, what a good girl you are, Dazna exclaimed, enveloping Inari in a warm embrace. His expression radiating joy. A girl, Sasuke thought to himself, having initially failed to recognize Inari, as if sensing Sasuke's scrutinizing gaze. The young girl turned to Team 7 and then, with a bright voice, declared to Dazna, Grandpa, these folks are all going to die. They have no chance against Kado. Kado? The 4 members of Team 7 were taken aback by the girl's startling words, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Dazna, feeling awkward, glanced at the group and said, Children speak without restraint. This child has lost her parents at a young age. I apologize for her bluntness. Sasuke was the first to sense something amiss in Dazna's words and asked, Dazna-san, who is Kado? Why do I get the impression that this child is quite afraid of him? With a sigh, Dazna replied, Kado is the one who has vowed to eliminate all the behind-the-scenes bosses involved in the construction of the Great Bridge. The Zabuza you encountered earlier was likely hired by Kado to kill me. Many have already fallen victim to Kato's machinations in the land of waves. While I may not be the first, I fear I might be the last. His tone was one of resignation, each word heavy with despair, causing the others to frown in concern. Indeed, although they had completed their escort mission, they could not afford to provoke Kato. Once Team 7 returned to the Leaf Village, Kato, with his vast wealth, could easily employ the same tactics to manipulate Tazuna and his people as he pleased. Contemplating this, the four fell into silence. However, at that moment, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, gritting his teeth with defiance, "Hey, you little brat named Inari. Naruto will become a superhero like the Hokage in the future. I've never heard of this Kato or that Kato. Naruto will never look down on such scoundrels." Chapter 41. Team 7's first lesson, Mastery of Chakra. His fervent declaration echoed loudly. Yet, Inari merely shook her head and sighed, her demeanor surprisingly mature for her age. "The last ninja who boasted like you is said to have grass 3 meters high over his grave. So if you wish to stay alive, you should leave here quickly." Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately bristled. What did she mean by grass 3 meters high? A man who vowed to become Hokage would fear this? I assure you, Naruto will not depart. Pay attention, you little rascal. Suddenly, Naruto appeared as though someone had stepped on his tail. Sasuke and Sakura, standing beside him, quickly reached out to restrain Naruto. Although they held him back, Sasuke regarded the girl named Inari with newfound respect. For the first time, he encountered someone capable of resisting Naruto's incessant chatter. After all, according to the subsequent plot, even figures like Obito and Nagato could not escape Naruto's verbal prowess. In contrast, Inari, despite her tender age, exhibited remarkable clarity of thought, a truly rare quality. Furthermore, Sasuke harbored no doubts regarding Inari's words. Had the leadership fallen to another, less capable individual instead of Kakashi, the elite Jonin, even Sasuke's formidable skills would have been insufficient to contend with an elite Jonin's true form. Such a scenario would inevitably lead to the annihilation of their entire team. Time passed swiftly, and it had already been a full day since Team 7 visited the home of the Uzumaki family. On this bright and sunny day, Kakashi, leaning on his cane, led the 3 members of Team 7 into a forest not far from the Tazuna residence. The towering trees, thick enough for 3 people to embrace, provided a refreshing coolness amidst the summer heat. Teacher Kakashi, since your injury hasn't healed, what brings us here? Naruto paused, glancing at Kakashi's limping figure, filled with confusion. Kakashi chuckled. Although we are currently on a mission, we must not neglect our training. Since joining Team 7, I haven't imparted much to you. Thus, starting today, I will teach you the first lesson for Chunin, Chakra Control. Chakra Control? The trio of Team 7 looked bewildered. But Sasuke's expression suddenly shifted as he recalled that this was a concept mentioned during the activation of his system. Not giving Sasuke a chance to ponder further, Kakashi continued. Sensing their confusion, Chakra Control, as the name suggests, assesses a ninja's ability to control their own chakra. In the ninja world, often the most exceptional ninjas may not possess an overwhelming amount of chakra, yet their mastery over it is nothing short of extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Sasuke smirked inwardly, thinking, "So, the exceptional ninja you refer to is none other than yourself, Kakashi-sensei." Unaware of Sasuke's peculiar expression, Kakashi elaborated. Chakra is divided into 5 elemental transformations, residing within a ninja's dantian, flowing through their limbs and body, and released through hand seals, ultimately manifesting as various ninjutsu. Therefore, mastering chakra control not only significantly conserves one's chakra consumption, but also enhances the speed of ninjutsu formation. It is of utmost importance. Naruto paused before asking, Kakashi-sensei, I think I understand this part. But you mentioned there are 5 elemental transformations. What exactly are they? Hehe. Kakashi smiled in response. Wind, lightning, fire, water, and earth. Each element has a counter. Wind overcomes lightning, fire overcomes wind, water overcomes fire, earth overcomes water, and lightning overcomes earth. These 5 elements exist in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Of course, this is merely the foundation. There are also yin and yang attributes, bloodline limits, bloodline elimination, and bloodline collection, among others. But for now, you should focus on familiarizing yourselves with the 5 basic transformations. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, feeling overwhelmed, while Sasuke appeared contemplative. At that moment, Kakashi pointed to a sturdy tree trunk nearby, stating, Your training task today is to attempt to exert full control over the chakra within you. The standard for success is, just like this. With that, Kakashi, leaning on his cane, effortlessly walked up the trunk of the tree as if gravity were a mere suggestion. He then inverted himself, grinning down at the trio below. See? It's quite simple. Simple? The 3 members of Team 7 exchanged incredulous looks, thinking, this is akin to performing magic. How can he claim this is simple? Seemingly reading their thoughts, Kakashi chuckled and added, Well, my definition of simplicity depends on the individual. Some may possess a natural talent and succeed at first try, while others may find it a bit more challenging. Feel free to test yourselves and see if any of you possess such talent. With a provocative tone, he swept his gaze across the 3, prompting Sakura and Naruto to immediately look at Sasuke. With better talent? Please, Kakashi-sensei, if you want to praise Sasuke, just say it directly. No need for such roundabout compliments, we can handle it. Feeling their odd stares, Sasuke cleared his throat, somewhat embarrassed. He understood their meaning. To diffuse the awkwardness, he decided to speak first, then I'll give it a try. With that, Sasuke focused his intent, channeling chakra through his meridians, and quickly concentrated it in the soles of his feet. Step by step, as he advanced, deep impressions formed beneath his feet. Suddenly, with a fierce determination, he leaped, aiming for a towering tree above. Wow, so fast. Naruto gaped, his expression filled with admiration. Sakura's eyes sparkled as she murmured, "Is this the man I can never catch up to? He's so handsome." Both anticipated that Sasuke would surely succeed, but to their surprise, after only a few dozen steps on the tree trunk, he unexpectedly tumbled down. How could this happen? Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Sasuke stood still, frowning in silence. This marks the first setback he has encountered since acquiring the system and embarking on his journey. Although no one is openly criticizing him at this moment, he cannot help but feel disheartened. His expressions shift tumultuously, akin to a shattered jar of mixed flavors. In Chapter 42, after 2.5 days, success is achieved. I shall teach you the lightning release. Ah, you see, I was right, was I? Not everyone possesses the innate talent for chakra manipulation. Naruto, Sakura, I dare you to give it a try. Witnessing the most prodigious among them, Sasuke falter. Kakashi does not hesitate to add salt to the wound. In response, Naruto takes a deep breath, propelled by a surge of determination, and charges forward. Yet, as anticipated, he falls clumsily, landing in a disoriented heap. Help. I might need to learn to lean on a crutch like teacher Kakashi. With stars in his eyes and in a daze, Naruto murmurs as he lies on the ground. In light of Naruto's antics, both Sasuke and Sakura are rendered speechless, their faces adorned with exasperation. Sakura and he have already attempted this. Now it is your turn. At this moment, Kakashi once again reminded them. Glancing at Naruto, who was sprawled helplessly not far away, Sakura couldn't help but swallow hard. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, she did not dash forward at the outset. Instead, she ambled gracefully towards a tree trunk, where she began to slowly gather her chakra, taking measured steps upward. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Sasuke and Naruto's eyes. Sakura displayed no signs of faltering. Step by step, she ascended steadily, arms outstretched, as if traversing a narrow bridge. Though her pace was unhurried, it was evidently superior to the failures of both Sasuke and Naruto. This left Naruto and Sasuke wide-eyed, rendered speechless. They had been outdone by a girl. Despite their reluctance to accept it, the undeniable truth stood before them. Not far away, Kakashi observed the two, who appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, lacking vitality. With a chuckle, he teasingly exclaimed, "Sasuke, Naruto, one of you has a boundless future ahead, while the other aspires to be Hokage. Can you truly afford to slacken your efforts over such a trivial setback? How can you achieve greatness in the future?" His words jolted Naruto awake. He clenched his fists and, as if invigorated, shouted, "Yes, I am destined to become Hokage. I will absolutely not give up." While this declaration had a profound impact on Naruto, it resonated little with Sasuke. Training? Talent? Sasuke felt he possessed no real talent, merely a fade. In other words, without the support of a system, he felt as though he lacked any true advantage. The original owner of this body, even if the entire clan were to perish, would still be a hopeless wretch, barely capable of opening their eyes. With such meager potential, what talent could one possibly speak of? Contemplating this, Sasuke focused his thoughts and commanded inwardly, "System, elevate my chakra control to level 3. Ding. Chakra control upgraded successfully. It is now at level 3, consuming a small amount of skill points. Current skills. For level 8, this consumption of skill points did not result in an upgrade. After such a prolonged period, coupled with the extravagant expenditure of a skill point, Sasuke felt a pang of disappointment at not having leveled up. However, at that moment, Kakashi seemed to notice the crestfallen expression on Sasuke's face. Gritting his teeth, as if he had finally resolved to make a decision, he spoke again. "Sasuke, you must understand that hard work can indeed bridge the gap between talent and skill. This time, if you can ascend to the trunk of this tree within 3 days. No, within 2.5 days, I promise to teach you a technique in lightning release. What do you say?" The mere mention of lightning release instantly roused Sasuke from his despondency. He had not anticipated such a rewarding opportunity. He had long coveted the lightning cutter. With such thoughts in mind, Sasuke forcibly suppressed the joy swelling within him. He was not so foolish as to be blinded by excitement. He had just discerned that Kakashi likely did not wish to teach him the lightning release at this moment. Otherwise, he would not have imposed a mere 2.5 days as a deadline. Thus, Sasuke raised his gaze, deliberately feigning trepidation, and addressed Kakashi perched in the tree. "Kakashi-sensei, is it truly only 2.5 days? Might you consider extending the time a little? After all, I am but a child." Upon hearing this, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, coldly rejecting the plea. "That is not possible. 2.5 days is already the utmost I can concede. Initially, I contemplated granting you 3 days, but seeing you in such a state, I relented out of pity." A sly smile crept upon Sasuke's lips as he continued. "Well then, this poses quite a challenge for me." He added, "Kakashi-sensei, if I manage to achieve this, you won't go back on your word, will you? Kakashi, momentarily irritated, brushed aside Sasuke's concern with a wave of his hand. Rest assured, I shall not retract my words. The only obstacle standing between you and the mastery of lightning release is yourself. Of course, should you exceed the time limit or fail to learn it altogether, you cannot hold me accountable. After this, Kakashi glanced at Naruto and then at Sasuke. There was an unspoken truth he had withheld from the trio. The greater the chakra capacity of a ninja, the more challenging it became to control that chakra. Naruto suffered the most due to the nine tails sealed within him, followed by Sasuke, though Sakura appeared to have succeeded for the first time. This merely indicated her lack of innate talent among the three. Once Kakashi had finished speaking, Sasuke, standing on the tree trunk, ceased his act of bewilderment and, with a grin, directed his gaze at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, please do not forget your earlier words. What do you mean? Upon hearing this exclamation, Kakashi was jolted from his reverie. He noticed the slight smirk on Sasuke's face, causing an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Kakashi-sensei, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to challenge myself once more. Please do not flee. Flee. Kakashi's throat tightened as he feigned calmness. You may begin. I shall not depart just yet. Excellent. Without delay, Sasuke mimicked Sakura's confident stride and approached the tree trunk, raising his hands slightly and slowly closing his eyes. What is he up to? Does he believe that mimicking Sakura will enable him to master the control of his chakra? Naruto pondered, bewildered by Sasuke's actions. If I had known, I would have pretended to be inept. Sakura watched Sasuke, her thoughts in turmoil. Does he truly not possess the capability? Could he be feigning incompetence to spare us the embarrassment of being left behind? Tears welled up in her eyes at the thought. Sighing, she lamented. I have fallen for his trick again. Is this fellow truly a member of the Uchiha clan? All the Uchiha I have encountered are impulsive and driven by their emotions. Yet Sasuke seems to possess an abundance of cunning. Kakashi silently criticized. After taking several steps, Sasuke began to feel the strain. Is this what it means to have mid-level chakra control? He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Each level up only granted him a meager skill point. And now he had but 4 remaining. He was reluctant to expend any further, as he had yet to fully grasp the system. What if one day, he comprehended it and required a substantial number of skill points to advance? That would be a significant loss. Resolving to disregard his worries, Sasuke remembered Kakashi's instruction to ascend the tree using chakra control. He had not specified that he must walk slowly with chakra concentrated in his feet. With that thought, Sasuke summoned his chakra once more, and, in an instant, tinder-like chains erupted from his calves. The chain seemed animated, wrapping around the tree trunk, swiftly binding his feet firmly in place. This is possible. Naruto and Sakura gaped in astonishment, while Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, narrowing into slits as if he had entered sage mode. After a prolonged moment, he steadied his emotions and murmured, Remarkable. I merely intended for you to familiarize yourself with chakra control, yet you have already manifested chakra into physical form. With a mind as intricate as yours, I am truly impressed. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke, resembling an octopus with its tentacles, propelled himself towards Kakashi using the chakra-formed appendages. And with a smile, inquired, Kakashi-sensei, when might you teach me that lightning release technique? Kakashi's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, this lad had long been eyeing the lightning release. Clearing his throat, he replied, Fear not, I will not renege on my promise. Soon, the Chunin exams will commence. And before that, I shall teach you the lightning release technique. Consider it your trump card for the exam, so there is no need to rush. To Kakashi's astonishment, Sasuke exhibited no trace of disappointment upon hearing those words. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. This moment elicited a profound admiration within Kakashi. Indeed, not only is the talent remarkable, but the disposition is also exemplary. If, in the future, one does not engage in any outrageous acts, then vying for the position of Hokage alongside Naruto may not be an unworthy pursuit. In a secluded corner of the Land of Waves, a masked girl inquired, Are you all right? In the dimly lit room, her long hair elegantly tied up, she appeared delicate yet stood resolute by Zabuza's bedside, her tone unwavering and sincere. I am fine, Haku. You know me. Compared to before, these minor injuries are nothing, Zabuza replied, lying on the bed, his complexion ashen, and after a few words, he began to cough, exuding an air of frailty. Is it a recurrence of an old injury? Haku pondered. Since Kakashi is so formidable, perhaps we should abandon this mission. The world is vast. Where could we not go together? Sighing, Zabuza responded, You know I am a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Were it not for the relentless pursuit of my former village, I would not be living this life of dependency. But now, though the world is expansive, where would a person like me find welcome? Haku, you have followed me for many years, and I understand your sentiments. But in our current predicament, it would be better for you. Before Zabuza could finish his sentence, the door to the room was violently kicked open, revealing a short, portly man. With a cigar clenched between his teeth and a finger pointed accusingly at Zabuza, he began to berate him. Following closely were 2 fierce-looking ninja wielding kunai, their presence menacing. Is this the guarantee you gave me for completing the mission? You claim to be an elite jonin from the Rain Village, yet you cannot even handle a mere fisherman. And you dare to play dead here? As he approached Zabuza's bedside, he He reached out to pull back the covers. At that moment, delicate hands seized the brash man's arm with an icy grip. Haku threateningly stated, Kato, while we may be temporarily residing here, we are not your lackeys. It would be prudent for you to treat us with respect, or else. With a sudden twist of her wrist, Kato yelped in pain, akin to a wounded animal. Observing this, the two ninja behind him narrowed their eyes and drew their weapons, preparing to charge forward. However, the room's temperature plummeted, and a chilling frost enveloped the air. Before the two armed ninja could advance, the petite Haku had already positioned herself before them. Her sharp ice spikes aimed menacingly at their throats, pressing in with a biting cold. The two men gulped nervously, paralyzed with fear, their expressions tense. Kato was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the strength of Zabuza's mysterious companion, who had effortlessly subdued the two hired Chunin he had procured at great expense. Swallowing hard, Kato feigned composure, recognizing that Zabuza was the one truly in control, not this enigmatic woman. He turned to Zabuza, stating, I have brought you here to work, not to assert your dominance over me. If you have the capability, I assure you the Mist Village's pursuers will not catch you. If you do not, then leave. I do not harbor idlers, nor will I risk offending the entire Mist Village for someone of no worth. His tone was arrogant, his demeanor unyielding, which prompted Zabuza to glare fiercely, his eyes flashing with menace. Chapter 43. What? Are you jealous? As the sun reached its zenith, an entire night had slipped away unnoticed. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Sasuke slowly rose. At the same time, with a mere thought, the system quietly receded into the ether. Are you here to gather herbs as well? Just as Sasuke was about to step away, a melodious female voice resonated from behind him. Who goes there? The ability to approach silently without detection piqued his interest. This caused Sasuke to become instantly alert. He took a step back, swiftly turned his head, and in one fluid motion, he beheld a striking young girl clad in a pink kimono, exuding an aura of pure charm. She stood gracefully not far from him, her beauty unparalleled. With a flower basket cradled in her arm, she smiled, her autumn water-like eyes narrowing into a delightful sliver, presenting an enchanting sight that evoked a sense of exquisite beauty. This was the first time Sasuke had encountered such an innocent maiden in the ninja world. For a moment, he found himself lost in thought, forgetting his previous alertness. Standing there in a daze. Are you here to gather herbs as well? Seeing Sasuke staring at her in a trance, the girl smiled and spoke once more. I am practicing here. I just felt a bit embarrassed and lost my composure. Sasuke scratched his head, his face flushed, appearing somewhat bashful. You seemed quite frightened of me just now. Am I really that intimidating? The girl inquired again. No. Sasuke hastily waved his hands. Such a beautiful maiden, he truly felt embarrassed to leave her with the impression of a peculiar uncle. He hastily clarified. It is merely a professional habit. My name is Sasuke, and I am a ninja. It is a pleasure to meet you, lovely lady. May I have the honor of knowing you better? In the fervor of the moment, Sasuke nearly brought the lifestyle of his former existence into the realm of ninjas. Upon witnessing Sasuke's proactive demeanor, the young woman appeared slightly taken aback, yet she smiled and replied, I am called Bai, and I am here to gather medicinal herbs. It is a pleasure to meet you, Bai. At the mention of her name, Sasuke's expression suddenly froze. Could it be that this enchanting girl was the subordinate of the infamous Zabuza from the Land of Waves? An awkward silence enveloped them once more. Observing this, Bai offered another gentle smile and shifted the topic, inquiring, I heard you are a ninja. You seem quite impressive. But what drives you to train so diligently? This is indeed a profound question. If someone were to pose such an inquiry to Sasuke upon their first encounter, he would undoubtedly turn away without a second thought. However, the individual before him is no ordinary person. There exists a deep-seated connection with Zabuza, despite their respective allegiances. Sasuke has retained a favorable impression of Zabuza since their last encounter. Thus, after a brief pause, he solemnly replied, Perhaps my words will provoke your laughter. Yet from the very first day of my training, I have harbored a singular ambition to become the preeminent figure in the shinobi world. I shall eliminate the 5 great nations, sweep through the disparate factions, and bring an end to the turmoil in the ninja realm, ushering in an era of peace for all eternity. The preeminent figure in the shinobi world? I inquired thoughtfully, is this quest for the sake of a single individual? A single individual? At the mention of this, Sasuke instinctively thought of Zabuza and then replied with a smile, every person has their ties. Yet I refuse to passively accept fate. On the contrary, I will exert every ounce of my strength to make this world remarkable through my endeavors. A single individual? No. I aspire to encompass the entire shinobi world. With his right fist raised and fingers clenched tightly, he exuded an aura of undeniable dominance. All of it, I murmured, her thoughts drifting far into the distance. Amidst the swirling snow and frigid air, by a trash bin, a small girl huddled tightly, clad in thin garments, shivering uncontrollably. The indifference of humanity surrounded her. Though a few passers-by meandered by, none paid her any heed. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she felt the pull of slumber. Just then, a tall figure slowly crouched down and, in a calm voice, asked, Are you willing to come with me? In that instant, a glimmer of light flickered before her. And Bai, emerging from her reverie, reflected, Perhaps when one has something precious to protect, they will find a way to grow stronger. Her tone was flat, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of her words. A woman is inherently fragile, yet becomes resolute for the sake of motherhood. For reasons unknown, this phrase suddenly surfaced in Sasuke's mind. His astonishment grew as he contemplated. Could it be that Bai is already carrying Zabuza's child? Following this line of thought, Sasuke increasingly believed there was a significant possibility. After all, to intercept an elite Chunin like Kakashi is an extraordinary feat for someone of Zabuza's caliber. Yet now, it seemed plausible that she might be gathering resources for the future child yet to be born. This suddenly became quite comprehensible. With this thought, Sasuke turned to Haku and said, I understand what you mean, but I cannot offer much assistance. Meeting is a form of destiny. Please accept this token of my regard. Consider it a gift for our reunion. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Sasuke nearly let slip the name of Zabuza, but quickly corrected himself. I must attend to other matters. Please remember to convey my regards to my brother. Farewell. With that, Sasuke turned and vanished from the scene in a flurry of swift movements. He had given all the money he had confiscated from the 4 mercenary ninjas to Haku, as he held a favorable impression of Zabuza. At this moment, given their financial plight, he thought it would be prudent to extend a gesture of goodwill. It could be viewed as a means of repaying the favor of those who once imparted knowledge on his swordsmanship. Furthermore, he harbored no desire for Zabuza and Bai to continue entangling themselves with the likes of Kato solely for monetary gain. Is this fellow truly as wealthy as he appears? Or does he simply exhibit such generosity in the presence of a lovely maiden? Upon opening the pouch, Bai was taken aback by the sight of a stack of bills. She shook her head and gazed at the distant figure of Sasuke, whispering softly, in a modest abode within the land of waves, Bai mused. I just encountered that young man. As she entered, her graceful movements accentuated by the drum, knot at her waist were nothing short of enchanting. Oh, that lad is quite extraordinary. Did you just exchange pleasantries with him? Zabuza inquired, his bare torso wrapped in bandages, turning with keen interest. Indeed, he is remarkable. Do you know what he confided in me about his aspirations? He aims to become the foremost ninja in the world and to unify the ninja realm, bringing about an era of peace for all. Truly, he is a youth like the wind, Bai replied, equally intrigued by Sasuke's ambitions. Huh. Not only does he possess a unique character, but he is also quite handsome. Have you not taken a liking to that charming young face? Zabuza teased, his demeanor shifting. Oh, I never imagined your usual icy demeanor would harbor jealousy over a mere boy, Bai chuckled, placing the floral basket aside and smiling at Zabuza. Chapter 45, The Second Battle, Zabuza returns. No, that is not the case. I have traversed the ninja world for half my life. What have I not seen? How could I possibly feel envy over a mere youth? Zabuza declared, crossing his legs in an attempt to maintain composure. Ahaha. Bai, sensing a hint of mischief, covered her mouth with her delicate hand, laughing softly. All right, I shan't tease you further. Here, this is a parting gift from that young man. I suspect he has already discerned the nature of our relationship. With a sigh, Zabuza accepted the stack of bills Bai offered, lamenting that lad, Sasuke, possesses talent, depth, and most importantly, ambition. Such qualities are rare to find in the so-called righteous village of Konoha, save for the roots. Bai nodded in agreement, indeed. I too have perceived a formidable ambition in his gaze. His earlier words did not seem to be mere jest. Pausing for a moment, Bai expressed her concern. Is it truly wise for us to oppose Team 7? Is it worth it for someone as useless as Kato? Upon hearing this, Zabuza sighed deeply, as if the mere mention of the matter weighed heavily upon him. It is not a question of worth. I am being pursued by the Mist Village, and you, due to your bloodline limit, are unwelcome in the land of water. Our options for survival are dwindling. The reason we are hiding in this isolated land of waves is that the water country deems it beneath their notice. Yet, consider this. If we were to stir even the slightest commotion in this desolate place, would the ninjas of the mist not catch wind of it? Bai's lovely visage reflected concern as she furrowed her brows. So, we truly have no path of retreat. We must take a gamble. If we succeed in this endeavor, we may secure a long-term refuge in the land of waves. Perhaps, if fortune favors us, we could remain hidden here until the end of days. The sudden romantic sentiment hung in the air, enveloping the room in silence. In an effort to alleviate the tension, Zabuza abruptly shifted the topic. By the way, all we need to do is eliminate that old man named Tazuna. As for the 4 members of Team 7, we merely need to stall them. After all, we cannot take Sasuke's money without consequence. As he reminisced about that fateful day and the 2 swords that cut through the air with such might, Zabuza felt a pang of nostalgia, acutely aware of the swift passage of time. The youth he once was had all but faded away. Time flew by, and before they realized it, half a month had elapsed. In recent days, several members of Class 7 have taken turns to safeguard Tazuna. Meanwhile, Tazuna has been diligently working alongside the workers from the Land of Waves to bring the completion of the Mother Bridge to fruition over the past fortnight. On this day, the weather was somewhat sultry. A thick veil of moisture enveloped the Jianxiao. Sasuke was on leave, leaving only Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura to stand vigilant. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, sending shockwaves through the trio of Team 7. The sense of urgency dissipated instantly as they followed the sound. There, they beheld Tazuna, clutching his head with both hands, his expression contorted in anguish, kneeling not far away. Lying on the ground were rows of lifeless bodies of workers. How despicable! Could it be that Kato was scheming behind the scenes? Naruto clenched his teeth, his fists tightening, seething with rage. As a medical ninja, Sakura approached the fallen workers and checked their pulses, then turned to Kakashi, shaking her head in a silent indication that there was no hope. Kato, you heartless monster. Tazuna howled to the heavens, his face a mask of torment. Yet at that moment, Kakashi, who had been deep in thought, spoke in a grave tone. They likely were not killed by Kato's men. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. If it wasn't Kato's men, then who could it possibly be? Sensing the unvoiced concerns of his companions, Kakashi furrowed his brow, his expression heavy with gravity as he elucidated. They perished silently, concealed within the mist. Observe, their fatal wounds are merely shallow cuts on their necks. Beyond that, there is nothing. They even bore the smiles of completion in their final moments. If I am not mistaken, they must have fallen victim to Zabuza's silent killing technique. At these words, the faces of the three turned pale. Zabuza? Could that terrifying figure have returned? Naruto and Sakura, however, felt a semblance of reassurance. For Kakashi stood steadfast beside them. But Tazuna's heart plummeted, for he suddenly realized that Sasuke was conspicuously absent. In his mind, Sasuke was the designated heir to the role of Hokage, and now he was nowhere to be found. At this moment, he even began to suspect whether that fiend named Zabuza had conducted prior reconnaissance, deliberately avoiding confrontation. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive due to Kakashi's words, a booming laugh suddenly echoed across the mist-laden bridge. The voice arrived before the figure, causing the expressions of the onlookers to shift dramatically as they turned towards the sound. Emerging slowly from the fog was a towering figure, shouldering a massive blade. It was none other than Zabuza Momochi. This time, however, he was different. A petite figure followed behind him. Adorned with a mask, it was only possible to ascertain that the individual was likely not very old. Beyond that, no further judgments could be made. After a certain distance, Zabuza clapped his hands, much like he had done on that fateful day, and praised. Truly deserving of the title of the foremost copy ninja beneath the third generation. To deduce my involvement so swiftly from such scant evidence is indeed remarkable. Kakashi stepped forward, positioning himself before the assembly, furrowing his brow as he inquired in a deep voice, Zabuza, we have crossed paths before. Are you here today to engage in a fight to the death with us? Haraha. It was as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. As Zabuza retorted, a fight to the death? Who exactly is seeking such an end with whom? From what I gather, your mission is merely to escort. Does the old man behind you not count as part of the current entourage? How did he know? In truth, it was only when Team 7 was nearing the Land of Waves that they became aware of this situation. In that instant, Kakashi's suspicion was aroused. However, at that moment, Naruto suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Zabuza not far away and shouted, Hey, that despicable fellow, are you not human? Uncle Tazuna is building a bridge for the people of the Land of Waves, don't you, as a member of this land? Have even a shred of compassion for others? Chapter 46, Can Idle Ninja Tools be rented out? The wind howled, and visibility was low. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Zabuza shrugged and retorted, Sorry, I'm from the Land of Water, not a member of this forsaken Land of Waves. Naruto's anger flared even more. He pointed an accusing finger at Zabuza and scolded, Then how can you assist that scoundrel, Gato, in his villainy? What is the difference between you and a bandit? You, who share the same rank as Kakashi-sensei, are unworthy of being compared to him. His body trembled, and his tone was sharply accusatory. Yet, Zabuza simply laughed heartily, That is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Little brat, you speak so eloquently? I assist in villainy, yet I am a wandering ninja without tasks or commissions. What do you propose I eat? Drink? Sheep graze, grass dies, the sheep are innocent. A wolf eats sheep, the sheep die, yet the wolf is irredeemable? Haraha. Konoha is truly lofty. To question someone on the brink of starvation why they don't drink meat porridge? With a shift in tone, he turned to Kakashi and continued. Kakashi, instead of having your subordinates criticize me, why not discuss this properly? The Konoha umbu and root, over the years. What unscrupulous dealings have you engaged in to grow stronger? I am unaware, but you enjoy the advantages, and that is justice. We wandering ninjas, struggling for survival in the crevice between life and death, are deemed evil? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed repeatedly, having spent time en route. He knew that Zabuza's words held a kernel of truth, but Naruto, at that moment, leapt forward, gritting his teeth in indignation. You're talking nonsense. How can an elite J-nin have no way to survive? Can't you take a few escort missions? If worst comes to worst, you could rent out your idle ninja tools. How could you possibly go hungry? Athaha. You're not wrong. But no one would seek out wandering ninjas like us for escort missions. In fact, this business has been monopolized by your 5 great ninja villages, leaving us with nothing but what you call evil dealings. Renting out ninja tools? Spare me. I truly don't understand how someone from the same class as Sasuke could be so vastly different from him. Make a move. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zabuza shouted coldly, and instantly, the masked figure of Haku behind him swayed, transforming into a gust of wind, charging straight towards Tazuna, who stood behind Team 7. Tazuna, upon witnessing this, felt his legs weaken and nearly collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Sakura stood beside Tazuna, shielding him. Meanwhile, seeing the approaching Haku, who was of similar age, Naruto recklessly charged forward. Be careful. With the speed of a fierce wind, Kakashi felt an unsettling foreboding. Seeing Naruto rush into the gale, Kakashi paused for a moment, then followed closely behind. But just then, a slicing wind cut through the air. And in the blink of an eye, a large sword was poised half a meter before Kakashi. Let the young handle their own affairs. But if you wish to fight, your opponent should be me, shouldn't it? Zabuza stated coldly, the sword resting across his chest. Could Kakashi bypass Zabuza to aid Naruto? It was possible. However, Sakura could not possibly withstand the fierce Zabuza. If he chose to help Naruto, Tazuna would inevitably fall victim to Zabuza's ruthless blade. Stuck between advancing and retreating, Kakashi finally realized this was a deliberate trap. The only way to resolve this predicament was to exert all his strength and defeat Zabuza in the shortest time possible. With this thought, a murderous glint appeared in Kakashi's eyes as he coldly asked, Zabuza, considering we are both elite J-nin, and training is arduous, I will ask you one last time, do you truly intend for this to end in death? Haha, it is you who wishes to end it with me? Zabuza, to steal my livelihood, and yet act so sanctimoniously. Come on, enough with the chatter. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Seemingly having long harbored discontent towards Kakashi, Zabuza swung his large sword and dashed towards Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi swiftly drew a kunai from his waist. In the next moment, a kunai materialized in his palm, glinting coldly and incredibly sharp. With a clang, the large sword clashed with the kunai, and the two figures began to engage in a fierce battle. Damn it! Multiple shadow clone technique. As Naruto sprinted forward, he changed his hand seals. And suddenly, several tangible shadow clones burst forth. Haku, masked and devoid of expression, remained calm. Observing this, she merely raised her hand slightly, then flicked her wrist. Whoosh! In the next instant, several ice needles shot forth like a torrential downpour, speeding towards Naruto. Bang! 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 A series of explosions echoed, followed by clouds of white smoke as the clones were annihilated. Ugh! Damn it! This guy is unexpectedly strong. As dozens of clones were dispersed, Naruto collapsed to the ground, instantly losing his capacity to resist. Ice needles protruded from his legs, each about the length of his forearm, looking extremely menacing. Rest assured, for Sasuke's sake, I will not kill you. However, you must behave and not interfere with our business. Beneath the mask, Haku spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Huh? She is actually a girl? Upon hearing the first words from the ninja before him, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. In his eyes, at this age, female ninjas should resemble his goddess Sakura. Yet he had not anticipated that the pressure she exuded would be so formidable. Without allowing Naruto a moment to ponder, Haku flicked her wrist again. Whoosh! Once more, several ice needles shot towards various vital points on Naruto's thighs. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. However, as several icy needles pierced Naruto's legs, the next moment was met with a resounding bang. The figure, slumped on the ground, suddenly erupted into a cloud of nothingness. This was indeed a shadow clone. Beneath the mask, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, this moment of shock was fleeting. She swiftly regained her composure, her senses heightened as she scanned the surroundings. Just then, a pair of hands suddenly grasped her feet tightly. Simultaneously, Naruto's voice echoed from below. Hee. Did you not expect this? At that moment, he felt as if he were possessed by Sasuke. Contemplating this, a small, inexplicable sense of pride unexpectedly welled up within me. Chapter 47, All Lies. In the land of waves, at the home of the Tazuna family, a loud crash echoed through the house, causing the woman, busy with her household chores, to shudder slightly. She was Inari's mother, a virtuous widow. You must be the daughter of that old man Tazuna, right? Before Inari's mother could regain her composure, a brash voice rang out from the doorway. She turned around to find two unfamiliar men blocking her entrance. Their sinister smiles sending chills down her spine. Who are you? Her tone was tense, and her expression uneasy as she gripped the mop tightly, staring at the unwelcome guests with fear and trepidation. Who are we? Heh. One of the men sneered, stepping forward and drawing his blade for a casual strike. In the blink of an eye, the mop handle in the woman's grasp was severed in two. The woman gasped, but at that moment, a knife was already pressed against her delicate neck, its cold gleam sharp as a razor. Who am I? The man scoffed, licking his crimson lips. I believe your father Tazuna is all too aware of the powerful enemies he has recently offended. Wouldn't you agree? You are sent by Kato. The woman's eyes widened in terror. Though a mere housewife, she quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, come with us. I trust that old man Tazuna will be here soon enough to reunite with you. The other man chimed in mockingly. Just then, a loud crash erupted from the kitchen door, as if something had been disturbed. Is there someone else? The second man, though a ninja, despite his shortcomings, was more than capable of dealing with defenseless ordinary people. He rushed into the kitchen and, within moments, dragged Inari out from his hiding spot. Seeing Inari trembling, the man hesitated, then seemed to recall something. I think this little brat is claimed by Dazna's son, since he is not blood-related. We might as well kill him to avoid future troubles. Having committed countless unscrupulous acts, they had grown desensitized. Their greatest fear was not stronger ninjas taking them down, but rather the retribution from those they had spared in their youth. At that moment, the woman, disregarding her own life, shouted with all her might, "If you dare lay a finger on Inari, I will bite my tongue and end my life right now." Her tone was resolute, her expression unwavering. The two men exchanged glances, momentarily lowering their blades pointed at Inari, lost in thought. The gleaming blade loomed ominously, and the mother was engulfed in pain and despair. The glimmer of hope Inari had just glimpsed in Naruto faded into darkness. Lies, all lies. What effort can alter fate? What resistance? Naruto, you have deceived me. As the son of a fisherman, I could never hope to defy fate, let alone fate. I can't even defeat one of Kato's subordinates. I cannot even save my own mother. Effort? What good is effort? Do you think that if I hand over the fish I worked so hard to catch, they will spare my mother? Do you think that by building the land of waves, my deceased father will return? Lies, all lies. His heart roared like a surging river, tumultuous waves rising within. The image of Naruto gradually faded from his mind. The sunlight dimmed, as if dark clouds loomed overhead, threatening to engulf everything. After a long silence, the man holding the woman finally spoke as he noticed her concern for Inari. Since you care so much about this boy, let us take him with us. When that old man Tazuna arrives, you can all be reunited, he said with a sinister chuckle. Upon hearing this, the woman trembled. No, you can't take Inari. If you do, I will bite my tongue and end my life. The other man, seeing her desperation, glanced at his companion and suggested, after all, this boy isn't your biological son. Perhaps we should let it go. He was hesitant to escalate the situation. After all, this was a crucial part of Kato's plan, and any misstep was unacceptable. However, the man holding the woman scoffed. Haha, do you really believe this woman's empty threats? What? Haha, clever rabbits have 3 burrows. If I were to oppose Lord Kato, I would also claim my son is not my own. After all, if I were to die one day, I would still want to leave behind a legacy. Wouldn't I? Upon hearing this, the other man suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Still dare to threaten us? Go, break that brat's legs, teach this woman a lesson. No. The woman screamed in despair, her weakness exploited. But the man holding her only leaned closer. His voice twisted and low. Madam, be quiet. You wouldn't want us to harm your son, would you? Hearing this, the woman plunged into deep despair, realizing she could no longer afford to threaten them. After all, having broken legs was far better than losing her life. The man, knife in hand, grinned menacingly, advancing step by step. Yet Inari stood there, eyes vacant, staring blankly at the knife in the man's hand, as if his soul had left him, completely abandoning any thought of escape. The knife was raised high, aimed at Inari's legs, accompanied by a chilling rush of wind. As if a demon was screaming. In that moment of impending doom, the woman shut her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her face. But just as the situation seemed most dire, a glimmer of cold light appeared, flashing by in an instant. Suddenly, a figure materialized at the scene. Though not tall, he was strikingly handsome, wielding a ninja sword, standing silently as if he had always been present in the house, unchanged. It was Sasuke, having returned from his training. Are you human or ghost? The man who had just raised his blade froze, stepping back in fear. Then, regaining his composure, he exchanged a glance with his companion, and, with a fierce glare, they both prepared to ambush Sasuke. Though Sasuke did not observe their expressions, it seemed he understood their intentions. He slowly turned to the side, pointed at his neck, then at the two men. What did he mean? Upon witnessing the scene, both individuals instinctively reached for their own necks. Yet, their gazes soon shifted, as if turning their heads in disbelief. What did they see? 2 headless corpses, blood gushing forth, stood motionless before them. The garments adorning these bodies felt oddly familiar. The two murmured, their consciousness gradually fading, until darkness enveloped them, sinking into an eternal slumber. Chapter 48. A chance encounter with Sasuke can alter one's life. A piercing scream shattered the silence, causing the woman to faint instantly. Upon returning, Sasuke discerned the precarious situation and swiftly unleashed a lethal strike, eliminating the 2 intruding shinobi. The woman's reaction was entirely expected. However, Inari's response took Sasuke by surprise. He not only failed to perceive fear in her eyes, but also detected a glimmer of hope. What could this mean? Sasuke, perplexed, recalled that Kato had already targeted the Tazuna family, and it was likely that Team 7 was also embroiled in the turmoil. Resolute, he turned to Inari and inquired succinctly. Did Naruto and the others head towards the bridge? Yes, Inari nodded affirmatively. At this, Sasuke pivoted to leave, but was halted by Inari's voice. Thank you, Sasuke and I. Huh? Sasuke found himself bewildered. He halted, turning back to face her. Inari's eyes sparkled with an intensified hope, akin to a single spark threatening to ignite a vast flame. Confused, he asked, what are you thanking me for? He could not fathom that Inari, at such a tender age, would express gratitude for his act of violence. Just then, he heard Inari's excited voice. "Thank you, Sasuke and I. You have restored my faith in what Naruto and I told me in private. Truly, I appreciate it." As he spoke, Sasuke found himself increasingly perplexed. "Naruto has spoken to you privately before. What did he say?" Inari, with palpable excitement in his voice, replied. "Brother Naruto once told me to work hard, that all the beautiful things I desire will come to fruition. I had always doubted him, even despairing when those two villains took my mother. But when I saw you, Sasuke, swiftly eliminate those two evildoers, I began to believe. Effort truly can yield results. I will strive to grow stronger, just like you." His small fists clenched tightly, and in his starry eyes, flames of determination flickered vibrantly. Yet, Inari had expected Sasuke to concur with his sentiments and lean closer, affectionately ruffling his hair, much like their father used to do. Instead, he found Sasuke standing at the door, sighing deeply and shaking his head. "Although I realize this may sound cruel coming from me to a child, I feel compelled to express my sincere thoughts. I do not subscribe to Naruto's philosophy that effort will inevitably bring desired outcomes. It varies from person to person. While Naruto may succeed, others may not." Inari was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a declaration from Sasuke. A look of confusion returned to his face. Observing this, Sasuke sighed again and continued, "I believe that making choices is far more significant than mere effort. Only by understanding what one truly desires and striving for it can one gradually take control of their destiny. Otherwise, the notion that effort alone will realize dreams is merely self-deception. Does a sheep, no matter how diligently it grazes, escape the fate of being devoured by a wolf? Clearly not. However, when a sheep grows sharp fangs and bravely fights back, then, over time, its fate may indeed change. Do you understand what I mean?" The reason Sasuke suddenly articulated so much was his sympathy for Inari, this ambitious young boy. He resembled a lost lamb, desperately seeking a path but encountering obstacles at every turn, his fragile spirit on the brink of collapse. As for Naruto's optimistic platitudes, they ought to be tempered. For Sasuke, this perspective was undoubtedly valid. After all, if the original narrative unfolded as expected, he would inevitably become the 7th Hokage, fulfilling his initial dreams. But what about the ordinary person? Inari aspired to live a life free from oppression, hoping for a better future for the Tazuna family. Should he rely on Naruto's words of encouragement for an entire lifetime? Or should he expect his children to fish indefinitely, hoping that a figure like Kato would not bully them? This is akin to blindfolding Inari, compelling her to yearn like a donkey, day and night, ultimately squandering her life. Although Naruto harbors no ill intentions, does this not, in effect, render him an accomplice to Kato? Is it not true that choice outweighs effort? Inari stood rooted in place, repeatedly echoing the words Sasuke had just uttered. It seemed as though she had grasped something elusive, akin to a dream butterfly, now distant, now near, ever so intangible. Observing this, Sasuke pondered for a moment, ultimately unable to bear the thought of Inari, at such a tender age, straying onto a misguided path. Thus, with a flick of his right hand, a scroll soared before Inari. This is a scroll for the novice and chakra convergence. If one wishes to secure a better life for their family, the first step is to seize control of their own destiny. The scroll had been discreetly placed within a sealing scroll by the owner of the ninja tool shop as a gesture of goodwill towards him during a prior purchase. This book holds little value for someone of Sasuke's caliber, having remained sealed within a scroll, gathering dust. At this moment, it is perfectly bestowed upon Inari. A gesture of goodwill without anticipation of reward, merely wishing for the well-being of a good soul. With the scroll in hand, Inari lowered his head in astonishment. After a long pause, it was as if he awakened from a dream. When he lifted his gaze, the dashing figure at the doorway had long vanished. A surge of anxiety gripped his heart, as if he had lost something precious. He rushed to the entrance, his small hands cupped into a trumpet shape, calling out into the distant mist with urgency, "Sasuke, when I grow up, can I still come to Konoha to find you?" In the fleeting moment that his words faded, a youthful voice echoed from the fog, "Little girl, the mountains are high and the waters are long. By then, I may no longer be in Konoha." The voice lingered, resonating with an everlasting quality. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of Inari's eye. Despite his tender age, an inexplicable sense of loss surged within him. Previously, Naruto's image had swiftly vanished from his mind. Yet now, Sasuke's presence remained indelible. "Sasuke, when I grow up, I will surely return to find you. Wait for me, for I will catch up to your footsteps and forever stand by your side." In a moment of bewilderment, a single encounter with Sasuke would alter the course of his life. How lamentable that fate had not allowed their paths to cross sooner. As memories of bygone individuals linger in the shadows of confusion, Inari removed his straw hat, and with 2 streams of tears cascading down, his 3,000 strands of hair danced in the wind. At this moment, she had matured. Everything seemed unchanged, yet in the depths of little Inari's eyes, it all took on the shape of that person. On the other side, the awareness of battle was indeed formidable. She lowered her gaze and saw Naruto clinging tightly to his legs, grinning foolishly, seemingly lost in pleasant thoughts. Turning her attention to White, beneath the mask was a countenance marked by disappointment. As he shook his head in resignation, "I take back my previous words." Suddenly, she thought of Sasuke. pondering how the disparity between individuals could be so vast. One was a prodigy, mentally composed, as if forged through decades of refinement. The other, a jester, laughing and fooling around, appeared like a naive fool caught in a youthful fantasy. Moreover, it is quite astonishing that the two of them have been placed in the same class by Konoha. How many connections does this foolish boy truly possess? As this thought crossed her mind, Bai regained her composure, raising her delicate hand once more to unleash a flurry of icy needles, targeting the vital points surrounding Naruto. Although it was highly likely that this would severely injure him, she was confident that Naruto would not perish. To expedite the completion of her mission and alleviate the pressure on Zabuza, she had no choice but to resort to such drastic measures. After all, sparing Naruto's life was already a significant concession to Sasuke. Chapter 49. Ice Shield, Mirror Ice Crystal. Zabuza and Kakashi remained locked in a stalemate from a distance. In her determination to swiftly carry out her mission, Bai ultimately resolved to strike Naruto with full force. The ice needles, each the length of a forearm and accompanied by a chilling whistle, shot towards Naruto, who was grinning foolishly at her feet. Yet, just as the icy projectiles pierced through Naruto's form, a resounding bang echoed as he vanished in a puff of white smoke, dissipating into nothingness. What? This was merely a clone. Bai was taken aback, her shock palpable. However, before she could recover from her astonishment, several true Narutos charged towards her stealthily from behind. "Ah, surprised, weren't you?" A mocking shout rang out, and as Bai turned in response, she was met with a flurry of kicks that sent her flying. With a clang, Zabuza exerted force upon his decapitating blade, causing the two previously locked adversaries to separate in an instant. How infuriating! Casting a sidelong glance at Bai, who was fluttering like a leaf in the autumn breeze, Zabuza's patience wore thin. Seizing the moment of their separation, he called out to Kakashi, "Bai, stop wasting time. Unleash your trump card. If we delay any longer, that brat will return, and we'll be in trouble." With her slender arms supporting her petite frame, Bai gradually rose to her feet, adjusting the mask on her face as she turned to Naruto. "So, it turns out you are a wolf in sheep's clothing. If it weren't for your insufficient chakra, I might have truly been defeated by you." Naruto, with a hint of youthful bravado, replied with a smirk, "Heh. Although you're strong, I, Naruto, am destined to become the Hokage. How could I be as feeble as you claim?" In response, Bai nodded lightly, "Very well. Then I shall not hold back any longer. You would do well to be cautious, otherwise you might find yourself in grave danger." With a playful tone reminiscent of her graceful attire, Bai spoke. Naruto, taken aback by her words, felt a twinge of confusion. To be honest, this was his first time fighting a girl. If not for the mission, he would have preferred to feign illness. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Bai swiftly formed a series of hand seals. With a thunderous roar, an 8-sided ice wall, resembling a tranquil lake, rose around Naruto, ensnaring him securely within its confines. Like a trapped beast, he had transformed into a caged bird before he could fully comprehend the situation. In this moment, had Neji been present, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed with expertise. Naruto found himself in a state of bewilderment. Trapped in this place, surrounded on all sides, he was confronted by reflections of himself, akin to a prism. The line between reality and illusion blurred, inducing a sense of unreality within him. At times, he felt as though he were the sole inhabitant of this icy realm, while the shadows upon the ice were the true essence of his being. This is an actual bloodline limit. Kakashi observed from a distance, and upon discerning the 8-sided ice wall nearby, his pupils constricted in shock. The sound was indeed significant, resonating clearly even to Sakura and Tazuna, who were situated some distance away. "Kakashi-sensei, what exactly is that? What constitutes a bloodline limit?" Earlier, when Kakashi had been instructing them on chakra control in the woods, he had casually mentioned it. However, it had merely been a fleeting reference, without further elaboration. Once again, after several days, the concept of a training system that transcends the 5 fundamental chakra attributes was brought to light. Sakura instinctively inquired about it, momentarily forgetting the dire circumstances at hand. "The bloodline limit, a formidable hereditary power, is akin to my Sharingan, which can randomly awaken one or several unique abilities. To my astonishment, this girl, who is nearly the same age as Sasuke, is indeed a ninja possessing a bloodline limit. It appears she has fused wind and water chakra to manifest the ice shield bloodline limit. Encountering such a rare bloodline limit ninja in this modest locale is truly remarkable." With a serious tone, it was less of an explanation for Sakura and more of a deliberate utterance for both myself and the exuberant Zabuza beside me. Haha, truly. As an elite jonin of Konoha, his discernment is extraordinary. Zabuza, wielding his massive sword with ease, laughed heartily. As fellow elite jonin, I felt an overwhelming pride in my superiority. However, Kakashi paid no heed to Zabuza's mockery. After a prolonged contemplation, he turned his gaze back to Zabuza and slowly remarked, "Zabuza, we both understand the arduous journey to attain the rank of elite jonin. Now, you have beside you a bloodline limit wielder willing to follow you. You must consider carefully whether you wish to continue this feud with us from Konoha." Kakashi cleverly interwove his personal agenda into the conversation, subtly elevating his mission to the stature of Konoha. Having spent years under Danzo's command, he was acutely aware that the more one possesses, the greater the apprehensions in their endeavors. Zabuza, already a formidable elite jonin, now accompanied by a girl with such a bloodline limit, held a bright future ahead. Kakashi doubted Zabuza would be foolish enough to forsake everything to contest with him. Yet, to Kakashi's surprise, Zabuza simply laughed heartily and retorted with audacity, "Kakashi, it seems you are aware that my future is promising. But look at you, supported by Konoha. While you may not command the winds, you live without worry. Meanwhile, I roam like a willow in the breeze, uncertain of tomorrow's dawn. So, how about this? You take a step back, and we can be friends. I have a certain admiration for that kid named Sasuke, and should you agree, I, Zabuza, will spare no effort in assisting you whenever needed." His tone was bold, and his expression bore no trace of insincerity. This caused Kakashi to furrow his brow. "Naruto, you must hold on," Kakashi thought to himself. "Ninjutsu, ice crystal mirror." With a change of hand seals, the frail body was instantly enveloped within the ice wall before him. The 8-sided ice wall was crystal clear, stretching upwards endlessly, as if piercing the heavens. Damn, it seems impossible to leap out. Multiple shadow clone technique. Gritting his teeth, he changed the hand seals once more. And in an instant, dozens of tangible shadow clones emerged within the icy cage. With a thought, they all charged towards the 8-sided ice wall. Naruto initially believed that their numerical advantage would allow them to carve a path through the ice. However, after a futile struggle, the clones realized that the ice wall was as unyielding as iron. Bang, bang, bang. At this critical moment, another burst of white smoke erupted, and one by one, the shadow clones dissipated into nothingness. Damn, my chakra is depleted. Clenching his fists tightly, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The situation had taken a dire turn, and Naruto found himself in a perilous predicament. Chapter 50. Miss, we meet again. This is infuriating. It seems I have no choice but to take a gamble. With a grave expression, Naruto drew a kunai, preparing to stab the white figure not far before him. Am I truly at my wit's end? Inside the ice wall, White observed and shook her head. In an instant, with a mere flick of her wrist, a multitude of ice needles shot directly at Naruto. The sound of the wind slicing through the air approached from behind, causing Naruto's ears to twitch slightly. He quickly turned around, wielding the kunai with wild abandon, shattering the incoming ice needles into fragments. But just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a calm female voice echoed from behind him, seemingly from thin air. "You have lost." Though it was merely 3 words, they resonated with the weight of a warning bell, startling Naruto into a tremor. Before he could react, White delivered a swift kick, sending the recently turned Naruto crashing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, she became a blur, soaring into the air once more, flicking her wrist to unleash a flurry of crystalline projectiles, akin to falling stars, hurtling towards Naruto. Just as he landed, still unsteady, White's relentless assault followed seamlessly, effectively sealing all of Naruto's vital points. But how infuriating! Impaled by countless ice needles, he lay pinned to the ground like a hedgehog, unable to move. With his chakra exhausted and his actions constrained, it seemed that the battle had reached its inevitable conclusion. Sighing, White addressed Naruto. What was the point of this? However, out of consideration for Sasuke, I will spare your life. It may be painful, but I doubt you will die. Just stay here quietly, hoping for a way out. With that, White slowly turned her body, gradually merging with the ice wall, disappearing from sight. Damn, am I truly defeated? I aspire to be Hokage one day. I cannot lose like this. Gritting his teeth, Naruto trembled all over, his azure eyes gradually turning crimson as he muttered. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Young man, do you seek power? Bury your reason and surrender your body to me, and you shall possess boundless strength. Surrender to me. Quickly, surrender to me. The voice was hollow, familiar yet filled with temptation. Gritting his teeth, Naruto struggled fiercely, shouting defiantly. No, I will rely on my own strength. Who are you? Get out of my body. I refuse to follow your commands. The ice needles embedded in his body began to melt away. His fingernails elongated and sharpened at a visible rate, resembling claws. His eyes turned a blood-red hue, losing their former azure brilliance. Long canine teeth protruded freely from his mouth. An orange-red chakra cloak gradually enveloped him. His consciousness blurred, and Naruto became increasingly unlike himself, teetering on the brink of madness. At this critical juncture, outside the ice wall, a loud shout reverberated through the scene. Before anyone could react, Sasuke's voice rang out. Hold on, beautiful. Hold on, beautiful? On the bridge, everyone paused in shock. After a few seconds, they finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that Sasuke had arrived at last. The beautiful he referred to was none other than White, trapped within the ice crystal mirror. Upon hearing this, White was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at the tardy Sasuke. Sasuke, upon seeing her, smiled and said, Hello, miss. I hope my previous gesture to Zabuza was sufficient. If not, please let me know. I understand you may be short on funds, and I happen to be reasonably well off. Upon witnessing Zabuza and White launching another attack, Sasuke immediately thought of the funds for baby formula. After all, if they weren't low on money, why would they return for another round? Money? A gift obliges. Upon hearing this, White's expression under her mask turned awkward, and she replied, You recognized me long ago, didn't you? Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. That's not important. What matters is whether we can resolve this peacefully. You have difficulties, and I can help you. There's really no need to resort to violence, is there? Upon hearing this, White appeared momentarily stunned, her thoughts unclear. After a long pause, she suddenly flickered and rejoined the lingering ice wall, stating, "Let us engage. Words are futile at this juncture. Perhaps a contest between us is the only way to achieve what we truly desire." This. Sasuke frowned, his expression darkening. It was not that he wished to fight, but given White's delicate condition, it would be disastrous if she were to suffer any harm. Realizing this, Sasuke suggested, "A spar may be acceptable, but can we establish some ground rules?" I was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "What standard?" Sasuke replied, "It's simple. Just like the spar I had with Zabuza-senpai before. If I can subdue you, I win. You can then return home with Zabuza and live your life peacefully, alright?" The repeated address of Miss made Bai's cheeks flush beneath her mask, her face burning with embarrassment. Just as she hesitated, Zabuza, who had been observing from a distance, suddenly called out, "Bai, agree to that kid's proposal. Just go easy on him and don't hurt him." His tone was bold and resonant. Upon hearing this, Sasuke turned to look in Zabuza's direction. After many days apart, they exchanged knowing smiles and nods. Zabuza remained steadfast, his integrity and straightforward nature resonating well with Sasuke. In Zabuza's eyes, Sasuke was a complex individual, gifted and brimming with potential, a junior worthy of deep friendship. Bai glanced at the two exchanging glances, her expression peculiar beneath her mask. She thought, hold back? What meaning does this match hold? How am I supposed to fight? Is this a game? As Bai stood there, caught in indecision, she suddenly heard Sasuke cheerfully say, "Miss, release one corner of the ice shield, and I'll come in. Let us begin. Rest assured, you can strike. I'm not as weak as you might think." Heh. Chapter 51. Sasuke versus Bai. Within the icy walls, an aura of chill pervaded. Despite Sasuke's considerable strength, he couldn't help but shiver. The eight-sided ice walls displayed eight alluring figures, real and illusory, like a dream. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Which one is the real one? Like Naruto, he found himself in a dilemma. However, unlike Naruto, he knew that if he unleashed all his power, he could shatter the ice wall and claim victory in an instant. Yet, this was Bai's bloodline limit. He feared that a full-force attack might backfire on her. As he pondered, Naruto's eyes gradually regained clarity. Noticing Sasuke beside him, he exclaimed, "SAS. Sasuke, how did you get trapped in here too?" The outburst broke Sasuke's train of thought, and he turned to Naruto, saying, hang in there. Once I defeat her, I'll take you to Sakura for treatment." He realized that Bai had shown mercy on Naruto, inflicting only light injuries. Fortunately, the Ninetales remained calm. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated badly. Just as he was lost in thought, Bai employed her previous tactics once more. A flurry of ice needles shot towards Sasuke, dense as rain and nearly impossible to evade. But Sasuke was no ordinary person. With a flick of his right hand, a resounding explosion echoed. In an instant, white smoke erupted, and the seal was lifted, revealing Indra's sword floating into his grasp. He wielded the sword, conjuring afterimages like a tempest, effortlessly shattering the incoming ice needles into fragments. Truly remarkable. Bai nodded in approval at the sight. Swiftly, she altered her hand signs, her figure moving rapidly amidst the eight-sided ice walls, creating a dreamlike and bewildering illusion. Observing this, Sasuke changed his hand signs but abandoned the thought of unleashing his Phoenix Fire technique at the last moment. The technique was inherently tracking. If Bai accidentally triggered a miscarriage, he would become a villain akin to Danzo. Seeing Sasuke halt mid-sign, Bai darted into one of the ice walls, declaring, "I want to hold back. And you needn't do so either. Just like your Sharingan, I am also a ninja with a bloodline limit, not as weak as you might think." Bai spoke confidently. But Sasuke merely chuckled in response. In that fleeting moment, an ingenious strategy dawned upon him, one that could secure victory without harming Bai. With this thought, Sasuke smiled and said, "All right, let us continue." As he spoke, Bai did not immediately attack Sasuke. Instead, she flicked her wrist, sending several ice needles straight toward the bewildered Naruto. What an opportunity. The moment the ice needles broke through the wall, Sasuke noticed the chakra fluctuation emanating from that specific wall. He swiftly threw a shuriken while activating his second form of the crescent moon dance, instantly swapping places and dispersing the ice needles that were meant for Naruto. "Oh, is this the space sword technique that Zabuza lost to you last time?" Bai remarked calmly, though her shocked expression was barely concealed beneath her mask. Sasuke chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Not at all. That was merely a water clone of Zabuza-senpai." "Indeed." Bai nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder even the often proud Zabuza would regard you highly. At such a young age, not only are you exceptionally talented, but your temperament is also rare. If you don't fall from grace in the future, becoming the Hokage of Konoha is not out of reach." Sasuke laughed heartily. "As for Hokage, I'll pass. Naruto can take that role. You know my ambitions extend far beyond just Konoha." He continued, "Besides, this is becoming quite tedious. How about we settle this with one decisive strike?" "One decisive strike?" Upon hearing this, I immediately felt a surge of anxiety. She had heard Zabuza mention that Sasuke possessed an extraordinarily overpowering sword technique, one that could nearly bring even a master of Zabuza's caliber to his knees. Contemplating for a long while, she finally spoke softly. All right. In an instant, before she could finish her sentence, Sasuke, disregarding any sense of martial ethics, launched a surprise attack. The ninja sword soared through the air like a shooting star, perfectly synchronized with the second technique, Star Tread. In the blink of an eye, he executed a swift body replacement. The next moment, before Bai could counter, a blade was already pressed against her exposed, alabaster neck. Beneath the mask, Bai's delicate face turned pale, and her fragile form trembled slightly. In disbelief, she asked, How did you discover my position? With a grin, Sasuke, pleased with his success, sheathed his sword and pointed to the hem of Bai's skirt. It was this that led me here. Looking down, she noticed a torn piece of fabric at the hem, revealing a smooth, jade-like calf, evidently the result of the kunai that had been launched from Sasuke's hand just moments before. Previously, Bai had not paid heed to the kunai's lack of accuracy. At this moment, she truly comprehended that the pain was not an assault, but rather a mark of distinction. What meticulous thought! Bai reflected silently for a long while before letting out a slow sigh, shaking her head in resignation and murmuring, Alas. I concede, let us depart. Her voice, reminiscent of a lark, belied the weariness and helplessness in her tone. Observing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow and suddenly called out to Bai, who was about to turn away. Wait, sister. How much do you need? Perhaps I can assist you. Upon seeing Bai slowly turn around, seemingly hesitant, Sasuke chuckled and added, I forgot to mention, you needn't worry about my financial situation. At present, no one in Konoha is wealthier than I am. I am truly, genuinely impoverished. Save for my riches. This was not mere jest or fabrication. Upon his initial arrival, he had endured the tragic Uchiha clan massacre. Fortunately, Sasuke had been astute enough to plunder the clan's wealth before his departure. Even if he were to possess no skills now, with his current appearance and substantial fortune, lying flat in Konoha would pose no challenge for him. Bai recognized the sincerity in Sasuke's words. With another sigh, she shook her head and replied, However, our predicament cannot be resolved with money. Thank you, Sasuke. What is it that troubles you? Perhaps I can offer assistance, whether through financial means or by lending my strength. He inquired. Sasuke was perplexed, pondering that even in the worst-case scenario, he would still be on par with Kakashi, an elite Chunin. The vastness of the world and the ninja realm offered countless opportunities. Did it truly necessitate serving that scoundrel, Zabuza? Chapter 52. My brother is indeed affiliated with the Akatsuki. Seeing Sasuke's reluctance to divulge further, Bai pressed on. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally spoke again. We are rogue ninjas from the hidden mist village of the water country, currently wanted by our village. Do you understand now? In just a few brief sentences. A profound sense of helplessness was conveyed. Sasuke's brows knitted together upon hearing this revelation. A rogue ninja? He was indifferent. Following the main storyline, he could very well become a rogue ninja from Konoha himself. However, the notion of being pursued by the hidden mist village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, sparked a wave of concern within him. His initial plan to bring Zabuza and Bai into Konoha evaporated instantly. If he were to proceed with such a course, could he truly ensure their safety? And afterward, would Konoha, for the sake of their so-called camaraderie among ninja villages, not send them away? That remained uncertain. Noticing Sasuke's changing expressions and his contemplative silence, Bai gently interjected, Thank you, Sasuke. I know you genuinely wish to help us, but your future holds immense promise. This matter is truly beyond your reach. Strive hard, and I hope that one day, you can fulfill your ambitions, navigating the ninja world with grace. Zabuza and I must take our leave. May our paths cross again someday. With that, she turned away, cloaked in loneliness, ready to depart. Yet at that moment, Sasuke seized Bai's arm, seemingly struck by an epiphany, and eagerly asked, Sister, do you and Zabuza have a suitable destination after leaving the land of waves? Bai shook her head silently, conveying her uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Sasuke beamed, That's splendid. I can recommend 2 potential havens for you. Rest assured, given your strengths. If you remain discreet, neither the Hidden Mist Village nor the other 5 great ninja villages would dare to pursue you lightly in the coming years. Bai, slightly taken aback, expressed disbelief. In the current ninja world, rife with turmoil and chaos, could such places exist to serve as a refuge for us? Without further delay, Sasuke continued. The first location is the Land of Waterfalls, where you may seek out a scientist named Orochimaru. He was once an elite Jonin of Konoha and is now a rogue ninja. He has established a new sound village within the Land of Waterfalls. Sister, you and Zabuza should approach him discreetly, avoiding any commotion. I assure you, even if the Hidden Mist Village catches wind of your presence, they would think twice before provoking such a formidable opponent as Orochimaru. Who is Orochimaru? A mad scientist. Though deranged, he is not inherently malevolent. Moreover, with one elite Jonin and one with a bloodline limit, they would pique Orochimaru's interest, although he might exhibit peculiar inclinations towards Bai. Sasuke knew that Orochimaru would never harm them. As for body snatching, according to the main storyline, it was he who desired Sasuke's body, so with Sasuke standing guard, There was no cause for concern. Seeking refuge with Orochimaru in the Land of Waterfalls, as per the plot, would likely ensure their survival until the very end. The Land of Waterfalls? I mused, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, she uncertainly asked, what about the other location? Instead of directly refuting her inquiry, Sasuke proceeded to the next suggestion. He sensed I was weighing his proposal. Therefore, he smiled and elaborated. The other option is the Hidden Rain Village. This place is home to an organization called Akatsuki, which wields greater power than Orochimaru in the Land of Waterfalls. However, in my view, this is not a place to linger for long. In a few years, they are likely to orchestrate significant events. If you choose to go there, remember to lay low in a few years to ensure your own safety. Significant events? I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Sasuke's implication. In this Rain Ninja Village, she had followed Zabuza on numerous adventures and had heard a few whispers. Little did she expect that it was, in fact, a force driven by ambition. Lost in thought, she suddenly paused and inquired with a hint of confusion, wait, this doesn't make sense. Such a clandestine secret of the ninja world. Konoha wouldn't disclose it to you, would they? Her skepticism was not rooted in disbelief of Sasuke's words, but rather in the enigmatic aura that surrounded him, which was far removed from the demeanor typical of a mere genin. She even found herself aligning her thoughts with Tazuna's, vaguely speculating whether Sasuke might be the secretly groomed successor of the third Hokage. To her surprise, upon hearing her words, Sasuke burst into hearty laughter, waving his hand with pride as he declared, that question is quite simple. My brother works within the Akatsuki organization. How fortuitous. He is also a rogue ninja. Moreover, if you're planning to join Akatsuki, I can give my brother a heads up in advance. When the time comes, armed with my letter, you will undoubtedly fare well within the organization. As he spoke, Sasuke patted his chest, earnestly assuring her. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept onto Bai's face beneath her mask. She thought to herself, this guy is quite something. His brother is a rogue ninja, and he is brazenly undermining Konoha. The key point is, as a genin of Konoha, he is still able to establish contact with a rogue ninja from the Rain Village. This network of connections. At such a tender age, how extraordinary you are, Sasuke. With this thought in mind, Bai forcefully steadied the turmoil within and slowly spoke. Well, alright. I choose to go to the Rain Ninja Village and join the Akatsuki organization. With your brother's guidance, it should be a smoother journey. Absolutely. Leave it to me. Sasuke replied confidently, patting his chest. One day, he would indeed visit the Akatsuki. This is the bond between brothers. He wishes to resolve matters swiftly, hoping to avert any future conflict between them. After all, he now possesses a system that allows him to unlock achievements and gradually grow stronger. Let it be known that his current Sharingan was indeed awakened through the system. Even without the Sharingan, with this extraordinary system, there will come a day when he, Sasuke, shall undoubtedly navigate the ninja world with ease. It is simply a matter of waiting until his strength reaches a comparable level. For now, he must remain steady and first ensure his survival in the Hidden Leaf Village. With this thought, Bai casually waved her hand, dispersing all the ice needles embedded in Naruto. Simultaneously, she nonchalantly removed the mask from her face, revealing an enchanting visage of unparalleled beauty. This was a girl even more charming than Sakura. Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, though Bai had not struck him with full force, leaving his wound shallow the moment the ice needles were withdrawn. The light lacerations on his body continued to bleed profusely. Yet, at this moment, Naruto seemed to be oblivious to the pain, like one entranced. His eyes fixated on Bai as she approached him slowly. His cheeks flushed, and it felt as if his eyes might pop out of their sockets. At some point, Sasuke had stealthily maneuvered behind Naruto and delivered a swift kick to his rear, exclaiming in irritation, "What are you brooding over? Stop staring. She is not yours. If you continue like this, Hinata will be heartbroken." Naruto? By Chapter 53, Raikiri vs. Silent Killing Technique on the bridge, beyond the ice wall. On the other side, the 12 zodiac signs. The executioner's blade forcefully pushed Kakashi aside. Immediately, the blade was positioned horizontally against the ground. Zabuza, with his fingers aligned, raised his hand towards the heavens, reaching a peak that pierced the clouds. With his other hand, he pressed against his heart, forming a hand seal, while continuously chanting incantations. The atmosphere was intricate and mysterious, imbued with an ancient and weathered aura. The surrounding humidity coalesced beneath one's feet, releasing a distinctive briny scent that wafted through the air. Just then, a series of voices, perfectly mirroring those recited by Zabuza, resonated in succession. Upon glancing upwards, one beheld Kakashi, with his left hand raised skyward and his right hand pressed against his heart, striking a pose strikingly similar to his own hand seals. A wave of astonishment surged within, yet the movements of his hands remained unyielding. I refuse to believe that the jutsu replicated by your Sharingan could surpass the original. With this thought lingering in his mind, a cold snort escaped his lips. Simultaneously, the hand seals were completed, his gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "Water release. Great waterfall technique." The voice thundered, each word resounding with celestial might. As soon as the words left his mouth, torrents of water began to coalesce beneath their feet, swiftly merging into an expansive ocean. propelled by a formidable force, surging towards one another. With a resounding crash, the colossal wave surged, unleashing towering tides. The tumultuous ocean waves loomed like a wall of water that pierced the heavens, seemingly endless. After approximately half a minute, the ninjutsu began to wane. The two of them then took a step back, creating distance between each other. Panting heavily, Zabuza leaned on his decapitating sword, casting a disgruntled glance at Kakashi, and remarked, "You, as an elite Chunin, do you not possess your own ninjutsu? Is it entertaining to rely solely on the Sharingan to steal techniques?" Although his tone conveyed a hint of exasperation, it was understandable. After all, even in a game, no one wishes for their opponent to choose the same character. Moreover, being countered by one's own techniques as a ninja was a bitter pill to swallow. Seemingly heeding Zabuza's suggestion, Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, obscuring his Sharingan. He then spoke slowly. "Since you wish to see my own techniques, I shall reluctantly oblige." Upon saying this, Kakashi restrained his right wrist with his left hand, while his right fingers curled like the talons of an eagle. With a fierce gaze, he summoned a tempest of lightning chakra beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, lightning coalesced in his right hand, crackling with energy. At this moment, Kakashi wielded the lightning as if he were a deity. Despite Kakashi's intimidating presence, Zabuza felt no trace of trepidation. On the contrary, when he observed Kakashi cover his Sharingan, a look of ecstatic triumph spread across his face. "Kakashi, you have pushed me to this point. As fellow elite Chunin, I had no intention of engaging you in a life-or-death struggle. However, for the sake of my mission, I must unleash my full power. Remember this. My technique is called Lightning Cutter. I have used it to slice through thunder. This time, it shall be used to cleave you." With a raucous laugh, Zabuza declared, "Slice through thunder? Kakashi, you truly have a penchant for self-aggrandizement. By concealing your Sharingan, do you believe I cannot perceive that your chakra is nearly depleted? Come forth. Your lightning cutter may indeed be impressive, but I am curious to see how you will strike me within this fog." Haha. As his words faded, Zabuza executed a series of hand seals, swiftly transforming them, followed by a soft exclamation, "Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique." The voice gradually diminished, fading into the distance, as if vanishing into the ether. With the sound dissipated, thick mists engulfed the area, shrouding the surroundings. In an instant, the individuals on the bridge felt as though they were suspended in the clouds, unable to see one another. "Sakura, protect Mr. Tazuna well." "Understood." Kakashi's voice echoed from afar. Although aware that Kakashi was not far from him, his voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, ethereal and dreamlike. A perfect opportunity. Despite being enveloped in the same mist, where visibility was non-existent, Zabuza earned his reputation for silent killing precisely because he could see clearly within the fog, moving stealthily and striking without a trace. With this thought, Zabuza's lips curled into a cruel smile, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf catching the scent of blood. His gaze fierce and unyielding, gripping his deadly sword tightly. He was just about to charge at Sakura and Tazuna when he suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. How could this be? As the fog gradually dissipated, Zabuza's figure reemerged before Kakashi and the others. However, at this moment, in addition to the sword in his hand, 3 ferocious hounds clung tightly to him, biting at his vital joints like iron pincers. How could this be? "Kakashi, how could you possibly locate me amidst the mist?" Zabuza's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed once more. Seeing this, Kakashi kicked a scroll beneath his feet and slowly replied, "During our previous confrontation, I discreetly tore a corner of your garment. I then summoned the ninja dogs to assist in locating you. It was that simple. You have made a name for yourself with your silent killing techniques. So how could I not be on guard against your mist techniques?" His tone was calm, laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Zabuza, filled with indignation, relinquished his sword and clenched his fists tightly. He understood that this was a disadvantage born of information disparity. After all, being renowned for his silent killing techniques was, in itself, a foolish act of revealing his trump card. He knew this, yet he could not avert his fate. Perhaps this was Zabuza's ultimate destiny, to succeed or fail by the very techniques that defined him. Sighing, he conceded, "Kakashi, you have won." Captured by the 3 ninja hounds, Zabuza found himself immobile. Kakashi responded, "I apologize, but for the sake of Tazuna's family living in peace after we leave, I must send you to another world." With thunder crackling in his palm, he charged towards Zabuza, who stood motionless in the distance. Is it to end like this? As he gazed at the increasingly blinding arcs of lightning, Zabuza slowly closed his eyes. Before the specter of life and death, there was no despair, merely a tinge of regret. In his mind, he involuntarily conjured the delicate silhouette of Haku, like a lotus flower, emerging untainted from the mud. It was pure and enchanting. Her presence was straight and unadorned, fragrant and clear, beautiful from afar yet unapproachable. But everything was about to change. Separated by the realms of yin and yang, he could only sigh, wishing her well and urging her to take care. Chapter 54, That Graceful Figure. Inside the magical mirror of ice crystals, "Naruto, are you alright?" Haku inquired with a gentle smile. Her eyes like autumn waters and her face akin to blooming peach blossoms, evoking an indescribable feeling of warmth. I'm fine, Naruto stammered, wiping his nosebleed while staring blankly, akin to a lovesick fool. Observing this, Sasuke let out a quiet sigh. He had not anticipated that. Perhaps due to his involvement with the system in this ninja world, Naruto had become so lackluster, akin to an infatuated fool. Unable to move when faced with a beautiful girl, he thought to himself, what will happen to the future princess consort if you continue like this? The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Haku, not oblivious, noticed Naruto's burning gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her back to alleviate the embarrassment. But just then, Haku's expression shifted dramatically, and she murmured softly, no, it seems. Could it be that they have arrived? But how could that be? The land of waves was so secluded. How could they possibly find this place? Noticing Haku's serious demeanor, Sasuke furrowed his brows and leaned closer, whispering, Miss. When you say they have arrived, are you referring to the ninjas from the hidden mist village who are pursuing you? An elite Chunin and a prodigy of bloodline limits who could instill such fear in both of them at this moment. Sasuke instinctively guessed the answer. Upon hearing his words, Haku nodded, then shook her head, her gaze distant as she replied, I don't know, but just now, in that instant, I felt like there were several unusual fluctuations of water chakra lurking in the air. Judging by these fluctuations, the chakra levels are astonishing. And I am very familiar with this presence. It is indeed the aura of the ninjas from the hidden mist village. As she spoke, her words became increasingly enigmatic. Sasuke sensed Haku's fear and confusion. After a moment of contemplation, he reassured her, Miss, you need not worry. Perhaps it is just your imagination. Let us wait for Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza to do a sweep. If there are indeed intruders, we can deal with them directly. There is no need for excessive concern. If what Sasuke said held true, Kakashi would willingly assist. Coupled with Sasuke's mysterious genius and his own bloodline limit, a mere few ninjas from the hidden mist village would hardly be a challenge. With this thought, Haku let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned to Sasuke with a gentle smile. Thank you, Sasuke. It's nothing. Just a small effort on my part. Sasuke replied, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. Haku was simply too beautiful. No man could remain unaffected. Yet Sasuke, resolute in his principles, would never allow himself to entertain thoughts of impropriety. At this moment, Naruto suddenly leaned forward towards Bai, imitating Sasuke's tone, and with a foolish grin. He proposed, why don't you come back to Konoha with us? Our village is the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. If you can join us, I assure you that the Mist Village would not dare to harm you. He powdered his chest, speaking with unwavering conviction. Bai discerned the underlying implication in Naruto's words, that if she were to join Konoha, she would be on her own, as Zabuza was completely disregarded. Thus, she politely declined. Upon hearing this, Sasuke smirked, inwardly contemplating, Naruto, are you recruiting talent for Konoha or merely seeking a wife for yourself? Have you abandoned all pretense? How shameless. As Naruto faced rejection, a profound silence enveloped the scene once more. However, just as Bai had regained her composure, her expression suddenly shifted. In an instant, her delicate form shimmered, transforming into a gust of wind, and she vanished within the shimmering ice of the magic mirror. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. But in the next moment, Sasuke seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in alarm as he exclaimed, something's wrong. How could I forget? Outside, Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza are still there. On the bridge, the cold wind howled, and thunder rumbled ominously. Zabuza found himself firmly restrained by 3 ninja hounds, unable to move. Kakashi, with a hand crackling with lightning, propelled himself like a tempest toward Zabuza. Yet at this critical juncture, the space behind Zabuza warped unexpectedly. Suddenly, several figures formed from swirling water, materializing in midair. These were ninjas from the Mist Village. Sensing the potent chakra of water emanating from the newly arrived ninjas, Kakashi swiftly deduced their origin. Their appearance at such a pivotal moment suggested they intended to seize the opportunity to ambush both him and Zabuza, aiming for a 2-for-1 deal. As if to affirm his suspicion, the group of ninjas flicked their wrists, unleashing a torrential downpour of shuriken that rained down upon them. Kakashi's pupils narrowed to slits, resembling a Sage Mode user. As one of Konoha's elite Chunin, his reflexes were lightning fast. Without a moment's hesitation, he redirected his lightning-infused attack towards one of the ninjas behind Zabuza, launching himself like a piercing arrow. Faced with imminent danger, he could not concern himself with Zabuza any longer. With a swift hand sign, he released Zabuza from the grip of the hounds, leaving his fate to chance. Feeling the pressure ease from his shoulder, Zabuza raised his head slightly, catching sight of Kakashi as he zipped past. For a moment, he was dazed and uncertain. However, being an elite Chunin himself, he quickly sensed the ominous gusts of wind behind him, causing alarm to surge within him. He wanted to move. Yet, having lost too much blood, his body felt heavy, his knees weighed down as though filled with lead. With a resigned sigh, Zabuza abandoned his struggle. Bye, after I leave. Take care of yourself. I will silently guard you from across the sea. Farewell, my hope. Slowly closing his eyes, flashes of his life's memories raced through his mind like a fast-forward reel. The struggles and pains were all eclipsed by the image of her, lingering in his thoughts. unshakable and unforgettable. But at that moment, a warm sensation unexpectedly enveloped his neck. He felt a presence behind him, as if someone had shielded him. The familiar figure and intoxicating fragrance stirred the deepest memories of his soul. In the next instant, Zabuza trembled slightly, his voice quivering as he whispered in disbelief, "Bye. Is it you?" The few words he uttered seemed to exhaust every ounce of strength he possessed, pale and powerless. Chapter 55. Chojuro, though reluctant to confront it. The truth was undeniably cruel. Turning around, he found a familiar, delicate form cradled in his arms. Though her breath was faint, her eyes sparkled with a smile. Resembling a blooming flower on the verge of wilting, beautiful yet heartbreaking. Why are you so foolish? Holding her tightly. He scolded her while tears streamed down his face like a torrential waterfall. I have no regrets. Live well, and I will guard you from across the sea. Her form shivered slightly as she softly murmured, "Bye," smiling gently. Let her delicate hand slide down as she peacefully closed her eyes. Life was as radiant as spring flowers, while death was as serene as autumn leaves. She lay still, as if in slumber, blood trickling from her lips like a delicate embellishment, enhancing her beauty, a creation of nature. Bye. With a heart-wrenching cry that pierced the heavens, Zabuza clutched the beloved figure in his arms, weeping uncontrollably. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Sasuke and Naruto arrived at the scene, the tragedy had already unfolded. Naruto sat on the ground, his gaze vacant. To be honest, aside from Sakura, this was his first encounter with a girl he held in such high regard. He believed he had finally discovered love. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Everything turned to mere illusions, dissipating into nothingness. Sasuke let out a faint sigh. Considering the sudden reaction of Haku earlier and the wound now apparent on his chest, he concluded that this must have been an act to protect Zabuza. Although he admired Zabuza, Kakashi was also his teacher. He felt torn, unable to voice his thoughts. Perhaps this was simply the cruel hand of destiny. A tragic fate he could not alter. Just then, as the mist began to clear, several figures enveloped in vapor slowly emerged. The leader, a man with an odd tone, remarked, "Indeed, you are the copy ninja Kakashi of Konoha. Quick to react and agile in movement. I shall overlook the fact that you just killed our Mist Village ninja, as we are allies among the 5 great ninja villages." The man wore a light-colored vest, donned black-framed glasses, and had short blue hair, his teeth serrated, creating an appearance that was both peculiar and refined. Yet, the large sword wrapped in bandages he wielded, coupled with his audacious demeanor, starkly contrasted with his scholarly appearance. Those unfamiliar with him would never suspect that such a seemingly frail scholar could possess such a fierce side. While Sasuke and the others remained in shock, they heard Kakashi retort with irritation. "Overlook? Humph. Chojuro, does your Mist Village think Konoha is easy prey? How dare you brazenly ambush me? I could let it slide, yet you even have the audacity to play the victim? How utterly ridiculous." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke's pupils constricted. He recognized the bandaged sword in the man's hand. It was the second of the 7 ninja swords from the Land of Rain, the sword of the dual blades, the Hiramakirai. Haraha. Despite Kakashi's hostile tone, Chojuro appeared unfazed, responding with a nonchalant smile. "You misunderstand us, Kakashi. We merely intended to assist you. After all, Zabuza is not solely your enemy. He is a rogue ninja that our Mist Village seeks to eliminate. The 5 great ninja villages share a common bond. How could we harm each other without cause? Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi, my friend?" The previous remarks were mere pretexts, empty words. The essence lies in the latter 2 sentences, laden with meaning. The ambush on Zabuza was also an attack on Kakashi. However, the current state among the 5 great ninja villages, though seemingly calm, was rife with subtle conflicts. Chojuro's words, though laced with sarcasm, served to caution Kakashi not to meddle. They had indeed ambushed you, and without strong evidence. Mere words would be futile. Contemplating this, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, his form shifting as he moved in front of Team 7 and Tazuna, remaining silent. Observing this, Chojuro's lips curled into a smirk. He then slowly approached Zabuza, who seemed lost, and coldly stated, "Why must it come to this? Zabuza, as an elite jonin of the Mist Village, you could have died with honor, leaving behind a commendable legacy. Yet here you are, choosing a disgraceful end in this desolate place. Alas, it is regrettable, but this is your choice, not mine." His tone was frigid, but as he spoke, it shifted to an insincere pity, as if deliberately addressing Team 7, eliciting a sense of revulsion. Haha, it was as if he had heard the greatest joke. Zabuza let out a howl, seemingly driven mad. How absurd, how utterly ridiculous. To die for the Mist Village? Does the Mist Village deserve that? I have fought and bled for you for decades, yet this is the fate that befalls me. Haraha. His laughter was bold, yet it could not mask the underlying desolation. He then solemnly inquired, "Before I die, I am curious. How did you find this place so swiftly? Can you enlighten me?" Chojuro, maintaining a calm demeanor, smiled and replied, "Very well, considering your past contributions to the Mist Village, I shall grant you clarity before your demise." With that, Chojuro clapped his hands. Moments later, a short, stout man in a suit, leaning on a cane, emerged from the mist. "Kato!" Zabuza exclaimed in shock. His eyes turned crimson. Teeth clenched, trembling with rage as he spat. You. I see now. You were the traitor. You fat fool. I should have heeded Haku's words and killed you. I hate you. I loathe you. His voice roared with fury. Kato, stepping forth from the mist, smirked. Who told her to injure me? I, Kato. Will not fund two dogs that bite their owner. Humph. Zabuza, did you truly believe I would swallow my pride after what happened last time? Haraha. Hearing their exchange, Sasuke finally understood the nature of the relationship between Kato and Zabuza was far from the simple employer-employee dynamic he had envisioned. It was a mutual exploitation. One seeking to evade the Mist Village's pursuit, the other wishing to use the elite Jonin for his own nefarious deeds. However, a conflict must have arisen, prompting Kato to turn against Zabuza, leading to the current tragedy. This cannot stand. Such occurrences may have been tolerable behind my back, but now that they unfold before me, feigning ignorance would render my path as a ninja untenable and leave me with an uneasy conscience. Chapter 56, the Drawl sensing movement behind him. Kakashi extended his right arm, effectively blocking Sasuke's intended advance. Sasuke, what are you planning to do? I intend to save Zabuza-senpai and see if Haku can be rescued. Sasuke replied defiantly, seemingly oblivious to Kakashi's warning tone. No, this is a matter of the Mist Village, and we are from Konoha. For the sake of balance among the 5 great ninja villages, we must not recklessly intervene. Kakashi slightly tilted his head, and a hint of severity flickered in his eyes. Startled, Naruto and Sakura immediately lowered their heads, suppressing the words they were about to utter. How infuriating. Are we truly to stand by and watch 2 living souls perish before our eyes? What choice do we have? Even if we could save them, would Uncle Tazuna and his family simply disregard us? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Kakashi, seemingly losing patience, barked back with a tone that turned decidedly harsh. I have secured a place for them, and they have promised not to serve Kato any longer. They will leave this place. At this, a fleeting glimmer of golden light shone in Kakashi's eyes, only to be quickly overshadowed by a somber gloom. He suddenly recalled his father, White Fang. For the sake of so-called loyalty, he had ultimately failed his mission and succumbed to shameful suicide. He also thought of Obito, who, like the young man before him, possessed the Sharingan. In his attempt to protect Rin and himself, he was tragically buried under a massive rock. Must I allow such a fate to befall Sasuke? No. With that thought, Kakashi hesitated for but a moment before resolutely declaring, this is a matter of principle. As members of Konoha, we must adhere to our values. Clenching his fists tightly, the cracking of his knuckles echoing, Sasuke slightly lowered his head, falling into a profound silence. He resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, restless yet eerily calm at that moment. Touching the dual swords, CHJR glanced at Zabuza, who was pale from excessive blood loss, and slowly inquired, do you have any final words? His tone was gentle, yet the underlying sarcasm became increasingly palpable. Final words? Indeed. Contrary to CHJR's expectations, Zabuza responded with unexpected tranquility. You sent me to assassinate the 3rd Mizukage, Yagura. Yet, as the Jinchuriki, he is far too powerful. I have exhausted myself for your cause, but even after fleeing to this backwater, you still refuse to let me go? Is this the fate of a ninja from the village hidden in the mist? The so-called heroes you speak of? Zabuza's voice resonated loudly, seemingly intended for the ninjas trailing behind CHJR. Hearing this, several mist ninjas exchanged glances, pondering deeply. Observing this, CHJR erupted in fury. The calm expression that had adorned his face twisted grotesquely in an instant. Silence. Haraha. Zabuza's lips bled, his demeanor akin to that of a madman. You want me to be silent? CHJR, you sycophant of Terumi Mei. I suppose if you still have the energy to chase me down now, the 3rd Mizukage must have already met his demise at your hands, right? You want me to be quiet? Are you feeling guilty? Afraid that your disgrace will be exposed? But I, Zabuza, fear nothing. Having died in vain, my heart has perished, and with it all hope. Kill me. I have committed countless evils throughout my life, yet I shall wait by the gates of hell for you. CHJR, you shall not meet a good end. His voice thundered, each word striking like a bolt of lightning. At this proclamation, CHJR could no longer contain the fury boiling within him, akin to a volcano erupting. The wrappings around his dual swords fell away, revealing an overwhelming chakra that surged forth, akin to a torrential river in a tempest, terrifying in its might. You shall perish. Raising his dual swords high, CHJR bellowed, preparing to strike down upon Zabuza lying on the ground. At that moment, Sasuke's face turned pale with alarm. He recognized the dual swords. They were blades capable of storing an infinite amount of chakra power at any moment, usually nurtured in critical times. A knife honed over 1,000 days is wielded in an instant. Once drawn and striking its target, it would ensure the opponent's demise without a trace. Now, Zabuza's face was ashen, his body trembling slightly. It was evident he had lost the ability to evade this blow due to his prior blood loss. At this moment, he slowly closed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This is undoubtedly a harbinger of death. No, even if I take a step back, I cannot allow the likes of CHJR to remain unscathed before me, leaving no trace behind. For the sake of survival, I, Sasuke, can endure. However, you, CHJR, must not dare to commit such heinous acts of murder and silencing before me. With a flick of his wrist, before Kakashi could sense the impending danger, he turned and scolded. In an instant, the sword of Indra flew forth from Sasuke's hand, streaking through the air like a shooting star, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Heading straight for Chakra, who wielded twin blades, the Hiramiki. Ridiculous. The moment the sword of Indra soared towards him, Chakra sensed its approach. Although the sword possessed considerable power, in the eyes of Chakra, an elite ninja armed with the divine blades, such force was insufficient to warrant concern. As if he had heard Chakra's unspoken thoughts, in the next instant, the mist ninjas behind him unleashed a barrage of shurikens, attempting to intercept the flying sword of Indra. Yet, in the blink of an eye, before the shurikens could reach their target, they froze in place. For in that fleeting moment, a hand had inexplicably appeared on the hilt of the soaring sword of Indra, and upon closer inspection, the owner of that hand was none other than Sasuke, who had been silently standing behind Kakashi. The crescent moon dance, second form, starlight tread. His figure suddenly materialized, and with a furious shout, Sasuke's momentum surged. Like an unyielding mountain, he stood resolute, evoking a sense of being apart from the world. Sasuke, come back. Seeing this, Kakashi was struck with alarm. Beneath his mask, the exposed eye brimmed with shock. Engaging in a reckless battle with the high-ranking ninjas of the Mist Village? If they were to pursue this matter, would Sasuke not be following the tragic path of his father, the White Fang? Defying the village's rules, facing public scorn, and ultimately succumbing to despair. With this thought, Kakashi could no longer remain passive. He altered his hand signs, and a circle of lightning began to coalesce beneath his feet, growing ever more potent. Chapter 57. I simply wish to ask, who dares claim the title of the foremost genius? Is Kakashi about to join the fray? No. The preparatory charge for Raikiri is too lengthy. By the time Kakashi completes his hand signs, the moment would have passed. The battle unfolds in an instant. Sasuke had already utilized the time-space sword technique to teleport forward. All he could do now was pray that Sasuke could survive a strike from the twin blades. Then, he would rush in, and as long as he could save Sasuke, it would not be in vain. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended the emotions his father had felt when he sacrificed the mission in Konoha to save his comrades. Right and wrong are intrinsically intertwined, determined by human perspective. Some actions must be undertaken even when one knows they are futile. Upon witnessing Sasuke's unexpected use of a space-time sword technique, Chojiro was momentarily taken aback. He had heard tales of the previous fourth Hokage, who had traversed the ninja world with a singular space-time ninjutsu known as Flying Thunder God. Could it be that this young man is the son of the fourth? Contemplating this, Chojiro was suddenly alarmed. If it were an ordinary person, it would be one thing, but if he truly were the son of the fourth, he could not be underestimated. With this thought, Chojiro subtly shifted his posture, concealing his twin blades behind him. He abandoned the notion of countering Sasuke with his weapons, instead planning to send him away with a swift kick when the moment arose. After all, despite Sasuke's prodigious talent, at his current age, he was merely a lower-ranking ninja and not particularly concerning. However, due to his status, he could not afford to take risks that might lead to harm. Otherwise, the situation could escalate into a conflict between villages. Just as Chojira's mind swirled with these thoughts, in a flash of lightning, Sasuke wielding the sword of Indra suddenly exuded an overwhelming presence. A ferocious killing intent surged around him, coalescing like a tangible force, akin to rivers converging into the sea, flowing madly towards the sword of Indra in his grasp. At that moment, Sasuke held his sword high, glaring down with an air of superiority, and bellowed, Konoha-style swordsmanship, dance of the crescent moon, first form, wind slash. Upon witnessing this scene, Chojira's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Konoha-style swordsmanship? How have I never heard of it before? Could it be a secret technique of the Hokage's son? My heavens! The murderous intent! It visibly coalesced into a palpable form. How many lives has he taken to hone his skills? Has Konoha truly resorted to sacrificing the living to cultivate such a harbinger of death? In merely a fleeting instant, Chojira's mind swirled with thoughts, twisting and turning like untamed weeds that could not be severed no matter how fiercely one tried. Yet, this reflection lasted only a fraction of a second. Abruptly roused from his astonishment, Chojiro dared not hold back any longer. He turned, grasping his twin blades tightly, pivoting, and, with unwavering resolve, struck downwards into the void before him. In the distance, Kakashi's hand crackled with lightning, his face illuminated by flickering flashes. Observing Sasuke manifesting that recent sword intent, he muttered in astonishment, "This boy, after enhancing his chakra control, that strike seems to have grown even stronger. Could it be that Sasuke has become even more formidable?" Almost instinctively, Naruto gazed at Sasuke, who stood apart, and murmured to himself. At that moment, an absurd thought sprang to mind. It seemed that Sasuke was far more suited to be the future Hokage than he was. Though he worked diligently, Sasuke, a prodigy, also applied himself. 112. No matter how hard he tried, wouldn't he always fall short, forever lagging behind Sasuke by half? With such thoughts in mind, Naruto unconsciously cast a glance at the blushing Sakura beside him. Perhaps even his goddess, Sakura, may not be worthy of someone like Sasuke. Sakura gazed at Sasuke's unparalleled figure, and suddenly her mind conjured an enchanting vision. One day, Sasuke, wielding his ninja sword, would descend upon her on a cloud of vibrant colors to take her as his bride. She, adorned in a resplendent phoenix crown and flowing red robes, would smile radiantly. Together they would enter the hall of matrimony and, years later, welcome a daughter into the world. In that moment of daydreaming, she had already chosen a name for her daughter, Sarada. The future fifth Hokage could be influenced by a mere ninja from the Mist Village? What a farce. Though a flicker of astonishment passed through Dazna's eyes, it was fleeting. Even now, he remained steadfast in his belief that Sasuke was the secretly cultivated successor of the third Hokage. This is an instinct, a deeply ingrained intuition forged through years of trials and tribulations. In other words, someone like Sasuke is destined to transform into a dragon, soaring through the heavens. The third Hokage, unless plagued by senility, would have no reason to overlook such an extraordinary talent. The murderous intent continuously coalesced, converging upon the sword of Indra, gathering into a singular point and thrusting directly toward the dual-bladed fish. Chakra surged relentlessly, spilling forth from the dual-bladed fish, rising up to meet the impending force of the sword of Indra. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided with tremendous might, creating a spectacle of unparalleled intensity. Instantly, a horrifying wave of chakra emanated from the two figures, expanding outward in concentric circles, as if a tranquil lake had been disrupted by the sudden drop of a pebble, sending ripples that lingered on. The clash of murderous intent and chakra power ensued. Moments later, at a pivotal instant, Sasuke was propelled backward, his form akin to an uncontrollable sack of rice, spinning through the air. Yet, merely a second later, serpentine flames erupted from his legs, shooting forth like chains in midair. These fiery tendrils, resembling tentacles, grasped the ground with fierce determination, stabilizing Sasuke's flight before gradually transforming back into flickering flames, reintegrating into his being. This is indeed the chakra manifestation that Sasuke exhibited that day. Good heavens! If this continues, could this prodigy one day conceive a fire-based chakra mode? The astonishment in Kakashi's eyes was palpable, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. When did such a remarkable figure emerge in the ninja world? This is simply astonishing. At such a young age, one already exhibits the inclination to create original ninjutsu? What has become of this ninja world? Is there no place left for the so-called prodigies of the past? Madness! I must be losing my mind. Such dark thoughts plagued my mind. And the Raikiri I had just begun to gather dissipated in an instant, as if it had run out of power. The so-called number one genius of Konoha? Absurd. With that guy Sasuke standing in front of me, there is no one before or after who dares to claim the title of Konoha's foremost genius. Chapter 58. Humanity is unworthy. Who exactly are you? On the bridge, the cold wind howled. Chur's arms trembled. As if he were sifting through grain, he gazed intently at Sasuke, who stood resolutely in the distance, wielding a ninja sword. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Konoha. Sasuke, a mere lower-ranked ninja. Sasuke replied calmly, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. A lower-ranked ninja? His eyes narrowed slightly, holding his dual blades. Chur pondered silently. He could never believe that Sasuke was just an ordinary lower-ranked ninja from Konoha. Would a mere lower-ranked ninja confront someone of his caliber at such a young age? Preposterous. If that were true, this ninja world would be utterly insane. If Sasuke were to boast about himself, Chur might have entertained some doubt. Yet, the more Sasuke maintained his humility, the less Chur believed him. Had he been deceived? Sasuke scrutinized Chur's expression, secretly reveling in his triumph, but remained silent. Instead, he cleared his throat, feigning sarcasm as he regarded Chur, and said in a low voice, "Let us settle this peacefully. Or, you could always go report me to the third Hokage. As for the charges, you can make up whatever you like. I am indifferent." With that, Sasuke shrugged nonchalantly, placing his hands on his hips, exuding an air of indifference. "Very well," Chur replied without a moment's hesitation. "We shall cease hostilities. But Zabuza is a rogue ninja from our village, and we must take him with us." At this, Sasuke immediately objected. Why had he acted? Was it not to save Zabuza? With a chuckle, he responded, "What a coincidence. Zabuza has inadvertently provoked my wrath. I intend to take him back to Konoha and give him a thorough reckoning. If you do not agree, we shall continue. But think carefully, if you anger me, your insignificant village of Kirigakure will be powerless to withstand the might of Konoha." With a sudden shift in his demeanor, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and he firmly rejected Chur's proposition. Observing this, Chur's expression shifted dramatically. At such a young age, he dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even if Sasuke boldly claimed he had no backing, Chur would not believe a single word of it. After a prolonged silence, Chur flicked his sleeve and snorted coldly. "Sasuke, I will remember you. In the future, you had better not give me any leverage against you, or you shall face dire consequences." With that, Chur turned away, signaling his subordinates, who then transformed into mere puddles of water and vanished from sight. Witnessing this, the members of Team 7 breathed a collective sigh of relief. They recognized that Chur had backed down. After all, in the face of such an extraordinary individual, not only Konoha but even in the broader ninja world, how many could truly compare? Perhaps only the legendary sage of 6 paths or the original ninja god, Hashirama. As the mulberry leaves fell, they were lush and vibrant. Oh, lament the crow, for it feasts not on mulberries. Zabuza cradled his now icy cheeks in his hands. At this moment, he seemed to cradle all the hopes within his heart. Why choose the path of a ninja? Is it not sufficient to simply live a good life? No. Had I not aspired to become a ninja, perhaps I would have perished in the land of water long before meeting Haku. Alas, such is the nature of time and destiny. Perhaps this is the ultimate fate of most ninjas, to arrive with nothing and depart alone, akin to autumn leaves, buried in the earth without leaving a trace. Haku, I am coming. I only ask that you wait for me on the other shore, for there are matters I must discuss with Sasuke. As he uttered these words, Sasuke had already stood beside Zabuza, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Zabuza-senpai, do you have any final instructions? Patience and hope encompass all human wisdom. He too recognized it. Haku's death felt like plunging Zabuza, who was already ensconced in darkness, into an even deeper abyss of despair. An eternal cycle of suffering. In light of this, Sasuke respected every choice he made in this moment. After a brief pause, Zabuza turned to Sasuke, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Sasuke, upon your return to Konoha, exercise utmost caution. Why? Because I once encountered an assassination mission targeting you in the black market. The reward was substantial, but at that time, I chose not to accept it, unaware that the target was one of the members of Team 7. Upon hearing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow. This revelation is truly astonishing and utterly unfathomable. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously inquired, how did you deduce that the individual who issued the bounty is a ninja from Konoha? Sasuke pondered within, wondering to himself, have I truly made an enemy within Konoha? Could it be Danzo? This is simply unrealistic. As a pawn in restraining the weasel, he should have been eager to offer himself up. How could he possibly act in opposition? As he pondered this, Zabuza continued, that person, due to his extravagant spending, was targeted by a group of wandering ninjas after leaving. Although I am not in need of money, my curiosity about his origins compelled me to follow him. Later, did you engage in a joint assault on him, senior? No, by the time I arrived, the ground was already strewn with the corpses of several Chunin. The time frame was brief, and it was evident that the opponent was formidable, striking with ferocity. Even if not a Chunin, he certainly possessed the caliber of an elite Chunin. My certainty that he was from Konoha stemmed from the fact that I inadvertently stumbled upon this. As he spoke, Zabuza revealed a ninja headband, emblazoned with the Konoha symbol, which materialized in his palm. Sasuke took the headband, committing the matter to memory before stowing it in his ninja pouch. Thank you, senior. If there is anything you require, I shall do my utmost to assist you. The words of a dying person are often gracious. Moreover, Zabuza revealing such a significant secret detrimental to himself could be seen as a means of preserving his own life. Such a profound kindness could not go unacknowledged. After my death, bury me alongside Haku. Thank you, Sasuke. Senior, are you truly resolved to do so? Sasuke implored, showing signs of reluctance. Indeed. Haha. I would rather eternally dwell with Haku on that distant shore than set foot in this ninja world ever again. The heavens are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. The path is fraught with thorns, demanding sacrifices of flesh and blood. This world is too bitter, far too bitter, if given a choice. I would not wish to start anew. This realm of humanity is unworthy. With those words, a smile graced his lips. Zabuza embraced Haku, slowly closing his eyes. The two remained motionless, peacefully slumbering as if they were two stones, nestled together. Stillness is eternity. Chapter 59. Thank you, Brother Sasuke. In an unknown dense forest in the land of waves, torrential rain poured down, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Kato fled desperately, but at a certain moment, it seemed his stamina had reached its limit. He leaned against a tree, panting heavily. I never expected the Mist Village ninjas to be even less predictable than I, Kato, just taking off without a word. This is utterly outrageous. I even took the initiative to inform you. Had it not been for my cleverness, I might have been left behind on that bridge. As he continued to grumble, he suddenly recalled something and cursed Ishikawa and Yoshiaka, those two fools. Can't even handle two ordinary people? Truly a pair of wastes. He then remembered the two Chunin he had dispatched to capture the family of Tazuna. The longer they failed to complete their mission and return to protect him, the angrier he became. Taking a deep breath to regain some strength, he intended to retreat to his lair. But at that moment, his calf went numb, and a piercing pain shot through him. In the next instant, Kato lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling about in agony. Simultaneously, he wailed loudly, tears streaming down his face. Spare me. Spare me. I have money. If you are willing to let me live, I will give you all the money I have. I only ask for your mercy. Kato was quick to seize the opportunity. The moment he noticed an arrow embedded in his leg, he immediately cried out for mercy. He understood well that in the current ninja world, chaos reigned as various factions vied for dominance. Nations, regardless of size, appeared united but were, in reality, a disarrayed mass, rife with hidden currents. They were secretly amassing power. And perhaps, tomorrow or someday in the future, the fourth great ninja war would descend upon them. In such times, everything felt ephemeral. Only money and strength held true value. This was the case for Ishikawa and Yoshitaka, who had previously risked their lives for him. And now the mysterious assailant was no different. Just as Kato was calculating his next move, a diminutive figure suddenly materialized in his line of sight, gradually coming into focus. Upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of horror flashed in Kato's eyes. It was a mere child. More precisely, the visitor was a little girl. She was quite young, her hair styled in twin ponytails, although her attire was undeniably adorable. Her eyes were filled with an icy fire of indifference and hatred. The girl before us is none other than Inari, who was previously saved by Sasuke. You. Whatever it costs, I can give it to you. I simply ask that you spare my life. Though her words are brief, the fear that once resided in her heart has vanished, replaced by a profound anger towards Ishikawa and Yashitake, the two fools who had failed her. Were it not for their incompetence, she would not be subjected to the torment of a mere petty thief. I have no need for your filthy money. I seek only your life. Her tone was icy, the crossbow aimed squarely at the crumpled figure of Kato. A flash of lightning illuminated young Inari's cheeks, casting them in a flickering interplay of light and shadow. We harbor no enmity toward one another at such a tender age. How can your heart be so cruel? Failing to sway her with flattery, Kato swiftly attempted to shift tactics, seeking to invoke a semblance of morality in hopes of salvaging his situation. Without directly responding to Kato's words, Inari continued. You must be waiting for those two knife-wielding ninjas who usually accompany you, right? There is no need to wait any longer. They have been sent to hell by my brother Sasuke. Soon, you shall join them. What? Upon hearing this, Kato's composure shattered. Despite all his previous bravado, he was genuinely taken aback by how effortlessly this young girl seemed to see through his thoughts. This is truly terrifying. Who are you? He asked, trembling all over. My name is Inari, the granddaughter of Tazuna. A few years ago, in front of nearly everyone in the Land of Waves, you cruelly murdered my father. Today, I have come to collect what is owed. Kato. The voice resonated like thunder. Kato shivered and hastily replied, Little girl, listen, if you spare my life, I promise to give you a fortune, ensuring you will live a life free from want. You are still young and do not understand the hardships of the ninja world. Losing a father in exchange for a life of riches is truly not a loss. Before Kato could utter another word, Inari aimed her crossbow at his heart. And with a flick of her wrist, Kato convulsed a few times before breathing his last. Money? Can it truly bring back the life of my deceased father? With vengeance fulfilled, Inari felt a profound relief, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had long dreamed of this day, but it had only existed in her fantasies. In reality, she had been meek and submissive in the face of the formidable Kato. But now, everything had changed. She had been reborn. All of this was thanks to her brother, Sasuke. His image involuntarily surfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. The heavy rain drenched her hair as she tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes gazing skyward, her pink lips whispering, Thank you, Sasuke. Time is relentless, and years pass unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, it has been several days since Team 7 departed from the Land of Waves. At this moment, the four of them sat in silence aboard a returning boat to Konoha, each lost in their own thoughts. Sasuke, clutching his beheading sword, gazed vacantly, as if lost in contemplation. Naruto hung his head low, deeply affected by Haku's death. After all, to have a heart is not something ordinary people can comprehend. Even with aspirations of becoming Hokage, he felt inadequate. Is the fate of ninjas ultimately to end up like Zabuza and Haku? If that were true, then everything Konoha has preached would merely be a farce. Hard work? Sacrifice? Is the insinuation that ninjas should assassinate the Mizukage truly for the sake of glorious peace, or is it simply for personal gain? His heart was filled with turmoil. This journey to the Land of Waves had shattered Naruto's worldview. It seemed that whether or not he could become Hokage had lost its significance. Right and wrong, truth and falsehood, everything seemed meaningless at this moment. He suddenly felt a sense of confusion. If Sasuke were to be ambushed in the future, would I have the courage to step in like Haku did? He glanced at Sasuke, who sat silently, gripping his sword. Sakura's heart was equally complex, no less than Naruto's. But if a tragedy like that in the Land of Waves were to occur, would she truly have the courage to face death for true love, just as Haku did? After much thought, Sakura gently shook her head, pondering, perhaps with his talent, I am simply not worthy. Chapter 60, Strange Phenomena Resurface, Entering the Abyss. The river shrouded in thick fog. The four on the boat were lost in their thoughts, silent. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, who was holding his beheading sword. His eyes seemed hollow, as if he had lost his soul. Alarmed, Kakashi feared that Sasuke might be influenced by Zabuza's words in the future, thus clearing his throat. He spoke solemnly, Sasuke, although I know you may not agree with me, as your teacher, I feel obligated to remind you that your actions lately have been rather extreme. His tone was gentle, lacking the reprimanding tone of the past. However, Sasuke responded, Kakashi-sensei, I know you say this for my future's sake, but honestly, can you find any fault in my actions lately? Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. Earlier, at the Ninja Academy, those two troublemakers had indeed bullied Naruto, and in that regard, Sasuke was blameless. As for Zabuza, with a clenched jaw, Kakashi replied, Zabuza's matter is a concern for their village. Konoha should not interfere. Today, You were fortunate. I saw that Shuji seemed intimidated by you. But if he had not been, upon returning to Konoha, you would undoubtedly face consequences that could hinder your future there. His tone was stern, and his expression serious. Yet upon hearing this, Sasuke merely smiled. I find it quite amusing how the 5 great ninja villages operate. They preach unity while engaging in covert rivalry. They present one face while concealing another behind our backs. Rules? Nonsense. They sit atop their thrones, speaking as if their words were sacred, yet they insist that we, the lower-ranking ninjas, adhere strictly to such rules. Zabuza-senpai is already a rogue ninja. He no longer belongs to the Mist Village. My escort mission has concluded, and I am no longer bound by duty. Therefore, my intervention to save Zabuza-senpai was merely an act outside of working hours, entirely reasonable and lawful. Upon hearing Sasuke's radical assertions, Kakashi's heart sank. Here it comes. Finally. It has arrived. His greatest fear had manifested. Genius is undoubtedly a blessing. Yet, like a fine steel blade, overly rigid and unyielding, without the ability to adapt. How can one expect to grow? Contemplating this, Kakashi deliberately cooled his expression and spoke with displeasure. Do you even realize what you just said? With those words alone, one could easily fabricate a reason to apprehend you and subject you to severe interrogation. His voice boomed like thunder, startling Sakura and Naruto. They had never witnessed Kakashi so furious before, resembling a fierce beast in the jungle, exuding a formidable aura. Haha. Sasuke laughed heartily. Reminiscent of Zabuza on that day, exuding confidence, so refusing to comply with their wishes means openly defying the rules, does it? At this, Sasuke set down his sword, rose to his feet, and turned to Kakashi, speaking earnestly. I have heard that your father, the White Fang, once forsook the so-called missions assigned by Konoha for the sake of his comrades' well-being. Ultimately, he was shamed by the massive loss Konoha suffered due to the purported mission failure, leading him to take his own life in despair. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's face darkened, as if he had struck a nerve. His expression shifted rapidly, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. But at that moment, Sasuke continued, I truly do not understand what was wrong with White Fang's actions. Were the lessons of unity, mutual support, and team spirit we learned at the Ninja Academy merely hollow words, akin to those frivolous rules? After a pause, Sasuke added, I have also heard that in your former team, there was a senior named Obito. He was so kind that he would help elderly ladies cross the street every day, even at the expense of his own punctuality. There was also a senior named Yuan Yalan, who would unhesitatingly sacrifice her precious time to use her medical ninjutsu to heal injured animals she encountered by the roadside. Yet, tragically, they all perished on the battleground during the Third Great Ninja War. At that time, their ages were no different from our Team 7 members now, just teenagers. How cruel it is to thrust the young into such a harsh battlefield. Since the era of the first Hokage, Konoha has been the strongest nation among the 5 great countries. One must ponder what kind of righteous war would lead Konoha to exhaust its resources so utterly. The 3 seniors adhered to Konoha's so-called rules, yet why did they meet such a grim fate? Enough. Sasuke, Konoha raised us. We, as its ninjas, must not forget our roots. Kakashi's expression was one of anguish, his fists clenched tightly. The deaths of his father, White Fang, and his friends Obito and Rin were wounds he could never heal. Over time, forgetting may be easier, yet upon mention, it stings like a needle, unbearable in its pain. Although his roar held great power, Sasuke seemed to be deaf to it, passionately continuing. Are we fighting for the benefit of Konoha, or merely serving as cannon fodder for the selfish desires of a few? The teachings of the Ninja Academy sound better than a song, yet when trouble arises, they turn their backs faster than the turning of a page. Konoha may have nurtured us, but we ninjas do not live by bread alone. We must undertake missions to earn our place in this world, and not for free. It is said that Konoha shapes us ninjas, but would Konoha still exist without us? Thus I declare, if Konoha does not accept me, I shall defect. If heaven does not allow me, I shall pierce through the heavens. His voice resonated, each word echoing like the tolling of a bell. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's mindset suddenly became clear. The 3 members of Team 7 were taken aback, staring at this familiar yet unfamiliar Sasuke as if he were a monster. But before they could fully recover from their shock, a thunderous roar erupted. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and wild winds surged. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Sasuke's Sharingan activated with a single tomo. As the oppressive black clouds loomed, the crimson light of the Sharingan shone forth. Before anyone could comprehend the strange phenomenon unfolding, purple energy orbs surged into Sasuke's chakra points like a whale drinking water. Simultaneously, an indescribable sensation surged within him. In that moment, it felt as if he was on the verge of stepping into a new realm, opening a door to a world he had never known. His chakra surged with unprecedented might, while a system upgrade notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached level 9. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached level 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached. The notifications continued to play in his mind. But Sasuke's consciousness had already plunged into a profound state as the purple energy orbs invaded his body. Chapter 61. Tremors across the lands. Beyond the ninja world, in a void billions of miles away, two figures miraculously traversing the emptiness suddenly came to a halt. The two individuals, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, were both clad in white garments and adorned with veils. Their pupils were entirely white, reminiscent of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. At a certain moment, the shorter, portly figure suddenly inquired, "Lord Peach, something seems amiss in that direction, does it not?" In response, the taller, leaner man furrowed his brow, solemnly nodding as he replied, "Indeed, it is as you say." Moreover, the power emanating from there evokes a sensation that is both familiar and foreign, akin to. Although his voice was distinctly masculine, his appearance was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and a pure-colored veil that resembled a bridal gown. An unfamiliar observer might easily mistake him for an ethereal maiden. As if struck by a sudden thought, Otsutsuki Peach paused momentarily before continuing. "We must divert some of our attention towards the divine tree." "The divine tree? My lord, with Kaguya safeguarding it, is there truly a need for our intervention?" Otsutsuki-kin queried, perplexed. "I cannot shake the feeling that Kaguya is concealing some unspeakable secret. Furthermore, who would not be tempted in the presence of such power? It is prudent to investigate the situation, better to be prepared than caught off guard," Otsutsuki Peach responded. "As you command, my lord." Otsutsuki-kin replied with a slight bow. In the land of fire, within the depths of Konoha, a familiar sensation lingered. Was its resurgence merely a coincidence? Was someone deliberately releasing their aura as bait, or was it something else? The flickering flames illuminated the dim chamber, casting shadows on Danzo's bandaged visage, half in light and half in darkness. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, then abruptly called out towards the entrance, "Kaze of the mountain." With a whoosh, a man materialized in the chamber. He bowed slowly, stating, "Lord Danzo, your subordinate is here." Upon seeing him, Danzo nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "Recently, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the skies over Konoha. Did you uncover any results from your investigation?" At this, Kaze's expression darkened, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied with evident anxiety, To Lord Danzo, we have not yet obtained any conclusions regarding that matter. Root was a ruthless organization. Failing to complete a task would result in accountability, a rigid rule. However, to Kaze's astonishment, Danzo did not chastise him for his perceived incompetence. Instead, he furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself in confusion, "We could not uncover anything in Konoha, yet now it mysteriously reappears. How intriguing." A sinister smile spread across his weathered face. Regaining his composure, he turned his cold gaze back to Kaze and commanded, in the southwest direction, approximately 100 miles away, "Dispatch someone immediately. No, you shall lead a team to investigate. Ascertain whether an event akin to the previous occurrences has transpired there or is currently unfolding. Additionally, if it poses a threat, discreetly capture all individuals present. If it proves too formidable, simply observe and return to report back to me." His tone was grave and left no room for dissent. In that moment, Danzo transformed from his earlier cunning demeanor back into the ruthless figure of yore. "Yes, Lord Danzo. I shall exert every effort," Kaze replied without hesitation. Despite his confusion regarding Danzo's orders, he dutifully bowed before vanishing from sight once more. Myoboka Mountain. This is one of the three great sacred places of the ninja world, alongside the Whetbone Forest and the Dragon Cave, a veritable paradise. At this moment, Myoboka Mountain is enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, the great Toad Sage, seated upon the altar, abruptly opens his eyes wide, filled with an expression of disbelief, his form trembling slightly, as if he has just awakened from a nightmare. Below the altar, the two elders, Shinzo and Chikama, instantly sense the peculiarity of the great Toad Sage's expression. After exchanging glances, Elder Shinzo cautiously inquires, "Ancestors, is something momentous about to transpire?" His countenance darkens, for he is acutely aware of his ancestors' prophetic abilities. The last time the sage awakened was during the Third Great Ninja War, when he foretold the emergence of a chosen one destined to save the ninja world from its turmoil and restore peace. Yet, the Fourth Great Ninja War has not yet commenced, and the prophesied child has yet to surface. Why has the sage suddenly awakened again? And with such a grave and alarmed expression? Could it be that the situation has changed? In an instant, myriad thoughts swirl through Elder Shinzo's mind. Just then, the great Toad Sage urgently commands, "Quick, send for that brat Jiraiya. Tell him major events are about to unfold and that he should refrain from scouting that wretched bathhouse." Upon hearing this, both Elder Shinzo and Elder Shikama exchange incredulous glances. This is the first time they have witnessed their ancestor acting so frivolously and displaying such anxiety. They bow in unison and promptly descend to convey the message. Before long, within the grand hall, a burst of white light disperses, and Jiraiya, with his characteristic grin, is unceremoniously transported before the great Toad Sage. Hey, lady, can I touch just a little? Please," he implores, blissfully unaware of his abrupt arrival at Myoboka Mountain. At that moment, a voice of formidable authority resonates in his ear. "Brat, do you intend to steal a kiss from your ancestor?" "Ancestor? Wait a moment. This voice sounds somewhat familiar." Upon this realization, Jiraiya snaps to attention, opening his eyes to find the great Toad Sage regarding him with a bemused expression, a blend of elegance and amiability. "It's over." Jiraiya's lips twitch, and he bows his head deeply. This awkward situation is akin to being caught red-handed in a covert act of reward. The investigation into the realm of intimacy has been laid bare. The overwhelming sensation of social death envelopes one. It is often said that a person's demise encompasses three distinct phases. The first phase is physiological death, marked by the cessation of the heart and the extinguishment of life. The second phase signifies social death, wherein one's own ninja village proclaims them deceased. The third phase occurs when the last individual who remembers you fades from memory. Yet, some individuals are rather exceptional. Take Jiraiya, for instance, whose bewildered expression speaks volumes. He finds himself defined by the village as socially dead, all without having to endure the first phase, thus, social death. In Chapter 62, at the moment of the convergence of the six paths, when the true deity descends, Jiraiya retreats into a state of introspection. However, the great sage of the toad, having existed for countless years and not being of human origin, waved a claw and abruptly shifted the conversation, asking, Jiraiya, my boy, do you recall the prophecy I shared with you several years ago when you came to Mount Myaboku to learn the sage arts? A prophecy? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly regained his composure, responding, of course, I remember, sage. Is there perhaps accurate news regarding a child of prophecy? The great sage of the toad is a relic that has existed alongside this ninja world, possessing unparalleled foresight. This revelation was conveyed to Jiraiya through the words of the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima. Upon hearing this, the great sage toad nodded his enormous head, then shook it in contemplation, stating, indeed, I have had another dream. However, it seems that this time, the prophecy has inexplicably undergone a transformation. It appears as though the individuals have changed, yet simultaneously, they have not. In any case, Jiraiya, you must exercise greater vigilance. We cannot afford to lag behind the other two great sanctuaries in this matter. A change of individuals? At the mention of this, Jiraiya was immediately reminded of a certain boy he encountered years ago in the Hidden Rain village, a boy possessing the Sharingan. Could it be that the reticent youth was indeed the prophesied child I had speculated about? Contemplating this, Jiraiya pondered for a considerable time before finally, with utmost sincerity, he addressed the great sage toad. Sage, a few years ago, I encountered a youth in the Hidden Rain village who possessed the Rinnegan. Despite his tender age, his chakra levels were astonishing, and he wielded the Rinnegan. Could he be the prophesied child you spoke of? Rinnegan? Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a moment, the great sage toad slowly responded, I cannot say for certain. It is a matter of time and fate. My ability lies solely in prediction. Yet I lack the means to discern the truth. Excuse me? Jiraiya, initially perplexed, found himself increasingly baffled. What do you mean, sage? What I am suggesting is that the youth with the Rinnegan may indeed be the prophesied child, or he may not be. Ultimately, it is for you to discover. Aside from providing a few hints, I am unable to assist you further. Jiraiya's lips curled slightly, although he refrained from voicing his thoughts. His mind was rife with skepticism. He mused, if you know nothing at all, how am I supposed to search? Even if I find him, what then? The great sage toad, wise with age and having lived for thousands of years, sighed and continued, in this prophetic dream, I have not returned empty-handed. If you seek clues, I do possess a few verses that may serve as your guidance. Verses? At this, Jiraiya's interest was piqued. When the six paths converge, the divine descends. If benevolent, tranquility prevails. If malevolent, the heavens will be turned upside down. Jiraiya mulled over these 4 lines repeatedly, and after several minutes, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Sage, I understand the latter half. It suggests that this newly anointed prophesied child is formidable. Treat him well, and he may bring an end to the turmoil in the ninja world. Treat him poorly, and he could unleash chaos. However, what is the meaning of the first 2 lines? What does it mean for the 6 paths to converge? What is this divine being? Is it insinuating that this prophesied child is a reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths? The query posed is undeniably intricate. Jiraiya initially believed that the erudite toad sage would elucidate the matter for him. However, to his surprise, the sage replied, since it is a prophecy, I too am but partially informed. I dare not meddle in your thoughts, for I am equally in the dark regarding the true meaning of these 4 lines. What then? Does the sage who summoned me intend? Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion, striving to uncover the prophesied child within the cryptic words, intending to bring him to Mount Myaboku, where they would bestow upon him the legacy of sage techniques, aiding him in his quest to benefit the ninja world. After a moment, Jiraiya, slightly uncertain, inquired, but, sage, does it not also state that if one falls into depravity, the heavens shall alter? He pondered, what if this prophesied child were a person of unspeakable malevolence? In response, the toad sage, eschewing ambiguity, declared with unwavering conviction, since the prophecy implies that the child possesses the potential to save the entire ninja realm, as well as the capacity to upend it, it is evident that the prophesied child's heart is fundamentally inclined toward goodness. This you must accept without doubt. However, even the most virtuous individuals may succumb to darkness. Therefore, your task is to locate him and offer your utmost assistance before he faces any injustice. Do you comprehend? The sage, as a venerable being coexisting with this ninja world, held firm belief in the veracity of his prophetic dreams. Understood, Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered within him. Although he voiced no dissent, he resolved that upon departing from Mount Myaboku, he would revisit the battlefield of Amigakure, where he had once encountered Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Despite having received news of their demise years prior, he mused that the legacy he had imparted was far from ordinary. As long as they did not provoke those formidable entities, how could they have easily fallen? At that moment, seemingly struck by a pivotal thought, the Toad Sage reminded him. Ah, indeed. One more thing you must pay heed to. When the prophesied child emerges, a multitude of inexplicable phenomena will undoubtedly arise. If you find yourself at a loss, this could serve as a fruitful avenue to explore. Rest assured, I will dream. Dream? Rest assured? Jiraiya found himself lowering his head, a perplexed expression clouding his face. This is precisely what the great Toad Sage would say. If it were another individual, they would have delivered a powerful blow without hesitation. Rather than lingering here, the time saved could be better spent contemplating the allure of a lovely maiden. Is that not enticing? What is this? I perceive a hint of defiance upon your face. Speak plainly, have you been feeling a bit restless of late? Just as Jiraiya was lost in his thoughts, disparaging the great Toad Sage within his mind, the sage, seemingly aware of Jiraiya's inner musings, suddenly inquired with a rather unfriendly tone. Jiraiya was taken aback, quickly waving his hands and responding with a cheeky grin. Not at all. It is my honor to serve the sage. Chapter 63, The Unlucky One's Box Opening. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Waves, Sai, immersed in a trance, Sasuke slowly emerged from that enigmatic state, awakening gradually. He glanced at the faint purple energy currents that had begun to wane, invading his body. Then, he looked at the bewildered expressions of his three teammates from Team 7. He smiled, shedding the previous hostility, as if reborn, and addressed Kakashi. Sensei Kakashi, did you not notice those swirling purple energy orbs? Purple energy orbs? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression turned puzzled. Yet soon he began to ponder deeply. To be honest, although he could not perceive the purple energy orbs Sasuke described, his superior skills as a J-nin allowed him to sense something intangible. However, the path that can be articulated is not the eternal path. This sensation is both enigmatic and elusive. It can be felt but remains beyond description. Observing this, Sasuke seemed to comprehend the intricate expression on Kakashi's face at that moment. After a brief pause, Sasuke's eyes sparkled mischievously, and he remarked, Kakashi-sensei, perhaps you could use your Sharingan to take a look. You might uncover something extraordinary. Sasuke understood that this feeling was not only wondrous, but it also appeared capable of liberating one from the constraints of their cultivation. How could he not invite Kakashi to partake in such a remarkable experience? Indeed, following Sasuke's suggestion, Kakashi revealed his soul Sharingan. In an instant, the astonishment on his face flickered and vanished. Suppressing his inner shock, he turned to Sasuke, his expression grave, and inquired, Sasuke, do you have any idea what that purple energy sphere is? In response, Sasuke shook his head and replied, I share the same sensation as you, Kakashi-sensei. I know this entity is beneficial for cultivation, but I cannot articulate precisely what it is, as though some mysterious force prevents me from clearly describing it. He continued, Kakashi-sensei, I wonder if you can grasp my feelings from what I have said. Upon hearing this, not only Kakashi but also Sakura and Naruto, who stood nearby, nodded instinctively. Although they lacked the Sharingan, they could perceive the recently vanished purple energy sphere. Standing beside Sasuke had evidently bestowed upon them a sense of ethereal grace. Kakashi understood Sasuke's implication and, after a prolonged contemplation, furrowed his brow and solemnly stated, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto, you must never mention today's events again. Otherwise, Sasuke, you may unwittingly invite disaster upon yourself. Having spent many years in the roots of Konoha and as a former subordinate of Danzo, Kakashi was acutely aware of Danzo's unscrupulous methods. Most people were oblivious to the dark deeds Konoha had engaged in to strengthen itself over the years. However, Kakashi was fully aware. Just as Konoha had once clandestinely harmed countless members of the Senju clan in its quest to decipher the secrets of wood release, it was no wonder that the Senju clan, once prominent, had gradually receded from the limelight of Konoha. The winds of change had swept through Konoha unnoticed. Was Konoha truly striving for peace in the ninja world, or was it merely serving the selfish interests of certain higher-ups? The trio from Team 7 nodded in understanding. Even in their naivety, they could discern the gravity of the situation from Kakashi's expression. After imparting the necessary cautions, they all sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate and reflect upon the mysterious purple energy sphere that had entered Sasuke's being. The boat gradually drifted away, disappearing into the enveloping mist. That night, in the dormitory room of the Ninja Academy, Sasuke Uchiha contemplated the system projection hovering before him, furrowing his brow. Having crossed an unknown number of levels, my attribute points have only increased by 3, he mused. It seems this wretched system fears my rapid advancement might render others unable to compete. Thus it has begun to weaken the heroes. With this thought, Sasuke dismissed it. Although a mere 3 attribute points would barely make a dent in enhancing his chakra capacity, every little bit counts. As a chakra-deficient Uchiha, he had no choice but to seek ways to alleviate his shortcomings. What am I to do now? Perhaps I could follow in Madara's footsteps and secretly find Yamato, biting him for his power, he pondered. However, Yamato was currently working under Danzo. Even if he managed to locate him, given his current abilities, it would be uncertain who would ultimately prevail in a confrontation. Shaking his head, unable to resolve his thoughts, Sasuke decided to relinquish his worries. He refused to believe that once he ventured beyond Konoha's beginner village, he would be unable to find a remedy for his chakra deficiencies. As he pondered, a sudden notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully received the achievement gift pack distributed by the system. Would you like to activate it immediately? Note, this pack is instantly usable, requiring no cultivation. Binding will fully unleash its potential. Astonished, Sasuke was overcome with joy, exclaiming expletives from his previous life. However, he swiftly suppressed his excitement and declared, activate. Bind. A lack of enthusiasm in unboxing would surely imply a lapse in judgment. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke opted to draw a card and bind it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn and bound the top-tier illusion technique, Naruto, level 5. Please check. Illusion technique? To be frank, Sasuke felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, he could unleash illusions with his own Sharingan at will. What use was this illusion? The title achievement gift pack sounded impressive, yet he had hoped to draw an opportunity to upgrade his Sharingan. From the night of his clan's annihilation until now, he had merely attained a pitiful single tomo. Perhaps for others it was acceptable. But he was the protagonist endowed with the system, a man akin to the wind, unleashing a single tomo in fury. Indeed, it carries a rather peculiar sense akin to El-Bu riding a donkey. Just as Sasuke lay in bed, his brow furrowed in distress, a swift sound pierced the air. A shuriken soared into the room, embedding itself into the wooden headboard. Observing this, Sasuke frowned slightly. He then rose to examine the shuriken, from which dangled a small piece of paper. Slowly, he detached it and opened it, murmuring to himself, Sasuke, step outside for a moment. The teacher wishes to speak with you privately. Chapter 64, A Path to Self-Destruction. Although Sasuke had never encountered Kakashi's handwriting, the scrawl on the piece of fabric appeared haphazard, as if deliberately crafted to obscure its true intention. Could this truly be from Teacher Kakashi? Sasuke's senses heightened immediately. The events of the day had already been thoroughly conveyed to Sakura and Naruto. If that were the case, what could Kakashi possibly have to conceal regarding the earlier incident? After much contemplation, Sasuke ultimately resolved to venture out. After all, he was currently within the confines of Konoha. Even the recently slighted CHG would undoubtedly refrain from traversing the Konoha Anbu at such a late hour to seek him out. With such thoughts, he tidied himself up, approached the window, and leaped out into the night. The moonlight shimmered, and the night was as fluid as water. Amidst the dense jungle, a figure darted left and right, resembling a nimble monkey, swiftly weaving between the branches. This figure was none other than Sasuke, who had just jumped from the window to meet Kakashi. In a moment, Sasuke suddenly halted. He descended from a high branch, and two unfamiliar silhouettes materialized before his ink-black eyes. It was evident that these two had been lying in wait for quite some time, presumably the mysterious imposter who had earlier masqueraded as Kakashi. As he landed, Sasuke squinted, observing that the two figures had their backs turned to him, seemingly putting on an air of indifference, remaining silent for an extended period. After a brief pause, he scanned the surroundings once more. Sensing no other ninjas lurking nearby, Sasuke slowly inquired, "What brings you two elders to this secluded place in the dead of night?" Seemingly having heard Sasuke's query, the two figures turned around, laughing heartily, responding with an exaggerated bravado. "Ha! Sasuke, I truly did not expect you to dare venture out alone in the dead of night for a rendezvous. What audacity! Should I commend your bravery, or deem you foolish? At your age, you exhibit no sense of caution. It appears that even if we do not act today, your days are numbered. Even if we do not act today?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. At this point, if he could not discern that the two mysterious individuals were there to assassinate him, he would be a fool. With this realization, Sasuke refrained from making any hasty moves and instead began to observe the two in silence. The two individuals appeared to be middle-aged, with well-proportioned figures clad in green ninja vests. They bore the countenance of typical extras. After a mere glance, one could easily lose track of them amidst a crowd. Even Sasuke might find it challenging to recognize them again, while it remained uncertain whether they were members of Konoha's Umbu or Root. The headbands adorning their foreheads distinctly indicated their affiliation with Konoha's ninja ranks. After conducting a preliminary observation, Sasuke took a few cautious steps back, deliberately feigning panic. Trembling, he inquired, "Judging by the ninja headbands you wear, aren't you esteemed seniors from Konoha? Why would you wish to harm me? I have never offended either of you." Suppressing his revulsion, Sasuke felt that his performance could rival an Oscar-winning act. In response, the two ninjas nearby burst into laughter, one exclaiming, "No, I heard that you, Sasuke, were quite arrogant. Why do you now present yourself in such a pitiful state? Trampled by everyone?" Their mockery continued, "Ha ha ha. It seems this fellow is nothing but a coward. One mustn't shed tears until faced with death, huh?" The two ninjas reveled in Sasuke's apparent submission, exchanging taunts with undisguised scorn in their gazes. At this moment, Sasuke felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Yet he was resolute in refraining from confrontation. He understood that since he had never encountered these two before, they were likely mere pawns of a hidden orchestrator, someone unknown to him. As for their identity, Sasuke tentatively speculated that it might very well be a lackey bought off by CHG. Contemplating this, Sasuke once again feigned weakness, saying, "Esteemed seniors, have you perhaps mistaken the person? I have never encountered you before, so how could I have offended you both?" His tone was delicate, and he appeared so unlike his usual imposing self, resembling a timid lamb. It seemed that Sasuke's display of vulnerability led the two ninjas to believe they had him cornered. One of them, with an air of arrogance, replied, "Heh, seeing how you address us as seniors, I shall grant you a clear demise today. The name Kawaki, I assume, is not unfamiliar to you. Is it Sasuke?" Kawaki. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was taken aback. He had only heard of the name in passing, recalling the tales of the past, but he had no distinct memory of this Kawaki. "No. Are you truly mistaken? I assure you, I have never heard of the esteemed Kawaki," he asserted, growing increasingly impatient. It dawned on him that these two might be toying with him, and the true mastermind behind this was likely the one he suspected. Jur. However, after a bout of laughter, one of the ninjas looked at Sasuke with derision and mocked, "Kawaki? Haha. Kawaki is my son. Have you truly forgotten? Or are you merely pretending?" He continued, "Just half a month ago, you called my son a trash can and warned him to be cautious of your ninja blade." "A trash can? Half a month ago, the ninja blade?" At this juncture, Sasuke finally recalled. It turned out these were the very two who had bullied Naruto, who had now brought their father to silence him. Realizing this, Sasuke weakly inquired, "I remember now. However, esteemed seniors, this is Konoha. Are you not afraid that if you harm me, the patrolling Umbu ninjas nearby will come to investigate?" Haha. The two erupted into laughter once more, as if they were convulsing with mirth. "Fear not, for we are the Umbu ninjas patrolling this area. Even if nearby ninjas sense something amiss, by the time they arrive, you will have turned to ashes. Who would suspect us?" Their tone was one of arrogance. Their gaze is icy. Yet, at that moment, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically. He seemed to transform before them, locking his gaze onto the advancing duo. A cruel and cunning smile gracing his lips as he coldly retorted, "How delightful. I must thank you for preparing the aftermath for me." Chapter 65. Could this fellow be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, the two ninjas slowly approaching him erupted into laughter. Regarding him as a fool, they halted, looking down on him with contempt. "Sasuke, I once thought you had a modicum of courage beneath your arrogance. But now it appears you are merely a mindless coward. To be so easily unhinged by a minor scare? This is beyond our expectations." They continued their mockery, their laughter ringing through the air, as if they were entirely unconcerned about the consequences of eliminating Sasuke on Konoha's turf. "Huh, how superficial. Konoha is truly rotten to its core. Laugh away, for this laughter shall be your final words in the shinobi world." Before they could finish, Sasuke swiftly summoned his right hand, and in an instant, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a ninja blade hurtling towards the two. "Is that all you've got?" The leader scoffed, a derisive smile on his face as he swiftly drew a kunai from his waist pouch. However, just as he was about to deflect the incoming blade, it suddenly transformed into Sasuke himself, appearing without a trace of smoke. Body flicker technique? No, that's not it. Transformation technique? Neither. What is this? He had no time to ponder further, as his consciousness began to spiral into chaos. The scenery around him blurred, and he caught sight of a headless corpse. Blood gushing forth, staggering forward. Within mere seconds, he collapsed, convulsed twice, and lay still. Why is he wearing the same shoes as me?" the ninja murmured, his eyelids growing heavier. A wave of crimson engulfed his vision, and an overwhelming fatigue swept over him. Before he could muster any resistance, he was dragged into an eternal abyss of darkness. The other ninja, witnessing this, was struck with terror. Though he was an elite Chunin, the sight of his companion being instantly killed left him trembling. What manner of monster is this? How could someone so young possess the strength to slay an elite Chunin in an instant? Is he the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? His mind was in turmoil. Even knowing that turning to fight would be uncertain given his elite status, his will to fight had evaporated. "We must flee. The other Umbu ninjas patrolling nearby are not far off. Escape is the most prudent course of action." With such thoughts in mind, the surviving ninja raised his hand. And in an instant, a signal flare burst forth like a firework, illuminating the starry night sky with a dazzling display. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled with wild abandon. He believed that this act of signaling would instill fear in Sasuke, compelling him to make a tactical retreat. Both of them knew this was an ignoble deed, but the death of one individual would suffice. However, he was taken aback when, just as he turned away after launching the flare, a cloud of white smoke erupted before him, and Sasuke's figure materialized out of thin air, blocking his path. This was the body flicker technique. Yet, how could a mere Chunin possibly possess such mastery over it? Terror washed over him, his voice trembling. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly noticed the crimson hue in Sasuke's eyes. Instantly, the entire night sky transformed into a bizarre shade of blood red. It was precisely the top-tier Jinjutsu, Naruto, that Sasuke had recently acquired through the system. Sigh. It appears that this illusion is not without its merits. Had it not been for Naruto, I would have truly struggled to subdue that old beast with merely my pitiful Sharingan. Sasuke sighed. Observing that the ninja before him remained motionless, his crimson eyes wide with terror. Taking a slow breath, he hesitated not a moment longer, raising his hand to deliver a lethal strike to the would-be assassin. Yet, just as he prepared to obliterate the corpse, a rustling sound echoed from the depths of the dark, abyss-like forest. So soon? Sasuke furrowed his brows in confusion. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to ponder the reason. In the next instant, disregarding the lifeless bodies of the two Konoha shinobi, he swiftly vanished into the watery embrace of the night. Sasuke had barely disappeared for mere seconds when a series of whistling winds approached. Several ninjas clad in green vests and cat-faced masks arrived in rapid succession. They were indeed members of Konoha's Umbu and the root organization under Danzo. Among them were two individuals familiar to Sasuke, the ever-watchful Tsukikage and Yuzuki, both of whom were always seen with their ninja swords at the ready. From the moment they received the signal to their arrival here, only a few minutes had passed. Yet the perpetrator had managed to eliminate two elite Chunin and depart with such composure. This individual must possess strength at the level of a Chunin. One who appeared to be a medical ninja stepped forward to examine the two bodies on the ground. Rising with a grave expression, he began to analyze the situation. No. To accomplish murder in the dark and escape like a white swallow in such a short time, this individual is likely not merely a Chunin. I suspect he may even be an elite Chunin second only to a Kage. No. There is another possibility. The enemy may not be a single individual but rather a coordinated effort of multiple assailants. Regardless, an intruder infiltrating Konoha by night to slay our shinobi is a blatant provocation. Whoever it may be, we must uncover their identity and ensure they do not evade justice. Yes, the culprit cannot have gone far. We must pursue them swiftly, and we should still be able to catch up. Teams 1, 2, and 3. You 4 will form a group. Upon encountering the enemy, do not engage recklessly. Signal first. Understood. Amidst the fervent analysis, the gathered ninjas were filled with righteous indignation. After a brief silence for deliberation, they formed their teams and set off in all directions to give chase. Tsukikage and Yuzuki exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. Like Sasuke, they had both trained in the Konoha style of swordsmanship. Strangely, they had just sensed traces of the Konoha sword technique on the two corpses. What could this mean? Could it be Sasuke's doing? No. While Sasuke has trained in the Konoha sword style, he is merely a lowly genin. How could he possess the capability to swiftly eliminate two elite Chunin and depart so nonchalantly? No. There is another possibility. Their master has returned. But if he has indeed returned, why has he not sought us out? Furthermore, why would he choose to kill two unrelated Konoha Chunin, with complex emotions swirling within them? Tsukikage and Yuzuki felt as if their minds were muddled with confusion. Yet, they refrained from divulging this lead to their Umbu colleagues, for he was their own master. In the absence of a clear understanding of the situation, how could they betray their own? Chapter 66. Boss, have you been pushed too far? The sun shone brightly, dispelling the shadows of the previous night. As Sasuke pushed open the door, a ray of sunlight streamed into the room. Bathed in its warmth, he exhaled slowly, reflecting. It seems those pursuing me did not uncover any clues. After a moment's thought, he smiled and murmured to himself, indeed, I must have been overly cautious. After all, in such a decadent village like Konoha, as an Umbu ninja earning a meager salary, what risk is worth taking? Sasuke harbored no doubts. Given the performance he exhibited yesterday, those Umbu pursuers would undoubtedly assume he was an elite Chunin from another village. The one who stands out is often the target. Such provocative actions are not aimed at oneself. Who would willingly take on that role? As he walked, Sasuke found himself in good spirits. Soon, he arrived at the designated meeting place, discussed the previous day with Team 7. However, the figures he sensed nearby caused him to halt abruptly. Furrowing his brow, he muttered, Gaara, is that you? Could it be that the figure lurking in the trees, playing tricks, is none other than the future Kazekage, Gaara? Not wishing to approach directly, Sasuke understood that if he was correct, Gaara should still be a cynical and rebellious youth, secretly observing from his perch. With such dark thoughts, Sasuke quietly approached like a sly fox, taking a detour. In a nearby alley far from Sasuke, Naruto sighed. Why hasn't that guy shown up yet? Did he oversleep? Sakura, should we go to the dormitory and wake him up? Wiping the sweat from his brow and glancing at the glaring sun, he weakly suggested. Sakura waved her hand dismissively, and upon hearing the name Sasuke, she instantly felt wide awake, puffing up with pride as she declared, no way. Sasuke is a man of both talent and beauty. How could he possibly be late? Naruto, feeling a sense of exasperation, thought to himself. This has nothing to do with me being jealous of that guy Sasuke, does it? To be fair, is there really a connection between the two? However, he dared not voice this thought in front of Sakura, knowing it would likely earn him a beating. Just as they were lost in their own musings, A child's voice suddenly shouted with excitement from not far away, "Boss, you're finally back. By the way, I have a new idea for the harem technique. Let me show you right away. Ninja art, harem." Stop. Sakura's brows furrowed as her fantasies of a happy life with Sasuke were abruptly interrupted. Turning around, she hadn't yet seen what the approaching child intended to demonstrate to Naruto. All she witnessed was Naruto's strange expression as he hurriedly dashed over and covered the child's mouth. Confusion washed over Sakura as she looked towards them. Naruto scratched his head and finally explained, "Sakura, this is Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage, and he is my little brother." "What?" Upon hearing this, Sakura jumped in shock. "The grandson of the third Hokage is your little brother? Goodness, Naruto, what on earth are you made of? Are you pulling my leg? Humph. How boring." With that thought, Sakura turned away in frustration, choosing not to acknowledge Naruto any further. She simply did not believe his outrageous claims. From the moment Konohamaru excitedly shouted the first line, Naruto had swiftly covered his mouth, leaving the child overwhelmed with questions he could not express. The venue finally settled into a tranquil silence, granting him the opportunity to lean closer to Naruto, as if in a dream, and whisper, "Boss, this is the first time I've seen you so timid. Surely, you haven't been intimidated, have you?" Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly delivered a sharp smack to Konohamaru's head, exclaiming, "You little rascal, what are you saying? I am your superior. Show some respect." Rubbing the back of his head, Konohamaru wore a look of indignation. He glanced at Sakura, then at Naruto's rather mischievous expression, and suddenly an idea struck him. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, boss, I understand now. This lovely older sister is your new girlfriend? Isn't she? Haha, you're quite perceptive." But actually Naruto chuckled heartily, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. However, just as he was about to offer a vague explanation, a chilling sensation crept up their spines, as if they were being stalked by a wild beast, causing their hair to stand on end, an indescribable fear washing over them. "Naruto, what did you just say?" Suddenly, a voice filled with disdain pierced through the air from behind them, belonging to Sakura. At this moment, both Naruto and Konohamaru seemed to feel an inexplicable chill creeping down their spines. It was as if the scorching heat of summer could not overshadow the tension. "No, Sakura, please allow me to defend myself. No, to elucidate, you know me well. I was merely jesting. If it were about showing off, one must consider Sasuke, wouldn't one? Moreover, perish the thought." With a resounding thud, a gourd-like bump suddenly materialized atop Naruto's head. "Oh, this." Konohamaru stood frozen in astonishment at the sight. At that moment, he finally comprehended that his leader was merely a target for the older sister before him. She seemingly not only held no affection for his leader, but appeared quite irritated as well. With this realization, the small yet spirited boy, Konohamaru, swiftly took flight. "You, wait for me." Just a moment earlier, Naruto had contemplated using Konohamaru as a shield. After all, being a child, he presumed that Sakura, despite her fierce temperament, would not unleash her wrath upon a young one as she would upon him. However, upon turning around, he was taken aback. Konohamaru had evaded faster than he could. Thus, the three of them found themselves in a comical chase, with two fleeing and one pursuing. It resembled a farcical play, absurd yet filled with joy. Just then, the boy leading the way, Konohamaru, collided with someone, losing his balance and landing squarely on the ground. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. Naruto and Sakura halted shortly after, gazing at the two individuals blocking their path. The two individuals before us, one male and one female, present a striking contrast. The man is clad in a black tracksuit, his face adorned with peculiar runes, and he carries an object, shrouded in bandages, that stands tall behind him. Its nature a mystery. The woman, possessing a beauty that captivates, flaunts her radiant golden hair, which glimmers brilliantly in the sunlight. She wields a large fan on her back, her lips curved in a subtle smile that exudes confidence. It is evident that both individuals hail from affluent backgrounds, as the offspring of ordinary families seldom possess such audacity and self-assurance. As the trio scrutinizes the sudden appearance of these two, the man, under the watchful eyes of Naruto and Sakura, seizes Konohamaru by the collar and hoists him effortlessly into the air. He casts a glance at Naruto and Sakura before turning his icy gaze towards Konohamaru, chillingly declaring, "I detest the inept who leap around recklessly like monkeys. Since fate has brought us together today, prepare for a profound lesson." Chapter 67, Alas, My Accursed Charisma. The atmosphere abruptly shifts to an unsettling silence. Sakura and Naruto stand frozen in disbelief, initially suspecting that the man before them was merely jesting. Was it truly necessary to resort to violence against a mere child who accidentally bumped into him? Is this person truly deranged? Yet, in the next moment, they were utterly astounded. It appeared that this man was not merely attempting to intimidate Konohamaru. Instead, he slowly raised his other hand, evidently poised to take action against him. How infuriating. Naruto's, realizing the gravity of the situation, could no longer remain silent in protest. With no time to form hand seals, he lunged forward, raising his fist, ready to confront the arrogant man before him. As Naruto swung his fist, gritting his teeth and charging at him, the man's expression momentarily flickered with disdain. In an instant, he merely flicked his left pinky finger. The next moment, as if performing a sleight of hand, Naruto felt his feet give way beneath him. In a surprising turn, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground. How is this even possible? Sakura clenched her fists tightly, her brows furrowed in confusion. She had distinctly not witnessed the man make any move. Yet, peculiarly, Naruto had inexplicably collapsed right in front of her, while Sakura stood frozen in bewilderment. A beautiful woman nearby suddenly interjected, saying, "Kankuro, that is enough. He is merely an ignorant child. There is no need for us to be as cruel as other ninjas." Upon hearing this, Kankuro let out a cold laugh, responding, "I am simply teaching this boy a lesson. Otherwise, when he steps outside the protection of Konoha, losing limbs would be the least of his worries." Ha ha ha. Sighing, he continued, "It's truly futile to reason with someone like you, obsessed with puppetry. Very well, I advise you to go easy on him." With that, Kankuro turned his gaze back to Konohamaru, whom he had under his control, and let out a characteristic villainous laugh. As he raised his hand, just as it was about to descend, a swift whoosh cut through the air. In an instant, Kanjiro felt a sharp pain in his wrist, causing him to relinquish his grip on Konohamaru, stumbling back several steps. His eyes widened with terror as he scanned his surroundings with caution. Trembling slightly, he called out, "Who is there? If you have the ability, step forward and show yourself." Though his tone was commanding, the panic etched on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. Indeed, as soon as he uttered those words, a familiar voice echoed through the scene. "That is enough. Even if you're trying to show off, there are limits. You really shouldn't lay a finger on that boy." The voice continued, "Moreover, is this the behavior expected of a ninja from the esteemed Sand Village?" Upon hearing this voice, Sakura and Naruto, who had been wearing expressions of despair just moments before, were suddenly filled with joy. They turned towards the source of the sound, where they beheld a strikingly handsome young man, standing atop the treetops. The gentle breeze ruffled his hair, enhancing his otherworldly charm, making him appear ethereal and inviting, as if one could not help but want to draw near to him. "Sasuke," Sakura gasped, clasping her hands under her chin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. How could there be such a powerful and breathtaking man in Konoha? Could he possibly be the son of the legendary fourth Hokage? Kanjiro swallowed hard, astonished, his disbelief palpable as he murmured to himself. Is it possible that Konoha boasts such a dashing figure? If he were to date me in the future, I wouldn't mind at all. Hand on her chin, Temari gazed intently at the captivating man before her. As the sole daughter of the current Kazekage, her standards were undoubtedly elevated. And many young men from the Sand Village had pursued her fervently, some even offering to be her loyal servant. However, after a particularly embarrassing incident, she had believed her chances of finding love in the ninja world had dwindled. Yet, in this moment, Sasuke's arrival rekindled hope in the heart of the proud princess of the Sand Village. "Boss, that guy is so handsome," Konohamaru said, wiping his nose in awe. "The gap between us seems insurmountable." Upon hearing this, Naruto clutched his forehead in despair, murmuring, "Oh no, that guy is showing off again." On the other hand, Sasuke stood atop the treetops, arms crossed, sighing inwardly at the attention he was receiving. The admiration points were accumulating rapidly, 1 from Sakura's adoration, 1 from Kanjiro's praise, 3 from Konohamaru's admiration, 10 from Temari's affection, and 20 from Naruto's frustration. "Ah, this damn charm of mine." At that moment, the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, as if everyone present, regardless of gender, was captivated by the figure of this wind-like man atop the trees. Suddenly, a cold voice broke the reverie. "Kanjiro, who gave you the audacity to act out in Konoha? What a disgrace." Gaara." Kanjiro and Temari jolted from their shock, turning to see the source of the voice. Their expressions shifting dramatically. The once arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by sheer dread. The figure before them, with his striking red hair and a massive gourd on his back, exuded an air of aloofness, surrounded by swirling sand that appeared both eerie and formidable. The most alarming aspect was that Kanjiro, who had previously shown such bravado, now resembled a frightened mouse before a cat, his composure utterly shattered. "Ah, you finally decided to speak. I've been observing you for quite some time," Sasuke remarked casually, arms still crossed. At this moment, Gaara, despite lacking the full prowess of a Kage, was close to that level. Sasuke was eager to gauge the distance between their strengths, curious about how much he had to grow. Chapter 68, The Sin of Romance. Sasuke pondered whether to test the waters with his current prowess, but before he could act, Gaara leaped down from the treetops, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth. "I apologize, we were rude earlier. I extend my apologies on behalf of my team." With the phrase "don't strike a smiling face," Sasuke had nothing to retort and abandoned his previous thoughts. "Very well, let us be more cautious next time. We'll take our leave now." Disappointed, Sasuke descended from the treetops, preparing to accompany Naruto and Sakura away from the scene. Suddenly, Naruto dashed in front of Sasuke, his expression wary, teeth clenched. "Hey, I see your headbands. You must be ninjas from the Sand Village, right? While the 5 great ninja villages maintain friendly relations, what is your intention appearing here in Konoha unannounced and causing trouble?" At Naruto's remark, both Sasuke and Sakura suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, how could ninjas from the Sand Village simply appear in Konoha causing a ruckus? Before they could voice their concerns, Temari stepped forward, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Don't be alarmed. We are here solely to participate in the Chunin exams being held in Konoha. This is the examination permit for the three of us. Take a look. As she spoke, Temari deftly retrieved 3 palm-sized permits from her pocket. Scrawled upon them were the particulars of the individuals involved. Although Temari claimed it was for the 3 to see, her gaze and the hand extending the permits were unerringly directed towards Sasuke, unwavering for even a moment. The occurrence was sudden, and Sasuke did not ponder much. Instinctively, he reached out to take the permits. However, just as he was about to grasp the 3 examination permits, Temari's pinky finger unexpectedly brushed against the back of his hand, sending a ticklish sensation coursing through him. Startled, Sasuke quickly retracted his outstretched hand. What on earth? It seemed that Temari was acting a bit strangely. A smirk tugged at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. To be honest, the sensation he just experienced was rather peculiar. It felt akin to the touch of a cat's paw, leaving not only a tingling on his hand but also stirring an inexplicable fluttering within his heart. At that moment, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck is the Chunin exam?" This abruptly interrupted the silent exchange of glances between Sasuke and Temari. Turning to alleviate the awkwardness, Temari chuckled softly, her cheeks flushed, and hastily explained, the Chunin exams are simply the examination for Genin to advance to Chunin. As the name suggests, it's quite straightforward." Upon hearing that he had a sudden opportunity to swiftly ascend from Genin to Chunin, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us go, Sasuke, Sakura. We must hurry back to meet Kakashi-sensei. Opportunities like this are fleeting." In an instant, Naruto was invigorated, pulling Sasuke and Sakura along, intent on making their escape, even neglecting Konohamaru who stood nearby. However, just as the trio prepared to turn away, a voice called from behind, "Wait, you there, what is your name?" Though the tone bore no chill, Sasuke discerned a hint of caution within it. He turned around, smiling politely at Gaara and his companions, and said, "I'm Sasuke Uchiha from Team 7 of Konoha." Sasuke understood that with the Chunin exams approaching, this individual would ultimately become his adversary. Since Gaara was so courteous, there was no need for him to be discourteous. He could simply introduce himself graciously. "Haha, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Remember my name. I shall become the Hokage one day." Uninterested, Naruto exuberantly announced his identity, disregarding all else. Yet Gaara merely averted his gaze, dismissing him entirely. A ninja who couldn't even impress Kankuro was certainly beneath Gaara's notice. "You, the one with red hair, stand still. Dare to spar with me? I'm going to show you what it means to be the fiercest in Konoha." Upon hearing this, Naruto took a few moments to process. As if awakening from a stupor, his teeth clenched and eyes narrowed, ready to charge at Gaara. Observing this, Sasuke, quick on his feet, grabbed Naruto to restrain him. Simultaneously, noticing that Gaara had halted, seemingly intending to teach Naruto a lesson, Sasuke swiftly turned his attention to Temari beside Gaara and exclaimed, That beautiful lady. Me?" Temari pointed to herself, uncertainly looking at Sasuke. "Yes." Sasuke, while controlling the still exuberant Naruto, nodded vigorously, resolutely adding, "Indeed. If you have time, perhaps we could dine together and get to know one another better? Get to know each other better?" Temari's cheeks reddened further, and she shyly nodded, saying, "I am free 24 hours. I will wait for you at the inn on the east side of the village. You can come find me anytime, Sasuke." The more she spoke, the lower her head sank, until from a distance, she appeared almost bashful. Sasuke, you." Naruto was left speechless. The onlookers were stunned, their eyes fixed on the two making arrangements. Even the typically aloof Gaara was now visibly perturbed. He began to question his own judgment. Was this individual truly his rival? A flamboyant figure, on their first encounter, openly courting his sister before a crowd? Could his instincts be wrong? Sasuke, however, paid no heed to the peculiar gazes directed his way. After all, he had no genuine intention of pursuing Temari for anything untoward. Having achieved his objective, he took one hand of each, and in a few swift movements, vanished from sight. "Hey, Sasuke, wait for me. I'm not on board yet," Konohamaru called out. "Gaara, Kankuro, Temari, Q." Moments later, as Konohamaru chased after them, Kankuro timidly asked, "Gaara, that guy named Sasuke just now?" Before he could finish, he was sharply interrupted by Temari. "That man is mine. You'd best not harbor any ill intentions." Upon uttering this, her cheeks flushed slightly, akin to a ripened cherry, the air thick with the scent of budding romance. At this moment, Gaara suddenly remarked, "Unwholesome thoughts? If either of you dares to harbor ill intentions towards Sasuke, you ought to consider whether your strength is sufficient. Could it be? Is he truly that formidable?" Upon hearing this, Kankuro's pupils constricted sharply, and he murmured with a tremor in his voice. Chapter 69. The other side of the third Hokage in the Hokage's conference hall, the room was filled to capacity, each row of personnel standing in solemnity. After a prolonged silence, sensing the atmosphere was ripe, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gradually began to speak. "The Chunin exam is set to commence in half a month. As the host, we must brace ourselves to prevent any malevolent individuals from seizing the opportunity to infiltrate." As his words resonated, the assembled ninjas responded in unison. Satisfied with their reaction, the third Hokage nodded slightly and continued in a grave tone. "Do you have any promising newcomers to recommend for this Chunin exam? He raised his gaze towards the crowd, knowing that few possessed the qualifications to affirm his inquiry. As anticipated, just as the third's words settled, the graceful Kurenai Yui stood forth from a distance. With her fingers elegantly positioned together before her chest, she performed the ninja salute and declared, "Teammate, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino, requesting to participate in the Chunin exam." In response, the third Hokage, pipe in mouth, offered a slight nod towards Kurenai. Soon after, Asuma, with a toothpick between his lips, stepped forward and similarly formed the hand signs, stating, "Team 10, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Chuji, applying for this Chunin exam." Seeing his grandson take the stage, the third Hokage smiled with warmth, his stern visage softening into a look of affection. Asuma and Kurenai, being a couple, standing in succession, elicited a series of nostalgic reflections from the third Hokage. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, requesting to participate in this Chunin exam. Following the expected course, Kakashi, as the leader of this prestigious new team, promptly stood up. It was hardly unexpected that Kakashi, an elite jonin of exceptional prowess, would take Naruto under his wing for training, as the intention was to facilitate his rapid growth. Thus, Kakashi's emergence at this moment did not come as a surprise. However, an incongruous and anxious voice suddenly pierced the air within the hall. I disagree." Upon hearing this, Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly and turned to see Iruka, gritting his teeth, gazing at him with a worried expression. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kakashi replied, "Iruka, what are you doing?" Undeterred, Iruka retorted defiantly, "Both Naruto and Sasuke are still too young. They do not comprehend the inherent dangers of the Chunin exams. Surely, we are aware of this. Everyone present knows the situation with Naruto, and I need not elaborate further. What I wish to address is a recently discovered talent. Even more gifted than Kakashi in his youth, Sasuke. This boy is the most extraordinary genius I have ever encountered. If nurtured properly, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of our Hidden Leaf Village, and perhaps even a candidate for the position of Hokage. Yet, to jeopardize such a promising child in the Chunin exams, risking unforeseen accidents or setbacks, would mean we are effectively destroying his future. Are we not, in doing so, severing a path for the resurgence of the Hidden Leaf?" His tone was impassioned, appealing to both reason and emotion. However, upon hearing these words, the third Hokage's previously benevolent smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he fell into deep contemplation. Uchiha Sasuke? A prodigious talent? A potential successor to the Hokage? His mind involuntarily conjured memories of Uchiha Madara. Years ago, his mentor, the second Hokage, had acted against his brother's wishes, perpetually wary of the Uchiha clan, conducting daily tests of their loyalty. Ultimately, as expected, the Uchiha could not contain themselves. They unleashed the Ninetales using their Sharingan, preparing to betray the Hidden Leaf. In the end, before his mentor's departure, this clan was deemed a restless threat that required constant vigilance and, when the time was right, decisive action to eliminate. Now, with the Uchiha clan eradicated overnight, only Sasuke and his brother remained. Yet, he had not anticipated that the lone survivor was, in fact, a once-in-a-century genius prodigy. This is utterly absurd. From Iruka's words, this lad even possesses the absolute strength to vie for the position of Hokage against Naruto? No. Such momentum must not be allowed to flourish. Perhaps the Chunin exam could serve as an opportunity. Aside from Danzo, perhaps no one else could fathom the darkness that lurked within the heart of the otherwise righteous third Hokage. The scene fell into an immediate hush, akin to a raging torrent, with no sinner daring to intervene. All eyes fixed on the third Hokage, who was persistently clutching his pipe. But at that moment, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. "Sasuke is indeed a genius. I must concede, he is the most talented ninja I have ever encountered, even surpassing myself." Upon hearing this, the assembled ninjas were taken aback. They had previously assumed that Iruka was merely exaggerating out of fondness for his student. Yet, they did not anticipate that even Kakashi, once the preeminent genius of Konoha, would acknowledge that he fell short of the prowess of this boy named Sasuke. Who exactly is this Sasuke? Kakashi, who had once overshadowed countless others, now stood as a peer to the third Hokage, renowned alongside the legendary Sannin. And now, this figure, who had become almost mythic within Konoha, openly admitted that his talent paled in comparison to that of Sasuke. Good heavens! Is the ninja world on the brink of a transformation? This is truly shocking. As the individuals in the room were overwhelmed with fear and astonishment, Kakashi shifted his tone, stating, "However, you must understand that even if Sasuke defies fate, should he falter and succumb to despair, he will ultimately prove incapable of bearing great responsibilities. He will never transform into an exceptional ninja. While it is true that Sasuke and Naruto are your students, they are equally my subordinates now. A precious gem requires meticulous carving, and fine steel must undergo rigorous forging. I cannot allow them to languish in a sheltered existence, wasting their potential. I do not intend for them to wallow in despondency, but it seems premature to impose such burdens upon them, for they are still mere children. Moreover, children? During the Third Ninja War, were we not of similar age to them? Yet, The two engaged in a heated debate, exchanging words incessantly. At that moment, the third Hokage, who had been silently puffing on his pipe, suddenly interjected with a stern reprimand. Enough. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent, awaiting the third's further remarks. After a brief pause, the third Hokage spoke slowly. Let us proceed as Kakashi has suggested. Although the era of the ninja wars has long passed, the current circumstances remain ambiguous, with underlying conflicts rampant among the various ninja villages. Reflecting on our past struggles, I believe we must not forget the harsh realities of war. Appropriate challenges serve as valuable trials for the talents of Konohagakure. The nuance of the word I is rather subtle. Once uttered, even Iruka, no matter how naive, could no longer refute it. For to counter such a statement in front of so many people would be tantamount to diminishing the dignity of the third Hokage, striking a blow to his honor. He was bewildered as to why the usually benevolent third seemed so alien. Yet, at this juncture, he felt utterly powerless. All he could do was silently pray that Naruto and Sasuke would navigate the Chunin exams safely, hoping fervently that no unforeseen incidents would arise. Chapter 70. The Byakugan from Niji. Meanwhile, on another front, a few days later, at the Ninja Academy along a shaded path. Who would have thought that Kakashi-sensei had already enrolled us for the Chunin exam? Naruto, reclining with his arms behind his head, expressed his anticipation with a hint of sarcasm as he strolled leisurely towards the examination venue. Beside him were Sasuke and Sakura, each clutching their own examination permits. Unlike Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke exhibited no great surprise regarding the Chunin exam. As a time traveler, he was well aware of the main storyline. He kept his thoughts to himself. Just then, a sudden green blur darted towards the trio as they approached the school building. Caught off guard. Naruto and Sakura were taken aback. However, the shadow arrived too swiftly for them to react. Their bodies felt as though they were frozen, unable to keep pace with their racing minds. In that crucial moment, several fiery claws burst forth from Sasuke's lower legs, gripping the ground fiercely. On the other side, he seized the opportunity, moving with remarkable speed, stepping forward to catch the incoming figure with a slight twist of his waist, deftly averting an awkward situation. Just as he began to speak, Sasuke abruptly halted, for the figure cradled in his arms was none other than Rock Lee. Goodness! Who is this? That has reduced Xiaoli to such a state? Just as Sasuke stood there, utterly astonished, a sudden, playful voice echoed towards him. This time. It was even more hurried than when Xiaoli arrived. With a mere thought, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. However, upon seeing the person who had come this time, a smirk crept across his lips, for it was none other than the adorable Ten. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke effortlessly tossed Xiaoli, who was cradled in his arms, aside. Then, extending his hands, he deftly caught Ten, who was hurtling towards him. A delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, soft and sweet, causing Sasuke's heart to flutter momentarily. Thank you. A melodious, delicate voice reached Sasuke's ears, snapping him out of his daze. Clearing his throat, he gently set the blushing Ten down, and, feeling a tad embarrassed, inquired, I am Sasuke. May I ask who you two are? It was essential to maintain the fade. After all, it was customary for strangers to exchange names upon their first meeting. Thank you, Sasuke. I am Rock Lee. You are truly impressive. Why haven't I seen you in Konoha before? Are you a newcomer this year? Upon seeing Sasuke nod, Rock Lee's eyes suddenly narrowed with intensity. Is this truly a newcomer? Have the fresh recruits become this formidable? If I am not mistaken, this individual undoubtedly rivals Niji in prowess. My name is Tian, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. We are from Class 3. Do feel free to visit us next door if you have the chance. With a bashful expression, Tian lowered her gaze, seemingly unable to meet Sasuke's charming visage. Yet, every so often, she couldn't help but steal glances, which was quite endearing. I shall definitely come by next time. Sasuke offered an awkward smile. The debt from Hanabi's side had yet to be settled, and now, inexplicably, another Tian had appeared. Alas, this accursed charm of mine. Cursed. Yet again, this individual has managed to impress. Naruto hid behind, his face a canvas of envy and resentment. Sakura, on the other hand, wore an expression of helplessness. Sasuke was simply too exceptional. His looks were becoming increasingly handsome. The number of girls who would be enamored by him in the future would only grow. As for herself, well, one step at a time. After a brief introduction, the group became familiar with one another. However, when the five of them approached the corridor once more, they encountered two individuals blocking the path of a throng of examinees stationed before the entrance of room 301, exuding arrogance as if they intended to prevent the candidates from entering. Observing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow, pondering whether this ninja academy had abandoned all sense of decorum. With these thoughts, he stepped out of the ranks and approached the two individuals blocking the doorway. Hey, do you think you are worthy to participate in the Chunin exam? Stop fooling around and go back. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unkind. The two ninja blocking the entrance of classroom 301 shouted arrogantly. Despite the numerous candidates present, not a single person dared to act rashly. It seemed they were all waiting for someone to take the lead, Or perhaps the previous misfortunes of Lee and Tintin had left a psychological scar on them, making everyone hesitant to step forward. Just then, however, Sasuke suddenly emerged from the crowd, a smile gracing his lips. Enough of the charade. This is not Classroom 301, and you are not candidates. Transform back. This is rather unamusing. Time was of the essence. And Sasuke was uncertain if this was part of the exam. Upon finishing his words, his Sharingan flickered, and the sign overhead that read 301 twisted and transformed into 201. What? This? This sign was fake. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. As they regained their composure, all eyes turned to Sasuke. It seemed that his actions had embarrassed the two individuals. One of them, enraged, shouted, seeking death. I see you want to be thrown out as well. How tiresome. As a fist came hurtling toward him, Sasuke merely smiled, raised his hand, and pointed. A shockwave erupted. The simple yet potent sword aura and chakra clashed, creating a series of sonic booms. The crowd was astounded. They expected Sasuke to be humiliated like Lee and Tintin, but in the next moment, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Sasuke stood his ground, while the candidate he faced stumbled back several steps. After regaining his footing, an explosion of white smoke erupted, revealing a different figure before the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was not a candidate at all, but a seasoned examiner from the Hidden Leaf. Ahem, the examiner coughed lightly, glancing at his now-revealed companion with a wry smile. This must be the once-in-a-century genius that Kakashi-senpai spoke of, right? So formidable. Compared to him, I feel like all my previous studies were in vain. Another examiner snickered. Serves you right for being skeptical. Who do you think Kakashi-senpai is? A genius he recognizes is certainly not an ordinary one. The candidates listened intently to the examiner's conversation, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Meanwhile, Sasuke's mind was bombarded with notifications, akin to a dam bursting. Ding. Shock from the Sound Ninja Trio 3. Ding. Secret admiration from Tintin 5. Ding. Jealousy from Naruto 3. Ding. Helplessness from Sakura 5. Ding. Byakugan from Niji 20. Niji's Byakugan? Among the various notifications, this particular one caught Sasuke's attention, evoking a mix of amusement and exasperation. He smirked, pondering, what did I do to warrant your glare, Niji? Was our first meeting not enough to earn a simple look? Chapter 71. Is this still the speed of a human? Time passed swiftly. Team 7, with their respective admission cards, completed their registration alongside the larger group. Following Sasuke's impressive display, not only had he captured the attention of the proctor, but candidates began to take note of the now famous figure from the Hidden Leaf. As Team 7 stepped out of the classroom after registering, a cold snort echoed from behind. Hey, what is your name? The three members of Team 7 turned to see a boy with pure white eyes, arms crossed, regarding them with a haughty demeanor. Beside him stood Tintin and Lee, whom Sasuke had previously saved. Niji. Sasuke frowned slightly, turning to face him but refraining from responding. After all, Lee and Tintin knew him well, and given his newfound fame, Niji was unlikely to be unaware of his identity. After a brief pause, Naruto burst out in laughter. Stepping forward and scratching his head, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and this is... But before he could finish, Niji coldly interrupted. I was asking about the one behind you. The one behind me? Naruto thought, perplexed. Wasn't I just about to introduce him? Is this wide-eyed guy not addressing me? With such thoughts in mind, Naruto turned around, only to find that aside from Sasuke, no one else remained. Confusion enveloped him, and he stood rooted to the spot, at a loss for what to do. Observing this, Sasuke felt a surge of displeasure. Niji, fully aware of my name, had previously cast me disdainful glances in secret. Now, he further complicates matters by questioning Naruto directly once more. Does he find himself amusing? With this thought in mind, Sasuke took each of them by the hand, firmly grasping Naruto and Sakura, disregarding Niji entirely, and turned to leave. Observing this, Niji made no attempt to retaliate, and soon, the trio of Team 7 vanished from the scene. Niji, you. Lee glanced at Niji, uncertainty evident in his expression as he inquired. Are you intending to challenge Sasuke? In response, Niji shook his head, stating, this guy is quite formidable. I would like to, but not here. What about you? Tintin began, hesitating. I simply find this fellow displeasing for reasons unknown to me. My heart feels unsettled, yet it is much better now. Niji replied, leaving Lee and Tintin speechless. Moments later, Team 7 arrived at the first floor. Just as they were about to exit the Ninja Academy, a voice unexpectedly echoed from the second-floor platform. Wait. The members of Team 7 halted in their tracks. Turning around, they saw Lee, one hand behind his back, the other extended with poise and determination, gazing unwaveringly at Sasuke as he declared, Sasuke, I know you are strong. I now challenge you. Aside from that guy Niji, you two are worthy of being my opponent. At this proclamation, the expressions on the faces of Team 7 varied greatly. Before Sasuke could respond, Naruto stepped forward, brimming with confidence, and proclaimed, Sasuke, you needn't intervene. Give me 5 minutes, and I will handle this. My opponent is not you, Lee retorted, his brows furrowed and his expression unyielding. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly inquired, "Lee, your unexpected challenge to me. Are you perhaps equating me to Neji, your imagined adversary?" From the very first day of his training, Lee had aspired to defeat Neji, a fact that Sasuke was well aware of. His question was merely a subtle probe, seeking to uncover whether this fellow harbored any ulterior motives. It would be quite unfortunate if, during their eventual confrontation, Lee were to lose his composure and resort to lethal force. As he pondered in the shadows, he noticed that little Lee's face flushed slightly. He then turned, somewhat shyly, to little Sakura and replied, "In truth, there is a certain aspect to it. Moreover, I wish to prove before you, little Sakura, that I am not inferior to Sasuke, because I hold deep feelings for you, little Sakura. Will you please go out with me?" As he spoke, little Lee bowed his head deeply, giving the moment an air of solemnity. Little Sakura was momentarily taken aback, only to soon reveal a look of disdain. The fellow with the thick eyebrows could hardly appreciate his own prowess. In a state of inner turmoil, he instinctively sought refuge at the back of the line. Observing this, Naruto's eyes lit up, realizing it was a splendid opportunity to shine before his goddess. He absolutely could not let it slip by. With this thought in mind, Naruto, disregarding martial ethics and without so much as a greeting, clenched his fist and shouted, charging towards the still-bowed Lee. Having faced defeat repeatedly, Naruto anticipated that this encounter would unfold similarly to the past, exchanging a couple of blows before succumbing to his usual fate. However, to his astonishment, as he approached Lee, his punch was effortlessly deflected by a single finger from Lee. In an instant, Naruto's full force strike missed its mark. And with a swift motion, Lee brought him crashing down, utilizing the momentum against him. But that was not the end. Seizing the opportunity while Naruto was off balance, Lee lowered his stance and executed a sweeping kick, simultaneously shouting, "Konoha Great Whirlwind." The sound of rushing wind echoed, and in the next moment, Naruto was sent spinning through the air. When he finally came to a halt, stars danced before his eyes, his tongue lolling out, resembling a dazed creature. This thick-browed fellow is surprisingly formidable. Sakura, hiding behind Sasuke, instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, her green eyes wide with disbelief. Alas, Sasuke sighed inwardly, reflecting on Naruto's misfortune. Not only had he stolen the limelight, but in his attempt to show off, he had also been thoroughly trounced by Lee. Now he was spinning around like a fool. Although the damage was minor, to embarrass himself in front of Sakura was a profound humiliation, given the circumstances. Why not engage in a simple contest, purely to determine superiority, without any serious consequences? Very well. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Lee nodded enthusiastically, as if energized by a surge of adrenaline. One could only wonder if he might get carried away and forget their agreement. In an instant, as soon as the words left his mouth, Sasuke transformed into a whirlwind, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as he charged towards Lee. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in fierce combat. The sharp sounds of their palms striking echoed between them. The intertwining shadows of their movements left Sakura, who remained alert, in awe. Muttering to herself, Is this still the speed of humans? If it were me, would I even last a second?" A bead of sweat trickled down her forehead, and as she spoke, her cheeks turned a shade of crimson. Was it the thrill of excitement? Or was her infatuated mind conjuring some embarrassing imagery? Chapter 72, Sasuke vs. Rock Lee. Sakura was lost in her reverie, while Naruto remained dazed, his eyes filled with stars. Drooling like a bewildered creature, Sasuke and Lee were locked in a heated battle, their figures weaving and darting about. Sasuke did not take advantage of Lee. He engaged him purely with his own physical prowess. However, gradually, Sasuke began to find himself at a disadvantage, with punches and kicks raining down upon him like a tempest. The speed of Lee's attacks only intensified. Gritting his teeth and struggling to hold his ground, Sasuke felt increasingly overwhelmed. Yet, this was merely a friendly spar between classmates, and he felt reluctant to call upon Sakura or Naruto for assistance. Consequently, after delivering a powerful punch that created some distance between them, Sasuke resolved to imitate Naruto's earlier approach, disregarding martial ethics to unleash a ninjutsu strike, aiming to bring this contest to a swift conclusion. Lee's physical technique was simply too formidable. In this comparison, it is evident that once his physical strength wanes, defeat is inevitable. Not to mention, the opponent possesses the formidable Eight Gates technique, a powerful trump card yet to be unleashed. As he distanced himself, Sasuke gradually exhaled in relief. With his hands forming a series of seals, his chest swelled, ready to unleash his most potent technique, the fire release, Great Fireball technique. However, fate did not favor him. The indomitable Lee, having encountered a genius akin to Neji, was thoroughly engrossed in the battle and had no intention of yielding so easily. Observing this, his eyes sparkled with determination, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Where did he go? Sasuke, in a bid to conserve chakra, had decided against activating his Sharingan before Lee unleashed the Eight Gates. Consequently, when Lee suddenly accelerated, Sasuke found himself abruptly losing sight of his opponent. This sense of being beyond control is utterly dreadful. The unease within Sasuke swells like a relentless flood, perpetually overflowing and breeding turmoil. In truth, Sasuke's battle instincts are indeed accurate. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Before Sasuke could retract his fireball technique and activate his Sharingan to locate Lee's current position, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind behind him. There it was. His keen intuition, coupled with taut nerves, allowed Sasuke, caught at a disadvantage, to immediately detect Lee's presence. However, before Sasuke could retaliate, he turned around only to be met by a powerful flying kick that sent him soaring through the air. Goodness! You scoundrel! In midair, Sasuke seethed with indignation. He thought to himself, while I may not rely on this face for my livelihood, that is no justification for you to mar my appearance. In other words, in this unpredictable ninja world, should circumstances turn dire, it would not be beneath me to leverage my looks for sustenance. What a predicament! My appearance has been marred, and should I fall into misfortune in the future, how shall I rely on my looks for sustenance? The more I ponder, the more my frustration mounts. It was merely a contest, yet that simpleton, Xiao Li, took it far too seriously. However, despite the tempest of anger raging within me, I find myself utterly powerless to voice my objections. Although my thoughts whirl in a maelstrom, this entire transformation occurs in the blink of an eye. With no high-ranking shinobi around to intervene, if I do not devise a solution, I shall be left to endure this loss. With this thought, Sasuke clenched his teeth, gently hooked his right pinky, and then, with a slight curve of his lips, finally revealed a smile that seemed to exude relief. What? Sasuke? Could it be that he actually? The turn of events was so swift that Sakura, who was watching, was left in utter astonishment, unable even to voice a cry of protest. Could it be that Sasuke was truly about to be defeated by this burly fellow? Would he be all right? At that moment, Sakura clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes brimming with anxiety. Suddenly, Lee conjured multiple afterimages and, in the next instant, appeared behind the uncontrollable Sasuke. In that fleeting moment, he moved his pinky slightly, and the bandages wrapped around his arms unfurled like flags, liberated and fluttering. Sasuke, it's all over. With unwavering resolve, he acted without hesitation. He then ensnared Sasuke with both arms, the bandages swiftly following to bind him tightly. Two men intertwined, spinning together. In the next heartbeat, they resembled a spear, merging and whirling, their heads pointed directly towards the unforgiving ground. Ah! Stop! At this moment, Sakura finally exclaimed, is this fellow truly intent on eliminating Sasuke? What could possibly fuel such animosity? Yet, the two have only just met, and Sasuke has even aided him once before. Anxiousness, fury, and confusion intertwined, each emotion layering upon the other. At this moment, Sakura felt a surge of murderous intent towards the man with the bushy eyebrows. With a thunderous explosion, the floor shattered, creating a deep pit several meters wide. Lee flipped onto his feet, one arm behind his back, the other extended, striking a dramatic pose as he proclaimed, Sasuke, you have lost. But Sasuke lay motionless in the cold pit, unresponsive. Sasuke, a wail escaped Sakura, her emerald eyes glistening with tears, trembling as she sprinted towards him recklessly. At that instant, a loud bang echoed, followed by a burst of white smoke. In the blink of an eye, the Sasuke in the pit disintegrated, instantly transforming into a neatly severed log. Meanwhile, from a nearby elevated platform, Sasuke's cold laughter rang out. Hey, Lee, it seems you're a bit premature in your joy, don't you think? What? A substitution technique. The two turned their gaze to see Sasuke standing proudly on the platform, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. Sasuke, overwhelmed by excitement or perhaps relief from the brink of despair, Sakura broke into tears. Furrowing his brow, Lee regarded Sasuke seriously. You truly are a genius on par with Niji. Now I must engage you in earnest. With that, Lee shed his weighted leg garments, crossed his arms, and his chakra surged dramatically, like a river in full flood. Unstoppable. What? This guy didn't even use his full strength before. Sakura's heart dropped at this realization, and she cried out urgently, Stop. This isn't the Chunin exam. You can't do this. Her words tumbled out in a flurry of incoherence. However, Sasuke merely waved his hand dismissively at Sakura, his tone turning cold as he replied, Sakura, step back. This is between Lee and me. He didn't use his full strength, so how could he know that I only exerted 1/10,000th of my power? A genius like Niji? Lee. Put away your simplistic understanding. Niji is not even my opponent. His words were arrogant, resembling that of a villain. Why such hubris? It stemmed from Lee's earlier provocation. Sasuke, now filled with ire, felt compelled to reclaim his dignity. Regardless of intent, he would not let this affront go unpunished. The 7th chapter, the 7-day breathing technique, unfolded like a volcano ready to erupt. The atmosphere crackled with tension as Sasuke and Lee faced off. Suddenly, Sasuke raised his right hand. With a resounding bang, white smoke erupted, and the sword of Indra materialized from thin air. As if sensing its master's fury, it sang out, a piercing cry that reverberated through the heavens. Sasuke witnessing Sasuke wield the ninja sword, he appeared as an unparalleled war god, standing apart from the world. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes, poised to fall. In that moment, she realized that Sasuke had not truly fought seriously before. As the killing intent escalated uncontrollably, Sasuke's pent-up rage reached unprecedented heights. With a single strike, he aimed to engrave this moment into Lee's memory for eternity. Unleash your shackles, open the 8 gates. Otherwise, you shall miss your chance to do so. His gaze hardened. I see as he spoke. What? How do you know? Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Sasuke, which bore down like a mountain, Lee hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his secret weapon. After all, his teacher, Guy, had forbidden him from exposing the 8 gates before the Chunin exam. Yet, given the pressure Sasuke exuded, if he refrained from opening the gates, his chances of victory would dwindle to less than 30%. Just then, he heard Sasuke divulging a secret he had long wished to conceal. Could it be that Guy had secretly trained this guy in the 8 gates as well? With urgency pressing upon him, Li resolved to act without hesitation. Since Sasuke had already uncovered his secret, why not engage in a thrilling battle? It would serve as a warm-up for the Chunin exams, a testament that hard work could indeed surpass the arrogance of a prodigy like Niji. The 8 gates, first gate. With a thunderous roar, he crossed his arms before his chest, and waves of azure chakra coalesced around him, gradually taking form like a rising tide. The formidable aura he exuded resembled a slumbering beast about to awaken, its heavy breaths causing Li's watermelon hair to dance wildly. Humph, is he here? With narrowed eyes, gripping the ninja sword tightly in his hand, Sasuke poised himself for action. Yet, at that moment, a swift whoosh sounded. Another green figure materialized from thin air. Almost immediately, a pair of large hands gently patted Li on the shoulder. In an instant, the chakra he had just gathered dissipated like a candle flickering in the wind, vanishing without a trace. Might Guy, the illustrious Guy-sensei? Sporting the same watermelon hairstyle and clad in a tight green tracksuit, Sasuke squinted, realizing this was none other than the man who almost kicked him into a conclusive defeat. Lee, did I not instruct you to keep your trump cards hidden until after the Chunin exams? Upon noticing Li turn around, Guy swiftly delivered a kick to his rear. Rubbing his backside, Li wore a look of grievance. But, Guy-sensei, are you certain you haven't taught that technique to any other students besides me? Other students? At his words, Guy appeared utterly bewildered. He knew Li to be an honest soul, incapable of deceit. After a brief pause, he patted Li on the shoulder and declared, Lee, you are a once-in-a-millennium diligent genius. In all of Konoha, no one else can master the technique I have taught you. Niji cannot. Even Kakashi's legendary genius pales in comparison. Having spoken this, Guy anticipated Li would react as he usually did, bursting forth with youthful exuberance, shouting that this was the essence of youth. However, to his surprise, Li's expression turned peculiar, and he pointed towards Sasuke on the high platform. Teacher, he is the prodigy Kakashi-sensei spoke of, a once-in-a-century talent. The reason I resorted to the 8 gates is that without it, I would stand no chance against him. He is simply too formidable. Moreover, he has long been aware of the 8 gates technique, and previously insisted that I use it, claiming if I did not, I would miss my opportunity. His words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, imbued with 3 parts grievance, 3 parts relief, 3 parts gravity, and 1 part reproach. What? Guy raised an eyebrow, pondering how Sasuke could possibly know of the 8 gates. However, upon reflection, he quickly came to terms with it. A grimace crossed his face as he internally muttered, Kakashi, you rascal. You can teach your student, but why expose my secrets? Just wait until I get my hands on you. As he contemplated this, a surge of frustration welled within him. That night, in the ninja school dormitory, Sasuke lay in bed, tossing and turning, his pent-up emotions leaving him restless and sleepless. Just then, a ping echoed through the silence. His mind sharpened, as the system suddenly activated, nearly sending Sasuke into a frenzy. What the hell? You wretched system. After being bullied to this extent, do you dare to mock your master? Seemingly attuned to Sasuke's discontent, the system responded with unexpected empathy. Ding. Host, do not be upset. Due to your previous fierce battle with a specialized taijutsu ninja, you have inadvertently triggered the system's reward mechanism and acquired a mysterious taijutsu technique. Shall we open it immediately? Not one to hesitate, Sasuke exclaimed with enthusiasm. Open it, open it, open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a physical enhancement technique, the 7-day breathing method. Please check your inventory. The 7-day breathing method? Sasuke smirked. Upon hearing the phrase physical enhancement technique, he had initially thought it was the 8 gates. This is quite peculiar. Not only is it not what was expected, but it has even diminished from 8 to 7. Upon reflection, it appears that it is even less than anticipated. Sensing Sasuke's despondent mood, a line of small characters suddenly appeared before him, stating, Note, the 7-day breathing technique, first activation is approximately equivalent to the 8 gates of Duinjia, second gate, rest gate. The second activation is equivalent to the 3rd gate, life gate. The 3rd activation corresponds to the 4th gate, death gate. The 4th activation. The 7th activation is akin to the 8th gate, death gate. Note, before the 4th activation, each level increase will augment the holder's oxygen exchange efficiency by 300%. By means of oxygen exchange, the latent potential of the human cells can be activated, resulting in a visibly enhanced speed during the process. However, commencing from the 5th activation, the practitioner will encounter a transformation, 1 level per day, a step into a new realm. Not only will it further awaken the hidden potential within the practitioner, but it may also consume, or even take away, the practitioner's life. Therefore, practitioners are advised to exercise caution. The 7-day breathing technique. Sasuke's eyes lit up, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. This is the unique 8 gates of Uchiha that belongs solely to me, Sasuke. With a long howl, he appeared almost frenzied. With a mere thought, Sasuke seated himself cross-legged, suppressing his inner joy, and once more activated the system for an all-nighter. Chapter 74. Full of flavor. The following day dawned bright and sunny, dispelling the shadows. Sasuke, invigorated, arrived early at the examination venue to meet Naruto and Sakura. Initially, Sasuke believed he had arrived with ample time to spare. However, upon noticing the grave expressions on Naruto and Sakura's faces, he realized that he was, in fact, late. It is uncertain how long they have been waiting. As Naruto and Sakura finally lifted their gazes once more, they beheld the person they longed to see. One after the other, they approached Sasuke. Although Sasuke was tardy, Naruto refrained from his usual sarcasm. Instead, he looked at Sasuke and, with a hint of awkwardness in his tone, remarked, "Sasuke, victory and defeat are the norms of a ninja. This time we have lost. But we shall strive to surpass him. There is truly no need to dwell on failure." Upon hearing this, Sasuke smiled. It appeared that Naruto and Sakura had mistakenly assumed he was still troubled by the events of yesterday. No need for further discussion. Judging by your expressions, it seems I am the one who has arrived late. Rest assured, I am genuinely unbothered. From yesterday's incident, I have come to realize that one must not remain overly modest, especially when one is an extraordinary talent. While it is true that the tallest tree will be met with the fiercest winds, one must not be devoid of presence. Fear not, from this moment forth. I shall show no mercy to any who dare provoke us. His tone was calm, yet his gaze was laced with an intensity that sent shivers down the spines of Naruto and Sakura, making Sasuke seem almost unfamiliar at that moment. As they spoke, the trio from Class 7 swiftly pushed open the door before them and entered the examination hall, albeit a tad late. However, in the next moment, Naruto and Sakura were rendered speechless by the scene within. It felt as though their throats had been constricted, leaving them hesitant to utter a single word. 4. At that moment, the classroom was densely populated with ninjas. Judging by the 4 head protectors, they hailed from various ninja villages. Yet, most appeared fearsome and villainous, resembling a congregation of malevolent beings. The sheer number of them exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Nevertheless, Sasuke remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. The events of the previous day had imparted a crucial lesson. When one's name is known by all, and one stands exposed to the light, there is no need for subterfuge. Life and death hold little significance. If one is challenged, one must confront it head-on. Those who dare to oppose should be met with resolve. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. Once a person gains notoriety, they resemble a plump pig. And if they do not grow tusks, anyone may be tempted to carve a piece from them. In the midst of this awkwardness, a soft warmth suddenly enveloped Sasuke from behind. Almost immediately, a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, lingering sweetly. "Sasuke, it's been so long. I've truly missed you." A playful teasing followed, akin to the flirtations exchanged between young lovers, igniting a furious blaze within Sakura. Let go of Sasuke. Sasuke hasn't said anything. Why are you so anxious, Sakura? Ino persisted, her delicate arms wrapped firmly around Sasuke's neck, exuding charm. Stop with the use. If you have the courage, be bold like me. Perhaps Sasuke-kun prefers girls like this. Ino retorted before Sakura could respond. At this, Sasuke's lips twitched, silently acknowledging, "It seems to be you, Ino. Such activities should be more frequent in the future. Care for some chips?" While Sasuke was momentarily lost in thought, a chubby little boy approached with a cheerful grin, clutching a large bag of chips and incessantly munching away, as if he hadn't eaten in centuries. Choji Akimichi. "Oh, you know me? It's our first meeting. A pleasure indeed." Hearing Sasuke effortlessly utter his name upon their first encounter, Choji beamed with delight, his plump cheeks jiggling like a Buddha. What a nuisance, exams again. In battles between ninjas. Do you think the enemy will hand you a paper to answer questions? Humph. Shikamaru crossed his arms, continuously complaining, his evident dark circles under his eyes suggesting a less than peaceful recent existence. After Shikamaru and his group concluded their introductions, Team 8, led by Hinata, stepped forward to greet Sasuke's Team 7. All 3 teams were newcomers, engaging in amicable introductions. However, just then, an individual emerged from the crowd. His hair was styled in a middle part, dyed silver, and he wore spectacles. As he walked, his hair bobbed rhythmically, exuding a certain charm. Kankuro? No, he looked somewhat familiar. Could it be? Is this the infamous Kabuto Yakushi? Upon seeing the newcomer, Sasuke paused for a few seconds in contemplation, then was struck with astonishment. Kabuto had arrived. How far could Orochimaru be? With this thought, Sasuke felt a surge of excitement. It was not merely about Orochimaru's interest in him, but rather his own desire for Orochimaru's sage techniques and cursed seals. As Sasuke contemplated inwardly, Kabuto approached the group with a gentle smile, saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Kabuto, and like you, I am also a newcomer participating in this exam." Observing Kabuto's pleasant demeanor and appealing appearance, the crowd gradually lowered their guard. Noticing this,
Kabuto smiled again and continued. Does anyone have information on the participants of this exam? If so, we could exchange our insights to better prepare for the challenges ahead. Exchange information? The students from the 3 teams exchanged glances. Naruto, ever the naive one, stepped forward without hesitation and asked, we don't have any information. But could you show us what you have, Senior Kabuto? Certainly, these are cards that only my chakra can unlock. Which participant's information would you like to see? Acting like an NPC, Kabuto clearly stated his intent, retrieving a handful of colorful cards from his ninja pouch. Rather than retaliating for the lack of information exchange, he began to assume the role of a caring senior. Which participant? Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily at a loss. To be honest, apart from the few individuals standing before him, he could hardly name anyone else. Moreover, with everyone present, it would be rather inappropriate to pry into others' backgrounds right in front of them. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly stood up and in a solemn tone asked, Rock Lee, Neji, Gaara. Rock Lee had undertaken 31 D-ranked missions and 21 C-ranked ones. It is noteworthy that this individual possesses almost zero capability in all tests aside from Taijutsu. Neji Hyuga, being in the same class as Rock Lee, has accomplished similar tasks. But his data is far more balanced, having been heralded as the strongest contender from Konoha before the examinations commenced. At this point, Kabuto paused his discourse, smiled, and looked up at Sasuke, saying, of course, with your unexpected emergence, Sasuke, this data seems to have become inaccurate overnight. Haha. His tone oscillated between jest and flattery directed at Sasuke. However, upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes narrowed instantly. Was this loud proclamation a deliberate provocation? Although Team 3 had not made an appearance, Sasuke was fully aware that Neji, Lee, and Tintin must be concealed within the throng of students in the classroom. Nevertheless, he had already garnered fame and was entirely unafraid of any attempts to instigate trouble. If Neji intended to use Kabuto's incitement to create discord, Sasuke was more than ready to engage. Chapter 75. The misfortune of adolescence within the examination hall. Amidst the crowd, Lee pondered. Didn't we teach these individuals a lesson yesterday? Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he verbally dismissed the notion of being concerned about the so-called #1 genius of Konoha, the weight of reputation had insidiously fastened itself upon him, rendering it difficult to simply shed. Upon hearing this, Lee hesitated before responding with a mix of reluctance and trepidation. No, although Sasuke faced some setbacks afterward, he gained a measure of respect, so. At this point, Lee involuntarily recalled Sasuke's imposing presence when he brandished his sword, reminiscent of a mountain's grandeur. Noticing Neji's typically calm demeanor shift, Tintin quickly intervened. Neji, let us not stir up trouble. Teacher Guy instructed us to maintain a low profile before his departure. Moreover, during this Chunin exam, talents from all villages have converged, so. I understand. As the sole female among the trio, Tintin's sweet words effortlessly quelled Neji's simmering anger. This scene left Xiao Li in deep contemplation. At that moment, he was struck by a sudden illusion. Perhaps Neji had sought out Sasuke out of jealousy for Tintin. Could it be that Neji harbored feelings for Tintin yet maintained an aloof demeanor, deliberately refraining from expressing them? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Li furtively glanced at the impassive Neji, lost in reflection. His suspicions ran deep, yet he found himself devoid of tangible evidence. Meanwhile, Gaara, hailing from the Sand Village, had completed 10 D-rank missions, 3 C-rank missions, and 1 B-rank mission, his attributes remaining shrouded in mystery. The revelation that he had accomplished a B-rank mission left Naruto in astonishment. Memories of the brief but intense experiences in the Land of Waves flooded his mind. He pondered whether this B-rank mission could possibly rival the true difficulty of that undertaking in the Land of Waves. Naruto's thoughts lingered on this uncertainty. At this moment, the pharmacist suddenly interjected once more. It is not merely a matter of a B-level task. Not only did he accomplish it himself, but he did so efficiently and without any harm. These words, spoken as if in jest, sent chills down the spines of the first-year students, save for Sasuke. To accomplish a B-rank mission single-handedly and emerge unscathed? Did this fellow think himself to be a shadow of the wind? Amidst the crowd, the more I gazed at that boisterous yellow-haired brat, the more I found him irksome. Kankuro fixed his stare upon Naruto in the distance, feeling an inexplicable rage that made him grind his teeth. As for those with yellow or red hair, they could do as they pleased. But my Sasuke was not to be swayed by any foul intentions. He belongs to me, and no one shall dare to trespass upon him. Temari pouted, casting a displeased glance at Kankuro, retorting, don't even mention him. Even if you two were tied together, you'd still be no match for Sasuke. As for any crooked thoughts, that's your own concern. Gaara, with dark circles under his eyes, appeared somewhat dazed. It was evident that he had not rested well the previous night. I can't take it anymore. I'll teach that yellow-haired brat a lesson. Come back here. Kankuro was about to make a move when Gaara pulled him back. With a glare, he coldly remarked, are you not embarrassed enough from last time? Do you wish to repeat that spectacle in front of everyone? Yet, I am confident that I can take down that noisy yellow-haired kid with a single blow. Kankuro replied, his voice lowered, tinged with reluctance. Are you certain you can defeat Sasuke with one strike as well? Gaara's tone grew ominous, revealing his displeasure. This left Kankuro momentarily speechless. Remember, our mission this time is to create chaos, or else we shall face dire consequences upon our return, Gaara threatened quietly. Causing both of them to shudder slightly, their expressions suddenly complex. Thus, this exam is indeed a hidden dragon among the crouching tigers. Should the elimination system be enforced, our chances of success as newcomers would be severely diminished. Although the sentiment was rather disheartening, Yakushi Kabuto's tone remained remarkably light. No worries. I am a man determined to become Hokage, Naruto declared, pausing momentarily before suddenly turning to face the intimidating array of ninjas before him, shouting, I, Naruto, will defeat each and every one of you, and I shall never concede. At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the arena, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. All the ninjas, taken aback by this scene, momentarily froze, before fierce expressions overtook their faces. Who are these individuals? They are certainly not the sheltered flowers of Konoha. They are fierce wolves, seasoned in battle for their village. Just a glance at their eyes reveals a readiness to strike at the slightest provocation. Noticing this, Sakura was the first to react, rushing forward to pull Naruto back, while wearing a smile and continuously apologizing. Yet, despite her efforts, the group of ninjas before them displayed no signs of goodwill. The atmosphere became tense, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, oppressive and perilous. Toss, can you truly endure this? Among the crowd, 3 individuals adorned with sound ninja headbands suddenly spoke. Toss was a hunched, short ninja, carrying a large, hairy basket on his back, resembling an old man lugging a pot. With a smile, he remarked, I had no intention of making a scene during the Chunin exams in Konoha, but this blonde brat is forcing my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Toss vanished in an instant, transforming into a blur, evading the dense crowd with the grace of a butterfly flitting through flowers. Although the speed was uniform, he did not touch a single ninja along his path. Soon, a sharp whoosh pierced the air, alerting the 3 classes of new students to the impending danger, their faces transforming with alarm. This is bad. Before anyone could react, a figure with an arm bound in a metallic guard appeared in midair, charging directly toward Naruto. The onlookers gasped, thinking, Naruto, you have grand aspirations. But why provoke such fearsome individuals in front of everyone? Are you simply itching for trouble? His speed is astonishing. Though Naruto was brash and impulsive, he was not foolish. He quickly sensed the danger and contemplated a counterattack. However, Toss' speed was overwhelming, so swift that Naruto didn't even perceive how he materialized before him. Damn it, how could this guy be so powerful? At that moment, the brash Naruto began to regret his earlier bravado. It was one thing to get beaten himself, but in front of so many, he risked not only his own reputation, but also that of Konoha and Team 7. Sigh. I was wrong. If only heaven could grant me a chance to start over, I would. Lost in his thoughts, with azure eyes fixed on the looming figure, a sudden roar echoed through the scene. Humph. First activation. The shout resonated throughout the venue like a war drum. Deafening and commanding. Toss, hailing from the war-torn land of waterfalls, had undoubtedly soaked his hands in the blood of many. How could he be easily intimidated by a mere shout from Sasuke? His body remained undeterred, suspended in the air, as his metal-clad fist continued its ruthless descent toward Naruto. You're courting death. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and just as everyone believed Naruto was destined to be struck, Sasuke brought his fingers together, forming a blade with one hand while the other rested behind him, pointing with conviction at Toss. In the next moment, a thunderous impact reverberated through the crowd. To their disbelief, Sasuke, much like Lee the day before, struck Naruto down with a single finger, light yet crushing, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Toss lost his balance, crashing onto the cold ground. How could this be? This guy turned the tables? Could his speed truly surpass that of sound? Toss propped himself up, staring incredulously at Sasuke. He found it hard to believe that this boy, who appeared so much younger than himself, could so effortlessly dismantle his long-cherished invincibility in the ninja way. No, I must have been careless. I simply didn't T-dodge. If given another chance, I would never let this brat succeed so easily. This marks the first time Torres has been so easily defeated. Yet, that is not the most critical aspect. What truly matters is his illustrious reputation, renowned as the foremost among his peers. Now, however, he has been utterly vanquished by Sasuke in front of so many witnesses. If he does not reclaim his dignity immediately, how will he navigate the aftermath of the Chunin exams? With this thought, Torres gradually rises from the ground, his eyes growing increasingly fierce as he locks his gaze on Sasuke and declares, You insolent brat, I had no intention of this, but you have forced my hand. Perhaps you are unaware of who I truly am, but mark my words, you are doomed. Even the third Hokage cannot save you. His voice is hoarse, echoing like a demon from the depths of hell, and his gaze is as frigid as the ice of September. Aha. While his presence is formidable, his words merely amuse Sasuke. The third Hokage cannot protect me? Do you genuinely believe you, a mere wretch, could be compared to the legendary Torres? You may instill fear in others, but I, Sasuke, fear you not. Let me issue a warning, not only to you, but to all ninjas, known or unknown. In Konoha, I do not concern myself with how you may wish to wreak havoc. However, before you take action, ensure you are fully aware of whether your target is someone I hold dear. Otherwise, upon entering Konoha, You shall find no mercy awaiting you. His tone is resounding, each word reverberating with gravity. Upon hearing this, the ninjas in the classroom exchange glances. Despite their fearsome appearances and the lives they have undoubtedly taken, they understand that the world of ninjas operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. They may be ruthless, but they are not foolish. Acutely aware of the law of cause and effect, they know that a killer is often met with death. Thus, before striking, they typically conduct thorough investigations into their opponent's strengths, ensuring they are capable of overpowering them before making their move. Unlike the current Tors, who charges in recklessly, akin to a deranged individual, even the mightiest of individuals will inevitably succumb to opponents who are even more formidable. A profound silence enveloped the classroom, as Sasuke's words rendered everyone speechless. However, the first to regain composure was Tors, who fixed a cold gaze upon Sasuke and remarked with a chilling smile, "Sasuke, I advise you not to be too impetuous. Young man, the vast ninja world cannot be dominated solely by a single genius from Konoha." Chuckling, Sasuke retorted with an even more disdainful tone, "Isn't being impetuous a hallmark of youth? Tors, I know you are eager to reclaim your dignity from me. Go ahead and make your move. Do not allow me to look down upon you." Although Sasuke was not academically inclined and was somewhat oblivious to the customs of Konoha, he had learned from the events involving the Kawamura clan. In Konoha, regardless of whether it pertained to one's own village or another, one must never be the first to strike in the event of a conflict. In other words, the one who strikes first is the one who suffers. Thus, Sasuke, having learned this lesson, chose to wait for Tors to initiate the confrontation, allowing him to respond defensively, which would be deemed justifiable under Konoha's laws, thereby providing an explanation to Kakashi and the village. At that moment, Tors could no longer contain himself and slowly raised his metallic arm, directing it at Sasuke as he began to chant, "Sound, wave, penetrate." Second activation. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense, the oppressive energy nearly reaching its zenith. With a resounding crash, just as the two were on the verge of clashing, several puffs of white smoke erupted, revealing multiple figures emerging from the haze. "Cease this at once. This is a sacred examination ground. No fighting is permitted," the leader, Ibiichi, uttered sternly, his expression grave and his tone frigid. Upon seeing the newcomers, Sasuke immediately retracted his imposing presence. He was well aware of Ibiichi's reputation. Disobedience could lead to being apprehended by Konoha's Umbu for interrogation. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was acutely aware of the implications of being caught off guard. Tors, too, sensed the gravity of the situation and lowered his arm, falling silent. His hesitation stemmed not solely from Ibiichi's words, but also from the sudden surge of chakra emanating from Sasuke, which had multiplied exponentially. Recalling their previous encounter where Sasuke had easily defeated him, Tors found himself reconsidering his approach. Though proud, he was not foolish enough to ignore the tides of battle when they turned against him. Why do I feel as though Tors is at a disadvantage?" Kankuro murmured, his voice trembling slightly. "You are not mistaken," Gaara replied coldly, his gaze fixed ahead. "These two are not on the same level. Had the examiner from Konoha not intervened, I believe that Sasuke could have easily claimed Tors' life had he so wished." "What? No way. Tors is strong. He shouldn't be." "Do not rely on your limited understanding to gauge the prowess of true experts," Gaara interjected, glaring at Kankuro. "If you continue to underestimate such matters, one day your negligence may cost you your life." Chapter 77. What if he were to engage in something scandalous? "I am Ibiichi, the examiner for your written test," he announced. Pausing, he glanced from Sasuke to Tors, offering neither respect nor leniency. "This is Konoha, and I am in charge here. This time, I will overlook your initial offense. However, should you dare to repeat such behavior, regardless of your reasoning, both parties involved will be immediately disqualified from the examination." Sasuke couldn't shake the feeling that Ibiichi's gaze lingered on him, as if the warning was directed solely at him. Disqualified from the examination? It was as though Ibiichi's threat fell on deaf ears. Sasuke held little regard for the trials of shinobi, were it not for the necessity of the storyline. He would prefer to remain in his dormitory, delving into the intricacies of the system, rather than squabbling with Ibiichi. Soon, the brief interlude concluded, and the examinees exchanged their identification slips for seating assignments. However, as they settled into their seats, their expressions changed dramatically upon glimpsing the exam papers before them. The questions were few in number, yet a cursory glance revealed their formidable difficulty. Judging by the solemn faces within the classroom, it was unlikely that more than 10 individuals would truly grasp the material. Sasuke sat in his chair, his expression grave. "Damn it, why do I feel as though Ibiichi has been deliberately targeting me since his arrival?" Initially uncertain, he now felt a surge of confidence, suspecting that he was not merely being paranoid. He was unluckily seated in the front row, with Ibiichi directly across from him, a sinister grin plastered on his face, watching him with an unsettling intensity. Sasuke felt an overwhelming urge to confront Ibiichi then and there. This wasn't how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Although Sasuke had nearly forgotten the details of his previous life as anime, some of the key plot points remained etched in his memory. The purpose of this examination is to evaluate the ninja's ability to gather intelligence, rather than primarily testing their reserves of chakra. Moreover, in the original narrative, Sasuke did not occupy such a conspicuous position in the front row. Instead, he sat towards the back and ultimately succeeded in passing by utilizing his Sharingan to discern the riding movements of those seated ahead of him. Yet, here I find myself inexplicably seated in the front row. What a futile endeavor this is. No, that is incorrect. In the original narrative, Naruto seemingly ends up with an empty slate. Ultimately, it appears that as long as one does not easily concede, success will be directly attained. Clarifying his thoughts, Sasuke experienced a sudden surge of enlightenment. He then crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and began to meditate under the watchful gaze of Ibiki. Has this boy given up? Indeed, what a once-in-a-century genius, yet without growth, he merely leaps. Succumbing to a fate akin to stillbirth? Ibiki mused, observing the now motionless Sasuke with his eyes firmly shut, a cunning smirk playing upon his lips. Gaara covered his left eye with his right hand. As fine grains of sand surged from his palm, a sphere, formed from the essence of a fool, abruptly levitated to the ceiling, commencing its relentless quest for answers. The method was not particularly concealed. However, it aligned perfectly with Sasuke's assumptions, remaining within the acceptable threshold of the Konoha examiners. It wasn't until Gaara had meticulously transcribed every living answer within the classroom that the examiners failed to expose his deceitful actions. Just as Gaara was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the sand I suspended above the ceiling inadvertently caught sight of Sasuke, who was soundly asleep beneath him. This is not the most astonishing part. The most astounding aspect is that the paper in front of this individual is utterly blank. What is going on? Gaara's mind falters, and the eye of sand nearly slips from his grasp, almost landing squarely on Ibiki's head. A jolt of shock courses through him as he murmurs uncertainly. Could it be that this person is sabotaging his two teammates? But what advantage would that bring him? If he betrays his teammates, he too risks elimination. The more Gaara ponders, the more bewildered he becomes. He thought he understood Sasuke fairly well, but witnessing such behavior at this moment leaves him utterly perplexed. Byakugan. The blood vessels around Niji's face tighten instantaneously as his bloodline limit activates its X-ray vision. Compared to Gaara's eye of sand, this is veritably a tool for cheating. Yet, fate works in mysterious ways. Just as Gaara finishes his exam, Niji can no longer resist the urge to activate his Byakugan to see how Sasuke is faring. However, upon glancing over, Niji's body trembles, and he exclaims in disbelief, This fellow is simply slacking off. But does he not possess a bloodline limit akin to my Sharingan? How could this be? As he contemplates this, Niji's thoughts shift, and suddenly he notices Ibiki sitting directly in front of Sasuke. No wonder. That unfortunate soul is facing Ibiki directly, caught in a rather dismal predicament. Though he secretly harbors this thought, a smirk of satisfaction unwittingly creeps onto his lips. Ninjutsu, heart transfer technique. Ino flashes a playful smile, exuding charm. She forms her hands into a heart shape and temporarily seizes Sakura's consciousness. Shortly after, she memorizes the answers, relinquishes her heart transfer, and completes her examination. Ino's beautiful eyes unconsciously drift towards Sasuke, who is seated not far in front of her. So handsome, even his silhouette is captivating. Wiping away a droplet of saliva, her eyes seem to glaze over in enchantment. As a young lady from one of the three prominent clans, Ino has encountered many handsome men. Yet, Sasuke stands out as the most extraordinary she has ever seen. He possesses an indescribable aura, akin to aged wine that intoxicates anyone who savors it, leaving them craving more. Suddenly, Ino notices Sasuke's still posture, arms crossed. At this sight, an inexplicable anxiety envelopes her. Like a worried wife fretting over her husband, her cheeks redden as she thinks. Sasuke is seated right before Uncle Ibiki. What if he cannot activate his bloodline limit in time? Should I use the heart transfer technique to assist him? If this leads Sasuke to fall in love with me. At this thought, Ino's cheeks flush. Yet, she hesitates. But Sasuke is not Sakura. He is a boy, and she is a girl. If I activate the heart transfer and we switch bodies, would Sasuke engage in anything scandalous with my body? Oh dear. How mortifying. Clenching her legs tightly, Ino's face resembles that of someone scorched, occasionally suppressing her giggles. Nearby, Shikamaru and CHG exchange worried glances, pondering what has transpired with their classmate. Could it be that her ninjutsu has malfunctioned, causing her distress? Chapter 78. Deliberate or accidental. As if playing a prank on everyone. When the time to answer the exam papers expires, Ibiki presents a particularly tricky dilemma and casts it upon the candidates in the testing room. Now, I present to you the final bonus question. A bonus question? Upon hearing this, the candidates exchange bewildered glances, observing their reactions. Ibiki smirks and declares, before unveiling this final bonus question, I must warn you that it pertains to the fate of your entire three-person team. For regardless of whether the question is easy or difficult, you must think carefully. If you choose to forfeit, your teammates will also be eliminated. However, if you choose not to forfeit and inadvertently fail to answer, you and your companions will forever lose the chance to advance to the rank of CH Ni. What It was as if they had all conspired beforehand. The candidates in the examination room exclaimed in unison. This particular session resembles a veritable hellish ordeal. Among the gathered candidates, not all are akin to the famed 12 ninja of Konohagakure, embarking on their inaugural journey through the Chunin selection exams. Some individuals within this group have participated in examinations so frequently that even they struggle to recall the exact number. At last, under the formidable presence of Yubiki and the psychological cues conveyed through his words, candidates in the classroom began to rise, each taking 2 companions with them, departing in quiet resignation. Although their faces bore the mark of discontent, both those who left and those who remained understood the gravity of their decision. To stay meant to gamble everything on a single throw. Failing would equate to self-sabotage of their future. A man, born into this vast world, cannot languish in the shadows for long. Yet, if one cannot even triumph in a mere Chunin examination, then all prospects of a bright future would surely be mere illusions. 1 by 1, 2 by 2, and then 3. Within a brief span of approximately 5 minutes, more than half of the candidates had already exited the classroom. The majority of these candidates are not young, evidently not participating in the Chunin exam for the first time. They are acutely aware of the stakes involved, and thus do not dare to take risks. Ha! Upon witnessing this, Ibiki burst into laughter. It was as if he deliberately inclined his head, casting a glance at the closed-eyed Sasuke beneath his eyelids, and in a sardonic tone, he inquired, "Is there anyone else wishing to leave?" No. The final test is about to commence. No one made a move. Clearly, the remaining candidates were either not afraid at all or completely indifferent. While the others might belong to the former category, the exceptionally skilled Sasuke was decidedly in the latter. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, Naruto suddenly raised his hand and stood up. Oh no! Sakura felt a sinking sensation in her heart. In her anxious state, she had completely forgotten about the unpredictable factor that was Naruto in Team 7. If Naruto were to cast his vote, it would not matter how high her scores were. Even with Sasuke's unparalleled strength, it would be futile if Naruto stood up and the examiner announced the disqualification of the 3. Hiki. Niji smirked slightly. This guy really is quite unfortunate. Gaara commented, I think I suddenly understand the reason behind this guy's earlier nonchalance. Ino exclaimed, oh no. I wonder if right now, while secretly using her mind to communicate with Uncle Ibiki, she will consider her father's reputation and grant leniency this time. Some were secretly delighted, while others were filled with apprehension, creating a sudden silence in the arena. However, just before the mischievous Ibiki could declare the fate of the 3 from Team 7, Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, as if electrified, and declared in an overzealous manner, Naruto, I am destined to be the next Hokage. I will never yield to you. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire venue, except for Sasuke, was struck dumb. Although they likely refrained from outright cursing due to the examination rules, their minds were tumultuous. They thought to themselves, if you do not wish to forfeit your eligibility, why not simply remain silent? What was the purpose of standing up to emphasize your own significance? Was it to showcase that you were a ninja of the same class as Sasuke? Oh, Ibiki had been completely focused on monitoring Sasuke and had entirely forgotten about Naruto's presence. Naruto suddenly leaped forward, and it dawned upon him a grave and contradictory dilemma. He and Sakura seemed to be in the same class as Sasuke, who was ostensibly their target. Ibiichi. Remember that boy named Sasuke. Let him taste a bit of hardship, if you catch my drift? Understood, the subordinate replied. Suddenly, the recollection of a conversation from 2 nights prior, where the 3rd Hokage discreetly sought him out, flashed in Ibiichi's mind. His thoughts became entangled. He was tasked with caring for both Naruto and Sasuke. Though the 2 responsibilities were diametrically opposed, they had paradoxically coalesced into a singular concept. After contemplating for a while, Ibiichi let out a wry smile, pondering, alas, the 3rd's intentions are exceedingly difficult to decipher. I wonder if age has rendered him a bit muddled? How could his decisions be so contradictory? He resolved to take things one step at a time. Opportunities to confront Sasuke would abound. But if he inadvertently dragged Naruto into the fray, there would be no chance for redemption. Years of navigating the upper echelons of Konoha had finally yielded Ibiichi a glimmer of hope. Abruptly, he transformed, bursting into laughter, declaring, congratulations, everyone. You have all advanced to the 2nd round of the exam. Congratulations, congratulations. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted as if on a roller coaster, their minds reeling in a state of bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, it was Naruto, ever the blunt one, who stood up and asked, Ibiichi-sensei, why? If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but he scratched his head. A sheepish grin spreading across his face as he picked up his blank test paper, chuckling, but I submitted a blank paper, you know? At this, a majority of the examinees could no longer contain themselves, whispering among themselves about the surprising audacity of such a person in the ninja world. Submitting a blank paper? Who could have known? Besides, as long as one could pass, who would concern themselves with their own discomfort? Hearing this, Ibiichi's lips curled in exasperation. Internally, he cursed. Why? Do you not even remember who your father is? How dare you ask me why? You rascal! Is this intentional or merely an oversight? Chapter 79. Would you like to take a look? As you wish. Though Ibuki cursed internally, his years of experience in Konoha's upper echelons had sharpened his acuity. If he were of low wisdom, how could he have maintained his position, elevated by the third Hokage? Thus, his response was swift. He laughed heartily, as if the earlier negativity had never crossed his mind. Well, scratching his nose, I believe Naruto's question is one shared by all of you candidates. I shan't elaborate further. Those who understand will comprehend, and those who do not should reflect on it. I trust that having reached this point, you are not lacking in intellect, and you will surely discern my reasoning behind this decision. All right, now, everyone disperse. Return to your homes and seek your mothers. By this time tomorrow, your respective teachers will inform you of the location for the second round of examinations. I must remind you, this second round will take place outside, without proctors overseeing the proceedings. Therefore, should anyone harbor intentions of clandestine vengeance, we shall not intervene afterward. So, I ask you all now, does anyone here still intend to withdraw in the face of adversity? This time, Ibuki put away his smile and added in a serious tone. However, having come this far, which of the ninjas present would be willing to relinquish their future prospects? No one responded. It seemed that Ibuki's previous remarks had been entirely overlooked by everyone in the examination room. Very well, the meeting is adjourned. With a command, all the candidates rose to leave. Yet, Sasuke, seated in the front row, remained still, his eyes tightly shut, as if in slumber. Noticing this, Naruto furrowed his brows and approached Sasuke's back. Just as he intended to rouse him, Sakura abruptly pulled him back. Let us leave first and wait for Sasuke outside. I'll explain later, Sakura whispered cautiously. However, there's no however. Come with me now. Seeing Naruto still reluctant, Sakura resorted to sheer force, pushing him out. While Naruto was carefree, Sakura was not. She had noticed earlier that Ibuki's gaze toward Sasuke was peculiar. Now, with Sasuke feigning sleep and remaining motionless as they were about to depart, she instantly understood that Sasuke undoubtedly had something to discuss with Ibuki. They required a private space. Of course, this was apparent to everyone leaving, except for the obliviously dramatic Naruto. As he turned the corner, his last grumbling remark faded away. The examination room transformed into a hushed chamber, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Ibuki remained the examiner, while Sasuke had morphed into a unique candidate. After a long pause, Ibuki suddenly laid his cards on the table. Stop pretending. Everyone has left. And it's just the two of us now. Are you still here without something to say to me? At these words, the previously immobile Sasuke raised his arms and lazily stretched. Then, he took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. I did have some questions for you earlier. However, just now, it seems I have come to an understanding. Therefore, there is no need for you to concoct some excuse to brush me off. Upon hearing this, Ibuki burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing throughout the examination hall. Once he calmed down, he looked at Sasuke with a hint of admiration and replied, No wonder Kakashi has his eye on you. At such a young age, you possess a depth of thought, an understanding of when to advance and retreat, and such exceptional talent. What a pity, truly a pity, that you do not know how to conceal your brilliance, which is bound to lead to an early demise. Such a shame. Observing Ibuki's theatrical demeanor, Sasuke's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he replied, I believe you must have questions for me, sensei. Given the joy of today's successful examination, I've chosen to stay. If you have nothing to ask, then I shall take my leave and return home. Sasuke had no time to engage in a back and forth with this seasoned Konoha veteran. He had initially hoped to extract some useful clues, particularly regarding who in Konoha had been covertly targeting him. Yet, it appeared that was not to be. Haraha, I find myself increasingly appreciating you. Enough of the pleasantries. I truly wish to know why someone as astute as you would, like Naruto, prepare to submit a blank paper in advance. Do you, with your talent, truly wish to avoid participating in the Chunin exams prematurely, opting instead to bide your time for a year? Genius often carries an air of arrogance. Ibuki is well aware of this. Kakashi was like that back in the day, and considering Sasuke's affinity for Kakashi, it is likely quite similar. However, what perplexes him now is Sasuke's current demeanor, which often gives him an impression of a subtle, indirect apathy. This revelation ignited a compulsive urge within Ibuki, compelling him to seek a comforting and definitive answer. With a subtle smile, Sasuke seemed to perceive Ibuki's thoughts and confidently declared, even if you choose to forfeit, I will find my own way to succeed. What method? Ibuki instinctively inquired, his excitement palpable as he anticipated the genius's mindset. I shall incapacitate all the invigilators in this examination hall, and through illusion, compel you to grant me a satisfactory score. What? Upon hearing Sasuke's audacious claim, Ibuki's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Was this boy mad? To assert such grandiosity at his age was one thing, but to do so in the presence of an elite like himself? Did he think him a fool? A surge of inexplicable anger coursed through Ibuki. Were it not for the fact that we are in Konoha, I would genuinely be intrigued to see how you would employ your methods to secure a favorable grade from me. You are mistaken, teacher. Even in Konoha, you can. Ibuki's retort was abruptly halted as the scene before him transformed into a sea of blood. Sasuke's form began to dissolve before his very eyes, fading into nothingness. In an instant, Ibuki found himself inexplicably pinned to a colossal pillar of shame, reminiscent of Jesus. This is an illusion? I have unwittingly fallen prey to Sasuke's genjutsu. How can this be possible? I am a distinguished Chunin, on the cusp of becoming a jounin. How could a mere genin so easily ensnare me? Trembling, Ibiki's heart raced with disbelief, his eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, fragments of withered leaves began to drift through the void, gradually coalescing into Sasuke's visage. Stepping upon the bloodied sea, the apparition spoke coldly, "Ibiki-sensei, how does it feel? Do you relish this experience as you wished? Are you satisfied now?" In the midst of this nightmarish illusion, although Ibiki was ensnared, the shock he felt overshadowed his fear. You, at such a tender age, possess the ability to control me with illusion. Truly, you are a genius worthy of the Uchiha legacy. After a prolonged silence, Ibiki sighed, resigned, and slowly replied, "Very well, I concede your prowess. Please dispel the genjutsu. I acknowledge your strength. You indeed embody the rare talent Kakashi spoke of. A genius of a century." With such thoughts, he had initially assumed that Sasuke would simply let him go. After all, he was currently one of the examiners for the Chunin exam, under the watchful gaze of many. Even if Sasuke harbored grievances, he would surely not be foolish enough to act against him at such a moment. However, to his astonishment, the next moment left Ibiki utterly dumbfounded. Emerging amidst the sea of blood was a strikingly handsome visage adorned with a wicked smile, as it fixed its gaze upon him with ill intent and retorted, "Teacher Ibiki, are you truly hoping to evade responsibility this easily?" A chill ran down Ibiki's spine. He sensed trouble. Nevertheless, he forced himself to regain his composure. Managing a strained smile as he awkwardly inquired, "What is it, Sasuke? Did you not claim you had no questions for your teacher?" With a derisive snort, Sasuke replied, "Indeed. But before you dispel the genjutsu, don't you think it's time for you to explain who instructed you to target a mere impoverished student like me?" Upon hearing these words, Ibiki's pupils suddenly constricted. How does this fellow know? Is it possible that he cannot discern the truth? Yet, how could one so young possess such cunning? Could it be that this fellow is the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? A wave of astonishment surged within, yet outwardly. I managed an awkward smile towards Sasuke. "Perhaps you are overthinking, for I have no idea what you are talking about. We bear no grudges. Why then have you persistently sought to target me from the very moment we met?" Sasuke wore a smile that was neither here nor there. I am merely the proctor. Coupled with Kakashi's earlier praises of you as a once-in-a-century genius, my curiosity was piqued, prompting me to pay you a little more attention. To my surprise, you seem rather sensitive. Like a secret being unveiled, a look of fluster crossed Ibiki's face. "Stop pretending, no matter how well you feign it. Do not forget that my bloodline limit enables me to perceive the subtlest expressions on your face with my Sharingan. Are you insincere, thinking I cannot see through it? Speak up. I truly do not wish to resort to violence against you, esteemed teacher. We are both mere workers of Konoha, earning a few hundred a month. What are you risking your life for?" After a few moments of hesitation, Ibiki finally frowned, his expression torn, and warned Sasuke, "I shall not divulge anything. However, as someone who has been through this, I sincerely caution you. The waters run deep, as a child with immense potential. It would be wise for you to turn a blind eye. It is best for both of us if today's events are treated as though they never occurred." Unyielding, Sasuke could no longer tolerate the seasoned trickster. He erupted in anger. "Is this not a scheme? No matter how much I plead, you insist on obstructing me. Don't you?" As he spoke, Sasuke's figure slowly emerged from the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, he summoned a kunai that materialized in his palm. You. Sasuke, I advise you not to act foolishly. When under the eaves, one must bow their head. Silence yourself." As the crimson aura surged around him, Sasuke approached Ibiki, who was pinned to a cross, and thrust the kunai forward. A scream pierced the air, echoing with a resounding impact. Yet, in that moment, no one would hear it, for Ibiki remained ensnared within the illusion of Sasuke's Sharingan. Were it Kakashi, another user of the Sharingan, facing a similar predicament, it might have been manageable. Alas, Ibiki was far too ordinary, caught off guard by the ambush. He was utterly defenseless against such a simple genjutsu from Sasuke. "Sasuke, you traitorous ninja of Konoha. Konoha raised you, and yet you dare to betray your teacher and ancestors." Before he could finish his sentence, in this confined realm of blood, several identical shadow clones emerged, all wielding kunai, systematically targeting the vital points surrounding Ibiki. "Konoha raised me? Do you, Ibiki, represent Konoha? Or do those who instructed you to target me embody the will of fire that Konoha stands for?" Sasuke's tone was frigid. Though he tormented those of Konoha, his expression remained devoid of emotion. To friends, he would offer fine wine, but to the wolves who sought to harm him, he possessed only cold kunai. "Stop. I will speak. I will speak." Beads of sweat poured down Ibiki's forehead. As a significant member of Konoha's Umbu interrogation unit, this is the first time I have experienced the thrill of interrogation. "Haraha," I said, "Sasuke, if you know, it's best not to regret it." Uffed. Upon hearing this, Sasuke remained expressionless, his countless shadow clones grimacing in unison. I said stop. It's Lord Third Hokage. It's the third. Are you satisfied now? The third Hokage, that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen? At this remark, Sasuke abruptly halted his actions. Observing the disheveled Ibiki before him, there was a glimmer in his eyes that suggested he was not lying. He immediately plunged into contemplation. The third intends to harm me? Not only secretly, but also at such a critical juncture as the Chunin exams? The true intention must be glaringly evident. He fears that the talent I currently exhibit could pose a threat to the future of Konoha. After all, the Uchiha clan has long been at odds with the higher-ups of Konoha, and I am now one of the last embers of the Uchiha clan. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring breezes bring forth new life. Could it be that this old man is determined to eliminate me in the shadows before he departs this world, paving the way for Naruto? Unlike the other 12 young elites, Sasuke does not view this matter so lightly. Aspiring to become Hokage? Without a solid background, can one even dare to covet such a position? The second Hokage was the brother of the first. The third is the disciple of the second. The fourth is the disciple of the third. According to the original anime storyline before my transmigration, the fifth would be Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first. The sixth, Kakashi, is the disciple of the fourth. The seventh, Naruto, is the son of the fourth and the disciple of the sixth. What a convoluted lineage. The background buff, if it does not stack 2 or 3 layers, would hardly allow one to claim the title of Hokage, would it? As I pondered this, Ibiki suddenly let out a cold laugh and remarked, Sasuke, now that you understand, doesn't it leave you feeling quite perplexed? With a chilling smile, Sasuke retorted, that's none of your concern. Your sole task now is to forget everything that has transpired here. You shall obediently keep your mouth shut forever. Upon hearing this, the smile on Ibiki's face abruptly froze, and he trembled as he implored, Sasuke, this is where it ends. I advise you to show mercy. If you spare my life, I assure you that I will not disclose today's events lightly. However, should you choose to kill me here, you will certainly face dire consequences. With a slight smirk, Sasuke calmly replied, are you afraid? But rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. However, I might need to impose upon your fragile psyche a bit. What? Ibiki was momentarily bewildered by Sasuke's words. But then, he caught sight of a flash of crimson from the corner of Sasuke's eye. And at that moment, Sasuke bellowed, Naruto, appear. Chapter 81. The Devious Old Man. In Konohagakure, at the Ninja Academy, Examination Room 302. Oh, since you have no objections then. Ibiki was about to speak when suddenly his knee locked, causing him to sink and his body to lurch forward involuntarily. What is happening to me? My body is not responding, and my mind is a blank slate. He felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he had forgotten something of great importance. Yet, despite the pressure building within him, he could not recall what it was. At that moment, Sasuke, quick as lightning, caught him just in time. However, his expression betrayed an inability to contain himself, as he broke into a silly grin, occasionally glancing over at his own side. What mischief is this lad concocting again? With a raised eyebrow, Ibiki inquired with evident displeasure. What are you laughing at? No, it's nothing. I merely wish to caution teacher Ibiki against continuing these clandestine rewards. At this rate, considering your current condition, I fear you may render yourself utterly incapacitated. Rewards? Rewards. The words escaped Sasuke's lips, leaving Ibiki, the seasoned veteran, momentarily taken aback. It took him a few seconds to grasp the implication fully. With a twitch of his mouth and an air of bewilderment, he pondered the revelation. Suddenly enlightened, he mused to himself, it must be that rascal Kakashi. If he wishes to delve into the intricacies of paradise of affection, he ought to do so in private. Why must he lead his students astray? However, reflecting on his own recent state of disarray, he wondered if it was truly a result of excessive rewards as of late. Regardless, it seemed he ought to exercise some restraint moving forward. After a moment's contemplation, Ibiki cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and turned to the still chuckling Sasuke, retorting with mild irritation, all right, enough of this. Instead of emulating Kakashi's mischief, focus on your studies at your age. Sasuke, unperturbed and devoid of any sense of decorum, leaned in closer, grinning mischievously. Teacher Ibiki, you see, I possess both talent and charm. The number of girls pursuing me is overwhelming, hence, I am compelled to self-educate in extracurricular matters. Moreover, Teacher Ibiki, with all your secretive rewards, could it be that you are still single? Go away. Find somewhere cooler to linger. With a swift motion, Ibiki shrugged off Sasuke's arm. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily exited. It seems the rewards from the system's achievement package are not entirely without merit. Gazing towards the corner of the doorway, he pursued.